Chapter 561. Jiang Ning took out the hospital medicine, cleaned and disinfected it, and bandaged the wound. One of them even had 2 stitches. Everyone worked together and quickly cleaned up the submarine. The sea calmed down, and Jiang Ning took the initiative to make dumplings with the rice, flour, dried beans, and bacon. After more than 10 years of life and death tests, especially for special forces, life and death are more indifferent. While making dumplings, he praised the captain and his wife for their large food reserves and Su Kaitai's world-class submarine technology. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Jiang Ning was a little dazed, thinking of the 18th floor, the villa area in the new city, Qinchuan, and the second generation of slippers drinking Maotai and eating hot pot. The end of the world is dark, but there are still many happy times. After experiencing 2 major disasters in one day, the rest of the journey was calm and arrived at the 5th coordinate safely. This time it was in the sea, and it was only more than 100 meters deep. From the sonar, the box was not damaged or buried. Jiang Ning was full of confidence. This mission was the easiest job. He could enter the space by just going down and waving his hand. She thought so and did so. Gu Tinglin's pneumonia was not completely cured, and he needed to be carefully taken care of. Besides, this was Daodu's independence in a strict sense, and she was worried about him. Counting the days, Bai Shui had already given birth, and Kailei was going to be a father again. Only after coming out did I realize that this was what it felt like to have a home, making people want to go home. Jiang Ning put on a diving suit and happily swam towards the fire box. Just when he was about to touch the box, something seemed to suddenly light up. There was something on the fire box, and there was quite a lot. When Jiang Ning saw what it was, his mouth trembled with fear, and seawater almost poured in. Run! Run now! Run as far as you can! She was so embarrassed that she turned around and ran away, and there was no trace of the heroic spirit she had just shown. Su Kaitai was stunned. Was it his own eyes that were blurry? Or was she possessed? Huishan was sharp-eyed and pushed him. Run! The light on the seabed was dim, and the outside of the box was covered with mud, so he didn't notice that it was full of sea snakes. Belcher, the most venomous sea snake in the world. They live in reefs, and can reach 3 meters before the disaster. Although they are less aggressive, their toxicity is far higher than that of land snakes. They can still maintain their toxicity after being treated at 100 degrees Celsius for 5 minutes, and are also stable in acid and alkaline environments. Now it is after the disaster. Not only their bodies have mutated, but from the pairs of abnormal eyes that cannot be described in words. They are definitely not good people. Sensing that they are not of the same kind approaching, several Belcher snakes accurately chased after them. 9 out of 10 women are afraid of snakes. Jiang Ning ran faster than a stick. Oh my god! I was so scared. Huishan and Su Kaitai couldn't catch up with her even after chasing her from behind. I thought it was the easiest, but it turned out to be the most difficult. Jiang Ning got goosebumps all over her body when she thought of the densely packed Belcher sea snakes on the box. No, she couldn't stand seeing snakes, let alone taking the fire box from them. God knows why snakes would occupy the fire box as their territory. There are at least hundreds of them. Just looking at them makes people have claustrophobia. John Lee was unaware. Aining, you guys are too fast. Everyone was happy, and they could finally go home. Everyone has something they are afraid of, and Su Kaitai didn't want to force Jiang Ning to face it. Unfortunately, the fire box was related to the long-term development of the base, and it was impossible to salvage it with the existing equipment. Not knowing how to start, he subconsciously looked at Huishan. Everyone understood the truth, but psychological barriers were not so easy to overcome. Not to mention that Belcher sea snake was indeed very poisonous. Everyone knew the truth. Having come from afar, no one wanted to give up easily, so they expressed their opinions. Sonar can drive them away. The submarine has a spear gun. Fire 1. Use a mine to blow it up. The fire box can't be blown up anyway. Our special submarine is designed to prevent tsunamis. Just hit the fire box. Huishan did not participate in the discussion, but sat next to Jiang Ning and whispered, "Forget it if you can't overcome it. The space can only make up for it." Jiang Ning thought deeply. Since we are here, we have to find a way to get it out. Since we have decided to take this road, we can't just play house. Just now, fear overcame reason. It's just a few hundred snakes. It's not like I haven't encountered life-threatening things before. Besides, there is a fully enclosed diving suit to protect myself. Even if I really get bitten, it's the diving suit that is bitten. But thinking of their disgusting patterns, slippery and cold bodies. Ugh. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and calmed down. She was a mature adult. In the end, she decided to go again. Huishan checked her diving suit. I accompany you. Having slept together for 10 years, he could guess her next plan. So he said to Su Kai, Jiang Ning, and I will go again. You must be careful and beware of sea snakes swimming up to attack. Thinking of the snake cave under the sea, Su Kai was worried from the bottom of his heart. But thinking of her ability, he held back. If you can collect it, you can. If you really can't, don't be stubborn. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, plunged into the seabed, and swam quickly towards the snake cave. What's so scary about snakes? She even survived the natural disaster and the end of the world. Huishan held her hand and accompanied her to face it together. As they continued to dive, the light became brighter and the dense swarm of snakes became clearer. Jiang Ning clearly saw that many snakes jumped up and attacked the two of them as fast as lightning. She did not hide, and could even clearly feel that countless snakes were wrapped around the diving suit and strangled her arms. In a split second, the firebox was put into the space by Jiang Ning and thrown into the black soil garden. She and Hui went deep into the hall of the villa. The diving suit was thick, and the strangulation was delayed. But they were very long, surprisingly strong, and particularly irritable, and the venom sprayed towards the diving suit. At the same time, several snakes leaped up and attacked the diving mask. Jiang Ning waved his dagger and killed several of them in succession. At the same time, he took out a liquid mixed with realgar and alcohol and poured it on Huishan. The mixture of the two was extremely irritating, and the Belcher sea snakes could not stand it at all. They swam away from Huishan and soon disappeared in the villa. Seeing that the liquid was effective, Jiang Ning quickly took out another basin and poured it over his head. More than a dozen snakes that were entangled to death fell down and fled in panic. As the firebox landed, countless snakes swam in the black soil garden, spitting out their tongues non-stop, and frantically occupied the unfamiliar territory. The two of them had no time to deal with them, and hurriedly got into the escape pod to leave the space. As soon as Jiang Ning disappeared, all the snakes were kicked out, and none of them were spared. Some ferocious ones wanted to catch up, but their swimming speed was far less than the buoyancy of the escape pod. Seeing that they were about to reach the surface of the sea, Jiang Ning went in again to unload the escape pod. Seeing the two people floating on the surface of the sea, several people hurriedly pulled them down and immediately entered the submarine cabin to close the door. Captain Aining, are you all right? The boxes have been collected. Thinking of what he had just experienced, Jiang Ning felt psychologically nauseous and wretched for a long time. He rushed into the room and took a hot shower in the space. He cleaned the diving suit and checked it carefully. Fortunately, the quality was excellent, and it was not corroded or damaged by the venom. After eating fruits, smelling flowers, and listening to some relaxing music, the shadow in his heart faded. Except for the ones that fell into the deep sea. All the fire boxes on Route 1 were collected. When Jiang Ning came out, Huishan and Su Kai had already discussed the return route. If everything went smoothly, it would take about 5 days to arrive. The next day, passing by the shallow sea area, the water quality was relatively clear and the kelp growing was good. So the team members went into the sea to fish for half a day. The kelp was of good quality, and it didn't grow near Fengcheng, so everyone wanted to take some back. They didn't take any, but soon found a problem: where to put it to dry. The fire boxes were all collected, and Jiang Ning didn't want to be partial, so he stuffed them all into the space. After picking for half a day, something happened suddenly. Zhongli was bitten by a sea snake. Chapter 562. Zhongli didn't see what kind of snake it was in the dense seaweed, but she felt a sudden pain in her calf. No one thought that there would be snakes hiding in such a clear sea. Even though they were very careful, it is estimated that the seaweed is a masking body. Jiang Ning washed her wound, observed the shape of the wound and disinfected it, cut it with a knife, and then squeezed out the blood. It is not sure whether the sea snake is poisonous, but it is better to be safe than sorry. There are several anti-venom serums stored in the space, but Zhongli and others did not see what kind of snake it was. Anti-venom serum cannot be injected casually. Otherwise the consequences will be equally serious. Don't gamble your life until the critical moment. She took out the herbs and mashed them to apply to Zhang Li's wound and bandaged it. Fearing that she would be nervous, Jiang Ning pretended to be calm and comforted her. Most sea snakes are not venomous. You don't have to be nervous. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable at any time. Zhang Li grew up in the army. More than 10 years of cruel natural disasters have made her mentality better than ordinary people. It is said that if you are bitten by a venomous snake, you will die soon from the poison. So you don't have to suffer too much. It's easier than dying from heat, hunger, water shortage, hail, poisonous fog, tsunami, than all natural disasters. She adjusted her mentality. Sister Aining, I'm fine. Zhang Li is only 1 year younger than Jiang Ning. She lost her family and lover in the past few years. It's good to be alive. But there's no regret in dying. There's nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Ning chatted with her and quietly handed her a guava-flavored candy. Zhang Li was a little touched. She just mentioned during the chat that when she was a child, she liked to eat candies that cost 50 cents a bag, and her grandmother would secretly buy them for her every weekend. Peel off the candy wrapper and put it in your mouth. It's a long-lost taste. Very happy. It's like grandma is back by her side. Living is instinctive. But it seems that death is not so scary. At least, she can be reunited with her family. But there are still some regrets. After all, she promised her family that she would live well. Let it go. Therefore, Zhang Li's attitude towards life and death is more Buddhist. She will try her best to live. But if there is really no way to live, she will not feel particularly regretful. She has experienced everything. But there are still some regrets in her heart. After fighting to this day, she still wants to see a better tomorrow. She suddenly became a bit talkative. Although she knew that Jiang Ning was not very talkative, she still couldn't help chatting. Jiang Ning said gently, "Can you tell me how you got here after the land sank?" After accepting Gu Tinglin's identity, she couldn't help but be curious about his past and wanted to know more. How strong faith and determination must he have to get to where he is today? Zhang Li was a special forces soldier, and Gu Tinglin was her most admired idol, and Jiang Ning was the idol's daughter. When talking about her experiences in the past few years, she subconsciously mentioned the leader. Unconsciously, more than 2 hours passed. Jiang Ning seemed to be a listener, but he was actually observing her reaction. "How do you feel now?" Zhang Li was stunned. Pulse, heartbeat, breathing, pupils, pulse, except for the pain of the wound. Everything else was fine. I was very glad that the sea snake was not poisonous. Zhang Li did not expect that she was diverting her attention. A warm current surged into her heart. Although the danger was lifted, Jiang Ning still prescribed medicine for her. The submarine was filled with a faint smell of herbs. During this period, the team members witnessed the importance of Jiang Ning to the team. After the initial shock, they were sincerely admired. And now they are even more moved. Everyone knows that medicine is the most important thing in a natural disaster apocalypse. It can save lives, but not everyone can give it out unconditionally. Of course, they are not sentimental people. They just remember what they see. The submarine moved forward for another 2 days, and the sonar that was turned on all day detected the firebox. Everyone couldn't believe that they actually hit it by accident. And there were 2 of them. The 2 submarines were not far apart, and it was estimated that the 2 submarines and a team had passed by the sea area and were forced to disconnect due to an irresistible disaster. The conditions are suitable for salvage. What are you waiting for? Asked Jiang Ning to perform the ritual immediately. It is still a diving trio, accompanied by Huishan and Su Kai-ai, the 2 left and right guards. The ocean current is a bit fast, but the 3 old sailors successfully overcome it with their experience. Who knows that another megalodon is swimming in the distance? This is a big guy, not to mention that it is more than 20 meters long, and its volume alone is more than 4 times that of a great white shark. When Jiang Ning opened its bloody mouth, it was not enough to fill the gap between its teeth. Although the space has been exposed, she still doesn't want the team to know that living people can enter the space to hide. The more you expose, the greater the possibility of tempting others to commit crimes. Besides, there are too many supplies stored inside. So, the 3 of them played a game of hide-and-seek with the megalodon. She ran away, and it chased, circling around. The megalodon had a violent temper, and it was so huge that it felt dizzy after circling around too much. So it started to hit the firebox. It was big, But the firebox was even bigger. No matter how hard it hit, the box just shook slightly. If you want the firebox to collapse, you probably have to hit it until the brain bursts. If you hit it too much, your head will hurt. Megalodon is running wild. Seeing it really left, Jiangning quickly put the firebox into the space. Just as he was about to leave, Su Kai saw from the corner of his eye that the Megalodon had made a comeback and rushed over at lightning speed. He quickly made an emergency gesture. Be careful. Having dealt with sharks a lot in the ocean, Jiangning knew that they were bloodthirsty and cunning. It does what it does on the first day of the month, and she does what it does on the 15th day. Jiangning took out the firebox without hesitation. Playing hide-and-seek? Su Kai was shocked by her tricky operation. People who cheat are really willful. Shark was so angry that he chased for a few rounds and ran away again. When he left, his eyes were wide open, as if he was saying, "If you dare, don't leave. I go and get help now." Jiangning was not stupid. She collected the firebox and ran away faster than a sea snake. Climbing onto the submarine, she urged desperately, "Hurry up. Hurry up. Go. Go." Jiangning really didn't think much about it. And Shark really caught up and hit 2,688 with murderous intent. The 14 members of the expedition treasure hunting team, fortunately, 2688 was strong enough. But everyone felt dizzy and wanted to vomit after hitting too many times. Wang Mao was young and full of energy. Use torpedoes or spear guns? Jiangning had learned patience from being knocked around by Lon Lon in his early years. Let it be. It will leave when it gets tired of knocking around. If the Megalodon really goes crazy, 2688 may not be able to withstand it. Shooting it will not only waste weapons, but the blood will also attract large dangerous marine animals. The people had no choice but to give up and tie themselves up in the restraints. Shark Bao knocked around for more than 10 minutes and left with blood vomiting. Chapter 563. The group did not delay and headed for the next salvage point. It was less than 2 nautical miles, and they arrived soon. Shark treasure did not follow, so the salvage went smoothly. More than 700 nautical miles away from Fengcheng, the submarine found containers again, and the number reached more than 20. They were just ordinary shipping containers, probably overturned during the tsunami. The mission was completed, and the team members thought about whether to salvage the containers. First, the supplies that could be found on land had already been turned over by the base, and only the ocean had infinite possibilities. Second, even if the items in the container were broken, the container could be pulled back and transformed into a house, which was much more convenient than living in a tent. Of course, Jiangning has the golden finger, so they can't speak. Jiangning has lived 2 lives. How can she not see it? Gu Tingling carefully selected them, and this team will belong to her and Huishan in the future. In order to conquer them, in addition to being strong, you have to use both kindness and force. You can't live in a red brick house, eat meat and drink wine every day, while they live in a cramped tent. It's still early. I salvage it and use it as a house for you, which can improve your living conditions. Jiangning smiled. But we have to have a housewarming dinner after the house is built. The team members were amused. No problem. We take turns to do it, and let Sister Ning have a good time for 3 days and 3 nights. Sister Ning actions will tell whether it works or not. 26 boxes were neatly placed on the transport ship in less than half an hour. At night, it was less than 200 nautical miles away from Fengcheng. Jiangning put the large transport ship on the sea in the dark, and all the boxes were neatly stacked. When the team members woke up and went up to the submarine to breathe, they saw the sports boat quietly anchored on the sea, and their eyes almost popped out. 6 fireboxes. No. Why are there 7? After the shock, there was deep thinking. The team members boarded the transport ship, and there were countless kelp and sea cabbage piled on the deck. The weather was clear and sunny, so they quickly spread them out to dry. The firebox sensor and password could not be opened, so they could only use the container as a blind box. The shipping container was soaked in the sea for a long time. Fortunately, there was some silt outside to protect it, so the corrosion was not particularly serious. At least there were no holes in the appearance, and the knocking sound was relatively crisp and loud. The people didn't have much hope, thinking that the materials inside must have been soaked in water and spoiled. But getting 26 containers was already good enough. Bored at sea, they planned to clean them up and bring them back to save weight and fuel for the transport ship. But when the door of the container was opened, everyone was stunned. It turned out that there was cloth inside, and it was intact. It was probably easy to get wet when transported by sea, so the waterproofing was done very well. A full box of denim fabric. After the joy, everyone opened the second box. It was cloth again, and it was synthetic fiber. All 26 containers were filled with cloth, including cotton, silk, snow yarn, veil yarn, woolen fabrics, etc. There were dozens of cloths, and the quality was very good. In these years of drifting at sea, the clothes were quickly damaged by seawater and salt. They were treated relatively better. At least they had military uniforms to wear, while ordinary people really had no clothes to cover their bodies. But what else could they do? Cotton planting failed several times, not to mention raising silkworms and weaving cloth. There were 26 boxes of fabric, enough to make several sets for everyone in the base. And it was Jiangning who made it easy for the base to have this batch of materials. Everyone was greatly encouraged and looked forward to the 7 fire boxes brought back from this mission. Jiangning did not expect that she would be so lucky. Not far from the base, she did not stay on the transport ship, but returned to the 2688 submarine. While Su Kite-ai drove the nuclear submarine, the team went back the same way they came. Around dusk, the transport ship sailed into the Fengcheng waters. The soldiers on duty at the dock almost popped their eyes out when they saw the team returning with a full load. The port was not perfect, and the transport ship could not dock directly, so the sentry sent a ship to pick it up. After discussion, Huishan and Su Kite-ai returned to the base to report to the leader. Zhongli and others had nothing to worry about. They were already affiliated with the special command. There were rooms in the cabin, and the living environment was much better than on land. They simply lived on the ship and waited for the handover. Jiangning sat on the boat to dock. Rong Sanxiao was already grinning and waiting. Sister, brother-in-law, Deputy Captain Su, welcome home. Feeling like he had taken a rejuvenation pill, Jiangning thought. Got promoted? No one knows him better than my sister. Young Master Rong was indeed promoted again, and is now the person in charge of the 2 shifts at the dock post. Just off work, he said attentively. Sister, I take you home. Needless to say, the urge to drive came back. Jiangning saw through it but didn't say anything, and threw the keys to him. Young Master Rong was happy. First sent Huishan and Su Kite-ai to the military headquarters, and then sent Huang Yu home. Sister, everything is fine at home. You and brother-in-law don't have to worry. Our father's health is getting better and better, and Dowda hasn't even lost a hair. Jiangning took a deep breath and dozed off. Young Master Rong kept talking. The glass greenhouse has been built, and all the plants have been planted. Xiao Dou is probably still at the farm at this point. I pick her up later. Jiangning frowned. By the way, Bai Shui gave birth to a baby. Jiangning couldn't help but ask, why do you come to my house every day? Of course I do. The chief's illness hasn't healed yet, and Dou is so busy that he needs help everywhere. Jiangning had a headache, and when he got home, he didn't let him in. Young Master Rong was quite tactful and didn't force him to eat. Before the door was opened, the sound of Wu and AAA came from inside. As soon as the door was opened, the dog rushed over, excited to the point of peeing, and kept scratching Jiangning. Bai Shui was more reserved, but her tail was wagging happily. After a long separation, Jiangning's heart was softened by the wolf's heart and the dog lungs, and he squatted down and rubbed it wildly. Kaylay bit her trouser leg and dragged her into the house, wanting to show off the puppies his wife gave birth to. Woof! 1 girl and 3 boys. Bai Shui had enough milk, and the 4 guys were fed plump, but their eyes had not yet opened. Life at sea is too boring. Everything feels good when I get home, and I keep petting the 4 puppies. Bai Shui is nervous and stares at them, but Kaylay is very generous, and keeps pushing the puppies to Jiangning, with a proud face on his brown-black dog face, as if saying, shit shoveler, I am awesome. Well, I am definitely awesome, and I only care about my own happiness, and leave the puppies to her after giving birth. Jiangning throws a fragrant leg to the ruthless couple. Go play. Petting the 4 chubby puppies, she can't help but think of the wandering 3 treasures, and wonders how they are doing now. I haven't been back for more than a month, and there is a glass shed in the backyard. It is full of poultry chicks, chickens, ducks, geese, quails, and reed chickens. There are dozens of them in total, with some differences in shape and size, and they should be hatched in batches. There are crushed corn kernels, chopped vegetables, and grass in the trough. The poultry shed is bright and breathable, clean and hygienic. The same is true at home. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. Dowdu is really a hard-working little bee. I just came back from the backyard and suddenly heard footsteps. It came from the side. Gu Tinglin came from next door. He was still thin, but he looked in good spirits. The two dogs ran up to him, wagging their tails to greet him. Woo woo woo. Ah. There was a vegetable field in the side yard, and to prevent the dogs from trampling on it, Gu Tinglin said seriously, "Stand at attention." Oh! The two dogs really followed his instructions, drooling as they looked at the dog food in his hand. Hearing footsteps in the yard, Gu Tinglin looked up. The father and daughter looked at each other. Chapter 564. Gu Tinglin's facial features softened after his daughter returned. "Aining? You're back." Jiang Ning nodded. "Yeah." Suddenly a little clumsy. Gu Tinglin paused. "You've lost a lot of weight. Team missions always have to take others into consideration. So how can you eat and drink every meal?" But Jiang Ning was still very happy. "Not bad." After welcoming him into the house, she asked with concern, "How is your health recently? Your aunt, she gives me acupuncture every day, and the medicine you left me has not been broken. My body has almost recovered." Jiang Ning took him into the space for a follow-up examination. From the CT scan, the pneumonia was gone, but some damage was irreversible, so he still had to pay attention in the future. All the tests that could be done were done, and his body was conditioned accordingly. Gu Tinglin couldn't hide his good mood. "How was this trip?" "Nothing dangerous." Jiang Ning briefly described what happened and the 26 boxes of cloth that were salvaged. As for the 21 trucks of fire materials collected before the land sank, it would not be too late to see how the military dealt with the materials collected this time before deciding whether to hand them over. Gu Tinglin came back early, and the salvage work of the special team has not been reported to him yet. But what is certain is that fire materials are an indispensable part of restoring Chinese civilization. No matter who collects them, generous treatment is essential, including the land collection team. For more than a month, his work has been much easier, but his worries about his daughter and son-in-law have only increased. Now that he sees that he has returned safely, he finally puts his heart at ease. Gu Tinglin is not good at expressing his feelings. "I learned a few dishes. You can come over for dinner tonight." Jiang Ning didn't object. "What do you need?" "I get it for you." "No need. Dowdu will deliver supplies every few days." Thinking of the outrageousness of Rong San Shao, Jiang Ning said with a stiff face, "Dad, Rong San Shao didn't mess around in front of you." "Did he? Mess around?" Jiang Ning was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground. "He speaks without restraint. I'm afraid to scare you." Speaking of Rong San Shao, Gu Tinglin said in a relaxed tone, "I've met him a few times. He speaks with a sense of propriety. He is a smart and interesting young man. If he is down to earth, he will have a good future." "Have some sense?" Jiang Ning was confused. What happened?" She followed him to the next door with such a heartless heart, and even didn't want the baby. Jiang Ning was speechless. She was really heartless. When it was dark, Dowda came back from the farm. "Sister-in-law?" She rushed over happily and hugged Jiang Ning tightly. "You are finally back." The little girl smelled a little sweaty, but it was not bad. Her smile was like a little sun, which made people feel warm. "Are you busy on the farm?" Dowdu is used to working hard. "I was a little tired at first, but I'm much better now." "Did you work in the fields?" "Yes. I have to lead by example." Jiang Ningxin was surprised. She subconsciously thought of the last time. To put it bluntly, Dowdu is too young. Her hair hasn't even grown out yet. The hired workers have been struggling for more than 10 years in the end times, even if they have to bend over for a few grains of rice. How can they be convinced by Dowdu? It's just that I think she will be reincarnated and find a good sister-in-law to have the brilliance and beauty today. In addition to jealousy, there is also contempt. It is difficult to lead a team when people are not united. So Dowda personally went to the field. Although she was young, she did no worse than them, and no one could take advantage of the situation. She was very knowledgeable about how to plant and take care of crops and intercropping, and it was difficult for the old hands to disobey her. People need setbacks to grow quickly. as long as there are no problems with principals. Dowdu drank a glass of water and sat down to report the farm to Jiang Ning. Sister-in-law, I have 2 acres of mulberry seedlings, medicinal herbs, wheat straw, and 5 acres of green vegetables, and the rest is evenly distributed to grow potatoes, cotton, sweet potatoes, and corn. All of them have sprouted, and the green vegetables have been harvested, except for those we use for ourselves. We exchanged all of them with the base for points, which can be used to buy land. When the mulberry seedlings grow up, they can be transplanted outdoors. The climate is good during this period, and other crops have sprouted. In addition, 20 acres of glass greenhouses look a lot, but they are just a drop in the bucket for the base. So we have to find ways to increase the harvest. Therefore, Dowdu grasped the crop growth cycle, planting sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, and cotton, while intercropping green vegetables. As long as we control it well, we can harvest 2 baskets of green vegetables. Speaking of his career, Dowdu's eyes were shining, but he was a little anxious and uneasy. Sister-in-law, I made a decision without discussing it with you. Jiang Ning said calmly. What decision? I talked to the food factory about cooperating in raising maggots. They were very happy to agree, but asked for a share, saying that they could provide land and maggots and help us build a breeding shed. Live poultry shocked the entire base, and everyone from top to bottom was boiling. Ordinary survivors can only envy and be jealous. But the military, as the master of the base, cannot sit and do nothing. Jiang Ning identity alone, a 20-acre glass farm, live poultry, etc., would be strange if they didn't pay attention. And the food factory is affiliated with the military, which is a great opportunity for them. Jiang Ning thought about it. Have you told my dad about this? Dowdu nodded. I asked Uncle Gu. He is more in favor. But I need to discuss the specific share of the military myself. The military is not Gu Tinglin's military alone. As early as when the God-making plan was launched, Jiang Ning thought that this day would come. She had no objection to cooperating with the military, no matter who was in charge. It was impossible for the civilians to eat meat every day while the leadership team had to starve. This system architecture was unsustainable and unhealthy. Even if the military did not speak, Jiang Ning would find opportunities to promote cooperation. First of all, it was lonely at the top, and she did not want to make many enemies. Before she became powerful, she did not want to be swept away by the military. Gu Tinglin was still the chief, and the military would not be embarrassed. If they were given a certain share, the base would also develop rapidly. So why not? She asked. Has the percentage been decided? No. They asked for half. But I think it can't be more than 20%. Don't rush to agree. I discuss it with your brother. Dowdu was indeed dragging his feet, using the reason that the number of poultry was too small. It's hard to imagine that one person can be busy with so many things. Jiang Ning asked with concern. Are you tired? It's definitely tiring. But Dowdu likes this kind of steadiness, which makes her feel needed and recognized. Not only the farm owner, but also the base department. It is no exaggeration to say that almost everyone in the base is looking forward to it, especially when they learn that there will be a breeding farm in the future. The passion for life is ignited again. Fortunately, Brother Rong and Tingting both helped a lot. When mentioning these two, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of young Master Rong, frowning and asking, where is young Master Rong? He came very frequently, and came to pick me and Tingting up after get-off work several times, worried that it would be unsafe for us to walk at night. It's not that Dowdu is confident or overthinking. There are many men in the base. Chapter 565. Dowdu didn't know what to say, and even felt a little angry and ashamed. The young and the middle-aged always had many reasons to surround her and Tingting. Attentive and enthusiastic. A few nights ago, they came back and actually directed and acted as heroes saving beauties, which made Dowdu so angry that she broke their arms. Jiang Ning looked at Dowdu, a young age with a delicate flower in bloom. Not to mention the restless men. Even women couldn't take their eyes off. Besides, her family background and wealth were there, and anyone could drool at the sight of her, let alone her. If I say that I and Hoishan are going to break up someday, I guess the men who are courting me will trample the door to the ground. This is reality. Jiang Ning had a headache, and after thinking for a while, he organized his words. Dowdu, what do you think of young Master Rong? He's pretty good. She tried. How good is he? Dowdu was stunned. He? Because of you and your brother. Then you? Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed. Did he say any nonsense to you? Or do anything? Dowdu was even more confused. No. What's wrong? Jiang Ning opened her mouth. Nothing. He just talks nonsense all the time and is never reliable. She suddenly couldn't ask. When Huishan came back, it was completely dark. The mission report was completed, and Yu Changjung would send someone to count the supplies and hand them over tomorrow. Jiang Ning was curious. We brought back so many fireboxes. Did Yu Changjung ask about the specific process? No. If he didn't ask, it must be that Gu Tinglin had already made arrangements. This matter is not bad for both public and private interests. If you insist on digging into the root of the matter, it will be counterproductive. People who have reached Yu Changjung's position will not do such a stupid thing. It's okay if they understand each other tacitly. Jiang Ning thinks so too. If he really doesn't understand, Gu Tinglin won't let him take on the job. It's about time. The three of them go to the next room to eat. And don't forget to bring their ruthless people with them. It's really Gu Tinglin who cooks. And Xu Xueqing helps beside him. After 2 months of getting along, Dowdu has become familiar with each other. And Yishui. The tomatoes on the farm can be picked next month. And we can make tomato and egg soup then. Xu Xueqing said happily. Okay. The heartless man came over and wagged his tail at her. Look at his familiar attitude. He almost called Grandma for meat. Jiang Ning was really embarrassed. Gu Tinglin was the chef. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Yuba Huiwan soup. Bacon and dried vegetables. Ham and fried eggs. Green vegetables. Jiang Ning helped to clean the table. The family sat at the table to eat. Gu Tinglin smiled and said to his daughter and son-in-law, try it now. Xu Xueqing agreed. Aining, this is your father's first time to cook properly. Let's see how good his cooking skills are. Jiang Ning felt warm in her heart. But when the hot soup entered her mouth, her expression became somewhat uncontrollably rich. Well, not bad, she said to Huishan. Try it quickly. Huishan picked up a piece of fried egg and found it a little burnt, but still put it in his mouth. It was so salty. Gu Tinglin was completely unaware. Seeing that his daughter and son-in-law both said it was good, he felt extremely proud. Even his great achievements in his career were just like this. However, when he tasted it himself, he instantly doubted his life. In the end, the dog was still honest and spit out the egg in his mouth. It was so salty that he stepped back and kept scratching his nose with his paws. After tasting 2 bites, Xu Xueqing quickly tried to smooth things over. Aining, this is the first time that Lao Gu cooked for you. And he was nervous and put too much salt. Perhaps this is because he loves his wife and his dog. Xu Xueqing reminded him a few times that the food was too salty. But her tone was probably light and encouraging. So he gave her face and finished it all. This made Gu Tinglin have an illusion. And he was a little nervous. So he was a little flustered when cooking. Seeing the embarrassed expressions of the two, Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. It's okay. It's just a little salty. I cook for you tomorrow. Finally, it was done. After returning home, I drank 2 large glasses of water. After chatting about some random things, it was already late after taking a shower. After closing the door, Huishan picked up Jiang Ning in pajamas and said in an uncontrollable tone, Do you miss me? He is not the kind of person who is clingy and can use sweet words to coax people. It goes without saying that he has bad intentions when he is so coquettish in the middle of the night. Jiang Ning teased him. I don't want to. I'm tired of seeing you together every day. They have not communicated for more than a month since they went on missions together and spent time with the team members every day. There was no other way. There were 12 single dogs in the team, and Huishan made a lot of noise every time. Jiang Ning really didn't want to be hated. The 2 of them were face to face, and Huishan suddenly bit her earlobe. Really don't want to. Jiang Ning was ticklish. So she punched him. Stop it. Dowdu has grown up. The 3 of them all had sensitive hearing. Especially the ruthless one. Once the noise was loud, the dog actually scratched the door, which embarrassed the 2 of them. As they tangled and supported each other, they couldn't help but react freely. Huishan was unable to control himself. Enter the space? The space was not used much, and there was still a lot of time left. So Jiang Ning agreed. As a result, he could not tell whether it was a tsunami or a thunderstorm, and felt like he was going to die in the waves. When he came out, he was extremely tired, but he could not fall asleep. Jiang Ning told him about Rong Sanshao. I always feel that he has bad intentions. It's not that Hui Yishan was blindly confident. Dao could at least fight a dozen slippers of the second generation alone. So he needed him to be a flower protector? The key is that he is half a year older than himself. How to say it? Rong Sanshao is a bit complicated. He is very good at reincarnation. He was rich and prosperous in the first half of his life, but fell from the clouds after experiencing natural disasters. But this person is very resilient, flexible, and has ambitions hidden under his sweet words. In the end of the natural disaster, these are not shortcomings, but as Daoda's brother, whether Rong Sanshao is sincere or not, he hopes that Daoda can meet pure love. The two are not suitable. Daoda is not yet an adult, so he is afraid of being cheated. Don't worry. I talked to Daoda tomorrow. Whether it was young Master Rong or those who were targeting her, he hoped Daoda could open her eyes and wait until she was an adult. It would be best if it was after the natural disaster was over. After the extreme lingering, Hui Yishan was gentle and affectionate. He kissed Jiang Ning on the forehead. Go to sleep. I find a chance to talk to Daoda. At the age of first love, it happened to encounter the end of the world after the natural disaster. The world is too complicated and easy to be deceived. The next day, Jiang Ning was still sleeping soundly, and Hui Yishan had already woken up early. Daoda finished his exercise in the front yard, and then went to the backyard to feed the poultry. He went to help. Daoda, you are not young anymore. Do you have someone you like? Daoda was confused at first. Then her face turned red. No, I don't like men. Hui Yishan was confused. What was her reaction? She seemed angry and eager to distance herself from him. Was there really something going on? He instantly wanted to kill young Master Rong. This bastard. Chapter 566. Hui Yishan actually didn't understand the relationship between men and women. He only liked Jiang Ning in his two lives. He didn't plan to confess his love, thinking that he would keep it in his heart for the rest of his life. After all, the end of the world was not suitable for love. Who knew that Jiang Ning would speak up and ask if he liked her? At that moment, he really didn't know how to answer. If he did or didn't, he might not have a chance in this life. He said a little bit. However, he was rejected. Later, it was driven by instinct. But it took a lot of adjustment to get together. Love is indeed beautiful. But if he really recalls it, he doesn't want his sister to follow his path. Because, if he didn't love Jiang Ning, he wouldn't protect her with his life. In the end times, human nature is complicated. He found the right person. But what if he didn't? Everyone has selfishness, even if they are truly in love. He doesn't want his sister to make a fool of herself. Love is okay. But at least wait until the end of the world, and the moral bottom line of mankind returns. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Daoda suddenly became anxious. Brother, I really didn't. In the 12 years of natural disasters, she envied the love between her brother and sister-in-law. But she had seen all the evil of human nature. Husband and wife turned against each other, exchanged children for cannibalism. Brothers and sisters killed each other. Fathers and sons killed each other. Coming to Fengcheng base, those men who were attended to her for no reason. Which one didn't have a purpose? Well, that's good. Hui Yishan believed his sister. Daoda, you are not yet an adult. Even if you want to fall in love and get married, you have to wait a few years. Daoda said firmly. Brother, I am not interested in men. Hui Yishan frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, What do you think of young Master Rong? Sister-in-law asked yesterday, and brother asked again today. Daoda reacted even if she was naive. So angry. But she knew in her heart that her brother and sister-in-law had a plan. And young Master Rong was also ambitious. The interests of both sides were tied together. And the Rong family was indeed useful. Daoda quickly calmed down. She followed Rong Tingting's call. Uncle Rong-san is useful, but he is as slippery as a loach. I don't like to have too much contact with him. In comparison, she likes the honest Uncle Rong, who is conscientious and responsible, and doesn't have so many tricks. Hui looked at his expression and felt relieved. Daoda, people's hearts are unpredictable in the last days. No one is unchanging. Even if you get along well with each other, you have to be more careful. After 12 years of education and influence, Daoda's character has long been formed. Brother, I know. Jiang Ning woke up at about noon. Huishan had already arrived at the dock to count and hand over, while Dowdu was busy at the farm. After eating something, she took the dog out, while Bai Shui stayed at home to nurse the child. The beautiful people and handsome dogs are a beautiful sight wherever they go, attracting countless eyes. Jiang Ning had long been accustomed to it, but the coke dog relied on the power of people. It could sense the good and evil of human nature, and bared its teeth all the way to the farm. If it hadn't been wearing a muzzle, it could have torn a lot of people to pieces, including the uncle and nephew of the Rong family. A total of 12 people were hired to take care of the daily life of the farm. They are all people who earn food. Working for the farm can solve the problem of hunger, which is much better than working on their own. So they are very diligent, fearing that they will be fired. The greenhouse built with ordinary glass is sandwiched in the middle, in order to prevent damage by sandstorms or hail. Rong Dashao hired workers to build wooden lattices for defense. The wooden lattices cover the top glass, and the sunlight becomes sparse and mottled. But you can grow your favorite crops, such as asparagus, leeks, and Chinese herbal medicines. Dowdu also set up a lot of shelves in the greenhouse, and tried to expand the area by staggered planting. The farm applies organic fertilizer, and crops and herbs are growing well. Jiang Ning feels that this trip is worth it. Dowdu has really grown up. Just as he was about to leave, he saw He Tianming coming with a few people from afar. Dowdu explained, "Sister-in-law, Grandpa, he is now the chief administrative officer of the base, and he brought people here to inspect today." I don't know how Gu Tinglin talked, but He Tianming finally agreed. He is already in his 50s, and his hair has turned a lot white. Under the torture of the natural disaster, his back is not as straight as when he first met him, but he is still elegant and easygoing. But the vicissitudes of life are engraved on his forehead. Jiang Ning has always respected him, and at this moment, he was even more moved. With his joining, I believe Fengcheng will get better and better. Due to the joining of He Tianming, the base structure has new changes. Gu Tinglin is the top leader, and the military has 5 second-in-commands. And now there is one more He Tianming. The military and the government are completely separated, and He Tianming is fully responsible for the government affairs. He is an airborne person, although he has a rich resume in the past. The power is both rigorous and subtle. Whoever can sit in the second-in-command of the military has sacrificed blood and sacrificed, and relied on military merit to sit in this position today. Therefore, He Tianming's position was not legitimate, even with Gu Tinglin's strong support. The people below actually had opinions, but they just didn't express strong opposition. Reforms are risky, and Gu Tinglin had anticipated it. So after the relevant departments asked He Tianming to be rejected, he did not continue to insist, but let the second-in-command take over the government affairs. After hitting a wall, you know that everyone has their own expertise. When the time was right, he personally asked He Tianming to come. The two chatted for a whole day, and they appreciated each other very much, and finally set a 1-year period. If He Tianming didn't make any achievements, even if Gu Tinglin came to retain him, he would not have the face to stay in this position. If you do things in an orderly manner, it will be difficult for others to oppose it. After all, the base needs to move forward and develop. In just 1 year, He Tianming had to build his own team and quickly develop people's livelihood. It seems glorious to sit in this position, but in fact it is a bad hand. Without strong stress resistance and extraordinary courage, not everyone can do it. When a new official takes office, the first thing to solve is the problem of food and clothing for the survivors. So the first stop for inspection is the farm. He Tianming saw Jiang Ning. Her face had not changed much from 10 years ago. Her expression was not as cold and indifferent as when they first met, and she exuded a firm and powerful strength. 10 years of light. Both of them have changed, but it seems that they have not changed. He Tianming stepped forward, stretched out his hand and smiled. Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning shook hands and smiled back. Mayor He. In the team, there was Director Xiao, who was in charge of land management, agricultural planting, and experts who were good at experience. Jiang Ning asked Dowdu and young Master Rong to receive him, and she took He Tianming to the rest area of the farm. They were old acquaintances, and there were no outsiders around, so they talked frankly with each other. He Tianming hoped that the glass greenhouse could play the greatest role in planting, and while trying to solve the problem of food and clothing for the survivors, it could also make achievements in afforestation. With improved environment, the climate will be more stable, and the earth will eventually restore its ecological system. Jiang Ning was full of confidence. Mayor He, don't worry. I will fully cooperate. Today, the desalination equipment will be unveiled during the unpacking and inspection. Since it solves the drinking water problem of the base, it will be beneficial to afforestation without any harm. As long as there is enough water, the desert can become an oasis. Jiang Ning mentioned the 26 boxes of cloth. After this crop of cotton is harvested, I hope to get your scientific guidance. 26 boxes of cloth shipped by sea can indeed alleviate the needs of the base. Whatever he needs, the farm will cooperate unconditionally. He Tianming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He really solved an urgent problem for him. However, Jiang Ning gave him a gift. Daodu wants to build a breeding farm. I wonder if Mayor He has any suggestions. Chapter 567. The political team has not been established yet, and the problems to be solved every day come one after another. He Tianming is so busy that he doesn't know what's going on. The farm. This is a great thing. The land sank, and he thought all the poultry died. How to say it? It has to be Jiang Ning. He Tianming's eyebrows relaxed. This is a great thing. I absolutely support it. Jiang Ning threw the problem out. But the food factory wants to cooperate, and it holds 50% of the shares. He Tianming looked calm and friendly. How much do you think is appropriate? Government affairs are now under his control, and the food factory is no exception. It's just that there are too many things to take over, and it's not his turn yet. Jiang Ning considered. No more than 20%. He Tianming frowned slightly. Since he didn't say yes, he didn't say no. Jiang Ning showed his cards. Mayor He, I am very sincere in the discussion. Not only the breeding farm, but also the farm is included. In the future, there will be medicinal material cultivation, etc. The cost of the glass greenhouse can be ignored, but the subsequent land and the energy used to deal with cold waves or sudden freezing need to be supported by the base. Of course, it would be even better if there were tax benefits. The reason why Jiang Ning talked about it was actually to test He Tianming. After all, he was also in her plan. After thinking for a moment, He Tianming said tactfully, "Thank you for your support. I will go back and study it. I will give you an answer later." Jiang Ning smiled. "Okay. I look forward to your answer." He Tianming stood up and stopped at the door. Jiang Ning, do you have confidence in our restoration of Fengcheng in memory? With you and a group of people like you, I believe it will definitely come true. He Tianming left. His back seemed to be straighter in the sun. After inspecting the farm, the group left. Daodu was very enthusiastic and insisted on sending a few kilograms of green vegetables to each person, saying that they wanted them to taste the quality of the glass greenhouse and see if there was any room for improvement. The officials were at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry, and left with the green vegetables. Daodu had lunch at the farm. Jiang Ning took out steamed buns, bacon and dry vegetables, and porridge, and asked her to call Ron Dashao and Tingting over. She went to the population registration office at the Government Affairs Center. There was still no news about Lu Yu and Zheng Weili. The staff was gentle and polite. "Miss Jiang, I will inform you as soon as I have any news about them. She is eye-catching and beautiful. And she is also the daughter of the chief. Everyone in the base knows her, and the staff dare not slack off. Even if there are people who don't know her, they can guess her by looking at her appearance and clothes. The whole base is envious of Huishan. I wonder how much virtue his ancestors have accumulated to marry the daughter of the base chief. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very capable. Eyes are red with jealousy. It's really the same person with different fates." Jiang Ning blocked all eyes and led the dog home. To satisfy the wolf's heart and dog lungs, she harvested a wave of space crops, and then planted cotton on the empty land. Huishan did not come back until the evening. The weather was hot, and he was sweating all over after the handover at sea. 7 fire boxes. A box of seawater purification system. A box of crop seeds. A box of excavators. A box of photolithography machines. A box of precious cultural relics from various dynasties. A box of simple textile equipment. And a box of office equipment products. Jiang Ning thought, "We should keep an excavator. There is a high possibility that the fire box is buried underground, and she doesn't want to be rubbed by the shovel again." Huishan smiled. Deputy Captain Su asked for 2. And 2 computers as well. A trip to the sea. The base has made a big leap. Fabric. Seeds. Seawater evolution system. Excavator. Can create a lot of jobs. This wave of blind boxes is good. Most of the materials can be used by the base. I guess Tianning will wake up laughing in the middle of the night. The employment index has soared, which is also one of the political achievements. Jiang Ning is in a good mood. Have the rewards come out? Huishan nodded. It's out. The supplies brought back this time are very valuable. I was promoted 3 levels in a row. Su Kaitai has a higher rank and different assessment standards. If he successfully completes the task next time, he can be promoted 1 level. All team members will be promoted 1 level. Jiang Ning pouted. I was only promoted 1 level. Boring. Huishan hugged her in his arms. How about I make a special application for you? Jiang Ning teased him. Gu Tinglin must have considered all aspects before arranging him out. And it was also the best protection for her. She hugged him gently. This shortcut will be full of dangers. Do you have confidence? Yes. Huishan rested his chin on her head. Aining, I want to hold up the sky so that you and Dowda can live a safe life. He was not afraid of difficulties. But he really felt that she had worked hard. Not to mention the risks of salvaging. She would have to go to the hospital in the future after completing this plan. Compared to him, she was busier. In layman terms, she paid a lot but got little. At least that's what it looked like on the surface. After talking about the firebox, there was an unexpected surprise. The military reward was amazing. The ownership of the firebox was unquestionable. But the other materials salvaged were divided 50-50. In other words, whether it was cloth or kelp, 14 people could get half. Cloth was precious, and the military suggested that the team members keep enough for their own needs, and the rest could be exchanged for points. Jiang Ning was not rare for the abundant materials, but the other team members were very happy, not to mention the public travel. They became rich overnight after returning. They agreed to exchange, and then saved the points to exchange for a room. Wang Mao and the others asked when you were free to treat us to a meal. Eating meat with the 2 of them was a great opportunity to win people's hearts. So Jiang Ning would never disagree. Are they still living on the sea? The living environment on the cargo ship is good, and they don't want to go ashore for the time being. They are busy converting containers into houses. After going out, Jiang Ning was still very tired. Anyway, she didn't have a mission so soon, so she would rest for a few days. At this time, she didn't know that because of this salvage, the base was almost blown up from top to bottom. The land had been turned over several times, and it was almost impossible to find even a hair. And the special team only went out once and brought back such precious supplies. For a while, everyone was crazy about the ocean and wanted to go out to sea to salvage. Not only the lower level, but also the higher level proposed ideas. The base lacks everything, and the ocean is so big. Salvage should not be limited to the firebox. Can other materials be salvaged? Where there is a proposal, there is opposition. Yu Changzheng was the first to disagree. The ocean is too risky, and 26 boxes of intact cloth are just a pleasant surprise. The salvage team has limited manpower. The top priority is to find the firebox as soon as possible. Don't do the thing of losing the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Chapter 568. Yu Changzheng's words calmed the others down. It was very unlikely that the container would not take in water if it fell into the sea. It was just that if they encountered it, they would salvage what they could. However, they soon reached a common opinion. Only more than 100 of the 3,000 fire boxes had been found so far. It would be too troublesome to search the world with the coordinates. The longer the fire boxes were lost, the more disadvantageous it would be for salvage. The base could not sit and wait for death. It needed to take the initiative to find the fire boxes. You can let the fire planner drive the submarine out to find them. After confirming the coordinates, let the salvage team go out. Division of labor and cooperation can save fuel and improve efficiency. Yu Changzheng could not object to this opinion. After the meeting, Yu Changzheng hurried away. Xiao, a division commander of the same level, caught up with him and teased him as he walked. Old Yu, you stole the show this time. Yu Changzheng nodded. We are all serving the base. It is mainly because the leader is unwell that I temporarily take care of it. I don't ask for credit, but for no mistakes. The salvage team has amazing skills. The base is in urgent need of talent in this area. Don't you plan to expand it? Yu Changzheng smiled. Old Xiao, the special salvage team is under the command of the chief. I am too busy with my own work. If you have time, why don't you ask him yourself? Commander Xiao was choked. Isn't this for the development of the base? Oh, I was so busy in the meeting that I even forgot to take my medicine. Yu Changjing patted his head. I will be nagged by my wife at home later. He waved his hand and hurried back to the office to get medicine. In the evening, Jiang Ning was too lazy to cook. So he took out steamed pork ribs, medicinal chicken soup, braised pork, and stir-fried vegetables from the space. The rich food was served on the table. Xu Xueqing was extremely surprised. But seeing Gu Tinglin's calm expression, she wisely did not ask. Under the lights, the family ate happily. It was the ultimate enjoyment for the taste buds after not having such delicious food for more than 10 years. But what made Xu Xueqing even more relieved was Gu Tinglin's overflowing smile. Jiang Ning accepted him as a father from the bottom of her heart. She was happy for old Gu. And his biggest knot was finally untied. After dinner, Jiang Ning gave Xu Xueqing a box of fruit. Eat some every day. And come and get more when you run out. Gu Tinglin didn't rush back, but sat down to talk with his daughter and son-in-law. The military will organize a team to go out and find the coordinates of the fire boxes that were lost in various places. The salvage team may be even busier at that time. The base urgently needs to develop. But going to sea is risky. Gu Tinglin doesn't want to put too much pressure on the two. My own safety is the most important. If it's not suitable, I will find a way to turn it down. Development tests the team, not the individual's ability to turn the tide. Having lost before, Gu Tinglin doesn't want to regret it. So he would rather slow down the development speed. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Collect the coordinates first, and we talk about whether it can be salvaged. After resting at home for 2 days, Jiang Ning went to the port to board the ship. Young Master Rong has been very busy these days. He has to organize people to arrange the transportation of fire boxes and materials. And he missed the time for free meals. Although he is usually lazy, he is very impressive when working. Jiang Ning glanced at him from a distance and did not go forward to disturb him. On the transport ship, Huang Mao, Zhang Li and others helped to carry the materials, and waited for the transfer ship to leave before doing their own things and discussing how to transform the container. Seeing Jiang Ning coming, the team members were all very happy. Sister Ning. Without outsiders, Jiang Ning took out the drilling machine, cutting machine, sewing machine, and power box. These were all what the team members needed, and it was a timely relief. Sister Ning, what are you going to do with the supplies you and Captain Hu have been given? Jiang Ning said casually. Keep a few pieces of cloth for yourself, and exchange the rest for points. Do you need containers? If not, I give them to those who need them. The supplies were split 50-50, with only 13 containers. Su Kai-tai had a high rank and was assigned a dormitory, indicating that he did not need containers. Huang Mao and the others were very satisfied to be able to get one of them separately. Leave it to those who need it. We have enough. After chatting about what was available, Rong Sanshao came over on a transfer ship to organize the transportation. Sister, Jiang Ning said, where does Mayor He live now? Mayor He is of a high rank, and the base has arranged it. Jiang Ning gave him 2 containers. You take care of it. Rong Sanshao smiled happily. Thank you, sister. Around dusk, Jiang Ning was about to return to the port to dock when he found a ship coming in the distance. The boat was not small, but it was very old. It was obvious that it had been in the ocean for a long time. Jiang Ning took out a telescope and looked far away. He saw many people standing on the deck. The survivors on the boat also found the port. Some covered their faces and cried, and some hugged each other excitedly. They were all emaciated, and their tears and snot were flying. They were Chinese compatriots. Young Master Rong had been on duty at the port for a long time, and had seen many such situations. Sister, during your time at sea, several groups of survivors came to the base. Some came from the sea. Some traveled a long distance from land. And several submarines came. In less than a month, there were more than 300 people. The base accepted more and more survivors. It was nothing new, but seeing fellow countrymen coming over still made them excited. After all, they had experienced it before. The boat slowly approached, not far from the transport ship. Huang Mao looked surprised. Sister Ning, do you feel that they are familiar? They seem to be the group of people we encountered during the tsunami. Jiang Ning didn't see it at first, until she found the boy with a head injury in the crowd, who was still bandaged. The survivor ship of Jiaqing official. Jiang Ning was somewhat expectant. and used a telescope to search one by one, but did not find Qin Chuan and his son or the Zhong family. The other party was sharp-eyed, and actually recognized Huang Mao at a glance, and even waved and said, "Young man, we are here." The mood of the team members was infected, and they waved to the other side and said, "Welcome to Fengcheng. The container is very large, and the lifting and transfer tools are limited. The materials are just transported back to the base in small pieces, so the handover takes a long time." The team members helped on the boat, which was also a break. They would go ashore after the container was modified, and then they would hold a housewarming party together. "Sister Ning, you and Captain Huan must come to support us." Jiang Ning left. Of course. She took the assault boat to the shore and happened to meet the survivors of the Jiaqing base carrying their belongings and queuing up to get off the boat. On the shore, the soldiers on duty organized people to line up and verify their identities. The materials were transported, and the survivors came ashore. It was very lively for a while. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. "Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning looked in the direction of the voice and saw a thin man in shabby clothes. He was very thin, but his eyes were sharp. Jiang Ning looked at him for a long time. Director Ling? When the natural disaster just started, he was only in his 30s. And now he is almost 50. Thinking of his former demeanor, even if his character is still there now, it still makes people feel the cruelty of the natural disaster. Time is a butcher's knife, and a dream lasts for more than 10 years. Across the crowd, their eyes met. Jiang Ning walked over, raised his smile and said, "Director Ling, long time no see." Chapter 569. Ling Ju looked at Jiang Ning. Her appearance had not changed much from her teens to her 30s, but her temperament was completely different. "Were you on the transport ship just now?" After not seeing each other for many years, his eyes were still sharp, and he could not hide anything. Jiang Ning. "Well, I heard from my teammates a few days ago that they met a team of survivors from Jiaqing when they were looking for the fire box. I think it was you." Ling Ju nodded. "Thank you for your help. Otherwise we might not be able to come to the base." Jiang Ning was a little curious. Watching base is national level. "Why did you choose to come to Fengcheng?" Director Ling smiled. "Intuition." Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Huacheng base is much more advanced. But your intuition is right. There are your old friends here, the kind you can look forward to." She extended her hand and said warmly, "Director Ling, welcome to Fengcheng." Director Ling has dealt with everyone, and judging from her posture, she probably has a high status in Fengcheng, and is no longer the same person she used to be. She has transformed. Director Ling reached out and held his hands together. As soon as he let go, another shadow came over and said, "Director Ling." Then, his shoulders were embraced. Director Ling looked at him for a long time. "Third Master? Is this the old friend Jiang Ning mentioned?" The ignited hope was extinguished. However, he was completely different in military uniform. Third Master Rong flattery was everywhere. "Sister, Director Ling's arrival will give us Fengcheng more power. And the real good days are coming," he boasted without restraint. "Director Ling, I talked about you with Mayor He yesterday. He said you are a good hand in charge of public security and criminal affairs. Fengcheng needs someone like you. Who knew you would come today?" Jiang Ning wondered how he could be so natural and not awkward. There would be plenty of opportunities to get along with him in the future. So she left after exchanging a few pleasantries. Director Ling looked at her receding figure thoughtfully. When she got home, Huishan happened to be there, and Jiang Ning mentioned the encounter with Director Ling. Huishan had met him in both of his past lives, and he was an upright but unconstrained law enforcer. After dealing with him so many times, he always turned a blind eye to their affairs. So, both Jiang Ning and Huishan recognized him. I believe He Tianming will not miss this opportunity. Anyway, it is a happy thing to meet old acquaintances in Fengcheng today. Jiang Ning met 3 batches of survivors from Jiaqing base. She believes that many people are still alive, but they are scattered in the corners of the world, and they will gather more and more in the future. It took 10 days to transport the firebox materials. The team members' container transformation was also completed, and all were transported back. Although there is no red brick house, it is much better than the tent and looks spacious and bright. The only drawback is that it is hot. When the time comes, put a shade on the top of the box. Besides, they would be salvaging at sea for a long time. and they would not stay long each time they came back. The team members went to the trading center to exchange supplies. In consideration of their contribution to the base, they exchanged for flour and rice for the first time. They also exchanged for a lot of sweet potatoes, and green vegetables. Forget about meat. They could only exchange for canned food at a high price. That is, the rewards for missions are generous, but they can't afford to eat them normally. They racked their brains to exchange, but Jiang Ning easily brought a bunch of them, including canned bamboo, canned luncheon meat, bacon, and salted fish. After a mission, they would not be surprised by any tricks Sister Ning performed. Several people were busy happily and prepared a relatively rich banquet. Bacon rice, salted fish and eggplant buns, pickled cabbage dumplings, green vegetables, canned food. They all came from the southern military base. When eating the Ganju canned food, Zhongli couldn't control her tears. When I was a school dormitory, I often bought this brand at the canteen. One box can be eaten for several meals. This is the memory of a generation. Even Huang Mao and others were amazed. It tastes the same as what we used to eat. Jiang Ning smiled. When the base gets better, don't even think about eating canned food anymore. You eat fresh food until you vomit. The cake was right. But everyone didn't believe it was a painting. Since Jiang Ning showed up, the base has indeed gotten better and better. With glass greenhouses, poultry farming, and the fireboxes brought back from missions can make the base look brand new. They all firmly believe that Fengcheng will get better and better. However, the truly wonderful moment has not yet arrived. So this meal was eaten behind closed doors. First, there were too many shameless people trying to get free food. And second, there was no way to explain why the Ganju canned food hadn't gone bad. It is true that they are happy to eat, but they have their own ideas. A few days after the group dinner, the special team set out again. Unlike the first time they went out to sea, Dowda can already take care of himself. Gu Tinglin's pneumonia has completely recovered. He just needs to pay more attention to exercise or conditioning his body. The ruthless couple is greedy for legs, and they keep pulling Jiang Ning to prevent her from leaving, and even deliberately bring the cubs to her hands. The 4 chubby cubs can already open their eyes. The skewers are true, but they perfectly inherit the high looks of the ruthless couple, which is simply stunning. Unlike Sanbao, the military ordered them directly after learning that the chief had wolves and dogs. When the 4 are weaned, they will be taken to be domesticated and used to perform various patrol tasks with the soldiers. Wolves are carnivores, and I don't know if the military can keep up with the food. However, by then, poultry farms will be up and running, and as long as there are no major natural disasters, the need for meat will not be difficult to solve. The climate is still changeable, but the atmosphere at the base continues to improve. They are looking forward to a good harvest in the greenhouse and the early construction of the farm. Maybe one day they can fill their stomachs, have delicious meat, and make clothes for themselves. So, what they talked about most was the mysterious daughter and son-in-law of the head of the family. It is said that the 2 people with extraordinary abilities are also in the special salvage team, and this department is specially built for them. The survivors dare not envy them for eating meat, drinking, raising dogs and driving cars. They just hope to be blessed at the bottom. Being well fed and clothed is the greatest happiness. On the day of departure, Gu Tinglin came to see them off. Be safe. It was very concise, without any nagging, but it made people feel warm. The dog was so heartless that he even got into the car and refused to get out. In the end, there was no choice but Dowda drove his brother and sister-in-law to the dock. The dog stood on the shore, looking at the shadow disappearing on the sea, stubbornly waiting for a long time and unwilling to leave. All the personnel were present, in addition to the supplies distributed by the base. Everyone brought extra supplies, and Jiang Ning was no exception. She brought a lot of beans, so that she could grow bean sprouts or make tofu when she was bored. The team members were already very familiar with each other when they got together again, and they were looking forward to the salvage trip. In the evening, Jiang Ning collected the transport ship and 2688, and everyone gathered at Su Kaitai's nuclear submarine. Chapter 570. Except for those on duty. Everyone was talking about the changes in the base. Sister Ning, the government and military departments are already recruiting people and are selecting a site to build a desalination system. Not only that, I heard that the excavator will be transferred to the coal mine, and the fabric is also on the shelves of the base store. If you need it, You can use points to buy it. Last time, we brought back so many seeds. The base can definitely expand the planting. In short, everyone is looking forward to this mission, hoping to bring back materials that are useful for the construction of the base. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. At the first coordinate, the sea water depth is as high as more than 4,000 meters. Even nuclear submarines can't go down, let alone mortals. The team started off badly, and everyone was poured a basin of cold water on their heads. It doesn't matter. There are more later. The team members comforted each other, but they all knew in their hearts that the firebox that they had collected with countless efforts would sleep in the seabed and never be seen again. Unless there was a day when the world changed drastically. The disaster was too tragic, and no one wanted it to happen again. But the frustration is still to come. The second one also landed in the deep sea, at a despairing 6,000 meters. The third one can't possibly have such bad luck. Right? 12,000 meters. Everyone should be in a state of tension. Is God playing a joke on us? The fourth one is okay. Only 600 meters. But it is still a distance that mortals cannot reach. The fifth one is about 300 meters. It is the last stop of this mission, and the shallowest one. But even wearing a diving suit, it still cannot reach it. Jiang Ning was quite Buddhist on this trip. But he couldn't stay calm. You can't return empty-handed. Right? Gu Tinglin didn't say it clearly. But she knew in her heart that no military commander who could get to the top was a fool. He did so much just to support his daughter and son-in-law. Development is true. But this is the development of the base, which is very different from personal prospects. In the 12 years of natural disasters, even if there were those who lost their wives and children, they were only in their 50s or 60s, and they had trained excellent subordinates. It is not a problem to adopt an adopted son or recognize a godfather, not to mention those who have children. If Gu Tinglin had children at the beginning, it would be fine. They would have a process of slowly accepting them. The key is that they were airdropped. It would be fine if he was just a dull person who was just waiting to die, but who knew that he was a prominent figure and had the limelight. There are always people who can't sleep at night. If they are provoked a few more times, they will be very upset. She can't return empty-handed and give others a chance to talk about Gu Tinglin. But it is really impossible to go down 300 meters below the sea. Jiang Ning wondered if there was any other way to salvage. She couldn't help but think of the lasso game. In the past, Daodu and Guzi could be tied with ropes and put into the space together. What if we hooked the firebox? Jiang Ning told Hua Yishan about his idea. There was no better way, so he could only give it a try. So, the trio used their diving equipment to dive to the limit. Jiang Ning took out the iron wire from the space, tied an iron hook at the end, and used an underwater telescope to lower it to the location of the firebox. The iron wire was not heavy, and it was more than 100 meters high, affected by the water flow and pressure. It was not easy to hook the firebox. Hua Yishan cooperated with Jiang Ning, and Su Kai gestured beside him. Release. Release. Keep releasing. It took more than 10 minutes to get it done, and his physical strength was rapidly consumed. To the right. Yes. A little to the right. Oops. It didn't hook. Left. Left. Yes. 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 Hook hard. Oops. This went on and on. I don't know how many times I tried. Just when I was tired and about to lose faith, it seemed to finally hook. Jiang Ning tried hard to close the space. It was closed, but the underwater pressure was too great, and the firebox fell down as soon as it was put into the space. Her medicine field. Jiang Ning wailed in her heart. I really couldn't swim anymore. And the three of them hurriedly pulled the rope. The team members waited anxiously, and after receiving the signal, they pulled up in a hurry. How are you? The three were too tired to speak. Several people helped unload the diving equipment. Do you need an oxygen tank? After resting for half an hour, her body recovered. Seeing her face recover, John Lee dared to ask, Sister Ning, have you collected the firebox? Jiang Ning nodded. Everyone cheered and said excitedly, Sister Ning, Captain Hua and Captain Su, you are really awesome. They didn't dare to disturb them anymore. Hot water and towels are ready. You take a shower and rest, and leave the rest to us. Hui slept for a few hours, and he moved very lightly so as not to wake Jiang Ning, and called the team members to a meeting. This mission only retrieved a firebox. Should they return to the base first or continue the next mission? In fact, the team members had no objection. After all, the salvager was Jiang Ning, and they were just foils, and they felt embarrassed to hold the reward in their hands. Can Sister Ning handle it? Zhang Li was concerned, frowned and analyzed. The average depth of the ocean before the natural disaster was more than 3,000 meters. It is not known now, but it should not be much different. But the salvage rate is actually not high. This is also the voice of other team members. What is the probability that the ocean depth of the next mission is less than 300? Su Kai has a strong belief. What is the average depth of the ocean? We discussed it before forming the team. The development of the base requires a firebox. As long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must try it. Hui Yishan frowned slightly. Continue the mission. But we can't just rely on the firebox. Other resources can't be missed. When Jiang Ning woke up, the meeting was over. The next day, Jiang Ning released 2688, and the two submarines divided the work and cooperated to explore other resources together. 2 days later, the nuclear submarine sent a sonar to contact 2688. And found a huge industrial obstacle on the seabed. The depth is suitable for salvage. 2688 swam over to detect. It seems to be a city ruins. The whole city collapsed and sank in the ocean. The water depth is more than 100 meters. This time, Huang Mao and his team took the lead and dived into the ocean for manual detection. It took them half an hour to float up. Jiang Ning guess was right. It was a submarine ruin. There are many large tanks inside, and it is very likely to be an oil storage tank. Judging from the coordinates, this place used to be the oil-producing country Camel, a country where oil is cheaper than water. Huang Mao and the others should have seen it right. The ruins are huge, and what they saw is just the tip of the iceberg. It is rare that the sea is shallow, since it has been detected. There may be oil in it. Even if there is no oil, the tank can be dragged back and melted as scrap copper and iron, and it can be reused. Jiang Ning also thought so. Okay, let's try to fish it out. The ruins are very dangerous, and someone has to take care of each other. Jiang Ning collected both submarines, and everyone went into the sea. The water in this sea area is not fast, and the water quality is very clear. The sun shines through the seawater, and the waves sparkle. The giant tank covered with silt. The luxury car surrounded by fish and shrimp. The broken bricks and walls. The skeleton. Chapter 571. Several people swam to the nearest tank, cleaned up the attached silt, and then asked Jiang Ning to come and collect it. The tank disappeared on the spot, and the huge suction force sucked people over, almost hitting them so hard that they saw stars. The oil tank of 10,000 cubic meters consumes a lot of space. Zero Yuan Shopping has rich experience. Judging from the consumption of mental power, there is liquid in the oil tank. This is just the oil tank outside the ruins. There are many more inside and outside the ruins. Everyone carefully shuttled through the ruins on the seabed, trying to pick the ones that are not so dangerous. There were not only oil tanks, but also collapsed giant refining equipment on the seabed. It must have been a refinery before the natural disaster. After clearing the brick wall obstacles that hit the oil tanks, the team members hid in a safe place. Jiang Ning tied a rope to the oil tanks and remotely controlled them from a distance. Collect. Go ashore to rest when you are tired. Jiang Ning released the transport ship and looked at the 5 neatly arranged oil storage tanks on the ship. The team members climbed up to take a peek regardless of their tired bodies. The tank mouth was very large, and it took some time to clean it up, and it took all their strength to open it. A pungent smell hit the nose. Instead of covering their noses, the crowd seemed to be on drugs. It's oil. The team members cheered. Captain Hua. Captain Su. It's oil. Wang Mao shouted excitedly. Sister Ning is awesome. They scooped out some black liquid. They were not experts, but judging from its color and smell, it felt like refined fuel oil. Oh my god. 10,000 cubic meters of fuel oil. The team members were so happy that they immediately opened the second tank, which was still intact oil. 6 oil tanks. 60,000 cubic meters of oil. It feels like a dream. You punch me, and I pinch your arm. It really hurts. You know, besides food and medicine, the most lacking thing is oil. With the female team members, the male team members are embarrassed to take off their shirts to celebrate, and they ran around the transport ship. Ha! There is still a lot of oil on the seabed. Fortunately, The oil tanks are special, with extremely impressive thickness and density. Otherwise they would leak or float away in the earthquake collapse. Afraid of more troubles at night, the team members returned to the seabed to clean up after a rest. Sister Ning, you have to stay alert. We will call you after we finish cleaning up. The space was too big, and when a total of 17 oil tanks were cleared, the transport ship could no longer fit. After all, it was a professional oil transport ship, and overloading suddenly caused problems. But it was not easy to come out. The team members dismantled the steel and piled it together, and then asked Jiang Ning to collect it and put it in place. This time it took more than a month to come out, although only one fire box was found. 170,000 cubic meters of oil were added, which was worth it. After that, everyone went home. The transport ship still had space, and the two submarines sailed happily. On the third day of the return voyage, they suddenly detected the same kind, carrying huge treasures. The two submarines immediately became alert and immediately took their positions. The other party also quickly discovered each other's existence and became alert, first using sonar to test, then using signal lights. As they slowly approached, their true colors were revealed. Damn! They turned out to be the brothers of 2688, 0901, 1208, 2503. After the signal, they slowly surfaced and walked out of the submarine at the same time. They all had oriental faces, but they didn't recognize each other when they met. The other side had 12 people in total. Seeing that Zhang Li and others' numbers were wrong, they couldn't help but frown and said, "You are not submarine planners. How can you have submarines?" As soon as they finished speaking, they saw Su Kai-ai coming out of the nuclear submarine, and their bodies saluted involuntarily. Instructor Su. As long as they were in the submarine team of the Southern Military, even if they were not Su Kai-ai's students, they knew him. In watching base, Su Kai-ai was the key figure of the submarine team. Not to mention that most of the team members came from the Southern Military. But he never returned after the mission, and the team members thought he had died, and they were sad for a long time. Now, a living person appeared in front of them. 3 of them were his students, and tears swept down. Instructor. When the warships that evacuated overseas Chinese from the Arctic came back, news came out of Huacheng that the Southern Military team had found them, and they had established the Fengcheng base on land. This news was not officially made public by the government, and it was more of a private discussion. Most of them were from the original Southern Military base. Even if the news is true, it must be very difficult to build a base from scratch. They have mixed feelings and hope to meet their comrades one day. The nuclear submarine is big. Su Kai-ai invited the students to come together. "Are you on a mission?" The students nodded. "Instructor, we are out to find survivors." Su Kai-ai asked with concern. "How is Huacheng developing now?" "It's pretty good. The base has successfully reclaimed the sea and built an island. Now there are more than 50,000 people. A large part of them have moved to live on land more than 300 miles away. There are plenty of fish cakes and maggots. But the weather is bad and it is difficult to grow crops. The food supply is temporarily unable to be self-sufficient." Fish cakes and maggots? Huang Mao and others almost vomited. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. In the past, they could not even eat maggots, but they were treated well when they were on a mission, and they had enough potatoes and sweet potatoes. With the help of Sister Ning, they could occasionally eat dumplings, steamed buns, rice, etc. They kept more than a dozen pieces of cloth, so they don't have to worry about clothes in this life. Fengcheng started from a low point, but life improved quickly. Huacheng has a good foundation, but it seems to be developing slowly. According to them, Huacheng is now an island, and the nearest land is more than 300 miles away. Huang Mao couldn't help but sigh. A city changed because of one person. This kind of shock cannot be described in words. He was a scheming man, and hurriedly called Zhang Li to help, boiled a pot of kelp soup, and fried 2 plates of pickled vegetable noodles. Come on! Come on! Try it. Huacheng grows wheat, but there are many people in the base, and the submarine crew can't eat once in 2 months. This is still a relatively good treatment. Smelling the aroma of the noodles, everyone was drooling, but no one dared to pick up the chopsticks. This is a very precious food. Su Kai-ai was in a complicated mood. Try it. It will get better and better in the future. The trainees picked up their chopsticks, and they were reluctant to wolf down the food, but chewed it carefully, enjoying the taste buds. Jiangning asked, "How is the base hospital?" "Not bad. There is a herbal plantation, instruments and equipment, and doctor training and selection." Jiangning pretended to be surprised. "Which doctor is so good that he can take apprentices?" "It seems to be a professor named Ma, also from Guangdong province in the south. I have seen him before, and he is a very kind old man. Ma Guangyan is still here." Jiangning can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, believing that he will soon be able to train a group of students with outstanding medical skills. After getting familiar with each other, the two teams communicated more. Wang Mao asked, "Except for Chief Gu, are all the other district military chiefs here?" "Except for one who died of illness. The others have arrived. The backbones have expired, and Huaqing is united in development and construction. Zhongli and others are both looking forward to and curious. How are our people from the southern military base doing over there?" The other party's expression was a little complicated, but soon returned to normal. "Pretty good." Chapter 572. Jiangning didn't say anything, but he had other thoughts in his mind. It should be good. The top leaders of Huaqing have sent people to find survivors until now, which is enough to show that their original intention has never changed. But how to say it? The head of the family is too busy, and there are many things that can't be taken care of by the lower class. It is definitely not intentional to exclude, but it would be strange to say that children without a biological father will not be wronged. The soldiers who were originally affiliated with the southern military base were assigned to different teams. Children without biological fathers are naturally sensitive, and biological mothers with children have different lengths of fingers, especially at the lower level. This behavior is more obvious, and conflicts arise over time. There are too many monks and too little porridge. If you are not big enough, you can't grab it. Coming from the same base, they are naturally friendly. They asked Wang Mao and others, "How are you doing?" "It was difficult for us at the beginning. We only had transport ships, warships and submarines. If the land had not risen in time, I really don't know how long we could have lasted. Although there are only more than 10,000 people, the land where Fengcheng is located is very large. We have found several fire boxes, and we are united to go out to find supplies. We can burn paper, red bricks, lime, and we have also discovered coal mines." Wang Mao drew a blueprint and asked, "Are there many spark submarines coming to Huacheng?" "Quite a lot. There are already hundreds, but only some of them come with spark boxes, and many materials can be used." "Hundreds of submarines?" Zhongli and others took a breath. Brothers are true, but they are still jealous and envious. Jiangning hard moved. "There are so many spark submarines coming. Do you know Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, Zheng Weili and Ding Qi?" The other party thought about it and shook their heads and said, "We were scattered and assigned to different platforms. Many people don't know each other. It's not easy to meet. I haven't heard of the names you mentioned." Jiangning was depressed. Less than 1/5 of the 3,000 submarines had been discovered. Where had they gone? The other party was also in a bad mood. "There are many submarines in Huacheng running around. We have already found dozens of wreckages." Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the natural disaster to be so tragic. Even the specially made submarines. They are all the fire planners of the southern base. They are the best in both physical and mental qualities. But the reality is so bloody and cruel. Natural disasters leave no way for people to survive. After recovering a little, Wang Mao asked, "Where are your submarines? Did you take all the fire boxes?" "No. Most of them are disconnected." He followed the topic and said, "Where did they fall?" "Well, they really said it. How should I put it? Meeting Sukai I and others is like meeting my family. There is nothing I dare not say to my family. Anyway, the Huacheng base cannot be salvaged, and it is a waste to sleep on the seabed. So, I got a few more coordinates. After being together for a long time, it is finally time to say goodbye." The other party wanted to say something, but he never said it. Instead, he stood on the submarine, watching the nuclear submarine go away, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Wang Mao wrote down the coordinates in his mind on a notebook. "Captain Su, do you think they want to go with us?" Su Kai said calmly. "Whether it's Huacheng or Fengcheng, we are all Chinese. Everyone understands that the choice is autonomous, and it has nothing to do with right or wrong. Whether Sukai chooses Fengcheng or they choose Huacheng, just feel at ease. Jiang Ning woke up and found that the submarine was in a suspended state. What's wrong? Everyone was eager to go home. But now they are not in a hurry. Hu Yishan looked a little solemn. Aining, we found a sunken submarine, including a fire starter box. Jiang Ning was stunned. How did he come across it? When they said it, it was true that he felt sorry. But when he really encountered it, everyone felt very heavy. The water was more than 300 meters deep, and it was impossible to salvage it manually. After discussing, Jiang Ning decided to use the same trick again, hooking the submarine first and then bringing it up. Only when he got to the bottom of the sea did he find that the submarine was very tragic, broken at the riveting point, and the submarine was dozens of meters away from the fire starter box. The sea is calm now, but what level of tsunami could tear the submarine apart? The water is too deep, and salvage is extremely inconvenient. The team members changed several ways and finally succeeded in collecting the submarine and the fire box. There was no place to put the fire box on the transport ship, so Jiang Ning only took out the submarine 2023. Even though it was made of special materials, it was still scarred by natural disasters. The waist was cracked, and some parts were even sunken. It took a lot of effort to open the hatch. There were 15 corpses in military uniforms, rotten to the point of only skeletons. There were only empty food bags and notebooks that were soaked in water and could not be opened in the cramped room. Huang Mao's eyes were red, and he turned his face away and begged, Sister Ning, let's take them home. Take them to their new home in China, and let the heroic souls return to their hometown. Jiang Ning's throat was itchy. Yes. She took out the body bag, and Zhongli and others separated the bones and packed them up. Heavy, solemn, and commemorative. Su Kai never spoke, but his expression was particularly sad. If I guessed correctly, these fire planners were not only his students, but also his beloved disciples. In the next few days, everyone's mood was trapped in it. It was not until Feng Chungbei came into view that the joy of returning home diluted the sadness. It took almost 2 months from departure to return. The one who came to meet him was still Rong Sanshao, shivering in his military coat. The sun was shining brightly on the sea in the morning, but it was snowing heavily when they arrived in Fengcheng in the evening. Wang Mao and others were used to the unpredictable climate. Fortunately, they brought all their anjiao and quickly found their cotton clothes to put on. Rong Sanshao pulled Jiang Ning aside and said, Sister, you were injured and unconscious when you went to sea, so just rest on the boat for a few days. Jiang Ning was stunned. What happened? It was snowing in June, and the son of a senior executive caught a cold. His high fever continued and turned into pneumonia. Young Master Rong said cryptically, You cured our dad's pneumonia last time, and it has spread throughout the base. Now everyone knows that you are not only a good doctor, but also have life-saving medicine. People are looking for you everywhere, and they are looking forward to it. Jiang Ning pondered. Did my dad ask you to come? No. My dad accidentally sprained his waist while exercising a few days ago. I went there yesterday to help with some work, and it happened that the man came to the door, and the hospital was at a loss because there was no medicine. Jiang Ning understood what he meant. Captain Xiao? Young Master Rong nodded. Jiang Ning had done in-depth research on the 5 second-in-commands of the base. Commander Xiao not only had a son, but also several adopted sons. He did not publicly adopt adopted sons, but those who understand would understand. The overall situation was of one mind. But Commander Xiao was keen on power. He did not say it, but he had already regarded himself as Gu Tinglin's successor. Gu Tinglin was seriously ill several times, and he was the most active. His adopted sons were arranged to various important departments, and his hands were particularly long. After returning from the last mission, he wanted to arrange people to join the special salvage team, but Yu Changzheng found a reason to push it away. As a real sister, Rong Sanshao spoke without any hesitation. Sister, Xiao is ambitious and will definitely be a stumbling block for you and your brother-in-law in the future. He has been making trouble for our father in private. Now that his son is sick, he sent someone to find you. You are really shameless. You fainted on the boat for a few days and waited for his son to die and wake up. In this way, you can deal with him without bloodshed, and you don't have to fight him at all. Disasters continue, and it is normal for someone to die. This is called heaven's retribution. Jiang Ning frowned. You have clearly sorted out the complicated relationships in the military. Sister, we are siblings, grasshoppers in the same boat. How can I not think about you and your brother-in-law? Chapter 573. As long as Commander Zhao's son dies, his desire for power will be dampened, and it will be easy to deal with those godsons, whether it is the military or the political system. As long as it is a team composed of people, there will always be conflicts of interest. Young Master Rong is very ambitious and has analyzed it thoroughly in the past few months. This is definitely an excellent opportunity. Sister, don't be confused. Saving someone out of weakness will only bring you trouble. Young Master Rong is serious about promotion and career. Cure the person. But if he says thank you insincerely, if he fails to save the person or burns his brain, he will dare to say that you did it on purpose. Hurry up. Hurry up. Fall down quickly. His people are guarding at the dock, and they will probably come soon. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he wants to find fault, even if I faint, he won't find fault? Young Master Rong's face was full of black lines. At least when he finds fault, he can't stand on his feet. Jiang Ning understood his intention. If someone who can sit in the position of division commander really wants to find fault, he won't do it so easily, but use other means. Apart from his son, are there many people who fall ill? The temperature suddenly dropped overnight, and a large number of people fell ill. Several middle and senior executives fell ill. I guess there is something wrong with the snow. Rong Sanshao suddenly slapped his head. My dad was chatting with Aunt Shu yesterday, saying that you didn't know if you were in extreme cold outside, and whether you were frozen. He seemed to say that everyone was sick. He was working at the time, and he didn't hear it clearly, but he heard the leader's tone was quite worried. Jiang Ning frowned. If Gu Tingling could say it during the chat, the relationship must be special. How is my dad's waist injury? It's easy to sprain when you are old and lack calcium. It will be fine after a period of rest. Just after he finished speaking, the soldiers under the command of Division Commander Xiao suddenly disappeared. Is Miss Jiang here? Young Master Rong wanted her to hide, but it was too late. Jiang Ning said calmly, I am? What's wrong? Young Master Xiao is seriously ill, and I heard that Miss Zhang's medical skills are coming. So Commander Xiao specially asked us to come and invite her. Jiang Ning was surprised. I don't even have a diploma from a medical school. How can I have good medical skills? Comrade Dean is a first-class military doctor. How dare I show off in front of him? She said it better than singing. Just for the medicine. Miss Jiang, thank you for the trouble. Jiang Ning did not refuse. Okay, I go with you to see. But I can't guarantee that there is a way. After all, medicine is the key. She told Huishan about it. Huishan didn't object. I go with you. The supplies brought back were under the supervision of Su Kai-tai and the team members, so there was no problem at all. Rong Sanshao was depressed. But when he learned that his sister brought back 130,000 cubic meters of oil, his jaw dropped. Yes, it was indeed his sister. After returning to the dock by speedboat, Huishan went to get the car, and took the soldiers of the division commander Xiao with him, and drove directly to the hospital. The road was covered with thick snow. Fortunately, the high-end military version of the Hummer was driven. If it was an ordinary car, it would definitely be stuck in the snow and could not be pulled out. As expected of the king of the end of the world, he is not afraid of any bad weather. The soldiers under Commander Xiao did not speak, but were shocked by the military off-road luxury car. This performance and equipment are definitely a combat command vehicle. Not to mention the commander. Even the chief does not have this treatment when traveling. These two people are indeed not simple. The heavy snow came without any signs, and everything was white. The weather changed from hot to freezing, which made Jiang Ning think of the extreme cold at the beginning of the natural disaster. The temperature dropped by more than 40 degrees overnight, and I don't know how many people died. More than a decade of erratic climate has improved the adaptability of human bodies. But many people do not have enough warm clothes. So how can they withstand such cold? After returning to the mainland, Jiang Ning also experienced several heavy snowfalls. But this time was undoubtedly the worst. The weeds on the roadside and the vegetables in the plantation were all covered by the snow. This meant that the hard work was once again in vain, leaving countless survivors in despair. They really didn't know what to do. If they planted drought-resistant crops, they would all freeze to death in a heavy snowfall. If they planted frost-resistant potatoes, they would all die in the sun when the temperature soared. Looking at the ragged survivors of the base outside the car window, hunched over with dull and confused expressions, Jiang Ning felt an invisible depression. In the previous life, she was one of them. In this life, she just got a golden finger. She took a deep breath and exhaled the foul air. The snow was heavy, and it took twice as long as usual to get to the hospital. Commander Xiao was of high rank, so he was assigned a special ward. But who knew there were 2 patients lying in it? The man standing in the room was tall, pacing anxiously. When he saw her come in, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly came to greet her. "Niece, I'm your Uncle Xiao, and I've been waiting for you to come back." This was the first time Jiang Ning met Commander Xiao. Unlike Gu Tinglin's serious square face, his facial features were slightly rounder, and his anxious face was familiar and smiling. It reminded her of Jiang Guanshan in Huacheng. But Commander Xiao was more majestic than Jiang Guanshan. After all, Jiang Guanshan was in charge of logistics, while Commander Xiao led the troops. So their auras were naturally different. "This is my son Xiao Wei. He caught a cold and had a fever during a raid at night a few days ago, and he developed pneumonia." Xiao Wei was about the same age as Huishan, but he was very different in both appearance and body. He had a lot more flesh than ordinary people. "Pneumonia?" Jiang Ning pretended to be surprised. "This is troublesome. Have you taken a CT scan?" "Don't mention it. The hospital CT machine is broken." Jiang Ning frowned. "I don't know the situation of lung infection. It's hard to prescribe the right medicine, and the inflammation is easy to worsen if it is not eliminated." "Who said it's not? I'm so anxious." "Niece, do you have any good ideas?" Jiang Ning asked patiently. "What is the current treatment plan?" Commander Xiao was so anxious that he turned around and said, "We have used both Chinese and Western medicine. The Western medicine is the batch you exchanged with the hospital, and acupuncture and so on. But it doesn't work. The high fever keeps coming down." "Oh no! We must find a way to reduce the fever. Otherwise it will aggravate the lung infection and easily turn into meningitis." "Meningitis? That would be stupid." Teacher Xiao became even more anxious. "Niece, the hospital doesn't have medicine. You have to think of a way." "Oh!" She asked for it right away. "Uncle Xiao, don't worry. I do have some left. But not much. It's what my dad used last time. But using medicine is risky. My dad really had no other choice last time. So I took the risk and tried it." "Okay. Thank you, niece." As they were talking, the dean came over. Jiang Ning discussed the treatment with him, and then told him about the antibiotics. "I have some herbal medicines, which I will send over when the time comes. You can decide whether to use them after evaluating them." Just as they were about to leave, the dean said tactfully, "Teacher Yu is also sick." Chapter 574. Jiang Ning then realized that the person on the other bed was Yu Changzheng. She finally knew why there were 2 patients in the intensive care unit. They were waiting for her. Yu Changzheng was appointed by Gu Tinglin as the leader of the special team. Jiang Ning couldn't just stand by and watch him die. But if she did, she had to save Xiao Wei. Otherwise she would be accused of favoritism. Commander Xiao hurriedly said, "Niece, old Yu is the leader of the special team and the chief's lifelong brother. You must find a way to save him." After saying this, he walked to Yu Changzheng and said to him, who was unconscious, "Old Yu, wake up. You must hold on. Your niece is back, and she will definitely save you with her medical skills." The dean choked, but didn't say anything. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. The old fox is really good at calculating. In the same ward, Jiang Ning wanted to give Changzheng special treatment, but it was not possible. "This is good. At least it is fair." Jiang Ning asked about Yu Changzheng's condition again, and the dean said truthfully, "Master Yu's condition is relatively mild, but it is very difficult to have no medicine. Pneumonia is not a difficult disease, and ordinary doctors can treat it. The key is medicine." Jiang Ning did not stay for long, and asked the dean to send someone to go back with her to get medicine. The hospital is not far from home, and it only takes a few minutes to drive there. Jiang Ning did not go back to her own home, but got off the car and ran straight to the next door. "Dad?" The wolf-hearted dog rushed out of the house, running towards her on the snow, followed by 4 stumbling glutinous rice balls. "Woo woo woo. Ah woo woo." Jiang Ning ignored them and went straight to Gu Tinglin's room. Gu Tinglin sprained his waist and was resting. "Come in." The tone was concise, but the mood seemed quite good. The conditions of the chief's family were much better than those of ordinary people, and they had enough cotton-padded clothes and quilts. But Dowdu still gave him a thinner and warmer silk quilt, and also picked down linings suitable for Gu Tinglin and Shu Xueqing, so that no one could tell when they were wearing them. The supplies were all left by Jiang Ning, and they were all placed in the storage room, just in case. There was also a heater in the room, and life was so comfortable. By the way, the wolf-hearted dog brought his cub to accompany him. In addition, the dog had a tablet, which was given by the shit shoveler. In the past, it loved to squat on the sofa with Dowdu and watch. Then it curled up in the nest with his wife and watched. And now it brings it to Gu Tinglin to kill time while he was recovering from his illness. Jiang Ning almost choked. Not because she was jealous, but because the dog always loved the tablet and never brought it to her. Well, she was jealous. She had raised it as her darling for so many years. But it couldn't compare to the few months of getting along with Gu Tinglin. It was indeed a generation apart. Seeing his daughter come back, Gu Tinglin wanted to get out of bed, but was supported by Jiang Ning. How is your back injury? It's not a big problem. Just stay in bed and rest. Can't sit or stand for a long time. He can take care of himself. But everyone is nervous. He is not made of tofu. Not so fragile. Afraid that Jiang Ning would not believe it, he insisted on getting up and walking a few steps. It hurts, but not too much. I accidentally twisted it during morning exercise. Don't make a fuss. Jiang Ning checked it out, and it was indeed not serious, and he would recover after a period of rest. Master Zhao's people were waiting outside, and Jiang Ning briefly mentioned that he was invited to the hospital, having worked together for more than 10 years. How could Gu Tinglin not understand Xiao? He has national interests, but he is also ambitious. He is usually a smiling tiger, and is smooth and sophisticated. It is understandable that he was so rude this time. After all, his son's life is at stake. If it were him, he would probably do the same. Is there a way to save him? Gu Tinglin paused. But my own safety is the most important, Jiang Ning said truthfully. There are not many medicines. I have to ensure that I can take them out at any time when the people I care about are sick. In the past, there were only Huishan and Dowdu, but now there are more and more. Instead of using the life-saving medicine on those who are against you, why not give it to those who are on the same front? Life-saving medicine is not renewable. Gu Tinglin respects her decision. You decide. Jiang Ning knew what was going on. I go back and get medicine for Commander Xiao and Commander Yu. Gu Tinglin nodded. Your Uncle Yu is seriously ill and may get worse at any time. Accompany me to visit him in the hospital later. Jiang Ning had no objection and went home to prepare the medicine. The anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics that Ng Jiang's family collected, as well as herbs that are beneficial for treating pneumonia. She put them all together, and let the hospital decide who to give them, and who not to give them. After feeding the wolf-hearted dog lung with the delicious legs, the two went to the next door to accompany Gu Tinglin for dinner. Shu Xueqing was busy in the hospital, and had to work overtime until the evening. Sprains require calcium supplements, so Jiang Ning took out pork ribs and corn soup, clear fish, egg and bean curd soup, and green vegetables. After dinner, she saw that there were not many supplies in the kitchen, so she thought about what to put in. But Gu Tinglin said, don't put it in. There are many people coming and going here, and they are all meticulous. It's not good for you. Jiang Ning had no objection. You guys come over to eat later. I asked Xiaoxua or Shella to come over, and you can call them. Woof. Ah. She was so cunning. She almost called Grandpa and Grandma. The environment was tough, and you couldn't bring good things when you went to the hospital to visit patients. Jiang Ning brought 2 boxes of canned fruit and fish, and half a pound of brick candy. They were all from Hoarding sauce, so there was no need to worry about the source. Huishan drove. Jiang Ning sat in the back seat, and added a cushion for Gu Tinglin. When they arrived at the hospital, the dog brought the lunch box to the busy grandma. Jiang Ning and Gu Tinglin went to the ward. Commander Xiao was still there, and Mrs. Yu happened to come over to accompany her husband, feeding him porridge. Seeing the chief and his daughter coming, Commander Xiao hurriedly stood up to greet them. Chief, niece, why are you here? I came to see you. Gu Tinglin asked with concern. How is the situation? I have taken the medicine given by my niece, and my fever has dropped slightly. I am still under observation. Thank you so much, Chief and niece. Bala bala. What he said was touching, and his expression was even more grateful. Jiang Ning wanted to laugh, But Gu Tinglin comforted him seriously. Xiao Xiaowei is not serious. He is in good health and recovers quickly. He will be fine. After a few pleasantries, Gu Tinglin turned around and asked about Yu Chongjing's situation. Mrs. Yu was worried. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Mrs. Yu is in the logistics of the army. She had a pair of children with Yu Chongjing. When the natural disaster occurred, her daughter was studying abroad, and her son was a talented student who graduated from a military academy and held a high position in a southern military base. Unfortunately, the sky did not fulfill people's wishes. In the end, they could not withstand the natural disasters for more than 10 years. They were knocked off the warship during a storm at sea and submerged in the raging waves. As for the daughter, she didn't even have the chance to return home. Mrs. Yu had a difficult delivery, and her daughter was born weak and would catch a cold if she was exposed to the wind. The two of them had no hope for this. In the end, only the couple was left. But Yu Chongjing fell ill and couldn't get up. The couple loved each other very much, and they were a good story in the army back then. But who knew that they would suffer constant blows in the second half of their lives? Mrs. Yu's eyes were gray, and she didn't see much desire to survive. Once Yu Chongjing died of illness, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back for her. This is not uncommon in the end times, and Jiang Ning has long been accustomed to seeing things go wrong. Chapter 575. Gu Tinglin was talking on this end, and Zhao's eyes would occasionally glance over. He was really afraid that he would suffer a loss. 10 fingers have different lengths. So what if he is partial? Everyone has selfishness. Who wouldn't be partial to oneself? If you have to think about those who are against you openly or secretly, isn't it a problem? But the father and daughter didn't know anything. While they were saying comforting words, Xiao Wei suddenly convulsed and vomited. And Xiao was so shocked that he shouted, "Doctor, come quickly!" Medical staff arrived and rushed the patient to the hospital for emergency treatment. Gu Tinglin went over to check. While everyone's attention was diverted, Jiang Ning took out a needle from his pocket and quickly injected it into Yu Chongjing's arm. Mrs. Yu was surprised at first, but she quickly reacted and stood up to block Jiang Ning to prevent others from seeing him. Jiang Ning gave Yu Chongjing hormones in the hope of saving him. After all, he was Gu Tinglin's capable general and took good care of her and Huishan. Without him, the special team would be torn apart by others. Therefore, Yu Chongjing is the barrier between Jiang Ning and Huishan, and he must be saved. After the injection, Jiang Ning quietly stuffed a bottle of prepared medicine into Mrs. Yu's pocket, and told her to take it according to the dosage. Mrs. Yu was grateful, but she was worried that she would be targeted by Division Commander Xiao, which would make things difficult for the commander and Jiang Ning. He had to arrange his son in the same ward with old Yu. Wasn't it because he was worried that Jiang Ning would show favoritism? Old Yu's illness could not be delayed, and he had to find a way to prevent Xiao Wei from coming in again. Xu Xueqing finished her work and ate a few mouthfuls of food in a hurry. When she learned that Gu Tinglin and Jiang Ning were coming, she also hurried over. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived at the door, Xiao Wei suddenly vomited and needed emergency treatment. He had pneumonia, and once the vomit went into his trachea, he could easily suffocate and die. Mrs. Yu squeezed the medicine and stuffed it into her pocket. She wanted to say thank you, but Jiang Ning stopped her with her eyes. Gu Tinglin injured his waist, and Jiang Ning was worried that he would feel uncomfortable standing for a long time. So she accompanied him back. Xu Xueqing happened to be off work, so she drove back with him. In the car, she mentioned the collection of the fire box. Thinking of the fire box that condensed the sweat and wisdom of countless people sinking into the deep sea and unable to be salvaged, Gu Tinglin couldn't help but sigh. But the discovery of the oil tank on the seabed was definitely exciting news. Industrial development cannot do without oil, especially the human base that urgently needs to be restored. If there is fuel, why would the soldiers walk thousands of miles and carry the materials in the fire boxes back with their arms and shoulders? We must find a way to transport them all back as soon as possible. Jiang Ning also thought so. At least with the existing equipment and technology, it is simply a fantasy to want to extract oil. As soon as she got home, Huishan took Daodu back from the farm with a ruthless heart. The temperature suddenly dropped, and Daodu was busy. If it weren't for her brother coming, she would probably eat and sleep in the rest area and would never have time to go home. Fortunately, the greenhouse was designed with heating pipes. But Daodu and young Master Rong still urgently contacted the government to find a way to bring over a dozen tons of coal. Coal had just been mined, and the efficiency was low and the output was small. But after he Tianming coordinated with many parties, it was finally arranged. These days, the workers have been eating and living in the greenhouse, constantly adding coal to the furnace to provide heat for the crops that are afraid of freezing. Daodu is anxious, but the government is more anxious. Many crops in the open air have been frozen to death, and the crops in the greenhouse glass have become the only hope. She held a cloth bag in her hand, took out tomatoes, cucumbers, and edamame from it, and said happily, "Sister-in-law, these are all grown on our farm. It's worse than those grown in space, but it has enough farmyard manure, and it has not been hit by drought and sandstorms. It is many times stronger than those grown in the open air. Green vegetables are harmless vegetables." Jiang Ning is proud of her. "Okay. Use them to cook tomorrow." The little girl looked thinner. Her eyes were a little dark, and her expression was tired. She took out steaming chicken soup, braised pork ribs, and green vegetables, and let Daodu eat and drink enough to take a hot bath and rest. "Sister-in-law, I'm fine." She was under a lot of pressure, but seeing her brother and sister-in-law come back, she was very relaxed. Not only does the farm have to burn coal, the temperature over there can't be too low. Fertilized eggs are stored during natural disasters. They have genes that can withstand bad weather. There is no need to worry about adult poultry. Just use wooden boards and weeds to surround the shed. But the newly hatched chicks need special protection. Jiang Ning was surprised. "Have you negotiated the shareholding of the breeding farm?" "Grandpa, he will coordinate. The base will hold 20% of the shares. They will provide land, technical experts, energy, etc. We will hold 80% of the shares, with existing poultry as shares, and be responsible for daily management, etc. The same is true for the farm. All conditions have been negotiated, and we are just waiting for Jiang Ning to come back and sign the contract." It sounds simple, but who doesn't want to maximize benefits? Even with He Tianming's mediation, it's not easy to operate. But she held on. There was no impatience or complaint. She was growing rapidly, and her energy was growing. At this moment, Jiang Ning was very relieved. "My daughter has grown up." The return of her brother and sister-in-law gave Daodu great spiritual support. She took a hot bath to relieve fatigue, turned on the heater in the room, and soon fell asleep. "I haven't slept so soundly for a long time." Yu Changjung was ill, so the inspection and acceptance arrangements were put on hold for the time being. But when the transport ship came back, it still caused a sensation throughout the base. 130,000 cubic meters of oil. It exploded at the top of the military first. This is simply hell. It was luck once, and luck twice. It feels like the base is going to take off, or ride a rocket. I know the special team is mysterious, but God doesn't give me this kind of reward. The master among them is God. They are eager to know the truth. But Commander Yu is in a coma, and the leader is recuperating from a back injury. It was so annoying. But I couldn't stretch my hands too far. It was freezing cold, so I got into bed to keep warm. Daodu got up early and went to the breeding farm to work. He was used to being wild and ruthless. He took the cub into the owner's room and went out to play. He was called the flower protector. It was rare for them to be alone, so they couldn't help themselves. It was almost noon when they woke up. It was freezing cold outside. Jiang Ning took out the thermostatic cloth and made 2 sets of clothes, one for Gu Tinglin and one for Xu Xueqing, to prevent them from getting sick in extreme weather. She has been out and about for a long time, and the disease is not always so polite. Do what you can, and leave the rest to fate. Go to the next door to have dinner with Gu Tinglin, and then give him a massage for rehabilitation. After the massage, Gu Tinglin felt much better and suggested, "If you have time, go to the hospital to visit your uncle Yu more often. It won't hurt." Jiang Ning was more than happy. No problem. She took out 2 large bowls of medicinal chicken soup from the space, and walked to the hospital with Huishan. I don't know who helped. Xiao Wei is still in the ICU for observation, and finally didn't have to squeeze into the same ward with Yu Changjung. Chapter 576. Good news. Yu Changjung has woken up. He was so weak that he couldn't even speak. Mrs. Yu was taking care of him. "Xiao Jiang, thank you for the medicine. It's my duty to cure illnesses and save lives." Jiang Ning handed over the chicken soup. "Uncle Yu is very weak, and the porridge has no nutrition. It just so happens that the chickens in the farm are ready to be sold. so I specially stewed it and brought it over. Mrs. Yu also knew that the porridge had no nutrition, but it was much better than potatoes and sweet potatoes. The chicken soup smelled tempting, and even though Yu Changzheng was in a high position, he hadn't tasted it for several years. The patient needed nutrition, and Mrs. Yu was not polite. Thinking that she would give Jiang Ning a thank you gift after her husband got better, she took it and fed her husband carefully. After saying some words of comfort, Jiang Ning got up and said goodbye, asking Mrs. Yu to go to the farm to catch chickens when she was free to replenish her body. After coming out of the intensive care unit, the two carried another bowl of chicken soup to the ICU. Commander Xiao was not there, and Mrs. Xiao was with her son, and the sound of wailing kept coming out. After taking the medicine, Xiao Wei woke up last night, but his condition was not right. He is not out of danger yet, but according to various tests, the high fever has induced meningitis. Even before the natural disaster, meningitis was a highly fatal disease, and without antibiotics, the mortality rate was as high as 95%. Xiao Wei suffered brain damage, hearing loss, and vomiting from time to time. Brain damage is almost irreversible. Even if he is kept alive with antibiotics, he will live a life worse than death. Not to mention that antibiotics are resistant. In short, be mentally prepared. Mrs. Xiao wailed and rushed to the doctor, asking hysterically, "Why is this happening? The medicine used is obviously the same. Why is Commander Yu fine, but my son has meningitis?" The doctor said calmly, "Madam, please calm down. Everyone's condition is different, and the receptors are different. The treatment effect varies from person to person." Mrs. Xiao couldn't accept it. "You must have cheated for personal gain and changed the medicine." The doctor understood the grief of the patient's family, but the wife of a teacher said such a thing, and the doctor was speechless. When taking Western medicine, the two doses are the same. Teacher Xiao was there at the time. The Chinese medicine was in duplicate. If you don't believe it, you can check the drug residue. The dean knew that Teacher Xiao was suspicious and difficult to deal with, so he specifically ordered to do things carefully and not give people a chance to criticize. The two bowls of medicine were boiled, and the Xiao family was given the first. The hospital did not show any favoritism, but still took the blame. Her son's life was at stake, and the grief-stricken Mrs. Xiao said without thinking, "That's Jiang Ning. There is something wrong with her medication. What are you doing? Hurry up and save her." Jiang Ning kicked the door at the door, his face dark and ugly. Mrs. Xiao had never seen Jiang Ning. At this moment, she was filled with grief and anger, seeing someone being so arrogant in the ICU. She was about to scold him, but suddenly realized something. Her face. Swish. Her face turned pale. Her clothes were not exquisite, but the fabric was good, and her face was rosy and healthy. It was Jiang Ning. Madame Xiao did not expect Jiang Ning to come to the hospital. She had just said something casually, but she had heard it. This was a problem. Jiang Ning was the daughter of the chief after all. If the chief was misunderstood, she opened her mouth to make amends. But Jiang Ning said coldly, "Madame Xiao, you can eat anything you want, but you can't say anything you want." Madame Xiao quickly explained, "Miss Jiang, that's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand." Jiang Ning interrupted, "I'm not a doctor. It was Master Xiao who insisted on me saving people. He even sent people to block the port. I had to treat him. Seeing Master Zhao's friendship with my father and his contributions to the country, I came to the hospital without even entering the house, and even took out the few medicines I had. Your people followed me throughout the whole process, and the medicine I brought back was also checked by the hospital. Now you say there is something wrong with my medicine? You think my medicine is a panacea that can cure all diseases. Even if a Chinese medicine expert stands here today, he dare not guarantee that he can cure your son's disease 100%. Jiang Ning became more and more angry as he spoke, and smashed the stew pot in his hand to the ground. "You are so kind. I even stewed some tonic food to visit you." The mud floor. The stew pot was not smashed, but the chicken soup inside was all spilled on it, and the fragrant aroma filled the room. Mrs. Xiao didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so fierce, as if she wanted to eat people, and she was so scared that she quickly took 2 steps back. Jiang Ning turned and left. She wanted to chase him to explain, but her son vomited and needed rescue, and he couldn't leave without someone around. Finally, she stomped her feet helplessly and asked someone to go to her husband to discuss countermeasures. Jiang Ning left the room and went straight to the dean's office. "Dean, Madame Xiao said that there was something wrong with my medicine, which caused her son to be like this. In that case, please return the remaining medicine to me. Otherwise, I cannot be responsible if someone dies." The dean was stunned and angry, and after a long while he blurted out, "Absurd." After a pause, he explained with polite words, "Mrs. Xiao is worried and confused, so don't take it to heart. Mr. Zhao's antibiotics cannot be discontinued. Otherwise it will be more dangerous. The hospital still has antibiotics. Second Lieutenant Xiao has developed antibodies to the existing antibiotics in the hospital, so they are completely useless." Jiang Ning refused to listen and was determined to take the medicine back. The medicine is hers, and the dean has to give it to her. Besides, with the current medical level, Xiao Wei's meningitis and pneumonia are. It's a matter of time. And it's really a waste of medicine. It's better to leave it to those who need it more. But he couldn't say that. So he said some polite words, and then returned the medicine to Jiang Ning. As soon as Jiang Ning arrived at the hospital gate with the medicine, he saw Commander Xiao rushing over. She ignored him, and went home with a gloomy face. It was estimated that Commander Xiao would come soon. So Jiang Ning drove away. He went to the Population Statistics Center first, but still couldn't find the whereabouts of the familiar person. Opposite was the police station, and the police escorted 6 or 7 men back, the youngest in his 20s, and the oldest in his 40s or 50s. There was also a woman in her early 40s, ragged and covered with marks. Those who understand understand. The woman looked familiar, and Jiang Ning went over it several times in his mind before he remembered that she was the one who hid the seed in her underwear. She cried so hard that she would hit the men from time to time. Jiang Ning had mixed feelings and watched from a distance without saying anything. The police found them in the wild while patrolling and brought them back. Someone nearby muttered. The men said it was a deal. The women said it was an insult. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's hard to say. It depends on how the police judge. There are not many women in the base, so there are too many monks and too little porridge. Women have become popular. This is very common. The man who said this looked frivolous and jealous. We are all human beings. It's normal to have needs. If I were a woman, I would be so happy. Polyandry is so cool. I don't even have to work in the fields to earn food. It's a sure win. Are you disgusted? What's disgusting? In ancient times, men had 3 wives and 4 concubines. Now it's your turn to be picky. Not to mention the young and beautiful ones. Even the 60-year-old grandmas have a lot of people lining up to marry them. Jiang Ning felt noisy and drove to the farm. The farm was right next to the farm. There were only a few dozen poultry that could be put on the market or lay eggs. But chickens lay eggs, and eggs lay chickens. I believe it will expand soon. The base waved its hand and allocated 10 acres of land. Young Master Rong led the workers to build the wall, while Rong Tingting stood with a few policemen. The leader looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Director Ling. Chapter 577. As expected, He Tianming did not miss the opportunity and pulled Director Ling in. One is responsible for government affairs, and the other is responsible for public security. The two had cooperated in Fengcheng before. People who know each other well should have a tacit understanding when cooperating. Jiang Ning walked over. Director Ling. Director Ling nodded. You came just in time. Seeing that Rong Tingting was both angry and helpless, she couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Sister Anning? The poultry in the farm was stolen. Jiang Ning, So? The director of the Supervision Bureau came here just to investigate the lost poultry? He is Director Ling, an important figure in the public security, procuratorial and judicial organs of Fengcheng. He has handled all the major and dangerous cases. But now, he is investigating trivial matters in person. That's right. It's the end of the world of natural disasters. And human lives are worthless. I'm not kidding. Live poultry is now a treasure. It not only involves human appetite, but also is an indispensable part of ecological balance. To be serious, they are not just poultry, but also a symbol of civilization. Overnight, the farm lost more than 20 poultry, including chickens, ducks, geese, quails, and roosters. All of them were about to lay eggs and hatch, which was really abominable. What was even more outrageous was that the thieves also knocked out the farm guard. It was freezing cold, and the guard died of excessive blood loss in the snow. The base was strictly controlled. and guns and ammunition were strictly prohibited. There were many petty thefts at ordinary times. But the farm was opened by the chief's daughter, and the base held 20% of the shares. Tingting couldn't figure out who was so bold as to dare to touch the tiger's tail. Next to them, the family members of the deceased, who had rushed over, were howling in agony. Jiang Ning frowned. Director Ling, can you find the murderer? After the police inspected the scene, Director Ling already had an idea for solving the case, and said calmly, "It's not a big problem, but it will take some time." This kind of case was just a small test for him. Jiang Ning was not worried at all. "Okay, then I trouble you." Director Ling asked to bring the deceased back to the police station, and told the farm to cooperate at any time, and also to do a good job of comforting the family members of the deceased. Jiang Ning agreed without hesitation. Seeing him leave, she asked, "Do you have confidence in Fengcheng Base?" Director Ling looked at her with a smile on his face. "Do you have confidence?" Jiang Ning gave him a positive answer. "Of course. As long as you have confidence." Director Ling adjusted his hat and strode away. Watching him leave, Jiang Ning called Tingting to the side. "How do you plan to comfort the family of the deceased?" Tingting said without blinking. "Sister Anning, don't worry. I will arrange it." Although she was young, she spoke very sophisticatedly. Jiang Ning asked curiously, "Tell me about it." "The most worthless thing in the end times is human life. The reason why they are crying so hard is just to gain more benefits. Tingting already has a condolence plan. I suggest compensating them with a pair of chickens that can be kept for breeding, and then let the son of the deceased take over the job of guarding, so that he can have a stable income." Jiang Ning asked again, "What if they disagree?" She said firmly and sonorously, "The murderer should be compensated, and the farm is also a victim. It is out of humanitarian concern. This is already a generous compensation. If they make trouble again, they will get nothing." Jiang Ning almost gave her a thumbs up. This is the real successor of Master Rong. "Okay, I leave this to you. If you can't handle it, come to me again." Jiang Ning went to the farm next door. The workers were heating the greenhouse in an orderly manner and cleaning the snow on the glass greenhouse in the heavy snow. Dowdu was busy in an unknown greenhouse. Jiang Ning did not disturb her, but inspected it himself. The mulberry seedlings grew very fast, and the green was lush. There was an agricultural expert arranged by the government in the greenhouse, but he was about 50 years old, but his temples were already gray. He observed the mulberry and honeysuckle seedlings, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Seeing Jiang Ning, he took the initiative to come over and say hello. "Comrade Jiang, auspicious snow means a good harvest. The base is hopeful. Quickly arrange for land reclamation and afforestation." The sudden heavy snow made many survivors sick, and most of the open-air crops were killed or injured. But he was the only one who was excited. "Emotions are contagious." Jiang Ning asked, "Uncle, what do you mean?" "Mulberry trees are not afraid of freezing, and honeysuckle can survive at -20 degrees. Now plant them with the soil and roots, and wait for the snow to melt and moisten the wasteland in the future, so that they can successfully survive the planting period. And these two plants are drought-resistant and like the sun. As long as the green forest can be established, the planting area can be continuously expanded, and in a few years, there will be oases everywhere." The old man smiled and said, "You should also understand agronomy. The seedlings grown in greenhouses are almost all cold-resistant and drought-resistant, which is very good." He would come to the farm from time to time, and was very familiar with Dowdu and others. "Youth is hope. With your perseverance, the future is promising." The old man had a good attitude and spoke well and well. Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" "He Xinxi, a national agronomy expert. He is a survivor of the Hunan official base. And what is even more shocking is that his teacher is actually the great man of dream of enjoying the coolness under the rice field." During the conversation, Jiang Ning suddenly asked, "Mr. He, if there are hybrid rice seeds, can you research hybrid rice?" He Xinxi was stunned for a long time before saying, "It's difficult, but if there really is, give me 5 years. I have the confidence." "Of course there is, and a lot of it. It was collected from a certain long high-tech station that year. She almost didn't plant it, and there were still several hundred kilograms left." He Xinxi was unaware of this, and he was in a painful memory. When the natural disaster occurred, I and several colleagues ran back to the head office, but the company had been robbed, and we only found some precious hybrid rice seeds. We were all students of our teacher and regarded seeds as our lives. Even if some people starved to death, they did not think of taking the seeds. But during the transfer, the seeds were still taken away by thugs. His arm was chopped and his colleague was chopped to death. If we want to have enough food, we have to rely on hybrid rice, Jiangning said. I find a way to find it. I give you a glass greenhouse, and you be responsible for researching it. He Xinzi was surprised and said, to cultivate hybrid rice, you need more than just hybrid rice seeds. You also need other rice varieties. The more varieties, the better. The chance of success will be greater. No problem. Write down everything you need, and I find a way to solve it. But before I succeed, I hope you can keep it secret. In addition to stockpiling hybrid rice, she also stockpiled a lot of her own rice in Fengchun official new city and the southern military base. And when the disaster just started, she also got a lot through the sharp-mouthed monkey. The computer data from Long High Tech is still there, and I believe it will help his research. He Xinzi didn't believe it at first, but thinking of Jiangning ability, he finally nodded and agreed. Okay. Chapter 578. It was almost afternoon when Dowda came back. She organized people to deliver vegetables to the military headquarters, and then took the points to the Land Administration Bureau to exchange land. Jiangning asked. The newly exchanged land is used to plant mulberry seedlings and honeysuckle. Dowda planned very well. Uncle He's suggestion is good. We can raise silkworms when the mulberry seedlings grow up. Jiangning was completely relieved and did not ask any more questions. Around dark, she drove Dowda home. Commander Xiao came with his wife, and seeing that Jiangning was not there, he humbled himself and apologized to the leader again and again. Gu Tinglin pretended to be ignorant and said some polite words. Commander Xiao scolded the bitch and tried to get medicine. But Gu Tinglin said, that girl is a person of temperament. Don't bother with her. She went out at noon and hasn't come back yet. I will talk to her in the evening. Before Jiangning came back, Xiao Wei died of acute organ failure. Natural disasters are unpredictable, no matter whether you are in a high position or a survivor at the bottom. It is so easy for the king of hell to harvest your life. Gu Tinglin did not comment on his daughter's behavior. She has her own thinking principles. Jiangning spoke up. As the wife of a division commander, she dared to speak so freely in the hospital. It shows that they often talk about us at home, and they have very strong opinions about us. Otherwise she would not speak so freely in such a hurry. She has a black heart and sees everything as black. The medicine must go through the hospital. So if she dares to give it, there will be no problem. It's fine if the Xiao family is not grateful, but they actually want to blame them, which is really a double-faced person. Jiangning does not consider making a name for herself in the military, so she is naturally not afraid of making a big fuss and letting others see the face of Division Commander Xiao. What is there to hide? He is allowed to consider for his son. But Gu Tinglin is not allowed to plan for his daughter? It depends on each person's ability. If you must use dirty means, Jiangning is not afraid. Gu Tinglin smiled. I believe you have a sense of propriety. Do what you think is right. Putting aside personal matters, the uncles and uncles in the military are all worthy of respect. As long as there is no major conflict, the proper etiquette should not be lost. Of course, Jiangning has never been a person who does not observe etiquette. Others respect her 1 foot. She respects others 1 foot, and vice versa. After talking about Commander Xiao, Jiangning thought of the salvaged 2023 submarine. Gu Tinglin looked serious. They are heroes to China. They sacrificed their lives to continue civilization, and they deserve to be buried with honor. I will propose to build a monument to heroes and martyrs in Fengchun to commemorate all the soldiers who sacrificed for the country and the base. Jiangning was slightly surprised, but felt that it should be so. In the evening, Rong Sanshao checked in for dinner. Sister, I'm on vacation. Jiangning was used to it. As long as he didn't have any improper thoughts about Dowda, everything would be fine. Dowda saw him coming and greeted him happily. Uncle Rong. The soft knife stabbed Rong Sanshao's heart, and blood flowed. Of course, his face was still nonchalant. This guy was well informed. What happened in the hospital somehow reached his ears. Seeing that Jiangning had no expression on her face, he said, Sister, don't feel sorry. It's good for Xiao Wei to die. He was not talking nonsense. Commander Xiao was ambitious and capable, but his son was really not good. He was promoted to second lieutenant with the help of his own father. Mud is trying to climb a wall. Jiang Ning glanced over. How do you know? He holds an important position. But he has no skills. And the key is that he plays with women. There are more men than women in the base. And many of them are single. He is so picky that he even plays with married women. Jiang Ning was surprised. Where did you get the news? Hey. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Rong Sanshao said meanly. Sister. Let me tell you. Xiao Wei is weak because he plays with women too much. I heard that on the night when the temperature dropped. He called several women to have sex. He was so tired that he passed out without a blanket. His body was hollowed out. And he was suddenly hit by extreme cold. If he didn't die, who would die? Even God couldn't stand him playing with women. Huishan, who was treated as invisible, said, just ask Rong Sanshao if he knows his identity? However, Rong Sanshao didn't realize it at all. And Jiang Ning loved to eat melons. It seems that you and Xiao Wei don't get along well. Does he have improper thoughts about Tingting? If he dares, I chop him up. Rong Sanshao slammed the table and stood up. However, Xiao Wei really dared to show his courtesy to Daodu at first. But Daodu ignored him. Considering Daodu's identity, Xiao Wei didn't dare to pester her. But he was not so polite to Tingting. In the end, in the dark and windy night, he was put in a sack by Rong Sanshao and almost beaten to death. There were not many people in the base who dared to offend Xiao Wei. And they soon found out that it was Rong Sanshao. But what could they do? Who made him often go in and out of the head of the family, more diligently than going back to his own home. Xiao Wei couldn't swallow this breath, just waiting for the opportunity to retaliate. Who knew that he died in the extreme cold? Of course, Rong Sanshao would never admit it. He gave a tip to one of the women who was forced to lift Xiao Wei's quilt when it was extremely cold. After all, bad weather is unpredictable, and death can come at any time. And women are very savvy. And they do it perfectly. Jiang Ning doesn't know him? He was more extravagant than Xiao Wei before the natural disaster. Rong Sanshao rolled up his sleeves. Sister, I cooked today and show you my cooking skills. When did you fail in learning? The sun came out from the west. You look down on me. Don't you? Our dad said that I'm a good cook. Before he finished speaking, he found Gu Tinglin walking in. Rong Sanshao bit his tongue and jumped up in pain, saluting in a standard military salute. Commander, don't talk about our dad? Jiang Ning was speechless. She had seen his many faces. He was a completely different person in front of Gu Tinglin. He was humble, thoughtful, and spoke appropriately. He was flattering but not greasy. He was really good at it, which made Huishan feel inferior. Jiang Ning glanced at him and learned from the second generation of slippers. Huishan believed that his father-in-law had different standards for his son-in-law than ordinary people. And the requirements were very different. He would not learn bad things. Young Master Rong was very good at flattering. He was the kind of person who knew he was flattering. But he didn't feel disgusted, but made people feel happy. Not only Gu Tinglin likes him, but Xu Xueqing is no exception. There was constant laughter at the dinner table. After treatment, Yu Chongjing's condition was under control. Although he could not get out of bed, he was already arranging work. When he learned that he had brought back the urgently needed oil, it was such a big surprise that he felt like his pneumonia was cured. Without oil, how could we talk about industry? With them, the army trucks can be driven, and the mining and transportation of coal and lime mines can be accelerated several times. Generators, other mechanical equipment, etc., can solve many problems once they are turned on. After listening to the report, Yu Chongjing asked Huishan to contact the relevant departments to arrange the handover and unloading of materials. As he was ill, he delegated a lot of power to Huishan and asked him to make arrangements. 120,000 cubic meters of oil will undoubtedly bring fresh blood to Fengcheng. The material reward is still 50-50, but the military merit assessment will be increased as appropriate. If all the oil on the seabed can be salvaged, both the reward and the military merit will be faster than riding a rocket. Huishan mentioned the matter of bringing back the wreckage of 2023. Yu Chongjing didn't know that Gu Tinglin had already given instructions, and couldn't help but say with emotion, they must be buried with honor. Chapter 579. The team members were shocked to learn that the oil was still divided 50-50. This was not an overnight fortune, but a series of fortunes. However, they were very conscious. Since they didn't have a car, they would exchange all of it for points, and let Fengcheng take the precious resources. Huishan and Jiangning alone could get more than 9,000 cubic meters. Many people were watching how they would deal with it. Huishan wanted to move up, so his consciousness had to keep up. His share was undoubtedly the most suitable to be exchanged for points. Jiangning had a car to drive, so he left half for the bright road. The heavy snow finally stopped after falling for a few days, but the temperature did not rise. Jiangning went to the base service center to sign a contract, giving up 20% of the shares of the farm and the breeding farm. But at the same time, the farm had 100 acres of land to plant mulberry trees, honeysuckle, cold-resistant and drought-resistant plants, herbs, and weeds. At the same time, tax incentives were given. As long as conditions permit, the scale of the farm will only get bigger and bigger. The farm hired a large number of workers to dig through the snow to plant mulberry trees and honeysuckle. When the temperature rises and the snow melts, the dry sand wasteland will be moistened, and other saplings for sand prevention and forest protection can be planted, as well as other crops. The farm provides food, and although the workers are wearing thin clothes, they have smiles on their faces. When they earn enough points, they will go to make clothes. Good news came from the farm. The first batch of hens laid eggs. Freshly baked fertilized eggs. The survivors of the base are happier than Jiangning. Chickens lay eggs and eggs lay chickens. One day, they will also be able to eat eggs and chicken. Instantly, I felt that life had a purpose again. Rong Tingting not only managed the farm diligently, but also asked the workers to pick up the chicken, duck and goose feathers that fell on the ground and save them to make down jackets. By the way, with the help of Director Ling, the poultry theft case was successfully solved. It was done by several survivors who came to the city to live temporarily. The news that there was a breeding farm in the base was somehow spread outside, and they found a few Chinese survivors and took advantage of the snowstorm to sneak into the breeding farm to steal. The most dangerous place is the safest place. They did not rush to escape, but hid in the base, thinking of leaving after the storm passed. For several days, the city was peaceful, and the police were just going through the motions and perfunctorily handling the matter. Seeing that there was no in-depth investigation, they left with peace of mind. But they were caught at the city gate and all were taken back to the police station. A few poultry were eaten, and the others were all knocked unconscious and stuffed into bags. Nothing more was said, and they were sent to mine coal. Xiao Wei died, and Gu Tinglin's back injury had not healed, but he still took his daughter to pay his respects. The conditions at the base were not good, and most people were buried in a pit after death, without even a straw mat. But Commander Xiao still insisted on holding a funeral. After losing their son, the couple looked much more haggard, and Xiao even had some white hair. Seeing Jiangning coming in, he cheered up and apologized. "Niece, my wife was worried about a waist condition a few days ago, and said something offensive in a moment of desperation. I solemnly apologize to you here. Uncle Xiao, you are too kind." Jiangning quickly stopped and said with a guilty look, "I have been in an orphanage since I was a child. And then I survived natural disasters for more than 10 years. I have a quick temper and get angry easily. I was also wrong about what happened that day." After a lot of back and forth, Xiao even asked his wife to come over to apologize. The truth of that day has already spread. Even if Mrs. Xiao was wrong, Jiangning, who had a bad temper, was not doing the right thing. But today, it seems that the two sides have been back and forth. The chief's daughter does not seem to be impulsive and knows how to restrain herself. Moreover, it was because she took out the life-saving medicine in time that Commander Yu was able to come out of the gates of hell. So as long as he does not offend her, there may be hope if he gets sick one day. After thinking it through, the veterans had other plans in their minds and looked at Jiangning with slightly different eyes. Xiao was vomiting blood in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face because Chief Gu was his old superior. He even invited Gu Tinglin to the side and euphemistically expressed that he wanted to bury his son in the cemetery of heroes and martyrs. Jiangning, who was sharp-haired, almost burst out laughing. How did Xiao Wei die? Didn't he know something? As expected, thick skin can make you go anywhere. Gu Tinglin nodded. No problem. After the funeral of Lieutenant Xiao, you report to the funeral committee, and they will arrange it. Xiao was choked. The funeral committee will have to investigate and review it. And then Xiao Wei's things can't be hidden at all. But he couldn't say it openly, so he had to swallow his anger. My condolences. Gu Tinglin was unwell, and took Jiangning away after he showed up. Commander Xiao swallowed his anger, but could only hold on to continue to organize the funeral. After leaving Xiao's house, Gu Tinglin sat in the car and didn't plan to go home. Let's go to the seawater desalination plant. With the constant temperature clothes protecting his body, he shouldn't feel cold. And Jiangning drove slowly all the way to the destination. In less than half an hour, the car stopped. Gu Tinglin stood on the snowy wasteland slope, looking at the freshwater treatment plant being built in the distance, and sighed, "Aining, since you came, this land has been changing every day." Jiangning looked at the scene in full swing. "Are you happy?" "Of course." Gu Tinglin suddenly felt very reluctant. "I just don't know how long I can live. I want to see the day when this land recovers its prosperity. I want her and Hui to be in love, have children and grandchildren, and live happily forever." After missing out on her for 30 years, he always wanted to make up for something. But he found that she gave him more. Jiangning didn't know what he was thinking at the moment, and thought that Xiao Wei's death made him depressed. He was not old at this age, but there were really not many in the end times. Who doesn't fear death? Especially after having hope. Jiangning suddenly panicked. "It won't take long. You will definitely see it." It was cold outside, and the cold whistled over. Jiangning took out a Lei Feng hat for him to wear. This was the first time that the father and daughter went out alone. Gu Tinglin was reluctant to go back, and walked slowly in the snow. Jiangning took out a steaming hot roasted sweet potato for him. Gu Tinglin peeled it carefully and gave her half. The father and daughter smiled at each other. After driving back home, Gu Tinglin found that Yu Changzheng and his wife had come. Xu Xueqing was resting at home and had already welcomed them into the house. She chatted with Mrs. Yu in the living room, while Yu Changzheng went into the study. They had known each other for decades and had a lifelong friendship. Even Yu Changzheng's children were raised by Gu Tinglin. He asked with concern, "Old Yu, how is your health?" "Not bad. I can walk and move." It was freezing cold, and Gu Tinglin made him some hot tea. "This is some decades-old pu'er tea," said Bai Aining. "I usually don't drink it, but you're lucky to have it today." Looking at him, who was content with his daughter, Yu Changzheng enviously said, "You're lucky." Gu Tinglin comforted him. "You should be more positive. Xiaoyin just has no news. Maybe she's alive and well somewhere." Chapter 580. Yu Yin is Yu Changzheng's daughter. She was studying abroad when the natural disaster struck. In fact, there is a bottom line in my heart. But people always have to have hope when they are alive. She is in poor health and is alone. If she is as capable as Jiangning, maybe there will be more hope. In addition to envy, Yu Changzheng came to thank him. Mrs. Yu told him everything. Without the special medicine given by Jiangning, she would not be able to survive. He knew in his heart that if he died one day, his wife would probably lose her faith. Therefore, Jiangning saved 2 lives. If we want to thank you, it should be Jiangning and his wife who should thank you. If it weren't for your full support, they wouldn't even have a chance to succeed. After experiencing countless life and death situations, Yu Changzheng said sincerely, "Old Gu, we are all old, and the burden on our shoulders will eventually be handed over to the young people. They are more motivated and have longer-term plans. What we can do is to select suitable successors. In addition to believing in them, we must fully support them and let them create a better tomorrow." In fact, he is very open-minded. Otherwise, he would not fully support Gu Tinglin's plan. Of course, Jiangning and Gu Tinglin must be capable. If they are like Xiao Wei, who is hopeless. Speaking of this, he thought of the bad things that Commander Xiao did while he was in a coma. Commander Xiao is not willing to admit defeat. He is too obsessed with power and always wants to hold it firmly in his hands. After working together for so many years, I can understand it. But it will be detrimental to the development of the base in the long run. We can only take one step at a time. The two of them talked behind closed doors for more than 2 hours. When leaving, Xu Xueqing accepted the gift from Yu Changzheng and his wife, but gave more instead. "This is a gift from your eldest niece. It is most important to take good care of your body. When you retire one day, you and Lao Gu can drink tea and fish, and I and my sisters can go to square dance. Sugar cubes, tea flavor, eggs. Eggs are fertilized and can be hatched and raised. Why are you being polite? Our 2 families are not outsiders. Xu Xueqing enthusiastically took Mrs. Yu's hand. Although I am not Aining's biological mother, she and her husband are really good and treat me as their biological mother. Aining is a grateful person. Our two families often visit each other. So please don't be polite. Yu Changzheng and his wife could not refuse. So they had to accept it. After seeing the couple off, Gu Tinglin returned to the house and poured a cup of hot tea for Xu Xueqing. Smiling and saying, "You have changed." Xu Xueqing knew what was going on. "Old Gu, we are not alone now. And our two children are good enough. We have to make plans for them. How can I remain unchanged?" "Well, you have worked hard." "What's the hard work? As long as he is happy, it's fine." Since Aining came, he has become a different person. He is willing to relax and pay more attention to his body. It's a pity to miss more than 10 years. But now he lives more like himself. The 2023 firebox was opened, and the production equipment of commonly used drugs was inside. In order to protect them, all 15 fire planners died. Seeing the materials in the firebox clearly makes people feel heavy, like a heavy punch to the heart. The military sent people to take away the remains of the fire planners. They will appear in the first list of the monument to heroes and martyrs. Jiang Ning had no place to store the oil she kept, so she took it back to the military for safekeeping. She could go to the oil depot when she needed it. Before leaving, she reminded Gu Tinglin and Daodu, "There is no shortage of fuel at home. You can use the car whenever you need it. There is no need to be too frugal." The higher-ups gave the task of suspending the salvage of the fire boxes and transporting the oil from the ruins on the seabed first to avoid more trouble. Yu Changzheng was an insider. If it were someone else, he would have to organize an ocean-going transport team and dispatch all transport ships, warships, etc. But he withstood the pressure. Jiang Ning and his companions set sail again. It is estimated that it will take a year to salvage all the items. There is no point in being anxious, considering the average depth of the ocean. What is the possibility of successfully salvaging the fire box? Let's get what can be salvaged first. The third time out to sea. They are already very skilled. Eat, sleep, and take turns. If they are interested, they can also play cards or mahjong. Jiang Ning was not interested at first, but later she became addicted. 60,000. Self-draw? Ha! She won again. Wow. Sister Ning, you are so good. 13 Yao. Sister Ning, you are so lucky today. Jiang Ning laughed happily. I will treat you tonight. Fried tomato and eggs. Thank you. Sister Ning. Well, it is not easy to let Sister Ning win. In addition to secretly giving up cards, you also need to have advanced acting skills. Jiang Ning got addicted and played until the sky was dark. The fried tomato and eggs in the evening were still made by Huishan. This time on the ship. The two brought a lot of supplies. Tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, long-lasting green vegetables, eggs, and slaughtered frozen chickens and ice ducks. They all have their origins. After all, they have farms and breeding farms at home. And they actually took them from space. The food at sea is not good. After 2 trips, Jiang Ning lost several pounds. He didn't want to be too wronged. The oil exchanged for a lot of points. The team members did not wrong themselves and went to the trading center to exchange luxury goods to improve their lives. There is no way. It is easy to get rich by hanging out with Sister Ning, and the points saved must be spent desperately. At night, Huishan, who was ignored, showed a displeasure. Jiang Ning spent a lot of effort to coax him but failed, so he could only launch a physical attack. Huishan really reacted and blocked her mouth, playing mahjong during the day and coaxing men at night. She arrived at the camel territory in a daze. The team members put away their playfulness, put on their diving suits and went out. Sister Ning, wait for our good news. Jiang Ning made an okay gesture, and then got into position to prepare for the action. In less than half an hour, the team members floated up one after another, with complicated and shocked expressions. Sister Ning, the underwater ruins are gone. Jiang Ning thought there was something wrong with her ears. What? The underwater ruins are gone. They searched nearby, but all of them were flattened. Did we remember the coordinates wrong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If one person remembered it wrong, could all 14 people remember it wrong? The team members went on the submarine to analyze and confirmed again and again that the coordinates were correct. So where did the oil tank on the seabed go? In fact, the traces of the ruins can still be seen on the seabed. But they are completely different from the original. They are not sure if they found the wrong place, or if the oil tank was taken away by someone first. Jiang Ning does not believe in evil. Even if there are large-scale salvage equipment, it is impossible to complete it in a short time. Not to mention that there are so many scrap copper and iron in the underwater ruins as in the refinery. The only possibility is that after they left, a disaster that was enough to flatten the underwater ruins occurred here. Tsunami, or underwater whirlpool. Guessing is useless. Just touch the area and you will know. Chapter 581. So, the submarine took the ruins on the seabed as the center and continued to expand the search in all directions. A few hours later, a tank obstacle was detected more than 10 miles away. The team members went down to clean it up and found that it was indeed a storage tank. But the volume was much smaller than the oil tank. But it could also hold 2,000 cubic meters. After the team members cleaned it up, Jiang Ning went into the sea and easily collected it, put it on the transport ship. Everyone worked together and spent a lot of effort to plan. Jiang Ning smelled the smell, and there was even 100 liters of kerosene in the space. Kerosene, commonly known as foreign oil, is distilled from petroleum. Since it has a relatively low boiling point, it is the first to be distilled. It is not surprising that there is kerosene in the refinery. It can not only be used for lighting, but also is a rare fuel. Wang Mao poured some out, shredded the cloth strips to make the wick, and it really ignited. Looking at the burning kerosene, everyone was excited. If we take it back, will Fengcheng be full of lights? Unlike now, except for a few places that rely on solar power generation. The rest of the place is pitch black. With the light, the night is not so chaotic. The team members were excited and started searching in the nearby sea again. 2 hours later, they found a half-buried oil tank on the seabed. Jiang Ning guessed correctly that there was a disaster here not long ago, which flattened and scattered the ruins. This made it more difficult to collect and took a lot of time. The two submarines acted separately and continued to expand the search area. More and more oil tanks and kerosene tanks were found, and the team members' frowns gradually relaxed. When Jiang Ning went to the sea to perform a ritual, he stored 2 oil tanks and 10 kerosene tanks in his space for future emergency needs. The special salvage team worked hard in the sea for several days, and finally filled a large transport ship with 9 oil tanks, 30 kerosene tanks, and the scrap copper and iron found in the refinery on the seabed. They turned into compression masters and piled it up. On the way home, the bright and gentle sea turned ruthless, and suddenly dark clouds and strong winds blew. The waves were getting higher and higher, swallowing everything in an instant. Su Kai-dai was very steady, commanding the nuclear submarine to keep diving to avoid the wind and waves. The lively team members, each holding a wooden basin and vomiting non-stop. Their faces were as pale as wax. But after the storm, they were all happy again when they thought of the cargo on the transport ship. They calculated how much kerosene they could get, so that they could have hot pot and boil hot water for bathing, and drink as much hot water as they could. No need to worry about firewood anymore. The future is promising, and while they are looking forward to it, they can't help but think of their life as sea drifters in the past few years. The past is too painful to look back on. We must look forward. There is sunshine, rain, birdsong and fragrance of flowers ahead. The transport ship returned to Fengcheng safely. This time, not only the soldiers at the base sentry post used binoculars to observe, but even the survivors working nearby were straining their necks, looking forward to what the special team would bring back this time. When they learned that there was kerosene, many people cheered. Fuel for life was the most scarce. They could only pull hay and pick up wood, but all the nearby trees were gone. Most of the time, they could only drink cold water, eat raw vegetables, and chew sweet potatoes or potatoes. Over time, their health became worse and worse. Last time, they found oil, and the desalination system was successfully installed. The municipal center set up a hot water supply point, which can supply 10 liters per family per day. Not only can they drink hot water, but they can also occasionally use warm water to wipe their bodies. Life is really getting more and more hopeful. Before getting off the boat, the team members had discussed with each other that the ruins on the seabed had been leveled and the oil tanks had been washed away. It is estimated that many have been destroyed, and no one knows how much they can find next time. This time they want to keep the oil and kerosene they divided equally. Following Sister Ning, Not only will you become rich, but you will also be promoted quickly. They are still young. And who knows when they will be promoted to the level of allocating military vehicles. What will they do if they run out of oil? If a person has no dreams, what is the difference between him and salted fish? But they are a little embarrassed. Sister Ning, Captain Hua and Captain Su, how do you plan to deal with the materials allocated this time? How could Jiang Ning not see it? Of course he would stand with them. I don't know if I can find it next time. I plan to keep it first. And it won't be too late to exchange it if I can find it again. They were relieved. Okay. We keep it too. Besides, the days of waiting for unloading were too boring. And they wanted to find something to do. Jiang Ning smiled and said, come to the farm to work. Stretch your muscles. And get a working meal. No problem. Thank you, Sister Ning. Eager to go home, Jiang Ning and Huishan got off the boat first. And the others waited for the handover. The last time I came back, Fengcheng was covered with snow. But this time it was sunny. When I came to the dock, I always felt that something was missing. Looking at the familiar sentry, Jiang Ning suddenly realized, where is the third young Master Rong? She was not used to not coming to hug her thighs this time. In response to her question, the sentry replied, Platoon Leader Rong has been transferred to the military headquarters. Oh, he actually squeezed into the military headquarters? Some ability. Jiang Ning drove Huishan to report to the military headquarters and went home by herself. She came back early. Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueching were still at work. The wolf-hearted and dog-hearted were gone. And the four barked at her fiercely. So fierce. Woof woof woof. Ah, woof! There was no way. Jiang Ning had been away for more than a month. And the babies had a bad memory. Only when they smelled a familiar smell did the four of them wag their tails and pounce over. Jiang Ning fed them his legs, and then petted them as much as he wanted. He went into the house to take a shower, put on loose clothes, turned on the air conditioner, sat down and drank juice. When Huishan came back, the two of them had lunch and went to the farm. The four fat guys followed them stubbornly, twisting their butts. Woof! Along the way, the four glutinous rice balls made countless people drool. But no one really dared to do anything. This was reserved by the military. If someone really wanted to kill them, they would probably be shot or driven out of the base. The base is getting better and better. Who would want to leave? Going out means waiting to die. They were madly eager to eat meat. So they gritted their teeth and waited. They heard that the eggs laid by the first batch of breeder chickens on the farm had hatched. And Mayor he had promised that when the scale of the farm expanded to a certain extent, eggs or live chickens would be sold to the outside world. The base will get better and better. And everyone will be able to raise chickens and eat eggs in the future. In just over a month, the farm added workers, and the poultry began to lay eggs and hatch. And batches of poultry seedlings broke out of their shells. When Jiang Ning came over, Rong Tingting was about to announce the benefits of the breeding farm. Each worker can be allocated 2 seedlings, which can be taken home to raise or kept in the breeding farm. For those who are placed in the breeding farm, when the poultry is ready to be marketed, the poultry will be selected based on the worker's performance. The best performing employees can take the fattest and largest poultry home. If you are lazy or irresponsible at work, don't even think about getting poultry. You won't even be able to keep your job. Rong Tingting used both carrots and sticks. Go out and find out if the treatment in the breeding farm is the best. For those who are trying to fish in troubled waters and drooling over the poultry every day, I advise you to leave early. There are a lot of people out there scrambling to find work. After the fierce speech, the workers were dismissed, and those who should work went to work. She hurriedly came forward. Sister Aning. Chapter 582. Rong Tingting came over. Sister Aning. Jiang Ning really liked her. Tingting, you are getting more and more powerful. This group of people is like this. They always try to steal poultry every day. Several people with dirty hands have been fired. There are always some people who can't control their hands. They always think that their stealing skills are superb and will not be discovered. In the end, they lose their jobs for a few eggs. Rong Tingting took the 2 of them to inspect the farm. Sister, brother-in-law, our farm now has 42 hens that can lay eggs, 6 breeding roosters, 36 ducks, and 5 breeding drakes. There are also geese, quails, and roosters. The number of poultry in the first echelon is not large, but the number of poultry seedlings has reached hundreds, and it can increase more than 10 times in half a year. Jiang Ning was very satisfied and reminded, Pay attention to the hygiene of the farm. Sterilize and disinfect in time. And don't attract deadly bacteria. Don't worry, Sister Anning. We have purchased lime from the lime factory. And we have regular lime spraying for disinfection. Speaking of career, Rong Tingting is full of confidence. Moreover, poultry eating an appropriate amount of lime can increase egg production. Okay. You are becoming more and more professional. You really do your job with respect. You are much more reliable than her unreliable uncle. Jiang Ning had just come out of the farm, when a ruthless man rushed over from next door. Woof woof woof. Ah! Jiang Ning treated them all equally, and slapped each of them twice. The rubbish who only cared about raising the children, but not raising them. Abandoned their children like garbage. And was not afraid of being stolen. Bai Shui, who was beaten, was obedient and immediately laid down to feed the pups. The dog shamelessly asked for a leg to eat, but was slapped twice by Jiang Ning again, and hung his head in grievance. The owner was too heartless, so it decisively changed trainers to please. Huishan said that it was useless to please, and he had no say. After Sibao finished feeding, the two went to the farm next door. When they left, the cotton buds had just emerged. But when they came back, a cluster of snow-white cotton was blooming on the branches. The cotton leaves fell. The branches withered and turned yellow. And only the snow-white cotton was blooming. Affected by the soil and climate, the yield was still unsatisfactory despite the protection of the glass greenhouse, which was not comparable to the pre-disaster period. But being able to grow it was already exciting. There are less than 10 mu of cotton planted in total. The workers have taken good care of it. But the estimated yield per mu is only 200 kilograms at most, which is half of what it was before the disaster. Jiang Ning glanced at the cotton in the space with his consciousness. Both the yield and the cotton clusters are much better than those in the greenhouse glass. We have to find a time to harvest them, and then mix them in. There are not many plants, but it can slightly increase the yield of the greenhouse. The team members have nothing to do, so they can just pick cotton. Daodu is in the herb planting shed, leading the workers to pick herbs with a faster growth cycle. Several hospital staff were waiting to take the herbs back to dry and prepare, so they just picked them together. Compared with half a year ago, everyone's mental outlook has quietly changed. Only a few acres of sweet potatoes have been planted, but the leaves have turned dark green and are almost ready to be harvested. Seeing his brother and sister-in-law come back, Daodu put down the work in his hands and fluttered over like a little butterfly. Daodu has lost weight again, and his skin is not as white as before, but his complexion is very healthy. Back in the lounge, Jiang Ning closed the door and fed Daodu and Wolf Heart and Dog Lung. In the afternoon, they were free, so they stayed at the farm to help. The farm was very large, expanding from 20 mu to more than 100 mu. Yes, after the last 20 mu of land was planted with mulberry trees and honeysuckle. The municipal government planned to plant another 20 mu of forest. The survival rate of mulberry trees and honeysuckle after planting was very high, which benefited greatly from the abundant snow accumulation. When the snow melted, it moistened the waste soil and provided nutrition for the seedlings. When the snow melted, Daodu also asked the workers to spread some with seeds. At the beginning, the weather was okay, and the waste soil was moist, so the weed germination rate was high. Later, the seawater filtration system was installed, and the municipal organization arranged personnel to plant trees and water them. Therefore, the 20-acre farm has been greened, and on the newly allocated land, workers are digging holes to plant saplings. And at the same time, they do not forget to interplant herbs or crops that are easy to survive. Every time I come back, it is constantly changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Standing on the mountain city, looking at the dozens of acres of farms, Jiang Ning believes that it will get better and better. When he came back in the evening, Gu Tinglin was preparing dinner. He is confident in his cooking skills and is ready to make a comeback. Jiang Ning still has psychological shadows, but who makes him happy? Before going to the next door, the three of them drank water in advance in tacit understanding. As a result, when they sat down to eat, the taste seemed to be okay. Xu Xueqing was proud. Your father can manage an army of 300,000. So cooking is no problem. He didn't figure out the trick before, but now it's no problem. Yeah. I know she is very proud. But, just be happy. After dinner, Xu Xueqing cleaned up the dishes, and the three of them went into the study to discuss business. Man proposes, God disposes. I didn't expect that the ruins on the seabed would be washed to pieces. It's hard to say how much oil and derivatives can be found. Jiang Ning mentioned the oil and kerosene that the team members wanted to freely distribute. Gu Tinglin had no objection. They are all precious resources. It's understandable to want to hoard them. It's not too late to take them out when the base needs them one day. With food in hand, there is no need to panic. If you want others to look at you with a higher regard, you have to see what you have in your hand. This is also the plan for Huishan to enter the military, Jiang Ning to enter the hospital, and Dao to control food and oil. Jiang Ning knew that the reason why the second-in-command looked at him differently was not only because of Gu Tinglin's identity, but also because he had life-saving medicine in his hand. Even if they didn't say it, they knew that Xiao Wei and Yu Chanzheng were the best examples. Different personalities and different behaviors. Gu Tinglin would not frequently intervene or instruct. Young people have their own ideas. He is willing to give them space to develop. Just responsible for the bottom line. The next day, Wang Mao and others came to pick cotton in a group. Sister Ning, Captain Su has to hand over the materials of the transport ship, so he won't come today. Jiang Ning nodded. I know. My one went too. The teammates were forced to fill their mouths with dog food. When they were not on a mission, they were chatting while picking cotton. Zhang Li enviously said, Sister Ning, you and Captain Hua have such a good relationship. Don't worry. You can find one too. Wang Mao said. Sister Ning, since Zhang Li became a rich woman, there are now men chasing her in a line for 2 blocks. There are only more than 10,000 people in the base, excluding those with a large age gap and those who are married. It's good to have a line for 2 blocks. Nonsense. Am I such a superficial person? Zhang Li waved her hand as if to hit him. You are not like women chasing you for 3 blocks. After this was said, the team members were extremely curious. When did Mao Mao become so popular? All of a sudden, everyone started to make a noise. Fearing that Zhang Li would exaggerate, Wang Mao chose to expose himself. Last time I accidentally saw a woman being followed by someone, so I followed her to help her solve the problem. But she misunderstood me as a pervert and scolded me for half an hour, telling me to take a piss and look in the mirror. Don't be a rotten toad wanting to eat swan meat. Indeed, there are very few female survivors, especially those of marriageable age who are unmarried, who are simply hot commodities. They have always been the only ones who can choose people, not to mention ordinary male survivors. Even low-ranking soldiers are looked down upon, and they have to choose the best ones. But recently, several dark horses have emerged. Chapter 583. The special salvage lady was famous. Not only did she become rich overnight, but her military rank also soared like a rocket. All the unmarried women in the base were shocked and had great ideas about these single golden men. If they could marry them, they would have no worries about food and clothing in this life. So, they tried their best to get to know them. Wang Mao was recognized on the street, and the woman chased him instead, saying that they could get married immediately, and that they could have children, which scared Wang Mao so much that he almost sprained his ankle. He was chased for 3 blocks. Not only Wang Mao was chased, but other team members were also popular. Many people wandered outside their house, hoping to meet them by chance. Everyone talked about their experiences, feeling helpless and funny. The married Jiang Ning didn't have this worry. She picked cotton and ate melon happily and said, Do you want to get married or not? She stuffed cotton into the bag and mixed the cotton she had picked in the space into it, using cheating methods to increase the yield. Without exception, Wang Mao and his team all shook their heads. Although they usually envy the love between Ning Jia and Captain Hua, and are often abused by them, they still don't have enough confidence to find their other half in the end of the natural disaster. First, people's hearts are unpredictable under natural disasters. How can there be true love for those who can't even solve the problem of food and clothing? Who of the people who approached them after they became rich has no purpose? Besides, they are also picky. Moreover, if they really meet, the current work is very special. If it is accidentally leaked, it will be a great harm to Ningjia. They will not forget the original intention of establishing a special salvage team. This is the greatest value of their existence, which allows the base to continue to grow and develop. So they didn't plan to look for it, and waited until the mission was completed and life in the base became stable. It was fate to meet, and it was fate not to meet. 12 people picked all the cotton in less than a day, a total of 2,500 kilograms of cotton. The workers of the textile factory waited on the spot and took it away. That's right. The newly established textile factory only has a few workers now. And it was established with an eye on the cotton harvest season. The textile machine is simple and easy to operate. And it comes from a fire box. This time, the 2,500 kilograms of cotton is just a practice to see if it can be woven into cloth. The 26 boxes of fabrics we received last time largely solved the problem of clothing at the base. Now we need to master textile technology and plant cotton. And the problem will be solved. After picking the cotton stalks were not left out and were sent to plant forests to prevent wind and fix sand. In the evening, Jiangning invited the team members to eat hot pot at the farm. Purely handmade hot pot. Ginger, onion, garlic, pepper and green vegetables are all produced by the farm. Jiangning took out a slaughtered chicken to reward them. It's raised at home. You've worked hard today. Follow Sister Ning, and you have meat to eat. Wang Mao yelled. We come to work every day from now on. Jiangning said generously. Wait. When I become successful, I let you drink and eat meat every day. Not only did the teammates have a dinner, she asked Dowdu to call Rong Dashao and Tingting over. There were not many people and not much meat. But the atmosphere was particularly good. They hadn't eaten hot pot for many years. The chili was particularly refreshing. And they were sweating all over. Working on the farm for several days in a row. I couldn't have meat every meal. But sweet potatoes, and corn were enough to fill me up. Jiangning chopped chili peppers and garlic. Mixed them. And then added fermented black beans and steamed them in a pot to make several jars of chili sauce. 1/3 was kept on the farm. 1/3 was kept on the transport ship. And the rest was given to Xu Xueching. Xu Xueching took it to the hospital and kept it there. Not only did her colleagues have a share, but she would also give a share to the wives of senior military officials if she happened to meet them. My wife Aining made it. There is some left. You can take it back and try it. Before the 4th voyage, the monument was just completed. Jiangning and others made a special trip there after the senior military officials attended the completion ceremony. She brought a bunch of flowers with her, which were 4-leaf clover flowers growing in the greenhouse. Without the conditions before the natural disaster, they could only find a big stone to carve a monument, which was erected on the highest wasteland slope. Standing on the slope and looking down, the farm and plantation are already green, while in the distance, there is still an endless brown wasteland. But I believe that one day, this place will be green and full of flowers. The farm and the breeding farm have been revitalized, and Jiangning has gradually become richer in what he can take out. But the team members are eating meat behind closed doors, and pretending to be poor when they open the door, with a lot of points but nowhere to spend. They had all been through many storms, and knew the purpose of the leader's team, and who they were loyal to. The 4th trip took nearly 2 months. First, the journey was too long. And second, the oil tanks were scattered, making it more difficult to find and salvage. Then they went back and forth twice, salvaging the ruins within a radius of more than 100 nautical miles. The natural disasters were like years, but the years passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jiangning had been at Fengcheng base for a year. In a year, the bad weather was unpredictable. Sometimes with high temperature and heavy rain. Sometimes with scorching heat and snow. And even eternal night and eternal day. But they did not last long. The survivors complained bitterly. But they vaguely felt that the repeated bad weather was gradually calming down. Does it mean that the natural disaster is about to end? Encouraged by faith, they gritted their teeth and continued to persevere. After repeated research and experiments, the textile factory finally figured out the complex production process after more than half of the cotton was scrapped, and turned the cotton into cotton cloth and placed it in the commodity trading center. The special team also found a lot of petroleum derivatives around the ruins, such as solvents, lubricants, paraffin, asphalt, petroleum coke, etc., in line with the principle of not letting go of the wrong ones. The special salvage team brought them all back. When Jiangning came back for the 6th time, Dowda came out with a half bottle of pure natural peanut oil and said happily, "Sister-in-law, this is the oil squeezed from the peanuts harvested on the farm. Corn, sunflower seeds, and rapeseed will soon be harvested, and oil can be squeezed at that time." Every time he came back from the ocean, Jiangning would climb up the highest wasteland slope in Fengcheng with a ruthless heart. Now it can no longer be called a wasteland slope. The whole mountain is planted with mulberry trees. and other trees will be planted after the soil quality improves, with a constant supply of fresh water for irrigation. The survival rate of afforestation has skyrocketed, although replanting is still needed from time to time. At least when the sandstorm reaches the center of Fengcheng, it no longer carries coarse sand and gravel that are enough to hurt people. Standing on the hillside and looking into the distance, the greenery has extended to the place beyond the site. The seventh ocean voyage took even longer, searching the ruins within a radius of 300 nautical miles. But the transport ship was not yet full. This should be the last time. But the resources obtained are enough for Fengcheng to use for many years. Chapter 584. After many trips, Huang Mao was crazy about Jiang Ning. Superpowers. Sister Ning, why don't we look for the coordinates of oil resources in other countries? Maybe we can find a bargain again. Do you think it's so easy to find a bargain? Zhongli rolled her eyes at him. It took 10 years for the land to sink due to natural disasters, and the oil resources have been emptied long ago. This time we are lucky to come across it. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. What you can think of, the base leaders have already done. The top leader sent out more than a dozen submarines. One is to detect the depth of the fire boxes that have been found, and skip those that cannot be salvaged. Second, look for the sunken fire boxes that have not been found. And third, seek various survival resources, and report those that can be salvaged. This will greatly reduce the work of the special salvage team. This plan was implemented half a year ago, and is estimated to be almost finished. Even if there are no oil resources, there are still countless fire boxes waiting for Sister Ning to wake up. Jiang Ning said that he was used to their admiration. The mission was officially over, and everyone went home in a nuclear submarine. Not even a few dozen nautical miles away, an alarm suddenly sounded that a large submarine was approaching. The other party came very quickly and rushed around. If it hadn't been dodged in time, it would have been very likely to hit head-on. The team members were instantly furious. Who the hell is complaining about life? They should stay away. They still want to live 100 years. However, after the other party turned around, they rushed over again arrogantly. Yo, it seems that no one has lost their temper. The nuclear submarine issued a warning and prepared to attack. The submarine launched missile rose. Just when everything was ready, the other party stopped moving forward. It seemed that they suddenly became scared. After a while, the other party sent a signal to dive to the surface for a conversation. Even the signal was so arrogant. Jiang Ning was particularly curious about who the other party was. Two giant submarines slowly ascended. The case has been solved. Family. There are only two companies in the world that can afford to drive a nuclear submarine worth 2.58 million. Eagle Sauce. Jiang Ning was curious. What was wrong with Eagle Sauce? Sure enough, after the submarine stopped, Eagle Sauce said arrogantly, "What are you doing here? It's really unlucky that the rabbits didn't die out." Jiang Ning would not indulge them. "It's none of your business." Eagle Sauce, who was used to being bossy, was choked and stunned. He didn't expect the rabbits to be so mean. They cleared their throats. "Did you get oil?" Jiang Ning asked. "What oil?" It turns out that the eagles were also after oil, and they even came to the camel country. Their IQ is not low. It's a pity that they were half a year late. The eagles didn't want the rabbits to know their purpose, so they said in a rude manner, "This sea area belongs to us. You must leave immediately. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Jiang Ning was curious and asked with a smile, "How are you going to be rude? They were all attack nuclear submarines, and all the necessary parts were available." She couldn't help but sneer. "Don't tell us that you are talking to us from a position of strength. We never buy that." The Eagle Sauce was so angry that he immediately started to show off his muscles. Mortars, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles, Stinger missiles. Jiang Ning couldn't help it, and several team members couldn't help but laugh out loud. As if no one doesn't have it. The special salvage team naturally has special weapons. In addition to the one-on-one muscle show, they also took out the electromagnetic gun that the Eagle Sauce didn't have. The whole world knows that Eagle Sauce doesn't have it. And if he does, he's far behind. As for whether the base gave it true or false, and whether it really works, that's another topic. As expected, the moment Eagle Sauce saw the electromagnetic cannon, his face was extremely ugly. Liar. Big liar. He didn't win by showing off his muscles. So this time, he really needs to sit down and talk from the perspective of strength. Eagle Sauce still said the same thing. "What are you doing here?" Unlike the bad attitude just now, His attitude was much softer, but still showed a hint of pride. Jiang Ning was waiting to go home and had no time to argue with him. Just passing by. I don't believe it. How could it be such a coincidence? Believe it or not, we are all friendly in nuclear peace. Who is afraid of whom? Ng Jiang emphasized again. This sea area is ours. Why? Ng Jiang lied with his eyes open. First come, first served. Jiang Ning saw that they were not only arrogant, but also wanted to save face. They should not dare to fight after the test. And there was no need to continue to waste time. So everyone nodded. Well, yours, all yours. Anyway, we have already fished up what we can. The eagle sauce was satisfied and drove him away. You have entered our territory without reason. You must leave immediately. Otherwise, Jiang Ning picked his ears. What did you say? Please leave immediately. Okay. We will fish and search slowly. 886. What about you? They were on guard against each other, gradually moving away, and only relaxed when they were out of the sonar range. The team members looked at each other and laughed. With Eagle Sauce's slow speed, he can't even catch up with the hot shit. Let's go home. Jiang Ning took out the fire box that had not been put in before, and then took the container collected at the southern military base before the land sank. She only took the medical equipment. As for industrial equipment, cultural relics, books and so on, those that are not needed for the time being will be dealt with later. Of course, she changed the container. After half a year, the second-in-commands have almost accepted her and Huishan. Commander Xiao has also been much more low-key since his son's death. But the dog that bites doesn't bark. So we still have to be vigilant. They knew that the special salvage team had a problem. As vested interests, they had a tacit understanding not to dig deeper. But even if the problem was gone, it didn't mean they wouldn't dig in the future. So Jiang Ning wouldn't hand over the evidence. The reason why they chose to take out the medical equipment at this time was because the time had come. The farms and breeding farms were expanding rapidly, and poultry and eggs were about to be sold to the outside world. But there were conditions. They would be sold at a discount to women of childbearing age. As a leader, Gu Tinglin looked ahead 10 steps ahead. He is still implementing the fire plan for birth. Civilization without humans is meaningless. The base gradually stabilized, and the next most important task was to pass on the fire and reproduce. When the natural disaster began, Jiang Ning batch of women had just entered the fertility threshold, and their survival rate was the highest. After 12 years of the apocalypse, their bodies were all broken, with constant physical problems and various functional declines. But it is undeniable that they are also the most likely to give birth among the female survivors. The base formulated strategies. Whether it was material supply or medical resources, they would give priority to them. We will do everything possible to regulate their bodies and make plans for the next birth plan. Of course, the premise is that the women are willing, and the base will not force them. When the news came out, Jiang Ning was still drifting on the sea and didn't know it at all. Moreover, trouble is coming again. There is a tail behind the nuclear submarine. Damn. It's actually Eagle Sauce. This bastard actually followed all the way. It is very likely that he didn't find the refinery. So he became suspicious of Jiang Ning and others. So he quietly followed to find the coordinates of Fengcheng. Eagle Sauce has always conquered people with firepower, and has a predatory gene in its bones. Although the fake Eagle Sauce was extremely strong in the north, and swept their arsenal, it is impossible for Eagle Sauce to have only so much belongings. And it is very likely that it is a part of it. What if the firepower is sufficient, and wants to fire at Fengcheng? The functions of each military base are different. Compared with the Huaqing base, the southern military base does not carry many combat weapons, can't gamble, and can't let Eagle Sauce find the coordinates of Fengcheng. Chapter 585. Everyone sat down to discuss that they must get rid of this tail. But the Eagle Sauce bit very hard, and it was not easy to get rid of it. It was so hateful that people wanted to shoot him. Jiang Ning was calm. Captain Su, are our special submarines sure to collide with the Eagle Sauce's nuclear submarine? She remembered that Lu Cheng and his team were provoked by the Eagle Sauce on the seabed. And finally they directly confronted and blew up the Eagle Sauce's submarine. Su Kaihai was slightly surprised and said without thinking, the main functions of nuclear submarines are nuclear and submarine. Nuclear means nuclear strike, and submarine means attacking strategic targets on land without being known to outsiders, destroying transport ships, and destroying enemy sea transportation lines. attack large and medium-sized surface ships and submarines, carry out mine-laying, reconnaissance, rescue and sending special personnel to land, etc. In order to achieve the purpose of submersion, it cannot be detected by the enemy's radar, so special materials are needed. And special materials are difficult to achieve the effect of being indestructible. Therefore, nuclear submarines are not indestructible, and they have functional defects. The main purpose of the 3,000 submarines specially made by the Southern military is to resist the devastating tsunamis and earthquakes, and they do not pursue the effect of submersion. Therefore, the performance of firmness and earthquake resistance is far better than that of military submarines. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Liu Cheng's submarines could destroy the Eagle Sauce family. It turns out that the materials are completely different, since they insist on pestering. Then kill them. Huang Mao and others took the lead. Sister Ning, I request to go to war. I have tolerated them for a long time. This time I must smash them. Su Kaitai stopped them. It is true that our submarines are strong, but their diving functions are much inferior to nuclear submarines. They will be easily discovered by the Eagle Sauce. It is very dangerous if they launch a nuclear attack. If you go out, you will be hit by a nuclear attack. If you don't go out, you will be followed. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. I will go. No. Sister Ning is the soul of the salvage team. No one can be without you. Others requested to go to the battle. We also have nuclear submarines that can cover the Spark submarines. When the Eagle Sauce is distracted, it will be our best chance to get out. Jiang Ning was not bragging. It's too risky for you to go out. I'll be back soon. The team members knew that Jiang Ning had supernatural powers to protect her, so it was safest to go out. But everyone who saw the meet had a share, and it was dangerous for her to go alone, which made them feel bad. There is only one supernatural treasure in the base. What if something unexpected happens? So, they all scrambled for it. Finally, Huishan spoke up. I go with her. Soon it was night. The sea was rough. The nuclear submarine slowly submerged. Jiang Ning and Huishan put on diving suits and jumped into the sea. Jump into the sea with one foot. Then enter the space with the other foot. The nuclear submarine continued to move forward, attracting the tail behind. After Jiang Ning and Huishan entered the space, they timed it and calculated the speed of the Eagle Sauce, and drove the submarine out about 40 minutes later. Eagle Sauce was concentrating on the front, but suddenly there was a tail on the side, and it was very close. Damn! How could I not notice it? Although the other party was small in size, it rushed over at full speed. Eagle Sauce nuclear submarines were large, but not fast, and they didn't have time to turn around. Through sonar, they found that the size of the submarine rushing over was several times smaller than their own, so they breathed a sigh of relief. This level does not pose a threat to nuclear submarines at all. You know, their nuclear submarines are the best in the world. But it is the Eagle's instinct to bully the weak. No matter how big the opponent is, they will suppress it with firepower first. Torpedoes and trolls were fired several times in a row. They didn't even go out to ask. How dare they provoke them? Go to hell. They stared at the control panel, watching the strike weapons fired towards the little submarine, and their hearts were full of pride. But their faces changed drastically in the next second. The little submarine disappeared from the monitoring range. How is this possible? At such a close distance, their monitoring system cannot be wrong. Yes, there must be something wrong with his eyes. But they blinked again and again. But there was no small submarine. No matter how powerful his submarine technology is, he will not let go of the wrong one. And it is always right to shoot randomly. High firepower suppression. So, he fired randomly without blind spots. Captain! Captain! The Chinese torpedo is coming! Hide quickly. Damn it! Damn rabbit! Eagle Sauce was in a hurry and shot past the torpedo fired by Su Kaitai and others, but found that the disappeared small submarine appeared again, and was closer to him. If you launch a torpedo at this distance, you will explode yourself. They hurriedly sent an emergency signal. Let's talk it over. Don't mess around. However, it was too late. Jiang Ning controlled the degree of control, extended the external hedgehog spikes of 2,688 out of the outer wall, and rammed it hard into the nuclear submarine. After the bang, there was news again. The nuclear submarine was suddenly hit hard, and the submarine soldiers were thrown out heavily, feeling the earth shaking. Fuck. The instrument is alarming wildly. The Eagle Sauces were smashed to pieces. Some were vomiting acid. Some were vomiting overnight rice. And some were vomiting blood. When they got up in a panic and wanted to fight back, the little submarine disappeared again. Just as they were about to curse, they heard a terrifying scream from the other end. The submarine was cracked and leaked. Fortunately, the submarine was double-hulled, and only the outer shell was leaked. It can be rescued. But the nuclear submarine was frantically calling the police. At this moment, a loud noise came from the seabed again. The second anti-submarine torpedo of China was launched and hit accurately, completely destroying the double-hulled nuclear submarine of the Eagle Sauce family. And the cold sea water kept pouring into it. Lord, help! But it was useless to flutter. The giant nuclear submarine continued to fall into the deep sea. Inside the Huasha nuclear submarine, the team members cheered and couldn't help shouting and hugging. Today, the frustration that had been accumulated for decades was finally released. It was so cool. At this time, Jiang Ning was leisurely watching TV in the living room of the space, holding a fruit plate in his hand and enjoying it slowly. Well, the world of two people is really wonderful. After eating, he didn't forget to take a hot bath before leaving the space leisurely. The Eagle Sauce's nuclear submarine has completely sunk into the deep sea, and Sukai and others are still waiting there. Jiang Ning sent a signal to say hello, and she drove the submarine back to Fengcheng. So, the two submarines sailed in the deep sea, heading in the same direction. When they were about to reach Fengcheng, Jiang Ning took out the transport ship. It was still a familiar scene, with countless eyes staring at the port, looking forward to the surprise of opening the blind box. I forgot to say that the people who wanted to get married had already chased to the dock. They dressed up as exquisitely as possible in the hope of being favored by the members of the salvage team who were rich enough to rival a country, and then got married, so that they could not only have enough food and clothing, but also live in a red brick house. They scared the special team so much that they dared not get off the boat. Are they so crazy? They were chased to the dock, and even the middle and senior military leaders who were interested wanted to introduce them to someone. What should I do? I am so worried. As a married person, Jiang Ning did not feel any pressure at all, and even laughed and said, "Take care of yourself." She was in a hurry to go home and pet the dog, and left with Huaishan. But just as they boarded the dock, the sentry at the dock suddenly discovered that several speedboats were dispatched, followed by a modified Coast Guard ship, and then 3 submarines. The alarm sounded, and the dock was on alert. Jiang Ning frowned. What was going on? Chapter 586. Jiang Ning had never seen such a situation in a year. Is the base going to be attacked? Who is so bold? The Eagle Sauce? The Bear? Or an unknown joint base? The two waited at the dock for 20 minutes, and the team that went out had not returned yet. It was estimated that there would be no results for a while. Huaishan drove home. I talk about it when there is news. Back in Fengcheng, the military headquarters was very quiet, no different from usual. Huaishan went to report, and Jiang Ning went home. It was not good to eat, sleep and rest at sea, and it was very tiring to go back and forth. When I got home, the 4 were gone. It was estimated that they were sent to the army for training after weaning. The ruthless man was not there either, and he was mostly hanging out on the farm, where there were plenty of places for the couple to have fun. Jiang Ning took a shower after dinner and went to bed to rest. When he woke up, it was almost dark, and the house was quiet, and the same was true next door. Jiang Ning seemed lazy. After going out to sea, Gu Tinglin was working hard again. Just as he was about to go out, Rong Sanshao came. After not seeing him for a while, this guy has changed again, wearing a clean and tidy military uniform, with a straight and stylish figure, a smile on his face, and looking approachable. He is really a versatile young master. He is not afraid of collecting manure on the farm, sweating all over the dock, and clean and gentle in the military. He is dedicated to his work and loves what he does. Jiang Ning was puzzled. What are you doing here? Sister, look at what you said. Young Master Rong was unhappy. I am on duty in the military now. Of course, I came to give you a tip-off. Jiang Ning teased him. Are you a servant of 2 masters? Young Master Rong didn't like to hear this. My heart is always with you. Until death. Unswerving until death? Jiang Ning almost blurted out, Don't love me. It won't work. Knowing that he was joking, she got back to the point. What position do you hold in the military? This guy is so bold. He really has been promoted step by step. Young Master Rong is not ashamed. Secretary, Jiang Ning subconsciously said, my father's? I want to. But it's still a long way to go. But he is confident. Don't underestimate the military secretary. Many senior executives started from this position. After working for a long time, you will be good at observing the words and expressions, guessing the thoughts of your superiors, keeping an eye on all directions for the leader, and finally achieve your own career. Jiang Ning is optimistic about him. As a military secretary, especially not Gu Tinglin's secretary, it is actually very sensitive to come to Jiang Ning. But he still came. This time he is not here to eat for free. Jiang Ning said seriously. What happened? Rong Sanshao looked around and lowered his voice. The senior military officials in Huacheng are here. Staff Officer C and others? Why didn't they come earlier or later? But they came when Fengcheng Base was established for 2 years. If he really cherished talents, he should have come as early as when the aircraft carrier that evacuated overseas Chinese returned to Huacheng and received Gu Tinglin's handwritten letter. Jiang Ning couldn't figure out their thoughts. Rong Sanshao couldn't figure it out either. But Jiang Ning left a cruise ship when he left. And the top management of the base was calm afterwards. At least on the surface. Now so many people came. What did they hear? In any case, before finding out their purpose, it was not appropriate for Jiang Ning to show up. So Rong Sanshao found a reason to sneak out. It happened that they came suddenly, and the fire boxes piled on the transport ship at the dock were not moved in time and were seen. Jiang Ning understood that she was asked to be a turtle at home. How should I put it? She had a complicated feeling towards the Huacheng base. It was the Huaxia base built with the whole country's efforts. She had wanted to settle down there. But she left in a hurry for various reasons. No one is a fool. As long as the Huacheng high-level officials want to investigate, they can definitely guess it. They came from afar. Can Gu Tinglin resist? Jiang Ning returned to the house and felt that time was a little sad. It was completely dark. There was a wolfish voice outside. And then Dao pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Jiang Ning, she didn't feel strange at all. But her expression was a little complicated. Brother hasn't come back yet? Jiang Ning noticed her strangeness and asked, Dao, are you worried? Dao hesitated for a moment, sat down next to her and said, Sister-in-law, I came back from the farm. Bai Shui wanted to see Sibao. So I took it and Kiki to the military headquarters. She didn't expect to meet Jiang Guanshan. Jiang Guanshan recognized her at a glance. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Then what? Then, her name was called accurately. It was the young soldier next to him. Dao thought for a long time, but still couldn't recognize him. Dao, I'm Qin Mu. Dao looked at the young soldier in front of him with a warm smile, and couldn't reconcile him with the Qin Mu in his memory. In the deep memory, he was considerate and gentle, white and thin, a weak boy. The young soldier in front of him was tall and straight, with wheat-colored skin and very white teeth. When he smiled, the dusty memory was opened, and his smile was indeed somewhat familiar. They parted at the age of 18 and met again as adults. After several years, they were no longer the most familiar with each other. But Qin Mu still recognized Dao at a glance. Qin Mu was in Huacheng base? Jiang Ning was thinking. She hesitated for a moment. How did you chat? No. We just said hello. Dao was a little worried. Sister-in-law, what are the people from Huacheng base doing here? She was uneasy. After all, sister-in-law had a secret, and they came at the wrong time. And by such a coincidence, she bumped into Jiang Guanshan again. Before they figured out their purpose, Jiang Ning comforted them. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Qin Mu is in Huacheng. So where is his father Qin Chuan? I didn't ask. The incident happened suddenly. Dao was so nervous that her mind went blank, and she subconsciously wanted to leave. After a few quick greetings, she hurried home. Dao had long regarded Fengcheng as her new home, and the base's rapid changes were due to her hard work and sweat. She didn't want to drift anymore. She didn't want to repeat what happened in Huacheng. Jiang Ning hugged her. Don't think too much. Your brother and I are here. Even Gu Tinglin was surprised by the arrival of someone from Huacheng. The party was held until late at night, and the old friends talked about the past. Unfortunately, Hui Yilin was caught. Yu Changzheng wanted to protect him, but Xiao said quickly, This is the son-in-law of Chief Gu. Hui Yishan military rank was soaring. They were promoted according to the assessment. But who made you promoted too quickly? Even if everything was reasonable and legal. Many people were jealous and used the results to infer the truth, which gave rise to many conspiracy theories. But it is undeniable that Gu Tinglin promoted people regardless of their relationship. As for those who were jealous, they could only hold back. Look! Commander Xiao, who got the chance, spoke quickly. At that moment, the atmosphere on the scene was a bit weird. Jiang Guanshan smiled. Comrade Hua, gold really shines everywhere. Congratulations. Staff Officer C raised his mouth. Old Gu, I remember you have never married. How come you suddenly have a son-in-law? Back then, my little cousin had been thinking about him for a long time. But the flowers are affectionate. But the water is ruthless. Gu Tinglin laughed heartily. It's a long story. I invite you to dinner at home some other day, and we have a good chat. In this way, as the son-in-law of the base leader, Huishan was left in the reception team. Chapter 587. After settling the Huacheng military, the father-in-law and son-in-law returned home late. Gu Tinglin called Jiang Ning into the study alone. The truth cannot be hidden. The development of Fengcheng is obvious to all, and the news spreads quickly. The Huacheng military has two purposes for this trip. One is that they have developed with the whole country's strength and have done well in the past 2 years. As early as when they received Gu Tinglin's handwritten letter, the staff officer wanted to come here, but the base was at a critical time for development and construction, and they were hindered by too many things. The land is rising, and the survivors of various countries have come ashore to occupy their territory. The bases of countries such as Eagle Sauce, Bear, Dying have risen one after another, trying their best to survive while competing for resources and territory. Moreover, there are countless large and small private power bases, and the contradictions are becoming increasingly prominent, making it more difficult for the survivors to survive. Whether it is Huacheng or Fengcheng, they are all established by the military, with the same blood flowing in their bodies, and they also inherit the Chinese civilization. They have the responsibility and obligation to unite and not be bullied by foreign races. In addition, the legend about Fengcheng Base has been spreading across the oceans, and Huacheng Base has also heard about it. The time, the place, and the people are all right. After more than 2 years of governance, Huacheng Base has stabilized from top to bottom. Whether it is out of friendship, blood, or cooperation, they are here. Gu Tinglin has experienced many hardships in his life. How could he not have experienced military struggles to reach his current position? Through today's reception, he has been confident in his heart. Don't worry too much. When you leave, you will leave behind the equipment for reclamation and island construction, as well as the things you have done before. The staff officer is here to accept this favor, even if they have other ideas. This is Fengcheng Base. They will not mess around, and they don't have the strength to mess around. He has done everything he can for the country, and he hasn't stopped even now. He wants to spend the rest of his life with his family and protect them from harm. It's true that Jiang Ning has special abilities, but she has also fulfilled her duties as a human being. He doesn't allow anyone to hurt her in any way under any name. Seeing Jiang Ning's unhappy expression, Gu Tinglin said in a sonorous voice, "Ning, I am your father. No matter what happens, I will stand by you and protect your safety at the first time. You just need to do what you think is right, and don't worry about anything else." He was sorry that he couldn't protect her when the land was about to sink. This will never happen again. Jiang Ning looked at him, and Song Yiling came to her mind. When she was young, she had questioned countless times, since she was destined to be abandoned at birth. Why did her parents give birth to her? But now, she felt unconditional warmth. It turns out that the harbor of father is so reassuring. At this moment, Jiang Ning was a little dazed, and felt that she would not be afraid even if the sky collapsed and the earth broke. She looked at Gu Tinglin quietly and smiled involuntarily. Jiang Ning felt relaxed after coming back from next door. Marry the right wife, and you will be promoted. Find the right father-in-law, and your future will be unlimited. Huishan is already a major, and Yu Changzheng has given him full authority over the affairs of the special salvage team, and he is just holding an empty position. Unlike in Huacheng, when he met Jiang Guanshan today, he was no longer afraid that Jiang Ning's secret would be exposed, and his expression was calm and self-assured. In addition to their own strength, because of the operation of the God-making plan, the interests of the two are closely tied to Fengcheng. If something really happened, The base would be the first to disagree. They looked at each other and smiled. After many twists and turns, they returned to Fengcheng. Huishan accompanied the whole reception today, and Fengcheng showed the greatest sincerity to entertain Staff Officer C and his party. Chicken, duck, goose, vegetables, fried, stir-fried, 12 dishes for table. Seeing the fresh chicken, duck and goose meat, Staff Officer C and others were extremely shocked. Old Gu, your base actually has poultry? Not only poultry. Fengcheng also has a breeding farm, Gu Tinglin said enthusiastically. When you come next time, maybe there will be wine. Staff Officer C didn't have time to eat, and grabbed Gu Tinglin's hand. You have to tell me the truth. Where did the poultry come from? They are all military experts, Gu Tinglin said smoothly. No matter where it comes from, I can give you a definite answer. You will definitely have it when you go back. Just because of his words, Staff Officer C took out the mount he brought from Huacheng and laughed. Come on. Brothers fight tigers together. Fathers and sons fight together. Let's not go home until we are drunk tonight. To be honest, Fengcheng Military Department has never been so extravagant before. This time, they showed the greatest sincerity in receiving Huacheng Military Department, not only because of the origin of China, but also because of the reunion of old friends. And at the same time, they want to look forward to the future. There was no detailed discussion at the banquet, but the staff of the department was huge, covering the military, agriculture, medicine, industry, etc., with dozens of people, including the accompanying submarine soldiers, guards, etc. There were hundreds of people in total. They came here by submarine. A total of 3 large submarines, thousands of miles away, countless ocean risks. But they still came, because there was no prior notice. Fengcheng mistakenly thought it was an invasion by foreign enemies, which led to the scene Jiang Ning saw at the dock. It was a one-way trip of tens of thousands of miles, so it was indeed difficult to notify in advance. Led by Staff Officer C, and with such a large scale, Jiang Ning was willing to believe that Huacheng had good intentions. Did Staff Officer C mention the relationship between Huacheng and Fengcheng? How can I put it? Huacheng is a new home built by the whole country, symbolizing the continuation of the Chinese regime and civilization. Logically speaking, after Gu Tinglin learned the coordinates of the new home, he should report to Huacheng. But under the apocalypse of natural disasters, his team drifted in the vast ocean. No one knew whether the new home could be built, and whether the team could hold on to the end. No one would sit and wait for death, and actively saving themselves was instinctive. Now Fengcheng is in a corner, and Huacheng came to the door at this time. After the joy of meeting, more thoughts were left. Not only Gu Tinglin, but also Fengcheng Military Department. Even Huacheng Military Department is no exception. No mention. Huishan thought deeply. However, I feel that the staff officer still wants Fengcheng to belong to Huacheng and jointly strengthen the Chinese civilization. The Huacheng military came with a purpose. Otherwise, why would they risk crossing the ocean? However, no one expected that Fengcheng, which relied on self-reliance, would change with each passing day because of Jiang Ning. Staff Officer C probably couldn't speak. After all, Fengcheng was growing very fast, and was already developing its own civilization. It was not the best time to mention the merger at this time. This was indeed the case. No one at the banquet mentioned it. But Staff Officer C had a private conversation with Gu Tinglin in his office for more than an hour after the banquet. No one knew what they talked about. And Gu Tinglin also kept silent. Tonight, many people probably have insomnia. But Jiang Ning fell asleep quickly because Gu Tinglin gave her the answer. In the morning, the wolf-hearted dog lungs were making trouble in the yard, howling non-stop. Jiang Ning was woken up, and she couldn't rest even with her pillow. She was irritable when she got up, and wanted to kill the dog. So she opened the door and walked out with a plastic knife. She felt a little choked when she opened the door, and couldn't help coughing twice. The air was very bad. Could it be that the sandstorm came again? The wolf-hearted dog lungs rushed over, scratching their noses and eyes, and whimpering non-stop. Jiang Ning pushed open the door, and found that the sunlight was gray, and there were many moths fluttering in the air. Chapter 588. The colorful moths were very large, with their wings spread out to be almost half the size of a palm. As their wings flapped, the powdery scales on their bodies fell off and filled the air. The key point was that the moths were not afraid of people at all, and many of them flew towards Jiang Ning and Lang Xi and Go Lung. These two guys were always fearless. But at this moment, they all retreated, and even the barking from their mouths was bluffing. Jiang Ning quickly closed the door, and the brother and sister, who heard something was wrong, followed him out. She hurried into the space to check the two guys. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they kept sneezing and crying. Oh no! The powder on the moss is poisonous. Damn it. Most moth powders are not poisonous. And the main function of the powder is to keep them moist and reflective. Some people may be allergic, but the symptoms are also very mild. But the ruthless ones are different. Their eyes are congested, and the allergic symptoms come on quickly. Thinking of the bright colors of moths, Jiang Ning secretly said that it was not good. If it was fine normally, anything could happen in a natural disaster. She hurriedly washed the paws and eyes of the two. But before she started coughing and her eyes were itchy and uncomfortable. Jiang Ning hurriedly rinsed her eyes with saline, put in eye drops and take anti-allergic medicine. Then, Huishan and Daodu also showed symptoms of discomfort. The brother and sister had medical knowledge and hurried to deal with it. Worried about Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing, she dealt with the allergies of the three people in the space. She put on protective clothing, eye masks and N95 masks, and then put on a transparent mask. She hurried to the next room, where moths were also fluttering around. Jiang Ning was woken up by the ruthless people. While Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing were used to getting up early, they also found moths in the same group, and were trying to drive them away with their tools. But the more they drove them away, the more they came. Jiang Ning took out the insecticide spray and kept spraying them. After spraying almost the entire bottle, the smell of insecticide filled the air, and the moths were completely driven away. There were moths everywhere, which made people feel goosebumps all over their bodies. Xu Xueqing's face changed. Where did all these moths suddenly come from? Jiang Ning quickly let the two people into the house, closed the doors and windows, and took out the air purifier. Moth powder is poisonous. It is easy to cause allergies and bloodshot eyes when it enters the respiratory tract. Normal saline, eye drops, anti-inflammatory and anti-allergic drugs. Xu Xueqing is the head nurse and knows how to deal with it. Jiang Ning said, change into clean clothes, quickly desensitize, and pay attention to your health when drinking water. He said that he left the protective clothing, masks and face shields, etc., and did not go out for the time being. This moth disaster is probably very tricky. Moths appeared at some point, and the air was filled with invisible powder. The two soon felt uncomfortable. Coughing, wheezing, itchy skin with red spots, itchy and swollen eyes. Gu Tinglin had pneumonia, and his lungs were damaged. Jiang Ning took 2 compressed oxygen cylinders. Huishan disinfected the house and purified the air, then came to help next door. Daodu was worried about the poultry in the farm, so he put on protective clothing and drove out. Gu Tinglin's breathing became smoother, and he took out the walkie-talkie to remotely command. The relevant departments immediately made emergency arrangements, and everyone in the base paid attention to safety. All departments and units were nervous, and the base soon sounded a radio alarm. Moth plague is coming. All survivors pay attention. The hospital also had problems, but they reacted quickly and had good psychological quality, and quickly came up with a solution. Through the radio, survivors were told to close the doors and windows and not go out for the time being. If they had symptoms of poisoning and allergies, they could wash their eyes with clean water. If the body cannot bear it, they need to seek medical treatment in time. But they must take protective measures when going out. The hospital has a hard requirement that all medical staff should be on duty immediately. Xu Xueqing's allergy has not subsided. Her eyelids are a little congested, and she feels uncomfortable with soreness and swelling. Her exposed skin has rashes everywhere, but she can still bear it because of timely treatment. She is a little worried. Old Gu, how are you? Gu Tinglin is feeling unwell, but it is getting better. I'm fine. You should pay attention to protection when you return to the hospital. Okay. If you feel uncomfortable, come to the hospital in time. Don't keep it to yourself. Jiang Ning was worried that she couldn't bear it, so he gave her an anti-allergy injection. The moth disaster overnight. The base was in chaos. The poisonous moth powder enters the eyes or respiratory tract, causing coughing, wheezing, chest tightness, vomiting, and even bleeding eyes. When I left home, I realized that it was hell outside. Many people covered their mouths and noses to go to the hospital, but fell down while struggling on the way. They breathed hard. Their eyes were blurred, and they couldn't see anything. And they kept wailing. Help! 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 The voices came one after another. And with their blurred vision, they grabbed randomly, and didn't want to let go of others. Some brave people covered their faces, and went out to rob. Or broke into houses to rob. Or robbed the property of the poisoned. The military and the police responded urgently, wearing gas masks to maintain order. Some sent patients to the hospital. And some took the criminals back to the police station, but sent them to the hospital halfway through. In a short time, the hospital was overcrowded. Jiang Ning was not idle for a moment, and carried the wolf to the next door. Stay with Grandpa here. Don't leave a step. Come to the farm to find me, if you have anything. Gu Tinglin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm fine. I go to the military later. Unexpectedly, they encountered a moth disaster suddenly. And the staff of the department must have suffered as well. These people are either high-ranking military officials or technical experts in Huacheng. And no accidents can happen. He has already asked medical staff to rush over. But what's the point of people rushing over? The key is medicine. In the past year, some Chinese medicinal materials have been stockpiled by the hospital and the farm's planting area. But not much. A sudden large-scale moth plague has inevitably led to a shortage of medicine. It was caught off guard. The hospital is short of medicine. And it's useless for you to go. Jiang Ning remembered that the staff officer seemed to have heart problems. And the matter was indeed very difficult. I go there. She felt vaguely that their trip was closely related to her. Gu Tinglin thought for a moment. Be careful. So, Jiang Ning went to the guest house, and Huishan went to the farm. There were too many moths, and the water source was very likely to be polluted. Jiang Ning gave several large buckets of space to store pure water, and saline solution collected at the joint base. There were many workers in the breeding farm, and their lives had to be protected as much as possible. The two acted separately. Jiang Ning hurried to find the guest house. And indeed many people were caught. Some had vomiting and diarrhea. Some had tears running down their cheeks. And some had scratched their skin until it bled. The hospital sent 2 medical staff to wash their eyes with clean boiled water, and then fumigated them with Chinese herbal medicine. There were too many patients and a severe shortage of medical staff. And they were crying everywhere. Jiang Ning looked around but didn't find Staff Officer C and Jiang Guanshan and the others. After asking, he found out that they had taken the expert group out to visit Fengcheng base early and hadn't returned yet. Jiang Ning mind raced. Where would Staff Officer C and the others be in a hurry to go when they arrived in Fengcheng? Chapter 589. In terms of military or technological strength, Fengcheng is far inferior to Huacheng. They should have investigated what Huacheng base lacks, excluding the military camp and the desalination plant. Jiang Ning decisively went to the farm to try. The farm has been expanding continuously, and is now a large scale. And many poultry are about to be slaughtered. The moth disaster treats everyone equally. Not only will people be poisoned by inhaling moth powder, but poultry is no exception. Poultry is precious. Since the theft incident occurred, Rongtingting has required at least half of the workers to stay at the farm every day. The staff dormitory built by the farm is better than their own house. The workers rushed to move in, and treated the dormitory as their home. The staff were fine, as there were not many people to treat. But there were thousands of poultry. When Jiang Ning arrived, Rongtingting had several layers of cloth wrapped around her face, covering her mouth and nose as she directed the staff to fumigate the poultry shed with wormwood for disinfection. As she spoke, she couldn't control her tears. Many workers were the same. Jiang Ning was filled with emotion, and human lives were worthless in the end of the world. Seeing her coming, Rongtingting's strong emotions collapsed a little. Sister Aining, many poultry are in bad condition. What can we do? Will all the hard work put in by everyone be destroyed by the moth disaster without any signs? She really can't accept it. Things are getting better and better. Why does the natural disaster always stab the back at the critical moment? Rongtingting is obviously young, but she is mature and experienced in every aspect, and she has completed the tasks assigned to her impeccably. It was the first time that Jiang Ning saw her collapse like this. There are public and private reasons. This is the testimony of her efforts and hard work. The workers are the same. They are sick, but they grit their teeth and persist. It's not that they are selfless, but they want to keep their jobs. If the farm is gone, they will also lose their food and clothing. As long as they don't die, diseases are nothing in the end times. If they die suddenly, it's okay. But they are afraid that they will be half dead and starve for a long time. Jiang Ning went into the poultry shed to check and saw that many poultry were wheezing. Their eyes were congested, and their heads were drooping, and they were listless. Fumigation with wormwood is not very effective. They can only try to make their own adrenaline. Jiang Ning asked the workers to stop and wash their eyes with clean water first. She asked Rong Tingting to remove the potato flour and chopped grass, and take out the ground pepper and chili powder from the space while she was away. Mix the powder into the potato flour and grass. Then pour in boiling water and stir. After stirring, pinch it into particles the size of a little finger, and feed one to each wilted poultry. She took out 2 other bags of medicine, one of which was Chinese herbal medicine for fumigating the employees' eyes to prevent allergies. The hospital is overcrowded, and you can't get in line if you go there. Boil the herbs for fumigation, and I come back later. The other bag is for poultry. Half an hour after taking the adrenaline hormone. If the symptoms are relieved, mix the Chinese medicine powder in the feed and feed it to them. She was in a hurry to find Cancer and others, and had no time to stay for too long. Jiang Ning guidance calmed Rong Tingting down. When she learned that she was looking for someone, she couldn't help but think of something. Sister Anning, I have seen them. Living with her uncle, Rong Tingting developed a character of getting up early. When she noticed that something was wrong with the moths, she hurried to the farm. On the way, she met a group of people. They were strange and didn't look like people from the base at all. If I guessed correctly, they were the watching visiting group that Uncle Sen mentioned yesterday. But Rong Tingting was anxious to check on the poultry, and didn't take it to heart. Jiang Ning thought, how were they at that time? Rong Tingting recalled, I seemed to hear coughing, and they all covered their mouths and noses. At that time, someone advised me to go home quickly, saying that there was something wrong with the moths. It seems that someone among them was sick at that time. Knowing where to find someone, Jiang Ning went to the hospital without stopping. As expected, the hospital was overcrowded, and it was hard to squeeze in. It was not an exaggeration. The base hospital was not big to begin with. Many survivors swarmed in, but they could not even touch the door of the clinic. They were piled up in the yard. How can I describe it in a horrible way? There were patients with out-of-control emotions everywhere, and some of the serious ones even had blood flowing from their eyes. There were few medical staff, and treatment took time. But the patients were swallowed by panic and fear. Without treatment, some people started cursing, and some even started fighting. Many medical staff were injured, and it would be a vicious cycle. In short, it was horrible. Jiang Ning pushed the crowd away and walked into the hospital. But many patients saw that she was wearing protective clothing and actually reached out to pull her. Doctor, please save me. My eyes are going blind. Before she finished speaking, she started coughing violently. At this point, it was useless to say more nonsense. Wait, you won't die. Jiang Ning pushed her away, and then pushed many people away, and walked towards the hospital unwaveringly. The hospital was overcrowded, and she had to overcome a lot of interference before she found the dean. The dean was in a panic. The medical staff was seriously short of manpower. And the most important thing was the lack of medicine. There was no Western medicine, and several Chinese medicines were missing. So the treatment effect was greatly reduced, facing the patients who swarmed in like a loss. It was difficult to control the situation even if there were soldiers on the scene to maintain order. No one wanted to die. Fear overcame reason, and the desire to survive made them crazy. Jiang Ning asked, what medicine is missing? The dean was talking like a talk show, listing several medicines in a row, including external wash and oral. Jiang Ning medical skills were not bad, and the prescription prescribed by the hospital was indeed for treating allergies. She had some in her space, but she was still missing 2 medicines. But she could replace them with others. If the patients affected by the moth plague were not cured, the whole base would be in chaos. From Gu Tinglin to the workers in the breeding farm, everyone's efforts would be in vain. Jiang Ning looked at the endless stream of patients outside, and the wailing in her ears, gritted her teeth and said, I still have herbs. I should be able to get them all. The dean was shocked. Really? It's a deposit. I hope it works. Comrade Jiang? Thank you so much. Young Master Rong suddenly appeared. No need to thank me. As a member of the base, Comrade Jiang has always been very conscious. Where did this gossipy monkey come from? The corner of the dean's mouth twitched. But he was really grateful to Jiang Ning. The greenhouse glass had been growing herbs, selling them to the hospital after harvest, and donated medicinal seedlings several times. This time, he decisively donated medicine before the disaster, which was really selfless. She really has the demeanor of a leader. Young Master Rong pulled Jiang Ning. Sister, are you sure you want to donate medicine? Jiang Ning nodded. Why are you here? I'm a secretary of the military department, and I have to come to the scene on behalf of the leader to appease the people. Then he took out a loudspeaker. Be quiet. Everyone. Listen to me quietly. The hospital is short of medicine and staff. But Jiang Ning is kind and beautiful. She not only built a greenhouse and opened a breeding farm, but also worried about the development and construction of the base all the time, and donated life-saving medicine at a critical time. You have medicine. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. You have to believe in Jiang Ning. She learned from a famous Chinese medicine professor. Moth allergy is nothing. The prescription has been issued. The donated medicine will arrive soon. Everyone will have a share. And she is here. She will accompany you all the time. The medicine will cure the disease. Now, we invite Jiang Ning to speak. After that, he handed the megaphone to Jiang Ning. Chapter 590. Everything has been said by young Master Rong. What else can Jiang Ning say? But she can't throw away the megaphone in front of everyone. Although she usually scolds young Master Rong like she is scolding her grandson. She has never given a speech in front of so many people, and she is a little inexperienced. But Jiang Ning, who created the god, knows the key points. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. Since she is a god, she must have a sense of mystery. She picked up the megaphone and said in a steady voice, Don't be afraid. It will be fine. I am in the same boat with you all. Young Master Rong was well versed in the art of worshipping the gods. He took the megaphone and said, Please wait patiently. We will get the medicine right away. You line up first and take your time. The patients really calmed down. After all, everyone in the base knew Jiang Ning. She was the farm, the breeding farm, and the special salvage team. Miracles would happen wherever she appeared. Now she donated medicine again. Maybe she could really cure it? Whether it was a blank check or psychological comfort. The noisy crowd really calmed down and patiently waited for a miracle. The patients were reassured, and the order on the scene improved visibly. Young Master Rong made all the arrangements. Director, please arrange for someone to go with us to get the medicine. The director, who was arranged to know clearly, so it has nothing to do with the hospital in the end? It's all Jiang Ning credit. He thought of Jiang Ning past, and felt that she was not such a person. It can only be said that the soldier in front of him was flattering in order to climb up the ladder. Treating the disease and saving lives is the most important thing. Jiang Ning took the people from the hospital home to get the medicine, and young Master Rong followed shamelessly. Her expression was as if she was saying, Sister, I am a good supporting actor. Right? Jiang Ning held her forehead. After moving several large sacks of medicine from the storage room, she did not forget to go to the next door. He was not there. Gu Tinglin was in charge. It must be admitted that the thick-skinned and smooth-talking Rong San Xiao is indeed a sales expert. As soon as he entered the hospital gate, the loudspeaker hanging on his chest sounded again. Don't worry. Don't panic. The medicine donated by Jiang Ning has arrived, and we will make arrangements immediately. The explanation of the matter and the progress of the update calmed the patient's anxiety to a great extent. The dean felt ashamed and quickly arranged for someone to boil medicine. Unexpectedly, young Master Rong grabbed him and whispered a few words. The dean's expression became serious at any time. Thank you for reminding me. The situation was under control. And Jiang Ning quickly asked the dean, Have the staff of Watching Division come to the hospital? Yes. We are arranging doctors to treat them. How is the situation? The dean was unable to split himself. They have a doctor with them. We only provide medicine. Jiang Ning was still worried. So he found out the specific clinic and went to visit and comfort them in person. Just after turning the corner, I found Commander Xiao coming out of the clinic. Jiang Guanshan saw him out. Both of them had smiles on their faces and exchanged a few words before saying goodbye. Jiang Ning came out from the corner after Commander Xiao left. After his son died, Commander Xiao was depressed and low-key for a while. But he didn't expect to be active again so soon. The team of the Southern Military Base, except for the backbones appointed by the state. The rest were selected by Gu Tinglin. In general, it is relatively stable, and everyone is serving the ultimate goal. Now that the disaster has passed, and it is the time to rebuild the wasteland. Some people are starting to play tricks. It is understandable to have ambitions, and everyone should rely on their own strength. Knowing that the relationship between the two cities is complicated, Commander Xiao took advantage of the chaos to come to the door. What did he talk about with Hua Cheng? Jiang Ning was thoughtful, but soon restrained his emotions and knocked on the door of the clinic. Jiang Guanshan opened the door and looked at him for a long time before speaking. Comrade Jiang? Jiang Ning nodded and greeted him. Director Jiang? Long time no see. Jiang Guanshan was not surprised by her arrival, but asked with concern, Comrade Jiang, what happened that year? We thought you and Comrade Hua were killed. They both knew it, and they were just asking questions knowing the answer. But they had to save face. Jiang Ning explained frankly. I accidentally learned about my friend's news that year, and I went out to look for him in a hurry. Unexpectedly, the submarine broke down in the sea and drifted to the North Pole with the ocean current. It left after the land rose, and it took a lot of twists and turns to get to Fengcheng. So that's how it is. I'm glad you're safe, Jiang Guanshan said with emotion. You and Comrade Hua are both rare talents. If you stayed in Huacheng would definitely be more than what it is today. Director Jiang is joking. Huacheng is full of talents. We are not the only one who is lacking. Jiang Guanshan welcomed her in and said happily, Leader. Dean Ma. Look who is here. Jiang Ning never expected that Ma Guangyan would also come. After more than 2 years of not seeing him, he has more white hair and is still thin. Jiang Ning eyes misted. Teacher. Yesterday's banquet was only for senior military officials. Ma Guangyan never liked to join in the fun and went to rest in the guest house early. He came to provide medical assistance, but he didn't expect Fengcheng to be countless times better than he thought. Hearing that there were medicinal herbs planted in the base, he went to investigate with the staff officer early, but he didn't expect that he would be hit by a moth disaster. The master and apprentice met and were moved by each other. Jiang Ning stepped forward and hugged Ma Guangyan warmly. She had to admit that she had been influenced by Ma Guangyan to this point today, no matter her thoughts or pattern. In her heart, he was both a teacher and a father. Apart from practicing medicine and doing academic research, Ma Guangyan almost didn't hear anything outside the window. It was only on the way to the investigation this morning that he learned that Jiang Ning was in Fengcheng, and that she was the biological daughter of Chief Gu, and the herbal plantation he investigated was hers. Ma Guangyan is not a chatterbox. As long as the students are doing well, it is worth his concern for the past few years. With him around, there is no need to worry about the illness of Staff Officer C and his team. This is indeed the case. The dean sent the necessary medicine, and their allergy symptoms have been alleviated a lot. Staff Officer C's eyes are red and swollen, and he is receiving hot compresses. He still remembers Jiang Ning. If she hadn't given him a quick-acting heart-saving pill on the ferry, it is unknown whether he could have survived. When receiving the land reclamation island that fell to the bottom of the sea, Staff Officer C asked Jiang Guanshan to conduct a secret investigation. It didn't take much time at all for the truth to surface, and people were sent out to look for it. It was a pity that the two young men didn't give him a chance. Later, as the generals of the 5 major bases gathered, more and more survivors gathered in Huacheng. The ultimate goal remained unchanged, but with the increase of military branches, complexity was an indisputable fact. Staff Officer C completely let go of his obsession. Unexpectedly, they would meet unexpectedly in Fengcheng. He looked at Jiang Ning, but he couldn't see clearly under the protective suit. But everything she did for Fengcheng base was quite like a tiger father and a dog daughter. Staff Officer C regretted that she didn't choose Huacheng, but Fengcheng was also the best choice. They all came from Huaxia, so there was no need to distinguish between them. He asked, How is Chief Gu? Jiang Ning had a headache. He just got treated and is busy again. Staff Officer C laughed. He has never changed his temperament since he was a child. He never accepts old age. Chapter 591. Knowing that Gu Tinglin was fine, Staff Officer C did not waste time with Jiang Ning, and turned to ask Ma Guangyan. Dean Ma, how are you? If you are not seriously ill, can you support the hospital? Ma Guangyan was not feeling well, but he could hold on. Yes. Jiang Ning was happy. Thank you, Chief of Staff. Then I will take the teacher away. During this special period, Staff Officer C and his team no longer occupied the treatment room. Those who could help stayed to help. and the rest returned to the guest house. Jiang Ning closed the door, took out a set of protective clothing from his bag, and said with concern, "Teacher, take care to protect yourself." Ma Guangnian couldn't help laughing. She was still the same as before. There were too many patients. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to go to the toilet, let alone eat and rest. She was still old enough to persist. But the teacher was old and couldn't have any problems. Jiang Ning took out 2 lunch boxes. "Let's fill our stomachs. We can work better after we are full." Fearing conflicts between doctors and patients, Jiang Ning asked the dean to transfer 2 soldiers to protect Ma Guangnian's safety. Rong Laba, who learned the latest situation, immediately amplified the sound. "Come on! Come on! Line up one by one and don't squeeze." Jiang Ning specially invited his mentor Professor Ma Guangnian to sit in the consultation together. Who is Professor Ma Guangnian? He is a national treasure-level doctor who enjoys special allowances from China and is known as the thousand-handed saint doctor. Really? Jiang Ning wanted to kill him. You can brag, but can you be more reliable? It should be in-depth and layered. Hey, the survivors are so vulgar that they like to hear such straightforward things when they are in a hurry. Soon, several lines were formed and the patients lined up in an orderly manner. There were not enough nurses. So Xu Xueqing organized emergency training and let the soldiers take over. As they were progressing step by step, gunshots were suddenly heard from the pharmacy. Jiang Ning was shocked, and Rong Sanshao exchanged glances and hurried to the pharmacy. In the back kitchen of the hospital pharmacy, a body fell in a pool of blood, and the soldier who fired the gun ordered people to drag the body out. The dean hurried over. "What happened?" the frightened pharmacy staff explained, pointing at the dead man. "I saw him sneakily putting something into the medicine barrel, and wanted to twist him to hand him over to the army. But he was shot dead during the dispute and scuffle." The air was filled with moth powder, and the soldiers were all wearing masks without exception. The soldier who fired the gun raised his leg and walked out. Young Master Rong grabbed him and shouted, "Which department are you from?" The soldier pushed him back. "Maintaining stability and enforcing the law. Stability and enforcing the law are all under my control today." Young Master Rong pulled off his mask. "How dare you shoot before the matter is investigated clearly?" The soldier raised his hand to swing him, trying to get away. Jiang Ning raised his foot and swept over, knocking him to the ground with a few kicks. Young Master Rong twisted him and raised his hand to hit him twice. "Who gave you the courage to hit your superior?" Hearing the gunshots, the soldiers who were maintaining stability arrived quickly. When he took off his mask, no one recognized him, and his uniform didn't fit him. A fake brand. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and the deceased didn't put anything into the boiling liquid medicine. Jiang Ning carefully observed the medicine package. The white powder was colorless and odorless, and the naked eye couldn't tell what it was. But it was definitely not a good thing. All the liquid medicines were checked. The powders were sent to the infirmary for inspection, and the strange soldiers escorted him for interrogation. The dean looked at Rong Sanshao gratefully. He was indeed a master of flattery. But he was thoughtful in everything. If the person who drugged the patient succeeded, I don't know how many patients would be harmed. And the hospital. No, it is true that the hospital's reputation was damaged. But Jiang Ning was the first to bear the brunt. She donated the medicine and prescribed the medicine. She was praised as a god, and then fell from the altar. It was really cruel, even at the cost of the patient's life. The dean's face changed drastically, and he suggested that the police or the army should investigate. However, the counterfeit died. When Jiang Ning and others arrived, he was already bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his face was black and purple. Anyone who studies medicine knows that this death is caused by arsenic. It has been 12 years since the end of the world. Where did he get it from? This is it. There is no evidence. Rong Sanshao was vomiting blood in his heart. And he did not forget to give his sister a look. Who is the vested interest? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Jiang Ning glanced back at him. Wait for the results of the investigation. Speaking of which, he seemed to be really weak, and was almost knocked down by the fake. Rong Sanshao was irritated by her eyes. Who is weak? She is so strong that she is abnormal. Everyone, go back to your positions and continue working. While the hospital was doing its best, the army was also actively responding. They were actively catching and killing moths. Only by eliminating the source of the trouble can the number of patients be reduced. They used nets to capture, high-pressure water guns to spray, fire to burn, spraying and disinfecting with drugs, etc. Everyone was taking action. Patients came one after another. And even if 3 people took turns every minute, they would not be able to finish their shifts until dark. Wearing protective clothing, they didn't even have time to drink water or go to the toilet. Huishan and Dowda came to deliver food. Steamed sweet potatoes and tomato egg drop soup. Young Master Rong immediately picked up his megaphone and said, "Family, natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind." Comrade Hua and the others. Bala Bala preached for a long time, making the brother and sister so embarrassed that they almost took away the food. In the end, they were really short of manpower, so the 2 of them served as volunteers to distribute food. After distributing the food, the 2 of them temporarily took the place of Jiang Ning and Ma Guangyan, and let them eat and rest quickly. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, the brother and sister's medical skills were actually not bad, but they didn't have the opportunity to use them because of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning and Ma Guangyan were able to catch their breath and return to the rest room to sit down, drink a cup of sugar water, and rest for half an hour before they recovered. After eating, they relaxed their muscles and bones and continued to work until more than 2 o'clock in the morning. All the patients were treated. Many medical staff were so tired that they fell to the ground and slept soundly. Jiang Ning was so tired that he couldn't even lift his legs, and Huishan had to carry him home. Rong Sanshao sent Ma Guangyan back to the guest house and handed him the hot chicken soup. "Dean Ma, this is Jiang Ning intention. She asked me to supervise you to drink it before going back to rest." Ma Guangyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was no exaggeration. After taking off the protective suit, it felt like the whole person was fished out of the water, and the whole body was sticky with stinky sweat. Jiang Ning fell asleep immediately after taking a shower. Gu Tinglin was worried and came over after she fell asleep. "The moths have been killed. Let her sleep until she wakes up naturally tomorrow." It was almost 10 o'clock when he woke up the next day. Jiang Ning, who had regained consciousness, just turned over, and Gu Tinglin was already in the command center. After a night, a large group of moths came again. With experience, the soldiers exterminated moths in an orderly manner, not as panicked as they were at the beginning yesterday. The hospital was still overcrowded, but after yesterday's sorting, the workload of follow-up visits was greatly reduced. It was another fulfilling day that made me want to cry. The farm continued to donate meals, and the patient's condition was relieved and his emotions gradually stabilized. Rong Sanshao arrived on time every day, and his words were full of hype. And all kinds of exaggerated words kept coming up. When he was moved, he couldn't help but shed tears on the scene. Family members, in order to save the patient from the hands of death, Jiang Ning has not closed his eyes for 5 days and 5 nights. In the middle, he only took 2 minutes to eat a meal, and he was so tired that he had gastric bleeding but didn't say a word. She said Fengcheng is her home. She hopes that every family member is well. Let us resist the moth disaster together, and there will be a rainbow after the storm. Chapter 592. Jiang Ning couldn't stand the fancy hype, so he called him to a corner where no one was around and said directly, "Can you use your brain before you speak? If you don't sleep for 5 days and 5 nights, I would have died long ago. Also, can you speak with a little depth and connotation? Don't be so simple and vulgar. People who don't know me would think I'm selling fake medicine or doing pyramid selling." Rong Sanshao was very brave. "Sister, you just have a good life. You eat a lot of fish and meat every day and don't know the suffering of the people. So you pursue depth and connotation. What did you say? Is he too proud? Or is she too weak to lift a knife? Think of him, young Master Rong, who doesn't touch hot pots that cost less than 5 figures, wears slippers with diamonds, orders a dozen young models from the club, and spending tens of millions a night is not a dream. How dare she say that she eats a lot of fish and meat every day? Oh, she doesn't know the suffering of the people? Think of how she was scolded by him for earning 2 taels of silver. Sorry, young Master Rong has been around a lot of women, and he really has no impression of working girls. Moreover, facing Jiang Ning's dissatisfaction, he is not afraid but full of confidence. Sister, we are now targeting the sinking marketing campaign. That is, it must be vulgar, easy to understand, and more eye-catching. If you talk to them about philosophy and poetry, it will be far less effective than giving them a sweet potato. As long as the treatment is effective, and they can benefit. Who cares what others say? Just treat you like a god. Just treat the disease with confidence. And leave the rest to me. Feeling very ashamed, Jiang Ning blushed. The tired living Rong Sanshao teased her. Sister, I remember you were not so thin-skinned before. What's wrong with you now? Be more confident. And let your confidence shine. Get lost. He patted his chest and promised. Just treat the disease with confidence. And leave the rest to me. Don't worry about anything. But, it's really low. Forget it. Never mind. If the reputation of the company goes bad someday. She didn't say anything. It was all said by young Master Rong. Instantly, Jiang Ning became confident and let him yell. It may sound vulgar, but it really works. Many of Jiang Ning's patients, who came for follow-up visits, thanked her profusely. She was polite and courteous. You're welcome. It's my duty. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, dozens of patients died due to severe allergies. If there were no family members to make trouble, they would have been dead long ago. In the end of the natural disaster, most people have no relatives or friends. The hospital made unified arrangements to cremate them and arrange burials. The moth plague lasted for 7 days. Every day, we fought and repeatedly killed and disinfected the moths. The number of moths became less and less. And finally all disappeared. But we did not dare to take it lightly. The radio kept reminding people to wash the food they eat, not to rub their eyes with their hands. And families with conditions should do a thorough cleaning. The ecological chain is fragile, and a moth plague can seriously damage the base. The hospital supplies are almost exhausted. The seawater desalination system is repeatedly disinfected, and the army is mobilized, etc. As for Jiang Ning, who suffered the most losses, the crops on the farm needed to be disinfected. Even though the farm had adrenaline and medicine powder, it still lost about 1/3 of the poultry. Rong Tingting couldn't bear to throw away the dead poultry, so she slaughtered one, cleaned it and stewed it. She wanted to taste it, but the workers with allergies signed up enthusiastically. I come. Eat some meat before going on the road? I won't be hungry on the road to the underworld. So what if I work in a farm? I still can't afford to eat meat. I feel uncomfortable all over because of the allergy. And who knows if I will die? What's wrong with laughing at dead chicken? They haven't eaten meat for more than 10 years. This is only in the base. If they die outside the base, they will become food for others. Drink a mouthful of boiling hot soup. Take a bite of fragrant chicken. And wait for the journey with a smile. However, no one died. Rong Tingting asked Jiang Ning how to deal with the dead poultry. In fact, most of the dead poultry were young, and more than 100 adult poultry died. Jiang Ning said generously, kill them all and cook them as employee welfare snacks. So, we had poultry meat every day, and we ate it for 7 days in a row. Steamed, boiled, fried, and stewed, which made everyone in the base envious. The moth plague gradually came to an end, and the survivors, who had been sick, were much weaker. Many work was stagnant, such as the crops on the farm that should be harvested were not harvested, and the crops that should be planted were not planted. In order to disinfect the crops were sprayed with pesticides, and they could not be harvested until the drugs were metabolized. I raised them since they were young. And Jiang Ning felt distressed, and quickly made up for them with fish and meat. Dowda looks tired, but still optimistic. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Uncle Rong is watching the farm, and Tingting will come to help. It just feels like she has something on her mind, and she is hesitant to speak. With her personality, she doesn't say everything out loud. As both sister-in-law and mother, Jiang Ning still reminded Huishan. Dowdu is worried, and you, as her brother, should pay attention. I know. Jiang Ning was surprised. What do you know? Qin Mu. Jiang Ning was stunned, and memories emerged in his mind. Qin Chuan's precious son, gentle, shy and introverted, seemed to have mild autism, but seemed to be very enthusiastic about Dowdu, saving all the delicious and fun things for her, and holding hands and playing together very early. But they were just little friends at that time, so Jiang Ning didn't take it to heart. But recalling Dowdu's expression a few days ago, it seemed a little strange. At that time, I thought she was worried that the arrival of the Huaqing military would expose the secret. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Dowdu likes him? She seemed to have said that she didn't like men. It doesn't matter whether she likes him or not. But when she thinks of Qin Mu and Dowdu, Jiang Ning subconsciously feels that the gap is too big. I'm not bragging. Dao can deal with several Qin Mu with one hand. Jiang Ning doesn't want to comment on other people's feelings. But Dao is strictly speaking raised by herself. In the end of the natural disaster, people's hearts are sinister. And she hopes that Dao can meet a love that is equally matched. This child is worried. So it would be best if the other person could protect her in danger. And provide emotional value and positive energy. Qin Mu is a good child. But if he encounters danger one day, let alone protecting Dao, I am afraid he will have problems protecting himself. If she could meet someone like Huishan, Jiang Ning would prepare a generous dowry without saying a word. After sleeping together for more than 10 years, Jiang Ning expressed his thoughts directly. Huishan couldn't help laughing. It's hard to say whether Dao likes him for the time being. But he is somewhat different from others. He once saw Dao go to the population registration center alone to check people. How should I put it? Qin Mu should be the only person she considered a friend when she was young. Dao has a good personality and is hospitable. If she grew up before the natural disaster, she should have many friends. Unfortunately, she didn't catch up with the good times. However, after hearing her evaluation of Qin Mu, he said tactfully, everyone is changing. If you have the chance, you can meet him. He has met him. And twice. Jiang Ning came to his senses and realized that he was indeed blinded by one thing. Qin Chuan is capable. And it won't be too much trouble to raise a son. But Qin Mu came with a watching visiting group. If you don't have some ability, it's not that easy to travel across the ocean with the group. She was indeed too concerned. What does Qin Mu do? Join the army. What? Jiang Ning thought there was something wrong with his ears. Just his chicken body. What happened in the past few years? In fact, Huishan also found it incredible. He has changed a lot. I guess you can't recognize him face to face. Let's talk about whether he has changed or not. Jiang Ning is more concerned about Dao's feelings. Does Dao like him? Huishan doesn't know. For Dao, Jiang Ning can be said to be more attentive than her own feelings back then. And can't help but scold. You don't even ask as a brother. Huishan, who was criticized, Chapter 593. When Jiang Ning and Huishan turned around, Dao had already gone to work on the farm. Guzi acted as a flower protector, while Bai Shui went to the military headquarters to find Sibao. Everyone knew who the wolf-hearted and Doglung belonged to, and they dared to walk sideways in the base without restraint. Even if it was instinctive to crave meat, no one dared to provoke the leader's family. Besides, the wolf-hearted and Doglung were strong, and they might not be their opponents if they met on a narrow road. It's just that the seriously ill patients have not been discharged from the hospital, and the medicine is in urgent need. Jiang Ning donated herbs again. It must be admitted that young Master Roan's flattery was too obvious. But ordinary people always value the efficacy. After the moth disaster, Jiang Ning's status and position rose sharply, and she was lifted to a high shrine. When she walked out of the hospital gate, everyone greeted her, regardless of whether they knew her or not. Comrade Jiang, Ms. Jiang, Captain Jiang. As soon as she entered the hospital, Jiang Ning looked up and saw Staff Officer Si and Jiang Guanshan, as well as the 2 military guards who accompanied them. She noticed that one of the soldiers' eyes lingered on her, but soon moved away. She glanced at him calmly. Young, cold, and upright. This reminded Jiang Ning of Huishan when he was young. It was great to be young. Anyone who could be by the side of the staff officer must have seen all kinds of storms. His quality and cultivation would not be bad. It's impossible. Jiang Ning reacted quickly. Could he be Qin Mu? She quickly caught the similarities between the young soldier and Qin Chuan. This is not a big change. It's simply a transformation of a living person. In a flash, Qin Mu is almost 20 years old, and he is in high spirits. He is young and agile like pine and cypress, and his facial features are sharp and hard. He looks about 180 centimeters tall, which is definitely outstanding in the end times. Qin Chuan must work hard to raise his son to be outstanding. Their eyes met, but neither of them spoke. Jiang Guanshan took the initiative to greet. Comrade Jiang? Jiang Ning smiled and responded. Staff Officer. Director Jiang. Why are you in the hospital? I'm not used to the local climate, so I came to the hospital to get some medicine. Jiang Ning greeted them with concern, and after a few pleasantries, he went to deliver the medicine. As long as the condition was not particularly serious, and did not involve organ damage, The doctor would no longer prescribe medicine, and asked them to go back and rest well, and use their own immunity to fight the disease. There was no other way. The hospital was really short of medicine. The dean personally received Jiang Ning and took the initiative to communicate the treatment plan for critically ill patients. After a year of contact, he was convinced by Jiang Ning. In addition to having medicine in hand, she was a famous doctor with extraordinary medical skills, not to mention medical ethics and character. At the same time, he knew that she would go to the hospital in the future. He had a preference in his heart, and he could not help but get close to her, and even looked forward to her coming. After all, she had helped in several crises. The dean was like this, and the medical staff saw it clearly. She would be the successor of the dean in the future. Therefore, they got along very well. Jiang Ning saw Ma Guangyan in the hospital, and he was giving a refresher course to the medical staff. This was his mission in Fengcheng. Watching thought that Fengcheng, which had started from scratch, was in a difficult situation. Although the military leaders expected the two cities to merge, they had already known that he would not come when they received Gu Tinglin's handwritten letter. Therefore, the delegation made two preparations. Fengcheng is willing to belong to Huaqing, which is great for expanding China's territory. But if Fengcheng insists on independence, it will not hurt China to spread like wildfire. And Huaqing will even lend a hand. So the staff officer brought experts from medicine, industry, and agriculture, but was slapped in the face. Although Fengcheng is small in scale, it has more internal organs than Huaqing. Fengcheng is working so hard, Huaqing cannot fall behind. Jiang Ning sat down quietly to listen, as if he had returned to the campus life before the natural disaster. Ma Guangyan's talk was not complicated. It was all about disaster rescue and medical treatment after natural disasters, such as acidic haze, bloody sunlight, water pollution, soil parasites, and this time, poisonous moths. When the get out of class was over at noon, Jiang Ning sent him back to the guest house and handed him a cup of steaming hot chicken soup. After saying goodbye, she went to the military headquarters to get Bai Shui. Sibao had lost his milk fat, and he had just started intensive training because of his allergy to moth powder. With the genes of wolves, it is not easy to tame them. Seeing Jiang Ning coming, they all rushed over, even ignoring the trainer. Woof! Ah! Woo! They are all carnivores, and even if they forget their mother, they will never forget Jiang Ning. The food here is not as good as at home. Sibao has become much thinner, but the meat feels firmer. They are all organized, so Jiang Ning can't feed them casually. After petting them to their satisfaction, he took Bai Shui away. Bai Shui was reluctant to leave, and looked back several times in a row, and then became silent. Maybe she missed Sanbao. In fact, wolves are social animals. But Bai Shui overcame her nature and expelled Sanbao, which naturally had a deeper purpose. Every time she climbed up the wasteland slope with Jiang Ning, she would stop and look into the distance for a long time without being able to come back to her senses. The dog would always stay by her side to comfort her and tease her like a playboy. Jiang Ning took Bai Shui to the farm, and received a lot of care and greetings along the way. They all looked at Jiang Ning with different eyes, with admiration and respect. Maybe it's not accurate enough. It's more like piety, with hope. Jiang Ning thought. Maybe she really was in the shrine. Arriving at the farm, he saw a tall figure from afar, and next to it was a pretty figure. Qin Mu came to find Daodu. Daodu was working, and Qin Mu snatched the hoe from her hand and worked very hard in the sun. The two chatted and laughed, and their smiles were particularly innocent and moving. Just looking at their backs, they felt that they were a good match. Jiang Ning did not disturb them, but just watched from afar for a while, and then went to work somewhere else. But not long after, Daodu came over. Sister-in-law? She looked shy. This is Qin Mu, who came with a watching delegation. Qin Mu followed. His wheat-colored skin set off his white teeth. Sister-in-law? Jiang Ning looked at him closely, and he looked like a man, no longer the weakling before. Xiao Mu. She greeted him with a smile, and started teasing. Your father calls me sister-in-law, and you call me sister-in-law. Isn't it confusing the generations? Qin Mu replied calmly. Sister-in-law, Daodu and I are about the same age. You are her sister-in-law. It's right for me to call her sister-in-law. Well, it's really a genetic inheritance. And he's as thick-skinned as his father. Daodu was a little uncomfortable, and couldn't help but glance at him. Jiang Ning didn't argue with the young man. Is your father okay? The end of the world is cruel. The longer you live, the fewer friends you have. He roughly talked about what happened after they parted at the Xinqing Villa district. Qin Chuan took his brothers and their families and left Fengcheng before the main force retreated. But they still encountered sandstorms and continuous heavy rains on the way. Dispersion, disease, death. The journey of hundreds of kilometers was full of difficulties, and they almost died several times. When they arrived in Jiaqing in a mess, many people were missing from the team. The Jiaqing base was a mixed bag, and Qin Chuan swallowed his anger and started all over again. Chapter 594. Later, the land sank, and everyone followed the large army to evacuate. Many acquaintances were separated, and the father and son squeezed onto the evacuation ship in the chaos. Disease, darkness, and blood were happening all the time, and the extreme was a test of human nature. Some were sick, some died, and some went crazy. Looking back, I don't know how I survived. When I got off the ship, my former brothers and family members were gone, leaving only two lonely shadows. If Qin Chuan hadn't met the sharp-nosed monkey again at the base, he probably wouldn't have gotten out of the haze so quickly. Brothers who smoked and drank together. In the end, only each other was left. Sharp-nosed monkey is a perceptive person, secretly pulling Qin Chuan's clothes. Boss, do you want to tell him that Daodu is still alive? Monkey, Huacheng is our new home. We must put down roots here. Qin Chuan sighed. Brother Hua and the others have left. No one knows where they went, and where to find them. Maybe there is no chance to meet in this life. Xiao Mu's life has just begun. You can't miss Daodu all your life. Let him slowly forget and start his new life. The sharp-mouthed monkey believed it without a doubt. Sister has such strong instincts that she can live well no matter where she goes. Qin Chuan believed in the abilities of the two. Even Daodu was amazing. But he didn't want his son to continue to be wishful thinking. The son is no longer under the control of the father. Qin Mu was thinking about Daodu. But Qin Chuan knew that the other party was young at the time and didn't have this thought. Even if they met again when they grew up, there would be thousands of ravines between them. He has lived a lifetime and knows the difficulty of love between men and women. Not to mention love in the end-of-the-world disaster. If there is no result, you should forget it as soon as possible. Otherwise you will only suffer. So, Qin Chuan and Jianzuo kept silent about it, and just thought that Huishan and Jiang Ning had never appeared in Huacheng. But I didn't expect that fate is so wonderful. After several years of separation, Daodu has taken on the responsibility alone. And Qin Mu has also been reborn. When you love someone, you can't hide your eyes. Jiang Ning is an experienced person. How can he not see Qin Mu's feelings for Daodu? It's not love at first sight, but childhood sweethearts. If it were a peaceful time, Jiang Ning would sincerely bless the two. But now she hopes to stop here. One is in Huacheng, the other in Fengcheng. Tens of thousands of miles apart. Whether it is selfishness or the mentality of an old mother, she hopes that both of them can be more rational. Jiang Ning does not want Daodu to go to Huacheng because of love, and does not want anyone to use Daodu to restrain her and Huishan. She is still young, not even 18 years old. In the prime of her youth, everything will be discussed after the natural disaster is over. Jiang Ning did not stay for long and went to the farm next door. Under Rong Tingting's command, the farm was thoroughly disinfected and the hatching task was carried out in a hurry. We must hurry up to raise more poultry and make up for the losses as soon as possible. Sister Jiang Ning. The three members of the Rong family were also allergic to moth powder. But because they received special care from Jiang Ning in time, they recovered faster than ordinary people. The long-term cruel survival in the apocalypse made Rong Tingting admire the strong. And Jiang Ning, who became a legend in the base, naturally became her idol, especially after the moth extermination incident. She even worshipped him. Rong Tingting secretly made up her mind that she would live like a woman like Jiang Ning one day. Strong and confident. All difficulties can be easily solved in front of her. Jiang Ning's appearance made her, who had always been strong in front of the workers, become a little fangirl in an instant, and walked over in 2 steps. Sister Jiang Ning, you did a good job. Jiang Ning also liked her and praised her. I am 100% assured to leave the farm to you. She inspected the farm and made it clean and tidy. And the poultry had almost recovered. Jiang Ning took out a bag of homemade Chinese patent medicine tablets. The environment is unstable now, and poultry are prone to illness. I have prepared some medicines with the symptoms and dosage written on them. You can just prescribe the right medicine when the time comes. Rong Tingting was more confident. Don't worry, Sister Jiang Ning. As long as the natural disasters can be stopped, the scale of the farm will soon be restored. Jiang Ning was afraid that she would be too eager for quick success. We have to make preparations for both situations. The scale must be expanded, but the fertilized eggs in circulation must be reserved. Otherwise the whole army will be wiped out if there is a plague one day. Rong Tingting looked embarrassed. Okay. I increased the number of fertilized eggs, knowing that she and Dao to get along well. Jiang Ning wanted to ask Qin Mu if he comes often, but gave up. Dao has grown up. She will make a choice. If you intervene rashly, it will be counterproductive. Just when I arrived at the door, Gu Tinglin also came back. And there was also C, the staff officer. There were no guards and Jiang Guanshan around. It was just a simple meeting of old friends. Gu Tinglin introduced. Aining, this is your Uncle C. They will leave for Huacheng tomorrow. I specially invited him to reminisce today. Jiang Ning greeted him with a smile. Hello, Uncle C. Staff Officer C was extremely envious. You are so lucky, old Gu, to have a daughter chosen by God. Gu Tinglin smiled. Yes, I am lucky. Staff Officer C said something shocking. Do you remember what you said before? This confused Gu Tinglin. What did you say? The year my wife was pregnant. We joked that if you got married and had children one day, the children of the two families would be married if they were of the opposite sex. And if they were of the same sex, they would be sisters. Later, Staff Officer C had a daughter. It seemed like this happened, but I can't remember it clearly. Staff Officer C's daughter C Min was very outstanding. Gu Tinglin met him several times and called him godfather every time he saw him. Later, because of her outstanding work ability, C Min was transferred to the northern military base, and she has never seen him since then. The natural disaster was too cruel. Gu Tinglin didn't dare to ask about C Min's whereabouts. After all, not everyone is as lucky as he is. He welcomed his old friend into the house and planned to cook for him. Old C, are you targeting my daughter? Staff Officer C almost choked. But he quickly understood and nodded. Yeah. I don't mind having another father to care for her. But if you want to poach her, I will never agree. Staff Officer C laughed. You used to be a workaholic, but now you're a daughter slave. The two of them had a deep friendship, and there were no outsiders around. So Staff Officer C couldn't help gossiping. Old Gu, your marriage used to worry the political commissar of the army. He tried his best to introduce you to many candidates, but they were all rejected. Now you suddenly have such a big daughter. You are really unkind. The past is too long. Time heals the wound. Gu Tinglin did not hide, and told about his love affair more than 30 years ago. Staff Officer C sighed, saying that fate was a trick, but God gave him the best compensation. Unlike him, who lost his daughter in his old age, if he had not shouldered the heavy responsibility of rejuvenation, he might not be able to get out of the shadow of losing his daughter in his life. But every time he recalled it inadvertently, the wound was still bleeding. Jiang Ning did not believe in Gu Tinglin's cooking skills, so he took a slaughtered duck, bacon, and vegetables from home to the next door. Dad, Uncle C, you two just take a rest. Try my cooking today. Chapter 595. With his daughter cooking, Gu Tinglin invited Staff Officer C to the study to drink pu'er tea. Ning is a good cook. We just need to sit and wait for the meal. Staff Officer C's eyes saw through too much, and he said enviously, top-grade pu'er. It must be given by my daughter again. Gu Tinglin smiled. How long have we not sat down and enjoyed tea leisurely? The two talked in the study, and Jiang Ning was busy in the kitchen, and the meal was ready in a short while. It was a simple meal, but it was still thoughtful. Staff Officer C is from Hunan Province. Jiang Ning specially made blood duck with plenty of chili peppers, ginger and garlic, and the taste is extremely overbearing. It's true that Staff Officer C hasn't eaten it for a long time, and he drools when he smells it. No wonder old Gu is content with his daughter, because his daughter not only helps him in reviving Chinese civilization, but also has impeccable cooking skills. This meal is not better than the reception banquet, and it fully considers Staff Officer C's taste, which shows that Jiang Ning is very attentive. Staff Officer C was very satisfied with the meal, and couldn't help but sigh again what Huacheng lost because of her departure. thinking of the fire boxes piled on the transport ship. He couldn't help but speak again. Old Gu, does our previous agreement still count? Gu Tinglin pretended to be confused. What agreement? Staff Officer C didn't intend to let him go. We both have daughters. And C Min is gone. Thinking of his daughter. He suddenly choked and couldn't say anything. Gu Tinglin felt emotional and turned to look at Jiang Ning. Aining, I made an agreement with your Uncle C that if I get married and have children one day, if they are of the same sex, we will recognize each other as godparents. Are you willing? At that time, he had just broken up with Song Yaling and was deeply in pain of losing his child and lover. He had never considered getting married in the future, let alone having children. So he agreed casually. It was just a joke. But now the staff officer C asked for it to be fulfilled. Gu Tingling gave the choice to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said nothing and filled a glass of wine and handed it over. Godfather, I hope you can live 100 years. And Huacheng and Fengcheng will bloom together. Staff Officer C was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so straightforward. He took the glass and drank it all. Okay. From today I have another daughter. Gu Tinglin also raised his glass. Old C. Aining has a reckless personality. So it is inevitable that she will not do things well. I hope you can take care of her more in the future. The atmosphere at the table became lively. And it took more than an hour to finish eating. Both of them were very happy. But they could not help but feel sad as they were about to leave. Natural disasters and the end of the world are unpredictable. The two cities are thousands of miles apart. And no one knows whether they will have the chance to meet again in this life. They chatted happily with one glass after another. And a little tipsy appeared on their cheeks. The person who came to pick up the staff officer C arrived. And Gu Tinglin was a little drunk. Aining, see your Uncle C off. Jiang Ning cleaned up the table and carried a gift bag to see Counselor C out. There was wind at the gate of the compound. And Counselor C's drunkenness was dispersed. He looked at her with a serious look. Aining, if you have the opportunity to choose again, and all the things you are worried about do not exist, will you stay in Huacheng? Jiang Ning already had the answer in her heart. Uncle C. In fact, no matter where you go, as long as you have roots in your heart, what you bear is the fruit of China. And wouldn't it be more brilliant if the stars set the prairie ablaze? They both knew that the recognition of relatives at the table was just a bargaining chip. Staff Officer C represented Huacheng and came from afar to fight for benefits. And it would be beneficial for her to have this identity. Hearing his answer, Staff Officer C felt regretful, but did not force it. We will leave Fengcheng tomorrow. And I hope we will have a chance to meet again. Staff Officer C looked at Jiang Ning, his serious expression showing a bit of tenderness. The road you chose is not easy to walk. Be careful of the thorns and storms on the road. Jiang Ning understood what he meant. Thank you. The rainbow after the wind and rain will be more beautiful. After watching him leave, she turned back. Gu Tinglin changed his previous drunken state and sat relaxed. Is your Uncle C gone? Jiang Ning nodded. You asked me to see him off. So you can give him a chance to ask? Your Uncle C is not easy. Since you have come from afar, try not to leave with a knot in your heart. Jiang Ning didn't think so. I don't think Uncle C will let you go easily. He can sit in the position of the big boss of Huacheng Military Department. How can he be sent away so easily? If Fengcheng wants to not belong to Huacheng, it must be prepared to be bitten hard. Gu Tinglin was very satisfied with her delicacy. Aining, you have really grown up. As early as when he asked to recognize Jiang Ning as his goddaughter, he had already seen through the tricks of the staff officer C. He has the grace to tolerate others, as long as he doesn't go too far. At night, Dowda came back under the moonlight, looking up at the scattered stars in the sky, like the dazzling light of gems. Qin Mu sent her back. They were separated for too long and reunited for too short a time, and neither of them knew what to say. It's not like when they were young. They don't have so many worries and concerns. Qin Mu took a deep breath, but was still so nervous that his palms were sweating. He had walked very fast, but the way back was still very fast. He was leaving tomorrow. And if he didn't say some things, he might never have the chance to say them again. He wiped the sweat off his palms, and then suddenly grabbed Daodu's wrist. Daodu reacted instinctively, and threw him over his shoulder. Qin Mu reacted quickly, a little embarrassed, but still managed to avoid it. Whether in childhood or now, Daodu has a soft and cute face, but it's actually a hypocritical appearance. She is so strong that it makes people feel scary. This is what Huishan and Jiangning spent a lot of effort to train. But Qin Mu is no longer the weakling he was back then. He has completely grown up and become an adult. Whether in the past or now. He has a mouth. Daodu. I like you. Daodu's mind was blank. How to say it? In fact, in her heart, she regarded Qin Mu as a friend. The only friend. But it is not that she knows nothing about the relationship between men and women. When they met again in Fengcheng, Qin Mu came to see her several times. Although he didn't say it directly, Daodu was very familiar with the look in his eyes when he looked at her inadvertently. And her brother couldn't help but be moved when he looked at his sister-in-law. She vaguely knew what Qin Mu meant. Under the moonlight, Daodu clenched her fist slightly and calmed down after a while. Her voice still sweet. Xiaomu brother. Thank you for liking you. Qin Mu was about to speak. But she said again, but in my heart, you will always be Xiaomu brother. The moonlight was dim, and I couldn't see his expression clearly. But he was probably sad. Because Daodu didn't know how much effort Qin Mu had put in to fight side by side with her. She was his motivation. Qin Mu took the initiative to apply to come to Fengcheng. This was the place where he had the best chance of finding her. And it worked. When he saw Daodu, he felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. When she grew up, she was exactly the same as the girl who had appeared in his dreams countless times. But she calmly rejected him. Daodu. Why? Chapter 596. Qin Mu had imagined countless times the confession scene after he and Daodu met again. Children with autism are sensitive. And he actually liked Daodu a long time ago. He liked her at first sight, and wanted to get closer to her for some reason. She was clean, white, tender and cute, like a doll, with a pair of bright eyes that seemed to be able to speak, especially when she smiled. She looked like both the best of the best and the best of spring flowers. He couldn't help but muster up the courage, overcome his fear and terror, and wanted to slowly approach her. But the closer he got, the more he wanted. He wanted to be with her. Forever. But Qin Mu knew that there was a huge gap between him and her. So he tried his best. He was looking forward to a new beginning after the reunion. In fact, he had thought about her rejection. But he would ignore it subconsciously. But reality is so cruel. What you fear will come true. Daodu really rejected him. Facing his farewell, Daodu was a little panicked, but still pretended to be calm. Because you have always been a little brother. Daodu refused very clearly. Brother Xiaomu, I like Fengcheng. This is my home. It is the place where my ideals come true, and I have to fight for it. I can't leave. I hope you can live well in Huacheng. She has never tasted love. But she has seen countless couples turn against each other, and even raise knives to fight for food. Under natural disasters, most people's feelings are worthless. Even ironic. Sometimes I envy the feelings of my brother and sister-in-law. But I also know that it is impossible, and not everyone can encounter it. She was living well now, and didn't want to risk changing. It was enough to know that he was living well. But the separation was still sad. She said sincerely, you are leaving tomorrow? I will see you off then? Qin Mu's mouth was full of bitterness. And the flower bones in his heart were extinguished before they had time to bloom. But he didn't force it in the end. Okay. Daodu breathed a sigh of relief. But she felt as if she had lost something in her heart. The two walked in silence, walking darkly on the moonlight to a secluded road. Qin Mu walked slowly, but soon arrived at the door of his house. Daodu tried to smile. Brother Xiaomu, I'm home. You should go back soon. Qin Mu nodded. Okay. I watch you go in. Daodu waved and closed the door. Qin Mu looked at the closed door, and the bitterness in his heart was about to overflow. He was too far away from her. From the beginning, no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach her. Separated by a door. Daodu was also stunned. Until the wolf-hearted dog pounced on him. Woo woo woo. Ah woo woo. Daodu came back to her senses, and tried to smile as she went into the house. Her brother and sister-in-law hadn't rested yet, and had prepared delicious wontons for her. She cleared the faint sadness in her mind and walked back happily. I'm back, Jiangning said with concern. If there is any unfinished work, give it to the employees. Don't waste your own interest. After washing her hands, Daodu picked up the wontons and ate while chatting. Sister-in-law, Xiaomu will leave tomorrow. What gift should I give him? Jiangning had no good suggestions. What does he need? Daodu thought for a moment. Uncle Qin is so powerful. Brother Xiaomu should have everything he needs. Then just give it to him. Anyway, Qin Mu would like whatever she gave him. Dao was still thoughtful. I give him something grown on the farm. Preferably something that Huaqing doesn't have. It was getting late. So Jiang Ning asked her to wash up and go to bed early. Back in the room, she told Huishan that she had a new godfather. Huishan was thoughtful. What does staff officer C want by doing this? If it was just to exchange supplies, poultry, herbs or crops, there would be no need to go around in circles like this. After all, Huaqing did not come empty-handed. They brought a lot of supplies, thinking they could help Fengcheng rise. Some of them were indeed emergency, such as in terms of medical skills. The base urgently needed to give older infertile women a chance to have children. The arrival of Ma Guangyan made the hospital very happy. He was not an expert in infertility, but Chinese medicine had many similarities in many diseases, not to mention the vast knowledge he had learned throughout his life. Good doctors are so scarce that the dean worshipped him as a bodhisattva and mobilized all medical staff to come for further study. In terms of seawater purification, agriculture, industry, etc., both sides had cordial and friendly exchanges, especially in terms of rice, which made them shed tears when they met. The expert brought by Huaqing turned out to be Yixing's junior brother. When they were young, they studied with their teacher for a few years. Later, the junior brother went to the State Agricultural Bureau, while Yixing continued to do research with his teacher. After meeting again decades later, from being high-spirited to having gray hair, the two senior brothers who were over half gray hugged each other and cried for a long time. After crying, they had a profound academic exchange. The junior brother came from afar to impart his experience. But who knew that he would ask for advice from the senior brother in the end? There was no way. Although he also did research in a public institution, his professionalism was still much inferior to that of the senior brother who had been with the teacher for many years. However, he brought several kinds of rice. The quantity was not large, and the varieties were not as complete as those given by Jiang Ning. But he understood. The two agreed that no matter who developed hybrid rice first, they would share the technology. They wanted to inherit their teacher's dream, so that humans would no longer be hungry and people could enjoy the shade under the rice again. In terms of seawater purification, Huaqing was indeed more experienced, and even taught them all the possible problems and solutions. In short, the two sides got along happily and harmoniously. But there is an old saying that cannot be ignored. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Huishan quickly thought of the intention of the staff officer. He wants the firebox? Jiang Ning also expected it. It's almost certain. It is true that the fire plan is implemented by the southern military, but it is a national plan of China. Huaqing is certainly qualified to inherit it, but it does not have the conditions for salvage. After all, they have set their sights on the special salvage team, since they cannot dig into the corner. It is good to have a share of the pie. It is understandable that the staff officer C has such good intentions, but it depends on whether the Fengcheng military agrees or not. When the sky falls, someone will support it. And Jiang Ning slept until dawn. The senior officials of both sides held a military dialogue in the morning, and the delegation set off in the afternoon. Huishan, with the rank of colonel, was named by Yu Changzheng to attend the meeting. Before going to work, Gu Tinglin reminded, Aining, come with me to see your uncle see off in the afternoon. Jiang Ning had no objection, and agreed without hesitation. How could I not go, and send them off after they became godparents? I had to prepare gifts. The moth was exhausted. Jiang Ning took a nap after breakfast, and then prepared some gifts. The high-level meeting between the two sides lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fengcheng held a farewell banquet for them, and then sent the delegation to the dock. Dao thought about it, and realized that the crops harvested from the farm were not easy to preserve. When the submarine returned to Huaqing, it would break down. She remembered that he and Uncle Qin liked to eat hot pot. So she collected materials to make hot pot base, put it in several large glass bottles, and then packed it in a cloth bag. All that needs to be said has been said clearly. This meeting should be the last time. Dao was sad. This was her only friend. But in the apocalypse of natural disasters, she was already lucky enough. Most of the survivors had lost their relatives, let alone friends. Jiang Ning drove her to the dock. Except for the military, the rest of the visiting group was already at the dock. Jiang Ning found Ma Guangyan in the crowd. Teacher Ma. She prepared a big bag, which contained short-sleeved shirts for summer. cotton-padded jackets for winter, tea, sugar, Korean ginseng, and a few dry chickens and ducks. Ma Guangyan didn't know what to say to her. Chapter 597. Parting is always sad. Jiang Ning forced a smile. Teacher Ma, I believe Huacheng and Fengcheng will develop very quickly. Maybe it will be our turn to visit Huacheng next time. In fact, she asked him to stay a few days ago. But Ma Guangyan refused rationally. With you and Fengcheng, I have nothing to worry about. On the contrary, Huacheng needs me more. Love is boundless. And one sentence blocked Jiang Ning. Ma Guangyan patted her shoulder. Aining, there is always a time to meet and part. And we can meet again if there is a chance. The agreed time has come. And the delegation is heading to the deep-sea dock by speedboat. The master and the apprentice embraced. And Ma Guangyan waved goodbye while holding the backpack she gave him. Jiang Ning watched him disappear from sight, feeling a little depressed. Not long after, several military vehicles slowly drove over. Gu Tinglin, the staff officer, and others got off the car one after another. And Yu Chanzheng, the division commander, and others also came to see them off, talking and laughing with sincere feelings. Jiang Ning came forward with a gift. Dad, Godfather. The gifts were also rich, including cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and the quick-acting heart-saving pill she made herself. The recognition of relatives was not made public, and almost no one in Fengcheng knew about it. So when Jiang Ning called Staff Officer C his godfather, everyone was shocked. Before Staff Officer C could react, the corner of Zhao's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt like a clown, thinking that he was acting in a subtle and clever way. But who knew that the two sides were actually a family? He became a huge joke. His blood was boiling, and Zhao's expression was colorful. But after all, he was a veteran on the battlefield, and he quickly adjusted himself and restored his usual cold and solemn image, as if nothing had happened. The godfather was very happy to receive the gift, and smiled at Gu Tinglin. Old Gu, we are going thousands of miles apart. You must take good care of my goddaughter, and don't let anyone bully her. I'm thoughtful. I will. Don't write a blank check and just focus on work. If she loses a hair, I will settle the score with you. This goddaughter recognition seems to have a good relationship between the two. But those who understand will understand. It is said to them. After the two exchanged greetings, other senior executives said polite words of farewell. Jiang Ning looked for Daodu in the crowd and found her standing in a corner talking with Qin Mu. Qin Mu was carrying hot pot ingredients. He looked at Daodu deeply, as if he wanted to carve her into his bones. In the end, he didn't say much. Daodu, take care. Daodu nodded and smiled. Brother Xiaomu, you too. Be careful on the road. Huacheng military boarded the ship one after another, and Qin Mu, as a guard of the staff officer, could only stay with them. Jiang Ning could hear his heartbreaking voice through the crowd. Daodu stood at the dock, waving goodbye to him from a distance, trying hard to smile. 10 days later, the delegation from Huacheng left. They did not come empty-handed, and Fengcheng did not let them leave empty-handed. It was too far away, so it was not convenient to take live poultry with them. But they did take a lot of fertilized eggs, and Huacheng did not have any herbs or crops, silkworm seeds, etc. This is what ordinary survivors can know, and the rest is discussed behind closed doors. Even Jiang Ning does not know for the time being. The Huacheng submarine went away, and Jiang Ning drove Daodu home. Wei Yishan had to attend a meeting because of his military rank. Along the way, Daodu, who was always lively, did not speak, and it seemed that he had not yet gotten over the sadness of leaving. When they parted at the Xinqing Villa district, she was already an ignorant young girl. After living next to Qin Mu for several years, she was somewhat different from others. Jiang Ning did not disturb her girlish thoughts. The father-in-law and son-in-law came back very late, and Jiang Ning almost fell asleep. The results of the military negotiations between the two sides came out. The staff officer's visit was not in vain, and the two sides reached a cooperation to jointly salvage the firebox. The Huacheng military has counted hundreds of specific coordinates of the fireboxes, and will send people out to search and check whether they meet the conditions for salvage. Fengcheng will be responsible for salvaging, and the resources in the firebox will be divided equally. Fengcheng cannot refuse this condition. First, Huacheng is the continuation and successor of Chinese civilization. To put it in a popular old saying, Huacheng is the legitimate child, while Fengcheng is the illegitimate child. Second, Fengcheng has just started, and is inferior to Huacheng in both size and strength. The most important thing in the end of natural disasters is survival rather than fratricide. Third, who would complain about having too many resources? If Fengcheng wants to develop rapidly and resist natural disasters, it must get more resources. This is called win-win cooperation, and no one will suffer. Jiang Ning had expected this result and accepted it calmly, and asked in surprise, "No one objects to this proposal?" Colonel C and Gu Tinglin are old acquaintances and have a deep comradeship. Besides, their ultimate goal is to continue the Chinese civilization and represent the interests of the two cities. The peace talks went very smoothly, but power represents interests, so it won't be smooth sailing. There will always be rotten toads jumping on the feet. Jiang Ning hummed. Commander Xiao? Well, his cronies were suspected of instigating, but Dad and Counselor C resolved it with a few tricks. If you can become a big boss in the army, you must have low IQ. Commander Xiao kept jumping around. If it was an internal conflict, it would be fine. After all, it involves his own interests, and it is understandable to fight for it. But now he is trying to sow discord between the two cities for his own selfish interests. He took advantage of the moth disaster to show his courtesy to the hospital. It is estimated that he did a lot of gossip in front of the staff officer C, just to find fault with Gu Tinglin and deliberately put pressure on him. You don't need to guess. You know. He started with a subordinate relationship between Huacheng and Fengcheng. Unfortunately, Commander Xiao underestimated the mind of the staff officer C. If the staff officer C was obsessed with military power, he would not have sought and accepted the troops of the 5 major military bases. For the development of the base, he could make concessions far beyond others' imagination. In other words, even if Fengcheng refused to give in, the staff officer C would not fight for it. Natural disasters are terrible. There is no need for man-made disasters. His mission is to lead the development of Huacheng and continue the 5,000-year civilization of China. He is doing it, and he also hopes that more people can join. And he even wants to set the prairie on fire more than anyone else. This kind of mind is not something that Xiao, who is keen on power, can achieve. There were some things that the staff officer did not bring to the table for discussion, but had a secret discussion with Gu Tinglin behind closed doors. Even though Commander Xiao jumped up and down when the Huacheng delegation arrived, he ultimately failed to achieve his goal. Jiang Ning was somewhat curious about how Gu Tinglin would deal with his subordinates, who kept tripping him up. The person who poisoned the hospital was dead, and there was no evidence. And even if the military investigated, there was no conclusive evidence. But everyone had their own account of who ordered it. Fortunately, young Master Rong was meticulous. Otherwise the pot would have been thrown on Jiang Ning's head. Fighting doesn't matter, but involving the lives of unrelated people. Ha! But the atmosphere has quietly changed. It's one thing to have extraordinary abilities, and the Huacheng Army's Chief of Staff C has recognized her as his goddaughter. Now the two cities have reached a cooperation, and they will have exchanges with each other in the future. 2 towering trees protect her growth, and it's hard not to stand out. With great power, there will be people to follow. But Jiang Ning is still low-key and maintains her deity. She can't get through this end, and many people are targeting Rong Sin Xiao. Chapter 598. She couldn't get through this. So many people set their sights on young Master Rong. And young Master Rong was born to do this. Having been in Fengcheng for so long, he already knew who was a man and who was a ghost, and who was a wolf in sheep's clothing. His only sister was not someone that anyone could get close to, and those coquettish bitches couldn't even think about it. Young Master Rong was very good at strictly checking who should be pulled, who should be chased away, and who should be maintained. In short, he was qualified to be his sister's white glove. After the moth disaster, Jiang Ning found that he and Hui Yishan really needed talents like him. Young Master Rong was almost in tears after being praised. He finally found his own stage. The handover of the transport ship was not completed yet. Jiang Ning was happy to rest at home, and then found that Bai Shui was pregnant again. Gozi was very proud, and ran over to ask for a reward. Jiang Ning had long been accustomed to it, neither sad nor happy, and there was no joy at the beginning. People are like this. With more grandchildren, grandma is not rare. In the evening, young Master Rong came to eat. Sister, this time you really treat me to dinner. Jiang Ning was not stingy. Not only did he give him delicious food, he also threw the key to the Hummer over to him. when your brother-in-law and I are not here. You can drive it if you need it urgently. But don't be too proud. After all, his boss can only walk and will only apply for a car when it's urgent. Sure enough, the car key is the panacea, which is more enjoyable than eating 10 meals for free. Young Master Rong drooled and said excitedly, "Thank you, sister. I know you treat me the best." Seeing his satisfied look, Jiang thought that when the overall environment stabilizes, he can find a chance to return him a car. Wouldn't that make him happy? We are a family, so we should keep quiet behind closed doors. Sister, the person who died was a stranger, and he had just arrived at the base. If there was no special arrangement, how could he have the courage to poison the medicine? It was done perfectly, and the power of the mastermind behind the scenes is not low. The key is that if that thing is really put into the medicine, it will kill people, if it really happens. Plus the operation of the person behind the scenes. Jiang Ning will definitely fall off the shrine. She will not offend people on her own initiative. And even fewer people dare to offend her. You can guess who it is with your eyes closed. Sister, he planned it first. We have to find a chance to get rid of him. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Jiang Ning also thought about it. But the military is different from other places. Who can reach the top without his own power? Besides, everything is just speculation. There is no solid evidence. And impulsiveness will only backfire. Who knows? The other party has already dug a trap for her to jump into? If you are not sure that you can kill the enemy with one blow, you must not take action easily. Different plans. Different patterns. Jiang Ning has grown a lot in Fengcheng base. He is no longer like in the past. When he is unhappy, he will just smash and destroy. Now it's more like playing chess. Just remove the opponent, not blow up the chessboard. But every failure makes you wiser, and you have to be more cautious in the future. Whoever can't hold back first is destined to be the loser. There's nothing to worry about Jiang Ning. She's still so young. She can outlast him. After the transport ship was handed over, Huishan was promoted to the next level. Colonel. The speed of promotion is like a rocket rising to the sky. But it's useless to envy, jealousy and hatred. Because the most scarce thing in the end times is precious materials. And the salvage team can salvage scarce energy every time. So the military merits will naturally continue to rise. Huishan was promoted to colonel. And Jiang Ning was promoted to major. And they were known as a couple in Fengcheng. Their looks, abilities, and fighting power were far superior to others. In a word, the couple became very popular in Fengcheng. Why did they become so popular? Don't ask. The answer is that with young Master Rong, even shit can be blown into chocolate. The oil resources in Camel Country have been salvaged, and the special salvage team continues to salvage the fire boxes. In the past 6 months of traveling back and forth to Camel Country, the Pioneer Exploration Team has found all the fire boxes with coordinates. And after excluding those that cannot be salvaged, they only have a dozen left. It's far away. But if there are no accidents, it can be done in 2 trips. As for the cooperation between the 2 cities, it will have to wait for the return of the staff officer to be implemented. The day before departure, Jiang Ning and Huishan were called into the study. The investigation of the poisoning incident in the hospital during the moth disaster has been stopped. It's true that he relies on real ability, but he rose too fast and his foundation is unstable. And he was suddenly envied and calculated. He hopes that the 2 will pay attention to safety. It's lonely at the top, and the resistance in the future will only get bigger and bigger, no matter what happens. I hope you will plan before you act. Gu Tinglin admired Hui's calm and composed character, but was worried that his daughter was impatient and impulsive. To achieve great things, one needs to hone one's skills. No one knows a daughter better than her father. If she had met a black-hearted and smiling tiger like Xiao a few years earlier, Jiang Ning would have killed him with a knife without saying a word. But with the accumulation of age and experience, as well as the change of mentality, she became much calmer. For Xiao, he was just a stumbling block on Jiang Ning road to becoming a god. Without military power, he was nothing, and it was too easy to kill him. Jiang Ning wrote him down in her notebook. She was not worried about herself, but she was afraid that he would set his sights on Daodu. Gu Tinglin saw her concerns and said, "Don't worry. I'm at home. You should be careful when you go out to sea." After returning home, Huishan gave his sister a few words. The next day, Daodu drove the 2 to the dock, and the ruthless couple groaned and watched them go away. Jiang Ning sat on the speedboat. looking at the figures at the dock, thinking that this trip to the sea would take a long time. And by the time she came back, Bai Shui would probably have given birth to her third child. When they parted, the wolf-hearted and dog-hearted whined non-stop, desperately trying to hold on to her son and not let him go. If it wasn't for a better future, Jiang Ning really wouldn't want to sail away, leaving Dao to shoulder the heavy burden, while the dog would get older day by day. Hui understood her sorrow very well, and hugged her shoulders and comforted her softly. It will get better and better in the future. Ah! They started to abuse the dog again. Wang Mao and others felt miserable, and after arriving at the submarine, they shouted, "Sister Ning, are you coming because we are short of one person?" Jiang Ning immediately gave up her husband. "Come!" abandoned Huishan. The targets of this voyage are scattered. The coordinates of 5 fire boxes are in the sea, and another one is in the New World. The New World is very large, and the submariners are short of manpower and equipment, so they did not rashly go ashore. In other words, a special salvage team is needed to explore it by themselves. After going to sea several times, the members' submarine technology is extremely high, and they have repeatedly challenged the storms at sea with their rich experience. Jiang Ning was worshipped, either playing cards or sleeping. When they arrived at the coordinates of the fire boxes, the team members checked the dangers and invited her out. "Sister Ning, show time." After the pioneer team surveyed, the 5 fire boxes were easily salvaged and put on the transport ship. But the route is too time-consuming, taking a full month and a half. Next, rush to the New World, the last stop of this route. I hope everything goes well, and we can return home early. Chapter 599. The nuclear submarine sailed for 5 days, and detected the new continent through the long-range periscope in the evening. After a careful survey, Su Kai said with a serious expression, "The submarine surveyed many movable obstacles. It should be a port. After the natural disaster, those who are still able to build a port must be strong. The private base does not have this ability. It is most likely a national base." Fearing being discovered, the submarine did not dare to drive too close, so the observation was not clear. But the salvage team was experienced. After analyzing the data received by the sonar, there are not only submarines, large transport ships, but also aircraft carriers in the port. Su Kai converted the data into graphics one by one. If I am not wrong, it is most likely the Eagle Sauce, or the alliance led by the Eagle Sauce. They came for the fire box. Unless they have no choice, the special team will not confront the Eagle Sauce. Decisively change the landing site. Go quickly. If you are discovered by the Eagle Sauce, you will be killed for its crazy character of biting anyone it sees. So the nuclear submarine quietly dived and spent half a day to find another landing port. The new continent is very large, and it is still far from the coordinates where the fire box fell. It is estimated that it will take about 20 days to cross it on foot. There are too many unpredictable dangers. After discussion, all personnel landed on the shore. Jiang Ning glanced at the space for a few times, barely put the nuclear submarine in, and 14 people took 2 assault boats to the shore. The endless wasteland, the wind and dust made it difficult to open your eyes. The natural environment is harsh. The wind is so strong that it can blow people away, and soon your face is full of sand. It is impossible to cross it on foot, considering that it is very likely to be the territory of the Eagle Sauce. You must have a protective color, and you must fight quickly. Jiang Ning took out 2 high-end military Hummers, Eagle uniforms, weapons, and military oil paint. From top to bottom, from head to toe, they were completely transformed into Eagle Sauce soldiers. Wang Mao and others were shocked. "Sister Ning, you are simply a mobile arsenal." The armored Hummer also has an automatic weapon platform on the roof, which can sweep nearby enemies into sieves at high speed. It's really cool. Everyone has oil paint on their faces, sunglasses on their eyes, and submachine guns in their hands. Well, a strong Eagle Sauce flavor. Let's go. Move forward. 2 desert lions were facing the wind and sandstorm, and they kept driving through the undulating wasteland. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of young Master Rong. This was a great opportunity to race, and it was guaranteed to make him regretless in his life. He couldn't keep a low profile, but he couldn't lose his vigilance. Drivers and sentries, everyone took their positions. This damn weather is really bad. It's nothing like our Fengcheng. Who said it wasn't? When we get back from this trip, the greening will probably be expanded a lot. Good and bad are really compared. And the special salvage team instantly felt that Fengcheng was a paradise. It's terrible here. Even with a headscarf on. My mouth is still full of sand. It's dark. So I find a place to set up a tent for the night. The wind howled all night. And when I woke up in the morning, I found that the tent door was full of sand. The weather cleared up, and the sun scorched the brown wasteland. It was beautiful, but also cruel. I couldn't tell whether it was bloody or tragic. The closer to the coordinates, the softer the desertified wasteland, and the speed of the Doomsday Hummer slowed down. After walking for half a day, I stopped to rest. Eat something to replenish your energy. Go to the high ground to stand guard and survey. And go to the distance to release water. Jiang Ning was eating. And 3 team members, who were going to the distance to release water, ran away. Run! Run! It was far away, and against the wind. The sentry couldn't hear clearly, so he used a telescope to scan over. At first, he couldn't see clearly. He only saw 3 people constantly making danger gestures. And then when he saw what was following them, his face changed instantly. The sentry jumped off the high ground. There is danger! Run! Jiang Ning and others thought they were discovered by the eagle sauce, and quickly picked up the weapons beside them. It's the marching ants. The sentry ran to the Hummer and hurriedly started the fire. The marching ants that eat people, army ants, also known as legion ants, are not only extremely fast, but also extremely numerous. They usually form a large army to hunt. Once they encounter prey, they will tear it apart with their jaws. They are also good at division of labor and cooperation. While looking for prey, the larger army ants will stand near the army of army ants to protect the army. The army ants can devour large animals in the blink of an eye, leaving only empty skeletons. Jiang Ning had never seen army ants in person before, but he had seen them in movies and TV dramas. They would kill gods and Buddhas. Everyone panicked instantly, picked up their weapons, and ran into the car. Wei Shen got into the car quickly, and Jiang Ning put his things into the space and got into the co-pilot. The team members were all special forces, and they acted without any lag. The 2 Hummers started quickly, and Jiang Ning car was closer to the 3 people running wildly, and drove towards them. The marching ants really have no natural enemies, and their reproduction speed is super fast. It is said that the queen ant lays an average of 10,000 eggs a day during the camping period. Just thinking about it makes people's scalp tingle. Jiang Ning took out a gas bottle and chili powder and distributed them to his teammates. The car was going very fast. Wang Mao opened the door and shouted to the 3 people running wildly, "Jump on board." So, one by one, they jumped on board. The army ants were only a few meters away from them, constantly surrounding them from all directions. They were endless, constantly emerging from the ground. Like a magic trick, the 3 squeezed into the car and screamed in pain. Needless to say, they were bitten. Wang Mao covered his mouth and nose and sprayed them all over. At the same time, the team members threw chili powder out of the car to stop them from moving forward. The gas was so pungent that Jiang Ning couldn't stand it, so she quickly opened the window for ventilation. The 3 of them brought up a dozen army ants, but soon the team members crushed them to death. The 2 cars rushed forward, driving more than 10 kilometers, and stopped to catch their breath after confirming that there were no army ants. Fortunately, there was a Hummer today, as well as chili powder and gas for defense. Otherwise, they would have been eaten up by the army ants. Thinking about it, I broke out in a cold sweat. In short, Sister Ning is awesome. Wang Mao was bitten twice, and blood came out. The wound was burning and painful, and the burning sensation was very strong. He grimaced in pain. How did you provoke them? The 3 of them were still in shock. How could we know? Once we peed, they would pop out like crazy from the ground. They were already alert enough. But who would stare at the ground when they urinated? By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Luckily they ran fast enough. Otherwise they might have no descendants. Hiss. It hurts. Some of the bites were special. I dare not tell you even if I kill you. Jiang Ning handed over the medical kit and let them treat the wounds themselves. No one knew what was under the wasteland, so everyone was not willing to take it lightly and became more cautious. At night, they didn't set up a tent, but slept in the car. Jiang Ning sprinkled stone powder, realgar and chili powder around the car to prevent snakes, insects and ants from attacking at night. At the same time, the team members took turns to guard the night. They slept well at night, and got up at dawn on the first day to hurry on. On the way, they met a group of survivors. They saw the Eagle armored vehicle from a distance, and their faces changed drastically, and they ran faster than rabbits. Well, it seems that the Eagle sauce still makes people shudder. This saved a lot of worries for the special team wearing dog skins. Around noon, the leading car made a new discovery, and there was an Eagle sauce army stationed in front. Chapter 600. Around the afternoon, the leading car made a new discovery. There were American troops stationed ahead. To be precise, it was a joint army. In addition to the American flag, there were also flags from other countries. Fearing that he would be discovered, Jiang Ning decisively put the car into the space and then looked for a place to survey. Judging from the tents and the scale, there were probably dozens of soldiers stationed there, equipped with heavy weapons. Jiang Ning's eyes were attracted by the distance, where workers were building a simple factory building, which looked like an igloo from the outside, with faint black smoke coming out. Looking further ahead, several iron oil drums were carried onto cars by soldiers. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that the Eagles were really lucky. They actually found oil, and had already started refining it. She stared at the dark wasteland in the distance. If she guessed correctly, it should be an open-air oil field. And those simple devices built were probably the most primitive distillation kettles, used to refine and differentiate oil. I have to admit that the Eagles are still very good at industry. Wang Mao and others also discovered the open-air oil mine in the distance, and they were so envious that they almost drooled. I really want to take down this stronghold. Giving these resources to the Eagles is simply a waste of natural resources. However, no one has forgotten the purpose of this trip, and finding the firebox is important. There is no rush for oil resources for the time being, and I believe that they will be available slowly. The team bypassed the station point far away and continued to move towards the coordinates. Make sure you are in a safe place. Then take out the Hummer, driving all the way until the evening. The sky gradually darkened. According to the itinerary, you can reach the coordinate point tomorrow morning. Jiang Ning just wanted to find a place to rest, but the car in front of him, boom, he fell into the sand pit. The incident happened suddenly, and Huishan stepped on the brakes and retreated. Half of the car body tilted, but the speed was fast enough, and the Hummer was suitable for desert shuttle, so he retreated successfully. No time to rescue those who fell into the sand pit trap. Everyone rushed to defend. There was a loud bang, and the car window glass was hit. The advanced Eagle car is bulletproof, and the car glass is fine. Wang Mao and others are all Special Forces soldiers, and they can accurately determine where the bullet came from based on the direction of the shooting. They adjusted the weapon system on the top of the armored vehicle and directly swept a volley of bullets. After the shooting, the other side was so quiet. Su Kaihai waited for the opportunity to climb out of the sand pit and find a place to make a cover. Jiang Ning, wearing a bulletproof suit, got out of the car from the other side, jumped into the sand pit to retrieve the Hummer, and then went to the wasteland slope to make sure it was hidden before taking it out. Weapons and ammunition are sufficient. If you don't kill these roadblocks, don't think about getting the firebox. The two armored vehicles are in a left and right encirclement, rumbling towards the direction where the enemy is hiding in the distance. Use the weapons of the Eagle Sauce to fight the Eagle Sauce, and see which one is more powerful, the spear or the shield. But what is strange is that the Eagle Sauce always likes to crush with firepower, but today it only fired one bullet, which is too abnormal. The fully armed people were alert, and the weapon platform of the armored vehicle kept scanning and turning. Suddenly, a bullet swept over again and hit the weapon plate. The weapon plate was made of fine steel and was not damaged at all. A vehicle-mounted long-range rocket launcher fired over and landed a few hundred meters away. Flames and wasteland flew. The dust was raised and fell, and a group of people disguised as desert colors retreated rapidly. All of them were in tattered clothes, holding several broken guns, shooting as they retreated. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. This is not the Eagle Sauce. Out of caution, they did not fire weapons to turn them into slag in seconds, and two armored vehicles surrounded them. No matter how fast two legs are, they can't outrun four wheels. The group of people were quickly blocked from front and back, and bullets swept under their feet. If they ran again, they would all be shot into sieves. They stopped one after another, staring with anger and hatred, holding weapons and confronting the armored vehicles, refusing to raise their hands and surrender. Oh, I actually ran into a tough guy. Wang Mao took out a military loudspeaker and threatened them to surrender in English. Put down your weapons, and we won't kill you if you surrender. But the other party was very stubborn and cursed. Kill me if you want to. And kill me quickly. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the leader was actually a woman. Although she was thin. She was tall. But her English was plastic. After living in the scorching desert for many years, they were tanned, skinny and cracked. And it was hard to tell their race for a while. Jiang Ning looked at them. There were more than 30 people in total. Their weapons were in a mess. Some were Eagle style. Some were Chinese style. And some even had iron rods. Wang Mao didn't buy her tricks. If you keep talking tough, I beat you all into a pulp. The other party was not afraid of the threat. Let's fight one-on-one. Oh! She even used the provocation method. He couldn't help but feel itchy and wanted to get out of the car to teach her a lesson. Huishan reminded. Be careful that she has grenades tied to her body. Will she use you to threaten us? Captain Hua, you are looking down on me now. Aren't you? They are professionals. And counterterrorism is just entry level. Huishan did not stop him. Be careful. Wang Mao got out of the car and strode forward, hooking his finger at the other party. Come over here. She really came over. Without saying a word, the two started fighting directly. It's true. His movements were swift and his punches were powerful. But don't look at Wang Mao's usual boasting. His skills are not inferior at all. Just when she wanted to pull away the grenade to threaten, he took the grenade one step faster than her and put the gun against her forehead. Sister, this thing is very dangerous. Don't take it out casually. The voice was full of teasing. What a pity. What's the use of being good at fighting against him? Wang Mao grabbed her neck with his backhand. And he could break it with a little force. And said to them stubbornly, You really don't want to put down your weapons? Everyone was angry and helpless. And finally chose to throw their weapons on the ground. Wang Mao shouted, Raise your hands. Everyone refused silently. And Wang Mao pulled the trigger to make the hostage in his hand bleed. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning suddenly got out of the car. Stop! She walked straight over, staring at the woman whose neck Wang Mao was holding, and said with clenched lips, Zheng Weili? The woman was shocked and her eyes widened suddenly. Jiang Ning and the others were fully camouflaged, wearing Eagle-style military boots and uniforms, with thick military paint on their faces. They were all tall, and it was really easy to tell them apart. But Jiang Ning's voice was still recognizable. Zheng Weili, on the other hand, was completely unrecognizable. Terribly thin, with sparse and yellow hair like dead grass, tanned, and a dehydrated throat that was smoking. They misunderstood each other as Eagle sauce. And there was no Chinese conversation. It was not until Jiang Ning saw the familiar boxing that he felt more and more alike. Wang Mao was stunned. Sister Ning, do you know her? Chapter 601. Wang Mao was stunned. Sister Ning, do you know her? Jiang Ning said excitedly. We are one. Let go. Wang Mao let go. And Zheng Weili started to cough violently. Jiang Ning never thought that she would meet her in the new world. There were too many things she wanted to say, but she couldn't say them for a while. She handed over the canteen. Zheng Weili drank 2 sips of water to stop choking. And Jiang Ning also wiped the paint off her face. Looking at the familiar facial features, Zheng Weili came back to her senses after a while, and reached out to hug her. Jiang Ning. She had always believed that Jiang Ning was still alive and well. She just didn't expect to meet him in such an occasion. Wang Mao and others who reacted were embarrassed. They almost beat all their own people into a pulp. That's right. All of them were Chinese. And several of them were spark planners, as well as survivors they met later. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, and his tone was a little nervous. Where are Lu Yu and Zhang Chao? Zheng Weili was speechless. Jiang Ning choked. What? What happened? We had a fight with the Eagle Sauce a few days ago. Both of them were seriously injured. I'm afraid. Jiang Ning frowned. How did you fight with the Eagle Sauce? It's a long story. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Zheng Weili doesn't want to waste time, and has to rush back to the camp to guard it as soon as possible. Jiang Ning never thought that Zheng Weili led the team to set traps and ambushes in order to capture the Eagle Sauce. But he just happened to run into it by accident. The environment was harsh, and the traps were flawless, which is why the special team didn't notice it. Fortunately, the abnormality was discovered in time and no massacre was started. Otherwise there would be a river of blood today. And the people killed were compatriots. Especially the Spark planner, who was also from the southern military base. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. And secretly praised Zheng Weili and others for their excellent stealth and traps despite the hardware not meeting the standards. It really fits the saying that when the flood washed away the Dragon King temple, the family members did not recognize their own family members. Jiang Ning's greatest joy in setting foot in the new world was meeting Zheng Weili again. She hoped that Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were fine. And everything was still in time. The camp was far away. And it would take several hours to walk. Without thinking too much, Jiang Ning drove her back. There are medicines in the car. So, 2 armored vehicles took Zheng Weili and ran wildly in the desert. In order to avoid another misunderstanding and gunfight, they also took a few survivors. And there was not enough space for them to sit on the roof of the car. In the car, Zheng Weili briefly explained the whole story. After the land sank, the submarine experienced countless risks and drifted aimlessly in the ocean. Later, they met their companions and picked up things while walking. The team grew larger and larger, with a total of 7 submarines. No matter how hard the members tried to save, they still ran out of food. They had to fish. But they were afraid of ancient viruses. So they only took the clean fish meat after slaughtering them, and cooked it for several hours before eating. Later, they met survivors from other countries, fighting each other for resources. They lived in despair and cruelty until the mainland rose again. After landing, they met survivors one after another. And as long as they were compatriots who had not lost their humanity, they would huddle together for warmth and fight against foreign enemies. After several years of hard work, the team grew to thousands of people. Later, an open-air oil field was discovered, and the team settled nearby for the source of fire. But they were targeted by the Eagle Sauce a few months ago. They did not expect that the Eagle Sauce's national base was also located on this continent, and sent people out to look for resources. Not only was the oil field targeted, but they also wanted to recruit them as slaves to dig oil fields. Zheng Weili and others refused to do so. So naturally they started fighting. The Eagle Sauce national base was far away, and they looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. So they did not send many soldiers over. But they had stronger weapons and equipment. Zheng Weili and his team didn't have many weapons. So they had to adopt the tactics of their ancestors and fight dispersed guerrilla warfare. They fought like this for half a year, calculating that the Eagle Sauce oil transport team would pass through here. Zheng Weili led the team to dig a pit and ambush, wanting to attack the oil tanker and blow them up. But they were hit by Jiang Ning and his team by accident. Jiang Ning couldn't imagine that with just a few shotguns, they could fight with Eagle Sauce and others for half a year? Fengcheng has only more than 12,000 people, while Zheng Weili and his team have thousands of people, which is indeed not small in scale. Wang Mao and others were furious when they heard that the oil field was discovered by their compatriots first. And the Eagles just robbed it. This is absurd. We must take it back. Jiang Ning was completely distracted, worried that something might happen to Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. They grew up together in an orphanage, so it's not an exaggeration to say that they are family. They hurried, and the dust was all over the sky. After about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the camp. As expected, the appearance of the Eagle Hummer made the camp alert immediately. Just when they were about to send out an emergency call, they found that their own people were sitting on the roof of the car. They waved desperately to signal, "We are one. I guess we won the battle against the Eagles this time," and seized their weapons. Sister Zheng is so powerful that she actually seized 2 armored vehicles. The Hummer rushed into the dilapidated camp. Zheng Weili hurriedly got off the car and asked nervously, "How are Zhang Chao and Lu Yu?" A thin woman stepped forward. "Sister Zheng, they have been unconscious and feverish, I guess." Seeing that everyone got off the car wearing Eagle uniforms, everyone suddenly became nervous. What's going on? Wang Mao and the others had wiped off the paint on their faces and hurriedly greeted them. "Don't be nervous. We're one of us." Eagle-style equipment, oriental faces, and friendly words made everyone stunned. Jiang Ning didn't care about anything else and quickly followed Zheng Weili into the tent. In the tent, there were 2 skeletons lying. They were really thin, with deep sunken cheeks, and they didn't seem to be moving. She subconsciously slowed down her pace, worried about disturbing them and afraid of scaring them. Lu Yu's face, which was once white and beautiful like a doll that made countless women jealous, now looked like a black coal ball, with rough, cracked and thin features. There was no trace of human spirit. Zhang Chao was also unrecognizable. He looked old in the vicissitudes of life, and felt more than 10 years older. At this moment, Jiang Ning's heart tightened. She couldn't imagine how much suffering they had endured over the years. What rang in her ears was the laughter and joy when the three of them got together, and the warmth of the 18th floor. She didn't expect it to come to this point today. She stepped forward with a lingering heart and put her hand on Zhang Chao's forehead. After living on a submarine for many years, Jiang Ning's skin was as white as a steamed bun compared to him. His forehead was very hot, and his breathing was disordered. The two were shot, but fortunately they didn't hit their vital parts. But there was a lack of medical care and medicine. They had to use a red-hot knife to dig out the bullet. Life or death depended on fate. If they could get through it, they would win the bet. The life in the past 6 months was too bad. They fought guerrilla warfare with the eagle sauce every day. There was no chance to grow crops and survive. Everyone's body was very weak, not to mention being shot. Not surprisingly, all the injured were infected. Hoarding came in with a medical box and handed it to Jiang Ning quietly. Jiang Ning gave the two people anti-inflammatory and antipyretic injections, and asked Zheng Weili to feed them half a bowl of glucose first, and then antibiotics. He cleaned the wounds of the two people again, disinfected them, dug out the rotten flesh, and sutured and bandaged them again. Not only were there 2 people injured, Jiang Ning also treated several others. Seeing that there was medicine, many people's eyes lit up. Some people couldn't bear it and asked with trembling lips, "Comrade, where are you from?" Not only did they wear the Eagle Sauce military uniform, but they also had a lot of flesh on their bodies. Compared with them, I live like a ghost. Chapter 602. Jiang Ning was busy in the tent, and Su Kai-tai and others could not help much. Seeing that the camp members were very curious, they started to spread the word. We are from Fengcheng Base. There is also a national base called Huacheng, both of which were established by the military. If you are interested, you can choose one. Compared with here, the conditions of the 2 bases are pretty good. At least you don't have to wander around outside. And your food, clothing and safety are guaranteed to a certain extent. Go home. It turns out that they still have a home. Many people burst into tears instantly, feeling as if it was all a dream. Survival, confrontation, and the life of a loved one were at stake, which exhausted Zheng Weili. She stared at Liu Yu in a daze, too tired to ask Jiang Ning about her past. Aining? Thank you. Jiang Ning comforted her. Don't worry too much. Liu Yu will be fine. Zheng Weili couldn't help but worry, as the god of death had knocked on her door countless times, and not every time she was lucky enough to escape. She held Liu Yu's hand and murmured, Liu Yu, wake up and stop sleeping. Aining is here. He would mutter from time to time, wondering where Jiang Ning was now, and whether she was doing well. Then he asked himself, how could she and Brother Shin be doing poorly when they were so powerful? The end of the world was difficult, and emotions might really be the straw that kept the survivors alive. Facing Liu Yu and Zhang Chao, who were in a coma, Jiang Ning felt extremely complicated, but couldn't say the words that came to her mouth. She was guarding in the tent, while Su Kai-tai and others were not idle outside, chatting with the people in the camp, and soon extracted the information they wanted. Unexpectedly, the camp and the Eagle Sauce had a feud with the fire box. The fire box was more than 100 kilometers away from the camp, and they were the first to discover it. This was preserved by Huaxiao with countless efforts, and Zheng Weili and others were originally fire planners. They had the responsibility to protect the lost fire box. But the truth could not be hidden, and it was soon discovered by the Eagle Sauce. They couldn't move it, so they wanted to forcibly dismantle the box. The camp refused, and after negotiations failed, they started fighting. The more they valued the fire box, the more the Eagle Sauce thought there were good things inside. When forced demolition was ineffective, they applied to the base and were transferring the most advanced demolition equipment. Zhang Chao, Liu Yu and others were injured in the melee. Once the Eagle Sauce successfully demolished the camp, the supplies inside would be taken away. In addition, more than 100 people were captured by the Eagle Sauce in the camp, and they were forced to do hard labor in the open oil field, suffering both mental and physical abuse. The special team were all soldiers, and their thinking was relatively high. When they learned that their compatriots were treated inhumanely, they were ignited with a raging fire in their hearts. Although they were angry, they were still relatively rational. Huishan said calmly, why don't you leave? Leave? The camp team leader smiled bitterly. Where else can we go? Besides the vast ocean. There is the wasteland continent. If you meet other survivors, you either hunt them or become prey. There are oil fields and fire boxes here. At least there is some hope. In fact, they did some planting at the beginning of landing. But the submarine had few seeds to begin with. And the germination rate was low due to the long storage time. Later, the Eagle Sauce was trying to hegemony. So they could only fight guerrilla warfare everywhere. And planting was abandoned. If this continues, we really can't hold on. But watching the fire boxes being demolished and the oil fields being occupied, we really can't swallow this anger. They are waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for the Eagle Sauce to successfully demolish. And then find an opportunity to seize the materials in the fire boxes. Rescue the compatriots who are forced to be enslaved in the oil fields. And then find an opportunity to evacuate. But man proposes, God disposes. 2 of the 4 leaders in the camp were injured and in a coma. And the other one pretended to be a man in the oil field concentration camp to be an insider, waiting and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Now only Zheng Weili is left. She has no weapons and no food. She can't support herself. Hui Yishan frowned slightly. It was Ding Qi who went to the oil field as an insider. This is in line with the personalities of the 4 people. In such a harsh living environment, the 4 people can still achieve such achievements, which is admirable. Wang Mao opened the tent and winked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning walked out of the tent, and the 2 went to the corner to talk. Wang Mao lowered his voice and briefly described the situation the team had found, and then said, Team Ning, the camp is headed by all the fire planners from the southern military base. They have a relatively high level of ideological awareness, and the survivors they took in have all been assessed. The team is generally okay, but it is far behind in the struggle with the Eagle Sauce. We are all Chinese compatriots. We want to help. It is fate, and it will not harm us. Everyone in the special salvage team became rich. They exchanged a lot of food, and the base would give quotas every time they went out to sea. And they would go to the sea to collect some kelp and seaweed in their spare time, and accumulated a lot of food. Usually, they were put on the transport ship. But now the transport ship is in Jiangning hands. The stored food is a lot for 14 members. But it is a drop in the bucket for a camp of more than 1,000 people. Despite this, they are still willing to take it out. Jiangning had no objection. But since they only drove 2 cars here, there was no reason to take too many supplies. So she could only show her kindness. So, she walked to the car and dragged out 5 bags of grain noodles. Each bag was about 20 kilograms. So that the survivors in the camp could fill their stomachs. It was called grain noodles. But in fact it was powder made from dried sweet potatoes and potatoes, with even the residue mixed together. Even though it tasted very bad, it was already excellent food for the camp. The kitchen wanted to spare some food, so they cooked it into a thin soup and filled each person's stomach with half a bowl. It had been more than 10 years since the end of the world due to natural disasters. Who had not been hungry? Wang Mao and others had gnawed grass roots and eaten guanine soil. But it had been a long time since then. Hui Yishan analyzed calmly. They are a camp-sized group with a leader. Whether to leave or where to go is up to them. We'd better not interfere easily, even if they are from the same base or are acquaintances and friends. Everyone has their own ideas. It would be embarrassing to be too wishful. Wang Mao and others did not expect this, and they were silent for a while. A team of thousands of people is already a force that cannot be underestimated. The team members stopped talking about it and discussed how to get the firebox back. The firebox has been occupied by the Eagle Sauce, and special equipment has been dispatched to forcibly demolish it. There can be no more delay. But now one move will affect the whole body. If they rush over to take the firebox, even if they kill all the Eagle Sauces on the scene, there are still thousands of people in the camp here, and Jiangning's secret will undoubtedly be exposed. They can run. But what about the people in the camp? Will the Eagle Sauce retaliate against them more crazily? Or even kill the prisoners in the concentration camp to vent their anger? One wrong step will cause a chain reaction. And we need to think carefully. Sukai suggested. How about I take a few people to explore the way first? Find out their situation and then discuss it? Not only the firebox, but also the oil field. Hui Yishan nodded. You take people to find the firebox, and I take people to the oil field. Everyone divided the work and cooperated, and Jiangning stayed to take care of the patients in the camp. Late at night, Zhang Chao opened his eyes in a daze and vaguely found a figure sitting next to him. He thought it was Ding Qi, but it didn't seem like it. After dizziness, his vision gradually became clear. Jiang Ning? Was he dreaming? Or did he go to the Yama Palace? Ning? Jiang Ning was in a light sleep and was awakened by a hoarse voice. Looking at the haggard and weak person in front of her, she smiled with relief. Ciao. Chapter 603. In the blink of an eye, a few years have passed, and life and death are in vain. How many relatives and friends have never had the chance to meet in their entire lives? Jiang Ning is very glad that he has been drifting on the sea for many years, traveling around the world to find supplies. Otherwise he really would not have the chance to find them. Perhaps this is the opportunity given by God. Zhang Chao was in a trance. Ning, is this the King of Hell's palace? Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The King of Hell thinks you don't have 2 taels of meat, so he won't take you. She continued to feed him half a bowl of sugar water, and seeing that he was in a better spirit, she told the past in a few words. After the land rose, I accidentally found the Fengcheng base, and later joined the military's salvage team, wandering around to salvage supplies. And I didn't expect to meet you here. She didn't let him talk much. You've come back from the gates of hell. Have a good rest. Zhang Chao was too weak to open his mouth to speak, and fell asleep again in a daze, as if he had a beautiful dream, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. When it was almost dawn, Liu also woke up. Wife. Zheng Weili smiled at him, looking like she was about to cry. Don't cry. I be with you and kiss my wife. You're lucky. TSK. They have been married for many years, but his mouth to coax women has never changed. No wonder Zheng Weili was so taken advantage of by him. Hearing the sneer from the side, Liu turned his head with difficulty. His pupils kept dilating. Ning? No way. Is this a dream or an illusion? Zheng Weili was relieved. Her voice was hoarse and choked. Ning is here, and it was she who saved you in Zhang Chao. No. It must be a dream. They are like old firewood. But Ning is still a little fairy, almost unchanged. Liu believes that Jiang Ning will live a good life, but he can't believe that he will have the chance to meet again in this life. Zheng Weili explained. Ning came out to look for the firebox, and we almost had a misunderstanding and a fight. The joy of meeting each other was like a shot of adrenaline, which made Liu look much better. Brother Shen and Daodu, how are you doing? Shen took people out to survey the oil field, and Daodu opened a farm at the Fengcheng base. Fengcheng is the hometown of the 3? Daodu is so amazing that he even opened a farm. At first glance, it feels like hell in heaven. The wasteland and wild sand on this side, and the green farm on the other side sound like a dream. Seeing that he was in good spirits, Jiang Ning gave him a rough introduction to Huacheng and Fengcheng. Both were established by the National Army, especially Huacheng Base, which is a new national home, and Fengcheng was established by the Southern Military Base. Perhaps they landed too early, or perhaps they did not encounter the team from Huacheng Base looking for survivors. So they were stationed in this wasteland continent and accidentally became neighbors with the Eagle Sauce. A small fight every 3 days. A big fight every 5 days. I don't know if the Eagle Sauce base camp was too proud to take them seriously, or was entangled in other things, or perhaps lacked slaves. Anyway, no heavy troops were sent to annihilate them, which gave the camp a chance to breathe. In the morning, the 2 teams that went out for reconnaissance returned safely. After resting, Zhang Chao and Liu felt much better after their fever subsided. All of them were from the Southern Military Base, and Su Kaitai was the chief instructor of the submarine group. The 3 of them admired and respected him when they saw him. Chief Instructor Su Kaitai affirmed. You have worked hard. 1 sentence, 5 words, almost made them cry on the spot. To be honest, the 3 of them didn't expect to last until today. Drifting on the sea is like a walking corpse, always wanting to do something, insist on something, to keep themselves alive. Liu couldn't hold back. He cried like a child, even though he had cried all his tears when he was a child. Instructor Su, our firebox is not lost. It is still here. Yes, there were 19 people on his submarine, but only 7 are left today. They have experienced countless unimaginable dangers, but they have never disconnected the firebox. Perhaps it is because of this belief that they have persisted until today. Everyone was stunned. Are they crazy? The ocean is so dangerous, and life is in danger at any time. Su Kaitai's face was solemn, and he spoke after a while. "Where is the submarine?" Zheng Weili said. "On the sea. There are a total of 7 submarines. And there are 2 fire boxes left, all hidden in a secret bay. Yes, there are still hundreds of people there. In addition to guarding the submarines, they are also fishing. And there are oil fields here to get fire. And they are also confident that they can turn the wasteland into an oasis. The ideal is beautiful. But it's a pity that it's too close to the eagle sauce." Su Kaitai looked solemn and cold, patted a few people on the shoulders. "You are all great, worthy of being the people's soldiers." This sentence also brought tears to Zhang Chao and Zheng Weili's eyes. And they couldn't stop crying. It was too bitter, too difficult. And they had escaped death so many times. All they recalled were broken glass shards that pierced their hearts. After crying, they still had to face what they had to face. It was a coincidence, but the difficulties had to be solved. Huishan spoke up and asked the camp leaders to sit down and talk with the special team. The special team had a clear goal. They wanted to take the firebox away. And even the eagle sauce couldn't stop them. But before the fight, they had to make sure whether the camp had left. Who doesn't yearn for a good life? But there are thousands of people in the camp. And more than 100 of them have been captured. We can't just abandon them and leave. Huishan has a clear goal. If you choose to leave, we will find a way to help you rescue the captives. If you choose not to leave, we will evacuate after getting the firebox. And you must be prepared for their revenge. It involves thousands of people. And it can't be decided in a few words. Zhang Chao thought for a while. We need to discuss. So the special team waited outside. Half an hour later, the camp finally made up their minds, and they were willing to leave. Huacheng belongs to the Huaxia National Base. But they come from the Southern military, and have a relative inclination in their thinking. Countless experiences have told them that even if Huacheng is good, Jiang Ning did not choose it. And there must be a reason behind it. It is not wrong to make the same decision as her. Whether in public or private, they prefer Fengcheng Base. But the team is large, and many people yearn for Huacheng Base in their hearts. But the leaders have chosen Fengcheng Base, and they can only follow suit. After all, we have been through hardships together in the camp, and we can stick together in a new place. What if we go to Huacheng alone and are unfamiliar with the place? So we all decided to go to Fengcheng. After making a decision, the next thing to face is how to evacuate quickly. Excluding the prisoners and the branches at sea, there are still hundreds of people in the camp. And they only have 7 submarines. Even if the submarine aisles are packed with people, they can only fit 400 people at most. The more overloaded, the greater the risk. What to do with the remaining 600 people? Chapter 604. There are still more than 600 people left in the camp. But the special salvage team cannot take out the transport ship to take them back. How to explain the lifting of the fire box for more than 600 pairs of eyes? In addition, the route is too long, and the risk of driving the transport ship all the way back is too great. The special salvage team cannot take this risk. Su Kaitai's nuclear submarine can carry people. The regular establishment is 160 people, overloaded to more than 600 people. This time it is the turn of Jiang Ning and others to attend the meeting. The wasteland continent is too far away from Fengcheng. It is unrealistic to transport them back and forth separately. Driving a transport ship cannot keep secrets, and long-distance voyages are too dangerous. Unless we go to the military port of the Eagle Sauce to rob the nuclear submarine. This is simply a birthday man hanging himself and thinking that his life is too long. Finally, they discussed and took the risk of driving the nuclear submarine back. Jiang Ning did not object. If they really encountered an insurmountable storm, they would hide in the space. But they must not let the survivors in the camp find out. And they had to close all the observation windows in advance. After deciding on the return plan, the next step is to formulate a rescue plan. There are more than 50 Eagle Sauce soldiers stationed in the oil field, equipped with pistols, assault rifles, grenades, bombs, an armored vehicle, several trucks, etc. In general, the weapons in the oil field are relatively abundant. There are risks in a strong attack. If they set the oil storage warehouse on fire, it will undoubtedly be a super oil explosion. And it will not benefit anyone if it explodes everywhere. Jiang Ning pondered. Do they have armored vehicles like ours? Zheng Weili nodded. They have similar ones, which should be the configuration of the Eagle Sauce base camp. They have been to the oil field station, but they are not as new as yours. Otherwise, She would not have mistaken Jiang Ning and others for Eagle Sauce. They cannot attack by force, but just send a small team to deal with the key sentry personnel first, and then fight a coordinated battle. Zhang Chao and Liu were injured and could not participate in the battle. Huishan asked Zheng Weili to select 100 people with better skills, 10 of whom would cooperate in the attack, and the rest would wait for support. The rest of the people evacuated in 2 routes. One to the submarine where the camp was in the bay, and then evacuated towards Fengcheng after boarding the submarine. The other team retreated to the location of the nuclear submarine, and then followed Su Kai-ai and others to leave. Zheng Weili and others discussed the details of the retreat, and then arranged to organize the survivors to leave. There were hundreds of people, and some were out looking for supplies. They couldn't just evacuate immediately. After a busy day, all the survivors were evacuated at sunset, leaving only about 100 people. Zhang Chao and Liu also had to evacuate, even if they didn't want to. Since the natural disaster, the 3 of them have always been together and never separated. Not to mention Ding Qi is still in the concentration camp. Liu said firmly. Lily, I would rather die than be separated from you. I'm not kidding. If you don't have a strong will, not everyone can survive a natural disaster. Liu asked himself many times, what is the reason for persistence? He has no relatives. He didn't know who his parents were since he was born, and he has fewer friends who look up to him. The reason why he lives is that he can't live without Zheng Weili. Although she is carefree and hot-tempered, she is actually very simple-minded and afraid of loneliness. And she has always been kind to him with all her heart. What should she do if he is gone? For more than 10 years, although they have not obtained a marriage certificate, they have long regarded each other as their only relatives. He is afraid of separation, afraid that life and death will never be together again. Zhang Chao also refused. He wanted to wait for Ding Qi. Finally, Zheng Weili had no choice but to agree. Okay, even if we die, we must die together. The 3 stood on the high slope of the wasteland, watching the retreating team getting smaller and smaller, and finally disappearing from sight. They couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. Jiang Ning and others were not idle, and they all disguised themselves. Different races have very different facial features, and they can only try to make up for it with oriental evil magic. After drawing for a long time, they really look similar. Huang Mao had a good family in his early years, and his parents worked hard on his language training. Not only did he learn 4 foreign languages, but he also spoke authentic Eagle accents. His family planned to train him to be an elite, but he rebelled and joined the army, and successfully passed the selection of the special forces. His rebellious choice made him no longer have the opportunity to accompany his parents. He used to feel sad and blame himself, but later he was glad that they left early and didn't have to suffer the pain later. He died in extreme cold, and he didn't get up from his sleep without pain. Everyone put on a few more clothes, and their burly and big bodies were immediately revealed, with a flavor of eagle sauce. It was the colored contact lenses that Sister Ning got from somewhere, and it was very uncomfortable to wear them, so I had to endure it for the effect. Zheng Weili was familiar with the distribution of the oil fields, and Ding Qi also secretly spread the news, and had figured out the distribution of the Eagle Sauce's sentry points, shifts, and work and rest time. The oil field has 3 checkpoints, and seeing the lights moving quickly in the distance, they immediately became alert. They used telescopes to explore, and found that they were 2 moving Eagle armored vehicles. Just from the rushing vehicles, the wild speed of the driving, and the personalized moving routes, it was our people who did not escape. But why did they come so late at night? The wind and sand were stronger at night, whistling in my ears from time to time, and the dust was drilling into my nose. It's terrible. The car is getting closer and closer, and the sentries are alert. Soon, 2 armored vehicles arrived at the first checkpoint. Huang Mao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, held a cigarette in his mouth. Hey! The window was opened, and the death metal rock, the pungent smell of cigarettes, and the strong smell of alcohol were in the air. There were men and women, and they shook their heads and swayed their bodies as if they were on drugs. Huang Mao stuck his head out and spoke arrogantly. We sent a special forces team from the headquarters to help you deal with those saboteurs from China. He complained as he explained his purpose, saying that the garrison troops were all shit-eaters, and that they couldn't even handle a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. So they had to rush over from the headquarters, and the happy weekend was ruined. The sentry didn't receive the news that the headquarters would send someone, but they all looked Western. And their unruly and rude attitude was no different from those who came before. He dutifully asked them to get off the car and accept inspection. "What are you inspecting?" The soldiers were immediately furious when they heard it. "See what weapons we brought?" They cursed but got out of the car anyway. Although they smoked and drank, the special forces were covered with weapons. Military boots were embedded with military daggers, pistols, submachine guns, grenades. There were even explosives and flamethrowers in the weapon compartment of the trunk, all of which were genuine Eagle style. "Hey, man." The two sentries were pushed aside by them and greeted in various ways. Wang Mao took out his work permit and a stack of documents and flashed them in front of him, swearing from time to time, with an irritable and impatient look. The rank was higher than theirs. The weapons were more than theirs. And the swearing was very powerful. It felt like he was going to be smacked in the head at any time. Finally, the sentry gritted his teeth and let them go. The people at the headquarters were awesome. And the people who came down before were just ghosts. And they couldn't afford to offend them. The two armored vehicles continued to move forward. Post number 2 could observe post number 1. But the two armored vehicles were too eye-catching. And their attention was firmly attracted throughout the whole process. After a while, the sentry's telescope moved back to post number 1. And did not find anything unusual. So he continued to stare at the armored vehicles. Little did they know that the 4 sentries at post number 1 had already fallen in a pool of blood. Chapter 605. Several people moved quickly, stripped off their clothes, hung their weapons on themselves, and calmly took over the dead, showing their backs to the number 2 checkpoint from time to time. After successfully passing the number 1 checkpoint, Wang Mao used the same method to deal with the number 2 checkpoint, and at the same time entered the side of the number 3 checkpoint. Number 1 was released, and number 2 felt a little strange, but didn't find anything wrong. "We are in a hurry to go back for the weekend, and don't want to stay in this hellhole for a moment. Hurry up and contact your useless garrison leader. Organize a team to set off overnight, and strangle those hateful Chinese people." There were more than a dozen people getting off the 2 cars. Everyone's attention was on them, and they didn't notice someone coming out from under the car, flashing into the darkness at lightning speed, and quietly approaching the sentry post. The garrison was ineffective in suppressing the bandits, and was repeatedly fooled by the Chinese, who were fighting guerrilla warfare. There was a rumor that the headquarters was very dissatisfied with this. "I didn't expect to send reinforcements so quickly." The 3 checkpoints were passed smoothly, and all were replaced by their own people. Knowing that the headquarters had sent people overnight, the person in charge of the garrison camp did not dare to slack off. He had just finished a fierce battle with 3 blonde beauties and hurriedly pulled up his pants to greet them. Even his steps were weak and limp. "Tonight we will have a party to celebrate, with unlimited wine and food. As for the beauties, keep the sexy ones for yourself, and give the ordinary ones to your brothers, if there are still not enough. Anyway, women are scarce in the end times, but the demand is increasing, so we can't discriminate between genders. Solve internal needs internally. And the most important thing is to be happy. There are not many people stationed in the camp, and the emperor is far away, so we can have fun behind closed doors. As for fine wine and food, what was the reason for military spending in the past? Even if there were natural disasters for more than 10 years, it would not change. Do you think the higher-ups don't know? They just turned a blind eye. They all used coffee cups worth $1,200 and toilets worth $10,000. In short, if you eat meat every day, you have to give soup to the people below. Everyone knows that they are stationed in an oil field, and refining fuel is the most important thing. In addition, they also have to suppress bandits. As long as they don't go too far, the headquarters will almost always meet your requests." Ding Qi urgently delivered the message about the party. Zheng Weili and others made a counterattack plan, but they didn't expect to meet Jiang Ning and others. So they changed the plan temporarily, and the 2 sides took joint action. Coming out of the tent, the person in charge was holding a belt to greet them, and found that the whole military camp was quiet. And then he remembered what happened at night. Vomited after drinking, and went crazy. In the big tent, men and women fell to the ground, lying on their limbs, naked, snoring like thunder, and the open scene was too exciting. Many soldiers were drunk inside, hugging someone's curly hairy legs and chewing them, and muttering in drunken eyes, "Honey, my darling." There were only 50 eagles in total, and except for the sentries and the kitchen, most of them were drunk at the party. The person in charge couldn't wake him up no matter how hard he kicked. So he got angry and threw cold water at him. In the wasteland desert, the temperature difference between day and night was too big. And finally someone woke up. They quickly packed up and dressed, and barely gathered a dozen people to go out and meet the headquarters. Wang Mao and others waited outside for a long time. And the person in charge finally came over and greeted them with a smile. Good guy. The smell of alcohol on his mouth almost suffocated Wang Mao and others. Their faces were red. Their eyes were heavy. Their steps were hesitant. And they smelled of alcohol. Jiang Ning had worked part-time in bars and clubs, and had seen all kinds of scenes. Same-sex and opposite-sex, swapping, and so on. Regardless of gender, they all had fun. And those who came out to play were basically rich and powerful. There were even more natural disasters and apocalypses. What Lian Hoarding saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Not to mention the Eagle Sauce Camp, which was known to the whole world. In a word, nothing could escape her eyes. She gave Wang Mao a look. These soldiers are playing tricks. Wang Mao was not a pushover. He took out his gun and pointed it at the head of the person in charge. Cursing, "You sons of bitches. The headquarters allocated so many supplies for you to refine fuel and fight bandits. Not for you to play tricks. You deliberately raise bandits to find all kinds of reasons to suck blood from the headquarters. And you even delayed our weekends. Framed to death." In anger, he punched the person in charge on the temple. After all, he was a hawk, thinking he should be able to avoid it. Jiang Ning and others were also prepared for their counterattack, quietly hiding their weapons behind their backs, intending to deal with him, who knew that the person in charge was mostly sober. But his hollow body did not react, and he fell to the ground with a thud after being hit hard. Wang Mao was stunned. What happened? But he reacted quickly, raised his gun and pointed it at the second one, and said angrily, "Tell me, what are you doing tonight?" The Eagle Sauces were still drunk and dreaming just now, and their souls that were forcibly awakened were still floating in the air. But who knew that the person in charge was suddenly knocked down, and they were all stunned for a while. Get down. Get down. Jiang Ning and the others dispersed, pointing their weapons at them. Don't move. Get down for me. The incident happened suddenly, and everyone was confused. Now that they were pointed at by cold weapons, no one dared to draw their guns easily, and they just knelt down. But there were still some who reacted quickly. Why do you do this? We are democratic and free. You have no rights. Jiang Ning hit him on the head with the gun handle, knocking him unconscious. Wang Mao continued to interrogate, shouting, "Who else participated in the party? Where are they? Take them all back to the headquarters for trial." One of the eagles was timid and told where the party was. Wang Mao asked him to lead the way. Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan followed. They quickly arrived at the tent and saw a disgusting scene. The visual impact was too great to describe in words. Without waiting for the eagle to speak, Hua Yishan broke his neck. The three walked in and shot them in the head. The weapons were silenced, so no one could hear them outside. But there were still sounds in the tent. A few people were awakened in a daze, but unfortunately the three were quick-witted and their necks were cut before they could figure out what was going on. When the three came back, the people who stayed outside had already cleaned up. They were looking at the corpses when a scream suddenly came from not far away. A woman voice. There was no sound when they listened again. It seemed that everything was an illusion. Jiang Ning and Zhang Li reacted quickly and ran out in a hurry. The two wore night vision goggles and searched carefully. Soon, the thermal imaging found something abnormal. Someone was hiding behind the oil barrel. The two of them separated and surrounded him and walked over quietly. Just as they walked over, a stick came over in the dark. Jiang Ning dodged swiftly and kicked a woman who was trying to attack with a stick in her hand. The weapon was against her head. Don't move. The woman looked panicked. Don't kill me. I was captured by them. Jiang Ning didn't believe it at all, even if it was a scheming person. Chapter 606. Other prisoners were skinny, but the woman was plump, showing that she was well fed in the military camp. She was afraid now because her life was in danger. If she failed and was captured tonight, she would not know what she would look like. Feeling her murderous horror, the woman trembled. Please let me go. I will leave immediately. Nothing happened here tonight. I will never tell anyone even if I die. Jiang Ning wasted no time and broke her neck cleanly. A woman who can get along well in the military camp is not a good person. Only the dead can keep secrets. Zheng Weili led the team over and began to clear the enemy troops in various important places. It is true that more than half of the eagle sauces were killed at once. But the warehouse and the refinery are dangerous places, and they cannot stand the slightest spark. The concentration camp is close to the oil field. Zheng Weili is familiar with the terrain and led the team to rescue. Su Kaitai led the team to the refinery, while Jiang Ning, Hui Yishan and others went to the warehouse. The rest of the people cleaned up the fish that slipped through the net. The time, place and people are right. So far, it has been smooth sailing. But we can't take it lightly. The warehouse has the most guards. But the early morning is the sleepiest time. The eagle sauces can't attend the party because they are on duty. And they can't help feeling depressed. Some were looking for places to sleep. Some were yawning. And some were patrolling lazily. A few people quietly went over and wiped the neck of the one who was sleeping in the corner. The military uniforms were different. So Jiang Ning and others decisively changed into theirs. Then, they carried their weapons, yawned and walked lazily towards the gate. "Are you awake?" The one guarding the warehouse door raised his eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "Hurry up and guard it. We go pee and then sleep." Well, they are a group, and they agreed to separate the guards and sleep at the same time. It was dark, and the vision was blurry. They were in a hurry to pee, and when they left in a hurry, they bumped into Jiang Ning, and suddenly realized something was wrong. The height difference was a bit big, and the body was relatively soft. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Ning didn't give him a chance. Suddenly, a tang knife appeared in his hand and slashed towards his neck, and he and his body went into the storage space. Hui Yishan and others also acted quickly and killed the remaining 3 people. Wang Mao and others took off the corpse's military uniform and put it on themselves, standing guard for the dead soldiers. Jiang Ning put the body into the space, took out a piece of wire and fiddled with the lock of the warehouse for a while, and finally opened it. The team members provided cover while she went into the warehouse to collect supplies. The warehouse had a lot of refined derivatives, such as gasoline, diesel, kerosene, lubricant, paraffin, asphalt, petroleum coke, etc. It was almost full, and would probably be sent to the headquarters in 2 days. Now, all of them were hers. The products were not few. But Jiang Ning, who had harvested the Camel Country refinery, said they were very average. She had even collected a lot of 10,000 cubic meters of oil tanks. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Besides, this thing is really dangerous. So she put it in the space first. Collect, collect, collect. Even the empty barrels were not spared. After collecting the supplies, Jiang Ning just left the warehouse. And before everyone could retreat, the patrol team came. There were 6 people in the patrol team, and they were paying attention to their surroundings while walking. Damn, they actually led a dog. Who can explain why the Eagle Sauce family actually had a military dog? Shouldn't it have been killed and made into soup long ago? The military dog has a sensitive nose. It not only smelled a strange smell, but also smelled blood. It immediately issued a warning and rushed towards the warehouse door quickly. Oops. There can't be open flames in the oil depot. The patrol members immediately rushed over with guns, but they didn't dare to open fire easily. And the military dog would pounce on anything. But it pounced on Jiang Ning. Strictly speaking, Jiang Ning is not a dog lover. She just loves the dog that died to protect her in the previous life and always accompanies her in this life. But as long as she has a choice, she will not kill the dog. But it insisted on pounce. And Jiang Ning would not be polite. She quickly took out the flying net from the space and hid it, and then sprayed it with ether. The captured fierce military dog howled, and soon was choked by the ether and staggered and couldn't get up, and then kicked into the corner. Fighting was inevitable. The oil depot was no longer worried about exploding. Hui Yishan took the initiative and shot directly at those rushing over from a distance. Wearing night vision goggles, he shot at their heads. The Eagle Sauces were all hot-tempered. Seeing the enemy standing at the door of the oil depot, they dared to shoot. What did they have to worry about? If they were going to blow it up, they would be killed first. If they didn't shoot, they would be killed. So they attacked the bunkers while firing fiercely. Unfortunately, being a step slower would ruin their lives. What's more, they encountered well-prepared special forces. After a round of exchange of fire, the Eagle Sauces were not only completely wiped out, but also successfully finished off. Fortunately, several people reacted quickly and quickly solved the problem, and successfully finished off the enemy. The damned one was killed, leaving the fainted military dog. It should be thankful that it was particularly rare and worth being captured alive. Otherwise it would have been shot dead long ago. In fact, after killing the eagle sauce, Jiang Ning regretted it a little, and thought about killing it too. Who knew that the team members were ready to move? Sister Ning, let's take it back to Fengcheng. The military has 4 treasures, but they are blood relatives and are not suitable for reproduction. If one day they become ruthless and unable to reproduce, the species will become extinct. In the apocalypse of natural disasters, everything is extinct. So it is important to preserve species, not to mention that it is a military dog. Jiang Ning wanted to say that there are several breeds of dogs lying in the sleeping chamber in her space. Unfortunately, the overall environment is unstable now, and it is not too late to take it out when there is a suitable opportunity in the future. Considering that the sleeping chamber technology has not been cracked, it is still a question whether the animal can survive if it is taken out directly, which makes people a little puzzled. Jiang Ning thought it was troublesome. Maybe its eggs were killed? The team member reached out to touch it and said happily, "It is a young black-backed dog, and the eggs are still there." The unconscious military dog didn't know that it was Dandan who saved its life. Gunshots were heard in the distance, followed by flames rising to the sky, and spreading rapidly, soon illuminating half of the sky. Oh no! The oil field caught fire. The most worrying thing happened. In addition to the rising black smoke and fire, there were also sparse gunshots. Several people carried the dogs and rushed over. The slaves in the concentration camp were rescued, and they vented their anger to their heart's content, smashing the distillation kettles built with their own blood and sweat. They would rather destroy it than leave it to the eagle sauce. The oil field was set on fire during the gunfight. Otherwise it would have been destroyed by the emotionally out-of-control survivors. Zheng Weili calmed them down and walked over with Ding Qi. Ding Qi had short hair, and her breasts were gone after years of starvation. Her face was so dirty that she didn't look like a woman at all. She looked like a weak short man. Compared with Jiang Ning, they were completely different. But the situation was urgent, and she couldn't say anything except thank you. The oil field was in a hurry and had to be evacuated immediately. The captives panicked, but Ding Qi was particularly sober. Everyone calmed down. We need food and cars to retreat. And the eagle sauce just shipped a batch of supplies a few days ago. We have to take them all away. Yes, take away everything that can be taken away, and destroy everything that can't be taken away. Chapter 607. Ding Qi, Zheng Weili and others discussed with Jiang Ning and divided the teams to search for supplies. Team 1 went to collect tents. Team 2 searched the supply warehouse, and Team 3 went to the fuel warehouse. Jiang Ning looked calm. We just came from the fuel warehouse. There is nothing inside. I guess the refined fuel has been moved away. Although she was surprised, since Jiang Ning had spoken, she did not insist on sending more people. Okay, then we won't go to the fuel warehouse. But we can't let go of other places. We have to search them all carefully. These are the supplies we need to evacuate and survive. The captives all listened to Ding Qi and quickly separated. Jiang Ning and Huishan exchanged glances, and he was indeed a powerful man. Soon, the results of the looting came out. Eagle sauce is worthy of being eagle sauce. The supplies given to the camp are very rich, and it happened that a batch was just allocated 2 days ago. Soybeans, compressed biscuits and vegetables, canned food, nuts, sealed coffee beans, etc., and a small amount of cigarettes and alcohol. It's a pity that they squandered a lot of them at the party. Otherwise they could find more. 2 old armored vehicles, a large army truck, and weapons stripped from the dead. Not to mention weapons. They even stripped off the clothes of the eagle sauce, not even leaving their underwear. Ding Qi was even more ruthless, asking them to take away all the tents and other things. Anything that could not be taken away was thrown into the blazing oil field, leaving not a single hair for the eagle sauce. So, the survivors threw the bodies of the eagle sauce soldiers into the fire and burned them. Zhang Chao and Lu Yi brought people over, and when they saw Huishan, they almost burst into tears and said in unison, "Brother Shen, if Aining and Brother Shen had not come, this battle tonight might not have been won, and won so beautifully. They helped in times of crisis and saved many lives." Huishan was calm and steady. "I'm glad you're okay." Zhang Chao and Ding Qi had been separated for a while, and they hugged each other tightly when they met again. The matter was resolved perfectly without any danger. Huishan said. Since you are out of danger, we have to find the fire box immediately and gather at the agreed place. Brother Shen. Aining. Thank you for your help. Otherwise we don't know how many people will die before we can regain our freedom. Ding Qi thanked him again and said enthusiastically, we know the exact whereabouts of the fire box. It would be more convenient if we take you to find it. The fire box is too big, and it is difficult to move even if it is broken into small pieces. We need more people to do it. No need. Huishan rejected her kindness. We are a special salvage team with a special division of labor and cooperation. We are just fighting the front battle. And there will be more professional people to handle it later. You lead the team to rush to the rendezvous point. We have a car that will go back and forth faster than you. We must cooperate well to evacuate in time. Otherwise it will be unimaginable if we are discovered by the Eagle Sauce base camp. The captives have been engaged in heavy labor for a long time, and their bodies and spirits have been broken. Besides, there are limited vehicles, so not all of them can be evacuated by car. Ding Qi is a smart person. Zheng Weili briefly mentioned the Fengcheng Special Salvage Team to her. A team that can ride the wind and waves in the ocean has its own operational discipline and military secrets. Since they asked for a refusal, it really doesn't need it. They belong to the special forces of the military and perform confidential tasks. Not everyone can spy on them. Ding Qi did not force it. Be careful. We will wait for you at the meeting point. It has been several years, and there has been no excessive reminiscence. Both sides have their own tasks to complete. Jiang Ning hugged the four people reluctantly, said goodbye to each other, and drove away in the Hummer. Jiang Ning waved to them. Take care of yourself. Wait for me to come back. They came and left in a hurry, like the wind in the wasteland desert. Ding Qi and Zheng Weili were in a trance, as if life was a dream. After the joy of meeting, seeing Jiang Ning getting along with the team members, Zheng Weili couldn't help but sigh. The good memories of getting along on the 18th floor were still clear, but the distance was getting farther and farther. Jiang Ning had new team members, the kind who could trust their backs when in danger, and he had gone around and around, and there were many life and death encounters. Perhaps this is the variety of life. No matter what, there is light ahead, and I will continue to persevere. After Jiang Ning and others left, Ding Qi and others did not delay and quickly organized the orderly evacuation of personnel. At dawn, the four people got on the armored vehicle and retreated in the desert. A new choice, but not an unknown adventure. Fengcheng? Jiang Ning's eyes lit up when he talked about it. Is it the hometown that once raised 3 people and fought for it? Maybe it is really the Garden of Eden that can make Aining risk her life to protect it. The 4 people yearned for it. After more than 10 years of wandering in the natural disaster, everyone was exhausted physically and mentally. They hoped that there would be a harbor for them to rest and recuperate, so that they would no longer live like zombies. 2 armored vehicles ran wildly in the wasteland desert, causing dust to fly wildly. The oil field was only more than 100 miles away from the firebox, and the burning oil produced black smoke, so they were really afraid that they would be noticed and alert. We had to speed up and not give them time to react. In the middle of the journey, the black back was shaken awake and barked at everyone fiercely. If it had not been tied up tightly by the net bag, I really suspected that it would tear everyone to pieces. Jiang Ning had no time to deal with it, and used ether to smother it again. Everyone laughed. Sister Ning was decisive. They rushed all the way, and finally arrived at dawn. Wang Mao used a telescope to survey and found the fire box standing in the distance. The eagle sauces were still there, and they set up a tent in a sheltered place to rest. And next to them were various unpacking equipment. It was too far away, and the view was too dark, so it was unclear what the unpacking tools were. Jiang Ning collected the armored vehicle, and everyone quietly moved towards the fire box. Just when they were about to arrive, no one expected that the sleepy sentry, who was on night watch, suddenly woke up. He was so uncomfortable with the urination that he hurried to a place not far away to relieve himself. He looked around and was about to go back to sleep when he felt his peripheral vision suddenly flicker. He quickly hid in the dark and took a telescope to observe carefully. It was gray everywhere, as if there was nothing. Could it be his eyesight? He patted his head and went back to sleep. Who knew that he would suddenly sit up and come back in the middle of his sleep? Oh my God! There are enemies. There are really enemies. He blew the whistle urgently. Jiang Ning and others were careful enough, but who knew that the other party was so stupid? A shrill whistle sounded. Wang Mao wondered if he should use the same trick again. But the eagles just picked up their weapons and fired. They fired bullets like they were free. Fortunately, they were experienced in many battles, and quickly found cover to protect themselves. They were special forces, so their shooting skills were beyond doubt. The eagles' submachine guns could not reach them from hundreds of meters away. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, took out a sniper rifle, and he and Hui Yishan each took one. Wang Mao and the others were also prepared, and they all carried them on their backs when they set out. So, they lay in ambush and waited for the best time to shoot. Chapter 608. After the eagle sauce raised his gun and fired wildly without saying anything. He stopped when he saw no response in the distance for a long time. They used the fire box as a cover and observed patiently. 10 minutes. Half an hour. It was completely bright. And there was nothing. The leader slapped him and scolded the night watchman for being crazy. Mostly, the wind in the wasteland desert was blowing, and he was mistaken for the enemy. However, the Chinese bandits were really hateful. They had harassed them several times, so they still had to be vigilant. After waiting carefully for another half an hour, the dazzling sunlight rose slowly with the wind and sand. Another hot and dry day began. They didn't understand what was in this ghost box, why it was worth the bandits' lives to guard it. And even the headquarters didn't hesitate to send them here, trying every means to open it. They wasted so many cutting machines and electric drills, but they couldn't open the giant box. God knows what materials the Chinese used to make it. However, they transferred the ultimate machine and drilled for 2 consecutive days, and they had already opened a hole. If nothing unexpected happens, we can make a big hole today and see what's inside. Everyone relaxed, except for the sentry, who was no longer on guard. Hurry up and cook breakfast, and then go to work. Seeing them come out, the patient Jiang Ning smiled and pulled the trigger without hesitation. They made a gesture and fired at the same time. With a few gunshots, several eagle sauces with headshots fell down at the same time. The scene was in a panic. Everyone quickly looked for cover, and pots and pans were thrown all over the floor. A soldier hurriedly shouted, "Snipers! They are snipers!" As soon as he finished speaking, he fell in a pool of blood. To be honest, the soldiers haven't fought for a long time. To be more precise, it's been a long time since they met such a powerful opponent. They have driven away and captured survivors. And as long as they see the guns in their hands, the survivors will tremble with fear. Even if there is resistance, it will not hurt. And a bullet sweep will solve everything. But today, they met a tough opponent. Hide tightly behind the firebox. Jiang Ning fired a short-range smoke bomb, which landed right next to the firebox. Smoke bombs are poisonous. Smelling them can cause convulsions in the limbs, dizziness, nausea, difficulty breathing, tears, and blurred vision. Biological weapons. This is a weapon produced by the eagle sauce that Jiang Ning found in the Arctic. In the end, it was used on himself. Some eagle sauces couldn't stand it and ran out with their mouths and noses covered. Coming out would mean giving away their heads. They would die if they stayed where they were, and they would die if they came out. They could only take a gamble. Sorry, they lost the gamble. Fearing that they were not all dead, Jiang Ning fired another one. This time even closer. After a while, 2 more crawled out. After waiting for an hour, Jiang Ning and others approached carefully. Sure enough, there were still survivors, but the poison made their vision unclear. And the people who kept approaching had double vision, and their guns were off-center. A total of 21 people were killed. Jiang Ning and others were also curious. What was in the firebox? Hui Yishan took out the sensor in front of everyone and calmly entered the password. The team members were surprised that the captain was trusted by the leader and even gave him the sensor. With a loud ticking sound, the huge box door was opened. The team members pushed the box door open with all their strength. Inside was a heavily wrapped material that could not be seen from the outside. Wang Mao went in sideways and touched a thick operating manual after half a day. It turned out to be a solar power generation system. The whole box was full of it, and it was highly efficient. Such a huge firebox is estimated to cover the entire mountain, greatly solving the problem of power shortage in the base. After cheering, it was time to ponder and explore. If Shenweili and others had not risked their lives, this firebox might have fallen into the hands of the eagle sauce, as well as that oil field. Behind the firebox, the lives and sweat of countless Washu people are condensed. Their efforts deserve the gratitude of all living Chinese people. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Jiang Ning put the firebox into the space and put it on the transport ship. Then, Wang Mao and others stripped the corpses until there was nothing left. They have no shortage of clothes and shoes, but they can share them with the survivors of the base. There were also food, tents, a truck, captured weapons, etc. The mechanical equipment used to unpack the boxes was best to be used. Otherwise, it would be melted down as rotten copper and scrap iron. In any case, except for the mummies, everything was put into the space without leaving a single hair, adding the fuel and other supplies collected from the oil field. The transport ship was packed to the brim, and there was really no room to squeeze. After a sleepless night, the team drove to a suitable place to rest, leaving 2 people to keep watch while the rest set up tents to rest. The 2 had separate tents, and Jiang Ning couldn't fall asleep even though his eyelids were so sleepy. Zhang Chao and Liu were all in her mind. They chose to live in Fengcheng. She was particularly happy. After all, they were one of the few friends. But at the same time, she was worried about their inquiring eyes. Hui Yishan saw through her worries. Are you afraid that they will find out that you have space? Indeed. After rebirth, even if she got the golden finger, Jiang Ning at that time had no strength. But because of the cruel experience in her previous life, her heart built up a barrier. Even if the 3 of them grew up wearing the same pants, even if Zheng Weili helped her, who can guarantee that it will remain unchanged? That was a natural disaster. A bloody apocalypse where people killed each other. She didn't have the confidence to tell him the truth. Later, by chance, she met He Tianming, Ma Guangyan, Ling Ju and others, drifting in the vast and endless ocean. It seemed that she was the only one left in the world, surrounded by despair and suffocation. So when she saw her compatriots struggling in distress, she couldn't help but want to do something. And it was Gu Tinglin who completely opened Jiang Ning's heart. He was not a perfect person, but he did his best in both public and private matters. The loss of family affection was not caused by him, but he is trying his best to make up for it. She has always thought that she doesn't need feelings, whether friendship, family affection, or love. In the natural disaster, they are not worth even a piece of bread. And Gu Tinglin silently did everything for her behind the scenes, allowing Jiang Ning to completely reconcile with her past self. She cut off the past and wanted a better future. She has lived 2 lives and has only a few friends. Because she cares, she suddenly cares. When Zhang Chao and Liu learn the truth, will they blame her in their hearts? Chapter 609. It is normal for Jiang Ning to have this worry because of concern. Hui Yishan hugged her. Ning, people are not static. If they resent you for this, it means that your friendship has ended. There is no need to blame yourself. People will meet all kinds of passers-by in their lives. Some pass by, some accompany for a while, and some stay with them for life and death. Jiang Ning understood, but just sighed. Hui Yishan comforted. If they are the ones who get the space, they may not do as well as you. Just have a clear conscience. Jiang Ning nodded and fell asleep soon. It was already afternoon when he woke up. Everyone was not in a hurry to travel, so they had a leisurely dinner and did not forget to take out the supplies confiscated from the eagle sauce. Lunch meat, nuts, dried fruits, and a ham and kelp soup. Zheng Weili and others led the large troops to evacuate, and the journey was slow. The special team was not in a hurry and stayed for another night. After eating and drinking, they drove slowly on the road. They did not return by the original route, but took a new route according to the compass. When they arrived at the agreed location, Zheng Weili and others were not there. Some of them did not wait on the shore, but returned to the nuclear submarine and observed the situation on the shore through the periscope. 2 days later, the shadow of the migrants finally appeared. There were not enough vehicles to begin with, and who knew that there was a malfunction halfway? After repairing it, they had to go back and forth to pick up people, so the action was naturally much slower. They waited on the shore, looking around anxiously. The nuclear submarine could not get close, so Jiang Ning took out 2688 and several compressed assault boats, and kept going back and forth to pick up people. Zhang Chao and Liu Yu's injuries were no longer serious, and they guided the survivors to board the ship. After more than 10 years, everyone was very mature and rational, no longer the happy ones in the past. The evacuation work lasted for half a day. Zhang Chao, Liu Yu and others had good driving skills and took the initiative to take the task of driving 2688. Facing countless marine disasters, they were able to keep the firebox, and Jiang Ninka did not dare to question it. Ding Qi wanted to set the vehicle on fire to destroy it, so as not to make it cheap for the eagle sauce. It is a waste to destroy non-renewable resources. Jiang Ning stopped them and said, "You leave first. We find a place to hide, and the salvage team will come to get it." Since she asked, Ding Qi gave up the idea and took the speedboat to 2688. Jiang Ning and his friends drove the car to a deserted place, put it into the space, and returned to the nuclear submarine. Well, it was packed with people. The survivors were in tattered clothes and looked haggard and tired. But they were grateful to the special salvage team and even began to inquire about Feng Cheng. Can they find a job there? Is there any way to fill their stomachs? Wang Mao said with some leeway. There are certainly difficulties, but as long as you work hard, there is always a way to survive, which is much better than staying here. Of course, you can't compare with them. They have special treatment and rely on Sister Ning. The black back was also brought to the nuclear submarine. It was still angry after waking up, baring its teeth at everyone and refusing to eat. Well, it has backbone. Jiang Ning carried it to the submarine, and countless eyes in the submarine were fixed on the black back. Dog. A big wolfhound. Braised. Meat stew. Hot pot. Some survivors couldn't help it. Drooling. Eyes burning. Stomach growling. The black act that had been hungry for a few days. Woof. Dogs can sense good and evil. And the captured and injured dog hair stood up. Good. So scary. The dog life is in danger. Jiang Ning carried the dog back to the room and locked it. The room was cramped, so he just went into the space. The black back was muzzled, and it was extremely weak after being hungry for a few days. Jiang Ning didn't bother to care about it, took out the barbecue and beer, and feasted with Huishan. This was already worse than a dog treatment. But the roasted spare ribs and roasted chicken were so delicious. It couldn't help drooling because it had never eaten before. Its eyes were shining, and its mad saliva kept dripping onto the ground. Woo woo woo. Jiang Ning would not tolerate it, and continued to eat secretly, without the team members' knowledge, and ate in front of the stupid dog. He stored a basin of bones, and was kicked to the side of the black dog. Jiang Ning untied its muzzle. "If you show your teeth again, I kill you, and make dog meat stew." Driven by instinct, the black dog started to work. Even though it's just a bone, it smells really good. Seeing its useless appearance, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reward it with a delicious leg. "Oh, I miss her dog." While chewing the chicken leg, the blackback suddenly choked. God knows why it's crying. Maybe it has never eaten such delicious food since it was born. Look at its useless and cheap appearance. After eating and drinking, Jiang Ning took a shower and left the space to sleep in the cramped room. The blackback lay quietly in the corner. It couldn't go out. Outside were all humans who wanted to eat it. Overloading hundreds of people requires superb skills. And Su Kai kept a close eye on the command throughout the process. When there are too many people, there are many things to worry about, such as going to the toilet, looking for a place to sleep, being hungry, etc., and various emergencies, which make people's heads hurt. Zheng Weili and others are in 2688. But there is also a person in charge, who follows them on the nuclear submarine, with a lot of supplies looted from the Eagle Sauce garrison camp. But it is a long journey, and there are too many people, so they have to be frugal and save food. Seeing that Sister Ning and Huishan hid, Wang Mao and others were also very smart, and the management of the camp members was completely handed over to the person in charge. They just gave them a ride back, and it was free. As for the rest, they could just do whatever they wanted. It wasn't that the special team was narrow-minded, but there were more people and more trouble. Hundreds of people were crowded in the submarine, and oxygen, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating were not trivial matters. They didn't have the time or energy to take care of everything. In addition to ensuring safety, Su Kai and others had to speed up the frequency of diving and breathing. And they definitely didn't have the energy to take care of other things. In case of problems, they had to make it clear to the camp leader in advance. In addition, the survivors ate poorly, and the special team dared not show off their wealth. And they also ate plain food. I'm not kidding. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. And don't think too highly of the survivors. No one has a good time. No one is simple. They are all veterans, who has survived in the apocalypse for more than 10 years. As expected, the sharp-eared team members heard someone raise opinions. Some wanted to find a place to sleep. Some wanted to eat something good. Some said they were dizzy and wanted to vomit. Being able to be one of the camp leaders. He is not a soft persimmon. And his face immediately darkened. So many requests. How about I ask them to send you back? At first, he complained in his heart, thinking that the request of the special team was a bit unreasonable. As a result, these people really became hypocritical. Some people did not give up and said that they had diarrhea and wanted to go to the toilet. What diarrhea? He glanced at the ground. You only eat so little every day. Can you still poop? Hold it in. Don't think he doesn't know. And want to occupy the toilet to sleep. The requests were constantly rejected. And the special team really didn't care about them. And they didn't eat much to be good for themselves. So many people gradually gave up. Just hold on. Hoping to get to Fengcheng as soon as possible. Jiang Ning was sleeping soundly. And suddenly shook violently. What you fear will come true. And you encounter a big storm. There was panic outside. Shouting non-stop. And it seemed that there was crying. Chapter 610. Jiang Ning quickly fastened his restraints. Feeling the vibration of the submarine. If he couldn't hold on, he would have to retreat into the space and wait until the storm was over. Wang Mao and the others cooperated very well. Unless there were special circumstances, the observation windows were closed. So even if they entered the space, the survivors would not know, and would only be surprised why the storm suddenly stopped. But after all, it was a risky move. Jiang Ning would not take the risk until the last step. Shaking continuously, his body hit the bedboard, blocking the ghosts and wolves howling outside. Jiang Ning used her body to feel the impact of the storm. After the storm, it seemed to slowly slow down, until it finally calmed down. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief, but was choked back when she opened the door. Many survivors couldn't stand the collision and rolled over, vomiting the acid in their stomachs. Jiang Ning covered her mouth and nose, squeezed away the dizzy survivors, walked to the cab and asked, "What's the situation?" Wang Mao and others were there. "Sister Ning, don't worry. Captain Su is here. We have successfully passed the level." Jiang Ning asked anxiously, "Where is 2688? The two submarines were moving forward and backward. And I wonder how Zheng Weili and the others are doing." Su Kai quickly used sonar to detect. 2688 is behind us. As long as Zhang Chao and the others are fine. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "I take over. Captain Su, you go and rest first." Su Kai was really tired, so he didn't say anything polite. They withstood the storm. But ordinary survivors didn't. Vomiting, bruised, and overly frightened. Zhongli asked, "Sister Ning, do you want to take care of them?" Jiang Ning thought for a moment. "I have some hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder. You can give it to their leader. You should take a rest. It will take several days to get to Fengcheng. Don't tire yourself out. There are thousands of roads, and drivers cannot drive while tired." So Zhongli handed the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder to the leader. Some people were dissatisfied, but when they thought that they would take them to Fengcheng unconditionally, they dared not say anything. What if they were pissed off and thrown into the sea? The special team also breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Ning was still foresight. If you don't have the strength, don't indulge them. Otherwise you really can't resist. After a few days, their attitudes improved visibly. It takes skill to get along with different people. Jiang Ning was on duty for his shift and was about to go back to his room to rest when the person in charge of the survivors came to him and said, "Comrade Jiang, one of our team members has a fever and fainted." Zheng Weili and others had told him that if he encountered a particularly difficult situation, he could go to Jiang Ning. If he hadn't really had no other choice, he wouldn't have spoken easily. Jiang Ning asked, "What happened?" During the storm, a female comrade was hit on the forehead. Unexpectedly, the wound became infected and she had a fever. I just discovered it. Jiang Ning squeezed through the crowd and found a tattered, frail woman sitting in the corner, probably about the same age as himself. She had a severe fever and had already had convulsions. Many others were injured, but not as seriously as hers, and were supported by external hemostatics. In front of everyone, Jiang Ning could not favor one over the other, so he had to say, "She is in danger of getting sick. Help her to my room first." After all, it was a life. and all the rooms were crowded with people. So the woman was helped into the room. Jiang Ning closed the door, gave her a quick-acting fever-reducing medicine, and then cleaned the inflamed wound. The woman was confused by the fever and kept mumbling, but it was hard to hear what she was saying, seeing that she was dirty and her wound suddenly became infected. Jiang Ning simply fetched a basin of water to help her clean her face. She was very thin, but it was barely possible to see that her facial features were good. If it weren't for the natural disaster, she would have been a beauty. Jiang Ning looked at her face and felt that it seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. It was probably a common face. Her body was too weak, and no matter how much medicine she took, it would be useless if her body functions could not keep up. Jiang Ning fed her a bowl of glucose water. After washing her face, she rested on another iron bed. A few hours later, there was a slight movement. Jiang Ning was in a light sleep, and when she opened her eyes, she found that the woman had woken up. The woman guessed that she had saved her and hurriedly thanked her. Jiang Ning stared at her face. "What's your name?" Facing her lifesaver, the woman did not lie. "Yuan." "Yuan?" Jiang Ning frowned at first, then suddenly realized. "Are you a military family member?" Yuan was stunned for a moment, and nodded, "Yes." "Which military department does your father work for?" Yuan was unwilling to speak. Seeing her vigilance, Jiang Ning made it clear. "What is your relationship with Yu Changzheng?" Yuan was shocked. "You know my father?" Jiang Ning smiled. "More than that, he is also the leader of our department." Seeing Yu Yin's eyes, Jiang Ning finally remembered who she looked like. "Mrs. Yu." Ding Yin was stunned, and then tears welled up in her eyes. "Father is still alive. What about mother?" Seeing her thoughts, Jiang Ning smiled. "Commander Yu is very good. Mrs. Yu is also very good. They were talking about you not long ago. I didn't expect that she was still alive. I guess the couple would be very happy." Jiang Ning handed over 2 pancakes. "Fill your stomach first. We will arrive in Fengcheng in a few days." Ding Yin cried with joy, took the pancake and gobbled it, and choked and coughed violently. Jiang Ning handed over a glass of water. Yu Changzheng did not publicly acknowledge her relatives, but whether out of his comradeship with Gu Tinglin or her life-saving grace, the couple regarded Jiang Ning as a half-daughter from the bottom of their hearts. The two families visited each other frequently, so Jiang Ning knew a little about the family affairs. Yu Yin was not in good health and was studying abroad alone. In fact, the couple knew that their daughter had little chance of survival, but they were unwilling to accept it. If they gave up even the last hope, they would not be able to hold on. Unexpectedly, there was a miracle. Yu Yin was still alive. It was hard to imagine how she survived. After eating 2 pieces of cake, Yu Yin did not dare to disturb Jiang Ning again. "Thank you. I go out first." As she said that, she rubbed her hands on the floor a few times and then stained her face. Jiang Ning understood. She survived by being smart. If she were an ordinary person, she would say forget it. But she is Yu Changzheng's daughter. Jiang Ning would not let her go out to crowd again for both public and private reasons. The environment is too bad. If she gets a high fever again, no one will know if she dies. Before you go to Fengcheng, you should rest here and get well first. Then he made her another cup of brown sugar water, and Jiang Ning comforted her, according to seniority and age. "I should be considered your sister, so don't be too polite. You should take care of yourself first, and then give Uncle Yu a surprise," Yu Yin said with tears in her eyes. "Thank you." After drinking the sugar water, she fell asleep again soon after she was sick. When Huishan came back from get off work, he found a strange woman in the room, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Chapter 611. Jiang Ning was going to be on duty. Huishan learned that it was Yu Yin's identity. In order to avoid suspicion, he did not stay in the room, but squeezed into the room with Huang Mao and others. Seeing Yu Yin was uneasy and wanted to leave, Jiang Ning comforted her. "You stay here with peace of mind. He will sleep in the bed of the duty team members. It won't be a problem." After leaving, she did not forget to say hello to the person in charge of the survivors. Her high fever has subsided, but the low fever has recurred. She is no longer in danger of life. She will be kept at my place first, but don't make it public. 10 fingers have different lengths, but people are not worried about the lack of them, but the inequality of them. Jiang Ning did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. The person in charge must understand. "Thank you, Comrade Jiang." After sailing for several days, they encountered wind and waves again, but they passed safely. It was only more than 200 nautical miles away from Fengcheng. The special team was divided into two teams. Su Kai-dai and others drove the submarine to bring the survivors to the shore. Huaishan, Jiang Ning and others accepted new tasks and returned with the transport ship behind. Before leaving, Jiang Ning asked Su Kai-dai to let them take care of Yuan, the daughter of Commander Yu. Everyone was surprised. No wonder Jiang Ning was so kind and took care of her privately. They understood immediately and would definitely take good care of Yuan and make sure she didn't lose a single hair. She was the leader's daughter, and he had the final say on her assessment and promotion. Jiang Ning thought of the silly dog raised by the eagle sauce. It ate spicy food and wagged its tail like it didn't need money. It really didn't care about its dignity. Take Asha back with you too. Speaking of dogs, the team members immediately became excited. They brought a new breed back to the base. The nuclear submarine submerged, and Jiang Ning and his companions left in two speedboats. They arrived at an uninhabited sea area and released the transport ship. Everyone boarded the ship and first ran a few laps on the deck to stretch their limbs. They were really suffocated. They broke out in a hot sweat and felt refreshed. Then, they had another good meal. The transport ship was moving slowly, so everyone was not in a hurry to return to Fengcheng. They had a good sleep first. They played mahjong for 2 more days before slowly sailing to Fengcheng port. This trip took a long time, but it was very rewarding. The transport ship was too crowded, and it was not safe to walk. Jiang Ning put the materials collected from the oilfield warehouse into the space, and took them out later to make up the number. Seeing the dock from afar, everyone cheered and felt so good to be home. Wang Mao waited with a telescope in his hand, and said happily, "Captain Hua. Sister Ning, the hills of Fengcheng seem to be greener." "Who said it wasn't? We have been away for more than 3 months. Mulberry trees, honeysuckle, and other trees that used to adapt to bad weather are growing vigorously and exuding endless charm. Compared with the wasteland desert, it is so happy to be in Fengcheng dotted with green spots." After mooring the transport ship, Jiang Ning and others took a speedboat to the shore and greeted the soldiers on duty. "Did any survivors arrive a few days ago?" "Yes. There are 2 groups. One with 300 to 400 people, and the other group is brought by Captain Su." Jiang Ning was eager to go home, and the dog rushed over as soon as she left the dock. The stinky guy really missed her, leaving his wife behind and waiting for her at the dock every day. The dog was so excited that he kept peeing and pounced on Jiang Ning desperately. Jiang Ning squatted down and hugged it, stroking its head with satisfaction. Coke. The car was in the hands of someone, and Jiang Ning and Huaishan walked into the city with the dog. After more than 3 months away, I feel that there have been great changes. Not only is the air much fresher, but weeds are sprouting on both sides of the road, and the height is even more pleasing. It is estimated that the climate during this period is relatively stable. There are many wheel marks on the road, and the soft soil has potholes, which shows that large trucks have been traveling frequently. In some places, there are fallen coal ash, gravel, and broken red bricks. It seems that the construction of the base is in full swing. Just as I thought so, a shrill horn sounded behind me, and 6 trucks loaded with red bricks slowly drove over. What is surprising is that the driver is not a soldier, but an ordinary survivor. The driver looked proud, and it was estimated that the base construction had been handed over from the military to the municipal government. Gu Tingling kept his word. The military was constantly handing over management rights, and Fengcheng gradually returned to the governance model before the natural disaster. Seeing a dog on the side of the road, the driver couldn't help but stick his head out to say hello. "Captain Hua." "Major Jiang." Jiang Ning didn't recognize him, but he recognized the 2. The driver was very happy. Really happy. He had never thought of clinging to others. But if the 2 hadn't appeared, Fengcheng wouldn't have changed so quickly. And as a survivor at the bottom, he wouldn't have had the chance to apply for a driver. With this job, having enough food is not a problem. He sincerely thanked the 2. Jiang Ning was infected by his smile, and couldn't help but wave to say hello. Unexpectedly, she was so approachable, and the driver became shy. "Why don't I give you a ride?" It was still more than 10 kilometers away from the city center, and it was indeed a long way to walk. But the 3 of them were tired of staying in the submarine. So Jiang Ning refused. "No. Let's walk back and see the scenery along the way. You drive carefully. Don't worry, Major Jiang. I used to drive a tractor. If someone greets her first, there will be someone who greets her second. However, after a business trip, she felt that the way residents looked at her was different, and there seemed to be a certain depth. Jiang Ning wondered if young Master Rong was up to something again. Along the way, greenery spread, and even wild flowers bloomed in the weeds. The dog even ran over and rolled around. Both people and dogs were in a very good mood. With brisk steps, they arrived home in more than 2 hours. It was not yet dark, and the door next door was closed. Bai Shui in the house heard the noise, and quickly opened the door. A white ball rolled down the steps. Ah! So fierce. 2 brown and black ones followed behind. Woof, woof! Alas! This guy really gave birth again. Guzi ran over and took his son to Jiang Ning's hand. They were just over a month old, and each weighed about 1 pound. So cute. 3 more. The Hummer was parked in the front yard. The house was clean and tidy, and the green vegetables in the backyard were green and growing very well. There was a plot of rapeseed, which actually bloomed golden flowers, and a few moths were quietly lying on it. Different from the last species, the wings are much lighter in color, so it should be a normal moth without poison. Great. The ecology is gradually recovering. Jiang Ning smelled the fragrance of flowers, and his whole heart was refreshed. Mr. Hua, do you think we survived? Hua Yishan smiled. Yeah. Who knows? But people have to have hope when they are alive. And it is right to think positively. Back home, I took a hot bath in the space. I came out and took a nap. And it was already evening when I woke up. Just as I was about to make dinner, Rong Sanshao came. I didn't get the right time to eat this time. Rong Sanshao was very happy. Sister, don't cook. I will host you today to welcome you. If he had known that sister would come back today, he would not have invited her. Jiang Ning was surprised. The sun rises from the west? Chapter 612. Rong Sanshao's invitation surprised Jiang Ning. The sun rises from the west? He said generously. Zhang Chao and Liu have come to Fengcheng to report. We are all old friends for many years. I have to entertain them warmly. In the past, everyone had gathered together in the villa area of Xinqing to eat hot pot. Jiang Ning asked with concern. How are they settled? Thousands of people came at once. There is no place to live for the time being. All of them are settled in a temporary guest house. Guest house? After more than 3 months, the base has changed a lot, because the special salvage team brought back a lot of fuel. The wheels of the military truck started to turn again, and the transportation efficiency of black coal, red bricks, and lime soared. The output continued to expand. Many positions were short of people, and Fengcheng residents no longer had to worry about not having jobs. All the former military camp tents were dismantled and moved to the municipal government as a temporary guest house. And the military camps were all replaced with red brick houses. Jiang Ning really didn't know, but there were indeed many more houses in the city. Unlike when he first came, when it was extremely desolate and there were not even a few red brick houses. As a construction worker, Rong Sanshao is proud of himself. Sister, the hospital is also going to be expanded. He is also accumulating points to build a red brick villa. To be honest, Rong Sanshao is very optimistic about the future, and he is even more glad that he chose to stay. Not only did he find his relatives, but he also reunited with his sister. Everything is going well. Takeoff is a must. Everything is within Jiang Ning expectations. However, when Rong Sanshao said it, his inner joy increased several times. How to say it? When the thinking and pattern change, building a base is like raising a dog. They are all your own puppies. Which parent would be unhappy to see it grow vigorously? Just came back today, and there was a reunion dinner tonight. Jiang Ning couldn't leave it all. You guys get together first. I treat you tomorrow. After a pause, she asked again. Are Zhang Chao and his family used to Fengcheng? This place is like heaven. What's there to be uncomfortable with? On the day Zhang Chao and his family arrived, young Master Rong sent sweet potatoes and potatoes to show his concern, and even sent a chicken and a duck from his own family. There was no life and death friendship with them. At the beginning, he charged a symbolic fee to let the 4 people live in the new city villa, which was completely to give Jiang Ning face, including the various conveniences he gave later. But not many people survived in Fengcheng, especially friends who knew each other, so they would be closer emotionally. There were deeper reasons for the heavy bleeding of Rong Sanshao. I didn't expect Zhang Chao and his men to be so capable. Not only did they survive, but they didn't even lose the firebox. And they formed a team of thousands of people. Fengcheng only had more than 12,000 people. But they brought thousands of people. And their strength should not be underestimated. Based on these alone, the military rank and position given to them by the Fengcheng military would not be low, whether for his own consideration or as a qualified white glove for his sister. Rong Sanshao would not miss this opportunity. Sister, I sent them some supplies, clothes and other daily necessities. Doing the work that should be done and taking the credit that should be taken. Rong Sanshao will not miss the opportunity to show off. We are all from the villa area, and we have been friends for life and death. And they are your best friends. So they should be taken good care of. No one should be wronged. Jiang Ning, thank you. Rong Sanshao was nervous. Sister, I understand everything. Jiang Ning was puzzled. What do you know? Don't worry. I have already arranged privately for the things that are inconvenient for you to do. Jiang Ning frowned. Really didn't understand. Young Master Rong thought she was pretending. And said in a sly way, Sister, they brought thousands of people here. Who wouldn't want this force? Someone has already secretly offered olives. If it weren't for you, sister, being sentimental, would Zhang Chao and the others have survived? Come and rob them now. There's no way. I have already hinted at everything that should be hinted. And then I will come forward to fight for their military merits and positions. And do things beautifully. The framework has been set up. The chess pieces have been in place. And we have placed our own people in all the important military and political departments. Who has the final say in Fengcheng is still a matter of my words. And after all these things, Zhang Chao and others will be grateful to me and loyal to me for the rest of their lives. My own connections and abilities, plus the people Zhang Chao and others brought here, are not inferior to the division commanders who have soldiers in their hands. Jiang Ning looked at him quietly. Without saying a word, Rong Sanshao turned his head away, secretly annoyed that he didn't stop talking for a while. I like people with depth. So I slapped myself lightly. I was careless. As a white glove, I can be a worm in my stomach. But I can only understand it but not express it in words. Jiang Ning was troubled by Rong Sanshao's rich imagination. How to reward merits or arrange positions. The higher-ups have their own considerations. Don't stretch your hands too far. Be careful not to get the opposite effect. Yes, sister, you are right. Rong Sanshao flattered her. Jiang Ning said, I can't leave tonight. You guys enjoy your meal. And go find them tomorrow. Rong Sanshao understood. Sister, I'm not a good cook. Can you give me some hot pot ingredients? In the kitchen. Take it yourself. So Rong Sanshao took away the hot pot ingredients and the jar. The meal was not ready yet. And Gu Tinglin came back. The base developed very quickly. And the work of the military became busy. And overtime was commonplace. Knowing that his daughter was back, he didn't dare to continue working overtime, so as not to be scolded by her again. Xu Xueching rarely got off work early. When his brother and sister-in-law were not around, Daodu was used to having dinner at the farm before coming back. But the dog was clever, and ran to the farm to call her home for dinner. Seeing its beautiful grin, Daodu knew that her brother and sister-in-law were back. After more than 3 months away, the farm's new batch of poultry was not far from being released. So, the family ate meat openly, not hiding it like before. Especially Xu Xueching. She had to brush her teeth after dinner before going out, so as not to be smelled by others and bring a bad influence to her husband and stepdaughter. After everyone came to the table, the meal was served a little later. Fragrant stewed chicken, fried duck with young ginger, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumbers, and green vegetables. I don't know if he is greedy or not, but his saliva is all over the floor. He looks up at his shit shoveler desperately, humming and almost calling, Mom. Just as he was about to start eating, a voice came from the outside door. Old Gu. Yu Changzhen came with his wife and daughter, holding a thank you gift in his hand. He never dreamed that his daughter was actually still alive, and that a special salvage team went to the New World to find the firebox and rescued her from the concentration of eagle sauce. Yu Yin was injured and infected on the boat, and her life was hanging by a thread. It was Jiang Ning who saved her life with medicine. She saved the lives of the father and daughter in the family of 3. It is not enough to say a few words of gratitude, But the proper ceremony should be done. She came here after dinner. Dowdu is sensible, and got up without saying a word to add 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Yu Changjun quickly stopped. You eat? We will come after dinner. These days, it is not easy for anyone. And eating for free is worth millions. Chapter 6:13. The climate has been quite stable recently. But it takes time for crops to grow. And most people can already eat 60% to 70% full. Yu Changjun's status is there. Filling his stomach is not a problem. But the food is far from rich. Jiang Ning had said poultry to the Yu family earlier. So eating eggs every now and then is not a problem. 2 days ago, the long-lost daughter came back. And Mrs. Yu slaughtered the egg-laying hen without saying a word to replenish her skinny body. Gu Tinglin knew the family's financial situation and warmly invited the family to come and sit. Have another meal. Family members. Why be polite? Xu Xueqing invited enthusiastically. There are plenty of dishes. And they are cooked by Aining, which you can't eat normally. The family members took turns to invite. And the Yu family couldn't refuse the hospitality. So they shyly took a seat. Dowdu was very sharp-eyed. And quickly went to the kitchen to cook 2 more dishes, which were quickly served on the table. At the dinner table, the 2 families ate and chatted. And the atmosphere was particularly lively. Yu Yin rested for 2 days, and looked much better. Mrs. Yu was also a talkative person. Qingxue. God is blind. It is Xiaoyin who is lucky to meet Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning is the noble person of the family. Chinese people are like this. They like to chat politely at the dinner table. This is a unique way of communication. But the atmosphere is harmonious. After a meal, Jiang Ning found that Yu Yin's state was a little wrong. Not only was she shy, but she was also easily distracted. And the whole person was very sluggish. Mrs. Yu was very worried. When she heard the news that Jiang Ning was back, she hurriedly brought her here. The daughter was back. But her soul was not back. The 2 families were close. And Jiang Ning would be concerned. After dinner, Yu Changjun and Gu Tinglin went to the study room. And Mrs. Yu, who was worried, spoke. Jiang Ning felt Yu Yin's pulse and found that her body was seriously damaged. But it was mainly because of her mental problems, which were sequelae of the natural disaster. Not to mention Yu Yin. Jiang Ning also had anxiety, depression, irritability, and nightmares when he was just reborn. Different personalities manifest different symptoms. Yu Yin was introverted and weak, and it was a miracle that she survived. After going through so many hardships, returning to her parents must be a great joy. But the tight string in her heart also loosened, both physically and mentally. She was trapped in the horrific natural disasters of the past, and couldn't get out of it. It's nothing serious. Just a loss of body, and a little weak mentally. You can take some medicine to take care of it. Go out more often. Get more sun and exercise more. Mental illness can't be cured overnight. Yu Yin needs to get out of it slowly. Yu Yin thanked. Thank you, Sister Aining. She didn't talk much. And soon, she was distracted again. Her eyes were attracted by the lively and active dog. The dog thought it was his territory. And seeing that she was staring at him, he walked over and stared back domineeringly. It was a little unhappy. So Grandma gave her the steaming leg to eat. Humph. I used to give it to eat. Yu Yin didn't notice its dissatisfaction, but reached out and touched the dog ear tentatively. It was soft and comfortable, and the dog was not afraid of her. So she would touch it if she wanted to, and then give it back the steaming leg. Countless scientific evidence shows that good dogs can heal the human soul. Mrs. Yu took the opportunity to find a reason to call Jiang Ning to the yard. Aining, is Xiaoyin really okay? She has nightmares every night and keeps crying in her dreams. Today I took her out to relax, and a man accidentally bumped into her. She was so scared that she screamed on the spot and almost fainted. These are what Jiang Ning had experienced before, and I believe Yu Yin had experienced them, and her situation was even more difficult. After returning to her parents, she relaxed and many problems were exposed. There were some things that Jiang Ning was not comfortable saying. Don't worry. Take your time. Spend more time with her. Don't let her get stuck in a rut. And when she is almost recovered, find her a job to keep her busy. Mrs. Yu was a smart person, and she could guess what her daughter had experienced just by thinking about it. She was heartbroken and hated not to protect her daughter from the wind and rain. Aining, Xiaoyin, is having a hard time. Mrs. Yu couldn't help but shed tears. The eldest brother is gone. We really can't lose Xiaoyin again. Please help Annie think of a way to make her recover as soon as possible. Jiang Ning could only nod. I try my best. She went home and prepared 3 prescriptions to calm her nerves and regulate her body. And she would come back for a follow-up visit after taking them. On the other side, Yu Chongjing finished talking about business with Gu Tinglin. And couldn't help but sigh, old Gu. This time it's really thanks to Aining. Otherwise Xiaoying wouldn't have come back alive. I watched Xiaoying grow up. Just like my own daughter. Gu Tinglin was easygoing and calm. Besides, without your full support, Ishan and Aining work would not be so smooth. Don't worry too much about Xiaoying's health. Let her hang out with young people more. She will get over it slowly. As old partners for decades, they can understand each other with just a glance or a word. In short, with Lao Gu's words, Yu Chongjing felt at ease. After seeing off Yu's family, the father and daughter sat down to talk. Jiang Ning did not hide anything and told about the salvage trip. Especially what happened in the New World. The New World has a harsh environment but a vast area. So there are probably many survivors. The key is that the Eagle Sauce is stationed there. And the exact number of people is not clear for the time being. What hurts Jiang Ning is the open air oil field. The Eagle Sauce is really God's own son. Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others have been wandering in the New World for several years. Although the environment is very harsh, it feels that the mineral resources are still very rich. As long as you are down to earth, no matter how bad the environment is, it can be changed. Rich in mineral resources. It means that once the Eagle Sauce has gained a firm foothold, it is very likely to take off from the spot. But worrying is useless. Only when you are strong can you be fearless. However, she still told the layout of the port she saw. She didn't expect that the Eagle Sauce that was backstabbed still had such a strong strength. Fortunately, the base of the fake Eagle Sauce was destroyed in the Arctic. Otherwise, once the real Eagle Sauce found it, it would undoubtedly be even more powerful. The important materials are all in her space. As for the aircraft carriers and transport ships that cannot be moved, it is estimated that they have been almost built by the bears. Gu Tinglin was in a good mood after learning about the current situation of Eagle Sauce. Fengcheng also preserved the foundation of the southern military. And it was no worse than anyone else when it came to real action. The 4 friends who came back with her were more worthy of discussion. As early as when he was at the southern military base, he wanted to know more about Jiang Ning. So he specially checked the information of the 4 people. It started out ordinary. But it became stronger and stronger in the natural disaster. Perhaps this is the difference between humans and animals. Those who are more resilient in the face of natural and man-made disasters always have unlimited possibilities. But Gu Tinglin was cautious. After several years of separation. Do you still understand them? Chapter 6:14. Jiang Ning understood what Gu Tinglin meant. Everything they did was seen by all. How to evaluate them will be decided by the military. I believe they will obey the assignment. Gu Tinglin nodded. I will consider it. Holding the sensor and password. All 6 fire boxes salvaged were unpacked in advance. Solar power generation equipment. Book boxes on industrial development and design. And equipment from unknown industries. And a box of ashes level smelting machines, which might be preserved as cultural relics. Anyway, she was only responsible for salvaging. And the rest was left to the base. Everything that could be put into the firebox was the crystallization of Chinese civilization and wisdom. Enough to make Fengcheng take great strides forward again. Jiang Ning examined him and asked, Has Commander Xiao been well behaved recently? Gu Tinglin did not answer directly. He is just a stumbling block on your way forward. You can be wary of him. But there is no need to worry too much. He won't cause any trouble. Hearing this, Jiang Ning had a hunch that he was going to take action. It was a military secret. So she didn't ask too much, and left after making sure that he had no major health problems. When she got home, Dowda cut a plate of watermelon and served it to her. She had taken the watermelon seeds she had spit out before to the farm for trial planting. And she had never expected that they would really blossom and bear fruit. 10 or so seedlings survived, and only produced a total of 20 or so watermelons. The quality was far inferior to that of her sister-in-law. But after all, she had grown them herself. She kept 2. And the municipal government and the military each sent half, so that they could also try them. Jiang Ning tasted 2 pieces, and the taste was so. But he still praised her. Well, our Dowda is really amazing, and has become a big name in planting. Dowda's pretty face became shy. Sister-in-law, I'm teaching overtime. Oh, What's going on? Jiang Ning started gossiping. Grandpa, he said that the climate is stable now, and those who want to plant should plant quickly, and strive to expand the agricultural area to 10,000 mu, and asked me to open a training class. He Tianming's idea? He really pays attention to people's livelihood all the time. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Aren't there agricultural experts? Yes. But Grandpa, he wants me to teach. She had no problem fighting or planting. But she was nervous at first to teach so many people who were 1 or 2 generations older than her. But she gradually relaxed. The audience was packed. Jiang Ning guessed He Tianming's intention. Dao was young and full of energy, beautiful and approachable, which made people feel the endless hope. She worked hard on the farm and was very successful. She was a real farmer. It was more convincing for her to come forward. Well, it's not that experts are bad, but they are more inclined to research, while Dao is a practical entrepreneur. To put it more vulgarly, compared to old experts. Who doesn't like young and beautiful girls? They are pleasing to the eye. Over the past 3 months, the farm has continued to expand the planting of dozens of acres of potatoes and has successfully harvested them. So far, the scale of the farm has reached more than 100 people. Sister-in-law. The breeding farm also wants to expand. Tingting already has a specific plan and said she will report to you when you come back. We are of similar age, but as work becomes busier and busier, we have no time to meet at all. However, the breeding farm and the farm are not only adjacent, but also have close business contacts. The weeds and yellow leaves on the farm can be used to feed poultry, and the poultry manure is sent to the farm as fertilizer. The farm has been completely handed over to Dao, but she still reports as usual. Jiang Ning listens quietly with a smile on her face, and is not stingy in giving praise when it is necessary, and will also point out opinions. She likes Dao's current situation very much. Busy and confident, flexible and strong. And it seems that Qin Mu's arrival and departure have not affected her. At least Jiang Ning didn't see it. They chatted about some random things, said good night to each other, and went back to the room to rest. They fasted for a long time, and the two of them were intimate for a few rounds before they could come out of space. Jiang Ning slept until she woke up naturally, while Hu Yishan went to the military headquarters early to handle the handover of salvaged materials. As soon as the door was opened, the wolf-hearted dog Lung came with the cubs to ask for meat. After being away for so long, the meat stored in the refrigerator had long been eaten, and they were so greedy. Jiang Ning took some pork and bone sticks from the space to satisfy their cravings. After eating a bowl of meatball noodles, she put on casual clothes and went to the guest house to find Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, who knew that the wolf-hearted dog Lung left the cubs and went out. Bai Shui left first, and the dog followed quietly, and went out earlier than the shit shoveler. Something's going on? Jiang Ning frowned slightly, driven by curiosity. She didn't even rush to the guest house and quietly followed. Bai Shui had a clear goal and went straight to the dog training center. Jiang Ning secretly complained that although the palms and backs of his hands were all flesh, the 4 treasures had grown up and the 3 newborns were still crying for food. There was no need to be so diligent. Right? As soon as Bai Shui's front foot entered, the dog hind legs rushed over, followed by fighting and barking. Jiang Ning was stunned and rushed over quickly. Good guy. Good guy. The scene was a chaotic fight. The dog bit the black back Sha and barked at Bai Shui. Ah. This? A scene of catching an adulterer? The dog scolded his wife for being distracted, and the suppressed black back fought back. Sha is not really stupid. It is a serious military dog, and it is young and strong. The distracted dog was bitten. Bai Shui was fighting with her husband, and when she saw that she was bitten and bleeding, she immediately fought with the black back. A chaotic fight. A 3-way fight. The wolves are very united, and when they see their mother being bullied, the 4 treasures rush forward. A group fight. The dog trainer was dumbfounded, and he kept giving orders to stop the bloody fight. However, after months of hard work, he had just put them on the right track. But who knew they would collapse badly? The blackback was a military dog, but he could not understand the instructions of the Chinese dog trainer. Jiang Ning shouted angrily. Cola! Snow White! The wolf-hearted and dog-hearted stopped, but they cursed at each other. Seeing his grandmother coming, Sibao spat out the dog hair in his mouth and rushed over happily. Ruru. The dog trainer who had no credit but also worked hard. Can he apply for a transfer or resignation? The injured blackback fell to the ground and bled. Woo woo woo. The matter is simple. The blackback was sent here by the special salvage team, which made the dog trainer very happy. Apart from his parents, it was the first time for Sibao to see his own kind, and he happily and harmoniously accepted the blackback. Play together. Bai Shui came to visit the children and met the blackback. She came here for 2 consecutive days. The dog is jealous and suspects that he has been cheated on. This is something Jiang Ning had never considered. He thought it would be good to bring Asha back as his grandson-in-law. But he didn't expect that it would change his heartless marriage. Physical infidelity is impossible. Bai Shui is still breastfeeding. As for mental infidelity, it doesn't look like it. Jiang Ning suddenly felt sad. Her old dog had no confidence. Although the dog still looks strong and healthy after giving birth to many babies, it is really an old dog. Bai Shui had no choice before. But now a young black face suddenly appeared, and the old dog became particularly sensitive. She squatted down and hugged the dog in her arms, and kept stroking the irritable dog. Coke. Chapter 615. Bai Shui was inexplicably criticized, and she was very dissatisfied. If it weren't for her wealthy mother-in-law, she would have torn her husband's heart apart. The 4 were caught in the middle, but the balance in her heart was still tilted. Who let them grow up eating any? Bai Shui ran home in a rage. The trainer brought medicine to treat the wounds of the bleeding blackback. The blackback had no desire to live. Why was it always the one who got hurt? Jiang Ning felt bad and took out a box of freeze-dried food from his backpack as compensation. After eating, the blackback smelled the familiar smell and his eyes lit up, and he immediately became energetic. After leaving the dog training site, Jiang Ning found a place to sit down. She hugged the dog and looked at it quietly. After arriving in Fengcheng, she was almost always drifting on the sea. It was true that she would pet the dog when she got home, but she was not as concerned as before. She had grown from a young girl to over 30 years old, and no matter how she took care of herself, she still left traces of time. And the lifespan of dogs is even shorter. She carefully examined the dog, its hair, bones, and body shape. It had mutated, and at first glance it was still a strong dog, but in fact it had grown old, and the hair on its brow bone had begun to change color. Jiang Ning suddenly felt very sad and hugged the dog tightly. The dog kept whining, as if complaining that he didn't spend enough time with her. She was away from home all day, and Dowdu was also away from home. Sorry. I had to feed it 3 times before it recovered. She stroked its head. The new year is coming soon. I will accompany you well. The dog was still sharp, and it easily defeated the blackback in seconds. And the injury was not serious. Why are you jealous? Ah Sha is your future son-in-law. If you want to be a grandfather, you have to rely on him to work hard. Jiang Ning comforted it and brainwashed it. Bai Shui is a wolf. Wolves are very loyal to their partners, and will not mess around outside. You really misunderstood. It's just that the mother-in-law likes her son-in-law more and more. The dog was confused and didn't understand at all. Jiang Ning sprinkled some painkillers on the wound and took it to the guest house. The guest house was quite large, and the rows of tents were particularly neat. Jiang Ning was about to ask, but the dog heard the noise. First pricked up his ears, then tilted his head, and then ran over. Woof! Lu Yu was surprised and said, Coke. The person was not recognized, but Guzi recognized the voice. The 4 of them were not idle in the 2 or 3 days since they came to the base. They had almost finished touring Fengcheng. Just as they were about to go out, they ran into Jiang Ning. After recuperation, the 4 of them were still shriveled, but in much better spirits, and their clothes were half new. Young Master Rong was very thoughtful, and did not give them a chance to speak. The missing supplies were delivered to them. After a few years of separation, compared with the new city villa area, the changes of the 2nd generation were not that big. Those who didn't know would think that they were possessed. Meeting Jiang Ning again was a great surprise. But I didn't expect that my old boss was also in Fengcheng. Yesterday at noon, I met him at the trading center. Director Ling was so enthusiastic that he insisted on treating them to a meal. So they chatted for a long time, from the old Fengcheng to the new Fengcheng, and then asked with a smile, what are your plans for the future? In one's lifetime, who doesn't have ideas about the future? But the 4 of them are not only military personnel, but also spark planners. They had worked hard to enter the military base just to survive the natural disaster. But once they become soldiers, the responsibilities and missions they shoulder are different. The four of them made some calculations before finally deciding to come to Fengcheng. As military personnel, they do not have the right to choose at will. Director Ling. We obey the organization's arrangements. Director Ling did not say anything more. I am glad that you can come. Let us build a better Fengcheng. There are thousands of people in the camp. In addition to dozens of fire planners, there are also a small number of soldiers from other bases. And most of them are ordinary survivors. Unlike the survivors who have bases and troops to protect them, the wandering teams are all survival of the fittest. Regardless of age, IQ, or physical fitness, they have more advantages. So when these people arrived in Fengcheng, although they were all skinny, they staged a lively drama of the municipal government and the military competing for people. In the era of great construction, people are needed everywhere. All municipal departments went out to the guest house to hold a special interview and recruitment. The military was unwilling to lag behind and held a conscription again. In just 2 or 3 days, more than half of the thousands of people were snatched away, and the remaining ones did not have to worry about job opportunities, reclamation and expansion of land, planting trees and forests, brick factories, coal factories, food factories, etc. At the very least, the government can give you a piece of land. As long as the climate is stable and you work hard, you won't starve to death. Compared with the New World, this place is simply heaven and hell. After relaxing, many survivors were in a trance, feeling that everything was so unreal, more like a beautiful dream before death. Some radical ones even slapped themselves several times. Some were so painful that half of their faces were swollen. And then they cried and laughed. On the contrary, Zhang Weili and others who were in military positions needed to wait for arrangements from above. In fact, they were not in a hurry. It was impossible to arrange too badly according to merit. But it was hard to say whether they could arrange the positions they wanted. The four of them did not go out for a stroll, but welcomed her into the tent. Aining, did you bring the firebox back? Many people have found jobs, and there are fewer people crowding the tent. So the four of them share one. Without the howling sandstorms and the frequent hawks with weapons, I slept well for a few days, and my body and spirit are much better. I brought it back, waiting for the unpacking and handover at the port. Thinking of the 6-month guerrilla war history, the four of them couldn't help but feel emotional. After crossing thousands of miles across the ocean, it finally came home. Jiang Ning said, the box is full of solar power generation devices. Once installed and used, it will greatly solve the problem of power shortage. The lights of thousands of homes are the result of their hard work. When it comes to the firebox, Zhang Weili sighed. In order to save it, several people died. They never had the chance to go home again. Not only them, but also those fire planners who died. They are not as lucky as me. At least they have waited for hope and successfully arrived at their new home. Life and death are unpredictable. You can report the sacrificed soldiers to the military headquarters, and they will be engraved on the martyrs' monument. The topic was too heavy. Jiang Ning quickly changed the subject. How do you feel after being here for a few days? Is there anything missing in your life? No. This place is 1,000 times better than we imagined. After being here for a few days, even if they didn't deliberately ask, the four of them already knew Jiang Ning's current identity. As the chief's biological daughter, her achievements are everywhere. To be honest, they are still confused. How did Jiang Ning suddenly have a big boss father? The difference in status is too big, and they have been separated for too long. The three of them are a little restrained. But Liu seems heartless. Ning, are you really the chief's daughter? Zhang Chao and Liu really don't know about her identity. When they moved into the new city villa area, Song Yaling and her daughter had already left. Even when they met again at the military base later, Jiang Ning didn't mention it. Growing up together, Jiang Ning didn't hide it. Yeah. Chapter 616. Jiang Ning briefly mentioned what happened that year, when they learned that Aining was born because Song Yaling could not have an abortion. The two of them could not help but feel sorry for her. But at the same time, they envied her for having a big father. Aining was luckier than them. She found her biological parents in her lifetime, and could feel the love of her family. They didn't have this opportunity. They were already past the age of longing for family love. But they were glad to find the other half of their lives, and to go forward and retreat hand in hand in the end of the natural disaster. Just based on this point, they were luckier than 80% of people. At the same time, they knew that they could survive until today because Jiangning had saved them from the hands of the devil several times. This kindness will never be forgotten, and I hope to have a chance to repay it. The tent was very simple, without even a table, chair or bench. Several people sat on the ground and briefly talked about their experiences after the land sank. The past is the past, but they still subconsciously avoided the tragic memories and tried to calm their minds. After chatting for more than an hour, Jiangning planned to go to the farm. You guys come over for dinner tonight. Hot pot or stir fry. All the people staying in the guest house are from the camp. It's really inconvenient to have a meal here. You can't eat meat and let them smell it. Right? Zhang Chao was afraid of troubling her. No. We should treat you and Brother Shen to dinner. There are no furniture and chopsticks now. We have to wait for the work to be assigned. You will treat us when the time comes. Jiangning raised his eyebrows. We grew up together. And we became estranged because of a natural disaster? How can it be? I'm worried. Aining is the daughter of the leader. If they go there like this, they are afraid of giving her a bad influence. Are you afraid of gossip? Jiangning couldn't help laughing. When we were young, the three of us agreed that whoever found his biological parents first would share their experiences. That was a joke when we were young and ignorant. Jiangning glanced at him. Chao. This still counts. My dad is your dad. Don't think too much about other things. Zhang Chao was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Lu Yu was careless. Ning. We want to eat hot pot. Jiangning left with the dog. Okay. I go to the farm to get some food. And you guys can come over early. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao personally escorted her to the door of the guest house. After watching her go away, the two did not rush back. Zhang Chao frowned slightly. We haven't settled our jobs yet. Will going to Aining house like this cause trouble to her and Brother Shen? It's not that they are afraid of others saying that they are using a backdoor, but that many people have come to them privately in the past few days. The four of them have been working together for more than 10 years. Even if they don't know who they represent, they know the complex relationship behind a city. When gods fight, mortals suffer. As a human being, who doesn't have some ambition? The four of them are mortals, but they can only be considered half-mortals. Bringing thousands of people here, they are destined to be won over or used. Rongsan Shao came the fastest, and his words were like loaches, but every word was a hint. They all survived the test of time, and Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were not stupid. Rongsan Shao is so successful today, in addition to his own efforts. The most important thing is to hold the right thigh. As early as when he was in the new city villa area, he tried every way to get close to Jiangning. It really fits the saying that if you hold the right thigh, you can not only survive, but also make a comeback. The two knew that if Jiangning had not rescued them repeatedly out of consideration for their feelings, they would have been a pile of bones. I owe her several lives. Lu Yu was enlightened. Chao, you think too complicated. Since Ning asked us to go, why would we be afraid of gossip? When they first arrived, the top management did not know their relationship with Jiangning, so they secretly sent people to win them over and wanted to bring them under their command. No matter who they agree to, they will offend others, and they originally grew up in an orphanage, so it is most reasonable for them to stand with her. Publicly, those people can't find any big faults. Privately, it is not only a yearning in their hearts, but also a way to repay her life-saving grace. We must not only go, but also go in a lively manner. It is true that they have ambitions, but they have never dreamed of reaching Jiangning height. They just want to survive in the apocalypse of natural disasters. After making a decision in their hearts, they still have to discuss it with Ding Qi and Zheng Weili. After all, Xinfeng City will be her home in the future, so everything has to be reconsidered. Jiangning took the dog to the farm and turned to the house of Commander Ding halfway. Yu Changzheng and his wife had to go to work, and Yu Ying was alone at home. Jiangning asked her to go to the farm for a walk, either to work or to relax. Yu Ying was in a low mood, but she did not reject Jiangning's invitation. The dog walked up to her and raised his head, trying to spit out the leg he had eaten. Yu Ying did not understand and greeted it. The two people and the dog bathed in the sun and walked towards the farm. Green vegetables, tomatoes, beans, chicken feather vegetables, mustard greens, green soybeans, corn. Jiangning found that the farm had built a dark shed, and there was actually fungus inside. Dao explained. When the glass shed was built, There was extra wood, which was left outside to be exposed to the wind and rain. And then fungus grew. After discussing with experts, the decision to build a dark shed to try to grow fungus was made. And it was unexpectedly successful. Not much is growing now, but she believes that the scale will get bigger and bigger. Jiang Ning praised her. Not bad. When the fungus grows, I will give you a few mushroom bags, and you can eat fresh hot pot in the future. That's right. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, the mushroom bags in her space have not been wasted, and she can definitely build a mushroom cultivation garden. Jiang Ning painted a rosy picture for her. Daodu, I believe in you. Daodu was very happy. Thank you, sister-in-law. She believed that a smile can heal others. With the protection of her brother and sister-in-law, Daodu's experience was not as tragic as Yu Yin's. But she was also tortured by depression. So it's not too much to say that they share the same suffering. She walked towards Yu Yin. Her voice was kind and pleasant. Soft and sweet. Sister Xiaoyin, can you help me pull the melon vines onto the wooden poles? Seeing Yu Yin learning carefully, Jiang Ning left to pick vegetables. After finishing everything, seeing her working hard, he quietly waved to the dog and left. On the way, he went to the farm next door to encourage and praise her or make promises. And none of them were missed. Rong Tingting had a new idea. Sister Aining, the farm has stored some poultry feathers. I want to discuss cooperation with the textile factory and make a batch of down jackets. If this can be successful, it can not only solve the problem of keeping warm for some people, but also bring new income to the farm. At such a young age, she is working so hard and her mind is full of business opportunities, which makes Jiang Ning think of the boss's mother. The Rong family is probably going to have another strong woman. No problem. Just go for it. Rong Tingting was overjoyed. She wanted to be a supplier of down jackets. And when the farm develops to a certain scale, she can also open a meat product supply factory. Combined with Daodu's farm, it will be a complete agricultural and sideline products base. Seeing her excited look, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. This generation of young people really dare to think and fight. Of course, he supports her unconditionally. Chapter 617. When Jiang Ning returned home, Bai Shui was still angry after being slandered. She ignored Guzi when she saw him coming back. Guzi wanted to get close to him, but was bitten by him. The two of them bared their teeth at each other, and it seemed that they were going to fight at any time. The wealthy mother-in-law treated everyone equally, and did not easily intervene in the conflicts between husband and wife. I thought the two would just have a cold war for a few days. But Guzi coaxed his wife during lunch and showed affection again. It's really, I can't understand the emotional behavior of animals. After waking up from a nap, Jiang Ning was making hot pot seasoning in the kitchen. And Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and the other four came over. Bai Shui didn't know the four people, and she bared her teeth and looked particularly fierce, but was quickly held down by Guzi. Jiang Ning invited them in, but they were not idle waiting for the meal. They had to help. Some killed chickens, some killed ducks, some peeled ginger, onions and garlic, and picked and washed vegetables. They chatted while busying themselves, as if they were back on the 18th floor, or in the villa area of the new city, or even had a meal at the military in the south. Zheng Weili was a little dazed. In the wasteland desert, she couldn't even eat bran. But here she could kill chickens and ducks. Jiang Ning gently patted her shoulder. What are you thinking about? You are so absent-minded. Zheng Weili laughed. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to pluck the chicken's neck in this life. Not only will I have the opportunity, but I will also be able to eat and drink delicious food every day in the future. Although the four people are much stronger than ordinary people, they have been suffering in the apocalypse for too long, and their spirits are still weak. Jiang Ning encouraged them. Maybe your wasteland desert has not discovered it, but the climate here is becoming more and more stable. She talked about the changes in Fengcheng over the past 2 years, and said in a relaxed tone, we all think that the natural disaster may have ended and is slowly recovering. It's just that they were busy surviving and tired of fighting guerrilla warfare with the eagle sauce. So they didn't pay attention. Now recalling it, it seems to be true. They were a little dazed. Can it really end? Everything is getting better. Jiang Ning gave them psychiatric treatment. For more than 10 years, we have regarded it as a long dream. But now we have woken up from the dream. Lu Yu has always been heartless. Yes, that's what Aining said. We still live in Fengcheng. Chao has found his destined Chi-Chi. Aning also has the true company of Brother Shen. And my Lily still loves me. Everything is still so beautiful. The natural disaster was terrible. But the three of them gained something. John Chow still loves his sister. But he has gotten rid of the anti-curse. Aning also opened her eyes, and no longer suffered from the scumbag Pua. She was in love with Brother Shen. The three looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. Thinking about the past, it was like being hit by a black magic. Absurd and ridiculous. Ding Chi came later. She didn't know a lot of things, and whispered to Zheng Weili. Why are Aning and the other two laughing like this? There was something unspeakably strange. As if he was hiding something from her. Zheng Weili didn't dare to mention John Chow's previous love history, so she could only evade the question. What could it be? It was probably just some happy things in the orphanage. And now I think it's funny when I think about it. These three people, each has their own glorious history. Fortunately, Lu Yu had already confessed that she was his only true love. After more than 10 years, he had done it. But time is really a butcher's knife. And every cut is bloody. Now she doesn't even dare to look in the mirror. But Jiang Ning and Brother Shen live a glamorous life. With help, the work is done very quickly. Jiang Ning turns on the range hood and stir-fries the hot pot base. Red, spicy, bright, and soul-stirring. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu stand in front of the range hood, sniffing hard, making people cough. But their expressions are very intoxicated. Yes, it's this smell. I haven't smelled it for many years. Pretty. Nice. It feels like the dead soul is constantly reviving. Zheng Weili and Ding Chi are speechless. Although these two guys are usually good at talking and calculating, they will reveal their stupid attributes when they are with Jiang Ning. This is good. At least there is still freshness. Lu Yu is a little dissatisfied. Aning, what brand is this range hood? It sucks too clean. Especially for the eagle sauce. Jiang Ning selectively mentioned his heroic deeds in the Arctic. It's a pity that you were not there at the time. Otherwise we would have taken down the fake eagle sauce's underwater base, and would have been able to rob more supplies, which would not have been cheap for the Russian bear. She boasted. And Lu Yu also boasted. Who said it wasn't? We watched the eagle sauce land. The storm at sea almost wiped them out. If we had super hard nuclear weapons at the time, we would not have let them bully us in return. They wandered in the New World, and went to many places. At the other end of the New World was the camp of the bears. Yes, they also went ashore. One in the south and one in the north, separated by thousands of kilometers. Jiang Ning was surprised that the bears and the eagle sauce were both in the New World. This was interesting. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. All the food was prepared, and they were waiting for Hui Yishan and his sister to come back. The two lived up to everyone's expectations, and arrived on time when the sun set. Daodu said happily. Sister-in-law. I came back with Sister Shaolin. Jiang Ning asked. How is she? She's fine when she's busy. She won't have any random thoughts. Daodu reported. She said she wants to come tomorrow. I call her when I get to work. Daodu knew that Yu Chanzheng was not only her brother and sister-in-law's boss, but he also took care of them, and he would never refuse to help if he could. After many years, they reunited after 18 years. Daodu had grown up, and Ding Chi was also there. As usual, a double-boiled pot. Guzi still couldn't eat spicy food, but Daodu was old enough to drink. The table was full of people, and the pot was boiling. Chicken, duck, tofu, green vegetables, tomatoes, black fungus. It was so spicy that I was sweating all over and even crying. While eating and chatting, Hui Yishan was unpacking and handing over the whole day. And he did not forget to tell the four people, the firebox brought by your submarine has been unpacked. It is equipment for producing fertilizer. Can it produce industrial fertilizer? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu did not know how to react. They sacrificed 9 comrades for this. But it brought hope of survival to many people. Daodu was surprised. If the base can produce fertilizer, the yield of crops can be continuously improved, and many people will not have to go hungry. Lu Yu wiped his face, and he couldn't tell whether it was sweat or tears. Come! I wish us all to have enough food and warm clothes in the future. The hot pot lasted until late, and when they left, Jiang Ning also gave them a can of hot pot base. Back in the house, she took out pineapple beer and drank it, and couldn't help but smile. Halfway through the drink, Hui Yishan took it and drank 2 sips. Very happy? Jiang Ning leaned on his shoulder. Yeah. Really happy. Hu Yishan could feel that she was in a very relaxed state. The arrival of Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others made her satisfied with the current situation and have more expectations for the future. She couldn't help it. She turned Hu Yishan bacon face and kissed him hard. It was true that she was happy. But Hu Yishan wanted to say that Dowdu was right next to her. What could Dowdu do? He turned his head away in time and pretended not to see it. Then got up and went to the backyard to take a shower. Before his sister left, Hu Yishan carried Jiang Ning to the room and did not forget to lock the door. Jiang Ning, who was carried into the room, scratched his armpit. Are you not pretending anymore? Hu Yishan threw her on the bed and reached out to untie the belt around his waist. Yeah, I'm not pretending anymore. Chapter 618. It took a few days, and the transport ship was finally handed over. In addition to rewards for merit, a large amount of points was received. It was obviously the cold winter season, but the sun was shining every day. Even so, it couldn't stop the spring festival from getting closer. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, this year is the most people looking forward to the spring festival. The base has made a great leap forward, and most residents have jobs. So there is a new year atmosphere. After a busy year, Yu Chongjin gave the special salvage team a holiday and set off again after celebrating the spring festival. The team members cheered. Finally, they could have a long vacation. I forgot to mention that with the development of the base and the promotion of their military ranks, the military not only allocated them dormitories, but also single rooms. But the members tacitly still lived in the house converted from the centralized container. It's not that they disliked the red brick dormitory, but there were too many people living in the military camp. And whether they knew each other or not, they all found reasons to come to visit and get close to each other, and inquire about the internal affairs of the group in a roundabout way. Needless to say, they tacitly chose the container. The door was closed, just pretending that he was not there. If you are really bored, you can work as a free laborer on the farm. Jiang Ning did not favor one over another, and called the team members to come and eat hot pot. The team members were so satisfied with the meal. Sister Ning, do you think we should build a red brick house? Jiang Ning did not even raise her eyes. You have accumulated so many points. And now you don't have a marriage partner. You have points but nowhere to spend them. Why don't you build one? So they all went to apply for the construction. Even Su Kai-ai, who was tired of living in the military dormitory. Each family had 500 square meters, and they lined up in a row, agreeing to be good neighbors. When we return from the next voyage, we can have a housewarming party. As the spring festival approaches, most of the people coming from the New World have found their place, except for the 4 people whose arrangements have not yet been made. Counting on my fingers, it has been a full half-month. The 4 people are also very patient, either exercising or working on the farm. The day before New Year's Eve, the military's arrangements were finally implemented. Zhang Chao was arranged to the city hall. Zheng Weili was transferred to the police station. Lu Yu stayed in the military office, and Ding Qi went to the military defense committee. Such a fancy arrangement. Those who watch the fun are confused, but those who see the doorway understand it. Military merits are there. Even if they are parachuted, their positions will not be too low. For example, Zheng Weili, who is the deputy director of the branch, will take up the post after the spring festival. The 4 people had no objection and accepted the organization's arrangement. They moved from the guest house to the relevant dormitory and hurriedly prepared for the new year, bringing people and supplies back. The 4 people were given a lot of reward points, which could be exchanged for supplies at the central mall. Jiang Ning sent some daily necessities to them as a gift to celebrate their joining the party. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu started cooking and insisted on setting up the table for the feast. Not only did they invite Jiang Ning, Hu Yishan, Su Kai-ai, members of the special salvage team, as well as Rong Sanshao, the backbone members of the original camp, etc. The work they were assigned was not bad, and they were already working hard in various industries. Roughly speaking, at least 5 tables were needed to accommodate everyone, which would consume a lot of ingredients. Jiang Ning waved his hand and asked them to purchase from farms and breeding farms, without middlemen making a profit from the price difference. The points were limited, so there was no grandiose fish and meat, but 4 dishes per table, with a combination of meat and vegetables, was already full of sincerity. With Rong Laba here, there is no room for others to perform. He used tomato and egg soup as wine. Come on. Come on. We all come from the southern military base. It is the fate of past and present lives that allows us to gather together today. Drink this bowl. And we are all brothers and sisters who have shared life and death. Jiang Ning dug his toes into the ground. On the contrary, Zhang Chao and Liu became active, and their dormant young souls were awakening. The three funny guys almost had cigarettes in their mouths. After the family banquet, they laughed and chatted. The special salvage team planned to get together for a New Year's Eve dinner, and they wanted to have a lively time. Captain Hua, Sister Ning, are you coming? Of course, Jiang Ning said cheerfully. There's a New Year's Eve dinner at home. Let's come and sit down. We have to save some food. The whole base is on holiday. The spring festival atmosphere is boosted. Whether you have food or not, you want to celebrate the new year. The lonely ones are also actively forming groups, just wanting a more lively atmosphere. The dog training base is on holiday. Sibao with wolf genes actively resists and fights for freedom, and even sneaks back home for a snack. The trainer doesn't know whether to laugh or cry, and it's useless to chase him to the red brick compound. Grandma Jian couldn't help laughing. It's hard for you. If possible, let them spend the new year at home. I will send them back after the new year. The trainer dared not have any opinions about the chief's house, and had to keep them to himself. So, Siba succeeded in playing tricks. However, the blackback also followed and refused to leave. Well, this is embarrassing. Jiang Ning glanced at the wolf-hearted dog, but who knew that the couple had a sweet relationship, and they were so close that they had no time to pay attention to it. She thought that Ah Sha might become her grandson-in-law, so she kept him as well. There were 10 of them, big and small, except for the new Saibao who had not been weaned. The rest were all gluttons. Only Jiang Ning was rich. Who else could afford to raise them? Not only did he feed them, but they howled in the middle of the night, which almost drove Jiang Ning crazy. The blackback had a bit of an eagle-like physique, and he even howled along. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she rushed out with a broomstick, and said with a ferocious face, "Howl! Howl again, and I break all your legs." Grandma was furious, and the 4 treasures shut up obediently. But the new Sambao was still whining, and was quickly shut up by the wolf-hearted and dog-hearted man. Waking up on the morning of New Year's Eve, feeding 10 rice buckets, the whole family started to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing did not go to work, and were particularly looking forward to the spring festival with their children around them. So they came early to help with the reunion dinner. Everyone's spring festival is like a new life. Fried dough balls, fermented tofu and bitter melon, stewed chicken, fried duck, and flame-drunk goose. They were busy and happy, compared with Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan. Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing were not the main chefs, and the tofu was all cracked. It doesn't matter. Happiness is the most important thing. 10 good-for-nothings followed in and out, and were all put in cages later. Really, handing over the power to He Tianming was definitely a wise decision. We encountered many difficulties this year, but they were all solved through the efforts of the team, which was much better than the military crawling around on its own. Professional matters should be handed over to professionals. Those who had complaints about Gu Tinglin's willful decision at the beginning can only accept it now. This is especially true for those who secretly criticized him for supporting his daughter and son-in-law. He did help them, but everyone knew who was responsible for the success of the base today. They are all beneficiaries. Besides being very satisfied, it is also a general trend. What Jiang Ning didn't know was that before the special team came back, Gu Tinglin held a military and political thank you banquet before the new year. Those who deserved the award were rewarded, and those who deserved the reward were rewarded. At the thank you banquet, He Tianming proposed the 5-year development plan for Fengcheng, which shocked many people. For half a month, the military and political leaders have been discussing the plan. Some were in favor, and some were against. In the end, it was not announced, but Gu Tinglin had the answer in his mind. Chapter 619. Dowdu was diligent and cleaned the yard. Jiang Ning's space also had couplets and red lanterns, but he didn't know when he could take them out. Eat whatever you want at noon, and continue to be busy in the afternoon. The New Year's Eve dinner was very early, around 5 o'clock, and there were no firecrackers or fireworks. Jiang Ning brought out the TV and copied the Spring Festival Gala program. A large table full of dishes, 5 people and 10 dogs. It was so lively. Jiang Ning took a bottle of white and red. Gu Tinglin and his son-in-law took one. And the remaining 3 drank red. Guzi was quite aggressive and wanted to go too. Woof. Xu Xueqing suddenly urged them to give birth at the dinner table. Aining, you and Ishan are not young anymore. It's time to have a child. Then your dad can have a grandson. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. Then smiled and said, it's okay if you have a child. It's better to have a child sooner if there's a chance. Xu Xueqing was very optimistic about the two of them. They hadn't suffered any damage from the natural disasters for so many years. So it should be easy to have a child. Unlike other women who had suffered serious damage to their bodies. They even lost their menstruation. And it was very difficult to regulate them. The hospital spent a lot of effort. And the base had relevant subsidy policies. So many women came for regulation. But not many of them started menstruating again. It's hard to say whether there is hope of pregnancy. Gu Tinglin did not object. And said in a gentle tone, it's not too late for you to consider it after the sea mission is completed. Jiang Ning did not express it clearly. Well, let's talk about it later. In fact, she did not reject having children. But she did not want to have children in the end of the natural disaster. Now the environment is gradually stabilizing. And she and Huishan have a strong relationship. So it's not that there is no room for negotiation. But the task at this stage has not been completed. And it's not too late to plan it later. After dinner, the family sat down to eat fruit and watch the evening party. After chewing the bones, the dogs either slept or sat in front of the TV. When they saw the exciting scenes, they either barked or howled. Rong Tingting knocked on the door outside, calling Daodu to go to the square to watch the evening party. That's right. The last time the special salvage team went out to sea, one of the fire boxes was filled with entertainment electronic products and equipment. It was full of TVs, KTVs, stereos, outdoor movies and other equipment, as well as some video materials, which made the government departments very happy. There was no problem with the debugging. And the news was released early that movies would be shown in the square to celebrate the Spring Festival. The two were of similar age and had many common topics. So they were closer than others. Daodu was thoughtful. Even though her sister-in-law gave her a lot of beautiful clothes, she still wore ordinary casual sportswear. Considering that Rong Tingting was not as well off as her family, Rong Tingting wore a new skirt, which she earned points through her own efforts, and then bought the cloth from the central mall and sewed with her own needle and thread. Seeing that Daodu was wearing sportswear, she said shyly, Daodu, during the Spring Festival, everyone tries to dress up. Why are you still wearing old clothes? Daodu took her arm and left. Just be comfortable. In fact, she didn't want to steal Tingting's limelight. Daodu was not interested in men, and was even more annoyed by them being like flies. She wanted to be as low-key as possible. But Rong Tingting was different. Although she didn't say it, Daodu was not stupid. The Rong family had their own mission. Tingting didn't actually believe in love, or in the end times. It was useless even if she believed in it. The rational approach was to maximize the benefits of marriage. So even though she was not yet an adult, she didn't reject contact with outstanding or well-connected young men. But she also had her own bottom line. To fish for big fish, you should first get it into the pond, and then raise it slowly. Of course, marriage can only be the icing on the cake. The most important thing is to work hard. She will not miss the opportunity to make herself stronger. Compared with Rong Tingting, Daodu is very lucky to have the best brother and sister-in-law in the world. If it were me, I might not be as good as Rong Tingting. So Daodu does not reject what Rong Tingting does. On the contrary, sometimes I admire her. Maybe he really treats her as a friend, letting two young girls out late at night. Xu Xueqing was vaguely worried. Will there be danger? Jiang Ning said calmly. Don't be afraid. Daodu can handle it. The age difference is there. Daodu has his own social circle and can't stay at home all the time. Rong Tingting dared to come out. I believe the second generation of slippers also taught her the most basic anti-wolf skills. The chief's home is in a good location, not far from the city center, and festive music came from the speakers in the distance. Fengcheng has dazzling fireworks, but they only bloom on the movie screen. At 8 o'clock, He Tianming delivered the Spring Festival greetings and the government's work outlook for the coming year on time. It not only gives people spiritual chicken soup, but also gives them infinite hope. Because of his existence, the military has saved a lot of troubles, especially Gu Tinglin. Jiang Ning was a little moved and wanted to visit him. Huishan suggested, "Let's go to Ling Bureau together. They have worked hard for Fengcheng." So, the two said goodbye to Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing, and went back to the house to get 2 New Year gift boxes. The road was quiet, and all the people went to the square to watch the movie. The road was dark, and Huishan held her hand and walked quietly. Coming out of the alley, there were policemen on duty on the avenue not far away. Gu Tinglin's decision was right. The base strictly controlled guns, with the continuous expansion of police force. The problem of food and clothing was gradually solved, and the public security in the city was much better. The same was true for Fengcheng, which was expanding outward one after another. Gu Tinglin had not officially announced it, but with Rong Sanshao around, there was nothing Jiang Ning didn't know. Fengcheng had a copper mine 300 kilometers away, and an iron mine 500 kilometers away in the other direction. The exploration team was still looking outward, and more resources would be discovered. If the base wants to develop, it must speed up resource development. Without corresponding advanced smelting equipment, it can only use the traditional methods of our ancestors. Take it step by step and be down to earth. If you want to develop, someone must be responsible. Who is willing to abandon the current life in Fengcheng and be stationed in a wasteland where no one lives? But development is imperative, and someone must be a pioneer. Gu Tinglin opened the map and expanded 6 cities outward with Fengcheng as the center. Not only give people, but also give resources. Fengcheng becomes the capital, and the 6 cities or municipalities directly under the central government, with common development and coordinated governance. This move is ruthless. If it goes well, the country will be born. If it goes badly, the original forces will be torn apart. But it is also the only way for national rejuvenation and development. The heads of the municipalities are handpicked by Gu Tinglin, and they are all military leaders without exception. The specific city to go to is drawn on the spot. If there are really unwilling ones, he will not force them and will assign others. The specific management model can be copied from Fengcheng or decided by themselves. If it is copied from Fengcheng, the government team can be trained in advance. The 6 city management leaders, Xiao Shichong, are among them. According to Rong Sanshao, Xiao looked like he had a chicken bone stuck in his throat, and his face was really not good. Jiang Ning understood that this choice really put him in a difficult position. If he refused, it was the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Other generals had agreed. If he refused, even if he stayed at the headquarters, his soldiers would be transferred away, and he would undoubtedly be sidelined. If he took office, everything would start all over again. Chapter 620. Without the constant supply of special salvage teams, it would be difficult to gain a foothold, let alone development. Commander Xiao felt that this policy was clearly aimed at him. But Gu Tinglin added 6 cities at the same time, and did it flawlessly on the surface. So there was no reason to blame him. Jiang Ning said he had learned it. Gu Tinglin really killed 2 birds with 1 stone. For the base to develop, it is inevitable to expand its territory. Since Commander Xiao is so ambitious, he should take his people out to try it out. There is no need to stay in Fengcheng and come up with all kinds of conspiracy theories. If he is determined to develop and make achievements, people will look at him with new eyes. If he is obsessed with conspiracy, then I am sorry. 10 fingers have different lengths. All the resources allocated by the headquarters have to pass through Gu Tinglin's fingers. Who to give to whom, and how much to allocate must be approved. A move of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds made Xiao unable to resist. I really don't know what he is usually so proud of. The lights in the square are flashing, and people are everywhere. I haven't watched a movie for many years, and now I can see it again. Everyone looks up at the screen, and can't bear to look away for a moment. I was afraid that it would be gone in the blink of an eye, and everything was just a dream. Looking at the crowd under the lights, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of the new town square during the polar day. It was quite popular during the spring festival. I took a lot of photos of Daodu and Qingmu, which are still in my phone. There were too many people, so I couldn't find Daodu and Tingting. The two walked across the square and headed towards the government compound. This was Jiang Ning's first time here. All of them were single-story red brick houses, with separate courtyards in front of and behind the houses. There was a faint light in the house, and the sound of conversation. Director Ling is here too. The two of them are spending the New Year together, and are eating New Year's Eve dinner. He Tianming is going to give a speech during the Spring Festival, So Director Ling has to arrange police to maintain order in the square. So the New Year's Eve dinner is late. Kerosene is lit on the table. And fish cakes, stewed chicken, and stir-fried vegetables are placed on it. Simple, but not simple. I expected Jiang Ning to come, but I didn't expect him to come on New Year's Eve. Tianming invited the two of them to come in and sit down. Smiling, have you had dinner? Try Director Ling's cooking? Jiang Ning nodded. Not everyone can taste Director Ling's cooking. You must try it. Although Tianming holds a high position, his home is empty. It's called a meal, but there are no extra bowls and chopsticks. Luckily Jiang Ning came prepared. She took out 4 military lunch boxes from her bag. North Pole Eagle sauce. You guys just use it. Director Ling was really rude. Teasing, well, thanks to you, I have a job again. But more than just a job. Jiang Ning took out the military water bottle again. And they both had some. A bag of fried peanuts. A bottle of ergotu with a worn-out label. Here, I add another dish for you. I really can't resist the white wine. Even Tianming, who never drinks, couldn't help himself. Jiang Ning even prepared the cups and filled them for Tianming and Ling Ju. Come on. I toast to the two public servants. Some words are not suitable to say, but they are all in the wine. After 2 glasses of wine, the atmosphere became lively, and Jiang Ning kept filling the glasses for the two. Try the peanuts I fried myself. There was no electricity in the government compound, and the kerosene lamp was dim, but it was still possible to see that Ling Ju's temples were already gray. Not only Tianming was old, but Ling Ju was also old. Natural disasters are ruthless, and so are the years. Neither of them has a family, but they still work hard for the world. Mayor He, Director Ling, Ashen and I are not often at home. If you have any difficulties in life, you can find Rong Sen Xiao or Do Do. Tianming has a cheerful attitude. There are no difficulties, compared with drifting on the sea or wandering in the Arctic. It's good now. He looked at Jiang Ning and smiled. I believe that Feng Chum will become better in a few years. Director Ling raised his glass and drank it all. Borrow another 10 years from heaven. Old he can keep Fengcheng's thousands of families shining brightly. Don't be modest. Without your strong support, I can't run such a big business. Director Ling took the initiative to toast Jiang Ning and Huishan. Come on. If it weren't for your special salvage team, no matter how many capable people there are in the base, they can't run a business. Well, this is a cycle of flattery. The two didn't eat, but drank 2 glasses of wine to wish each other a happy new year in advance. Before Jiang Ning left, he took out 2 boxes of tea, brick sugar, canned food, and 2 pairs of warm cloth shoes from his bag as New Year gifts for them. Tianming saw them off. Back in the house, they continued to eat New Year's Eve dinner. After a few drinks, they were drunk. Ling Ju listened to the movie sound coming from the square and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Old he, is Jiang Ning helping us? Or are we helping her? Tianming was silent for a while. It's like the 8 immortals crossing the sea to build a common home. Ling Ju deeply agreed. Do you think we can hold on for another 10 years? What will it be like then? Tianming knew his own body very well. No matter how long I can hold on, I will be down to earth every day. Even if I fall down one day, I will have no regrets. Coming out of the government compound, the movie was over, and many people lingered, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Congratulations on getting rich, and having meat every day. Get rich, have more children and more money. Listening to the relaxed and festive blessings, one can't help but feel dazed, as if the natural disaster has really gone away. It was cold late at night. Jiang Ning took Huishan's arm and said shockingly, Mr. Hua, carry me back. Huishan really squatted down. Jiang Ning laughed. We are already an old couple, and you are still willing to carry me? As long as you can carry it, until the day you close your eyes. Jiang Ning didn't let him carry it for real. After all, they were all on the shrine, and he couldn't lose face in front of outsiders. Wait until you get home to carry it. In the dark, she pulled him away quickly. Don't let anyone see you. Pay attention to your image. Huishan smiled and hugged her home. When they got home, Gu Tinglin had already gone back to the next door. Jiang Ning went into the space to search and prepared a new set of clothes for everyone, especially Huishan set, and asked him to try it on the spot. Huishan raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Well, he really has confidence. and he succeeded in making Jiang Ning, a veteran, blush. Jiang Ning specially sent it to Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing. They hadn't rested yet. One was reading a book and the other was knitting. And the picture seemed peaceful. Jiang Ning was a little envious and took out his mobile phone to take a photo, hoping that he and Huishan would be able to live in harmony and love in the future when he is old. The wool was given by Jiang Ning, and Xu Xueqing wanted to knit a vest for Gu Tinglin. When he got home, Dao Du had already returned from his date. Jiang Ning asked, "Did you send Tingting home?" "No. She has an appointment." Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, then realized it. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Uncle Rong is now the team leader of the military secretariat. No one dares to have bad intentions towards Tingting. In fact, there are more men who are interested in Dao Du, and they are all relatively excellent. She is really not interested, so it is better to slip away early." Jiang Ning frowned slightly, and after a long while, he said, "Dao Du, if you meet someone who is excellent in all aspects and is enough to make you moved, you can consider getting along slowly. But don't rush to get married. Time will give you the most real answer." Dao Du's attitude is decisive. "Sister-in-law, I don't think about it." "Well, if you don't plan, then stay away from them, especially those who Tingting is interested in." Chapter 621. Jiang Ning didn't want to be a conspiracy theory, but there were only a few good fish, and Rong Tingting's eyes were poisonous. She was optimistic about this girl, but men were creatures. How should I put it? It was easy to overturn a woman friendship. Dao Du and Tingting had completely different personalities, and they played well together. It was not easy to have friends, and Jiang Ning hoped that she could be happy. "Sister-in-law, I know. There were indeed people who played both sides. If they couldn't get a date with her here, they would turn to Rong Tingting. It is true that she is protected, but Dao Du has a lot of experience. Except for her brother and sister-in-law, she is not open to everyone. It is not that men are fickle. After all, the ratio of men to women is too small. Since they can't reach the high, it is reasonable to settle for the second best." Jiang Ning gave her new clothes, and the sister-in-law gathered together to take a photo of the ladies, and all 10 fingers were shining gems exchanged from the dog-rich man, Huishan, who was treated as heir, on the first day of the new year. He was awakened by the music in the square, expecting that many people would come to pay New Year's greetings. Xu Xueqing came early to help heat up the food. Not long after the meal, people came to pay New Year's greetings one after another. First, military generals, then government officials. Huishan and Jiang Ning divided the work and cooperated with each other to entertain the guests, which made Gu Tinglin very happy. Yu Chongjing's family came the best. After a period of care, Yu Yin's mental state was much better. Yu Chongjing arranged a civilian job for her in the government department, but Yu Yin refused and proposed to work on the farm. The couple did not force it, since the farm could relax her. Everything could only be done slowly. On the contrary, Commander Xiao had lost a lot of weight and looked a little tired, but he was trying to cheer himself up. Tianming and Director Ling came with the government team a little later, and many people had already gathered when they arrived. Just as the military team was about to leave, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded at the base, and it was the most urgent air defense alarm, the highest level of warning. Everyone present changed their faces, especially the military defense chief. Gu Tinglin's study had an encrypted military intercom, and Defense Chief Xiao urgently contacted the coastal defense. What happened? As soon as he opened his mouth, there was a rumbling sound above his head. Fighter planes flew over the sky, and there were more than one. Jiang Ning stood in the yard and immediately took out the telescope. The fighter planes were so fast that he couldn't see them clearly. The Coast Guard responded urgently. Report to Defense Chief Xiao. 2 Eagle aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines are approaching, and fighter planes have entered our airspace. The aircraft carrier was 200 nautical miles away from Fengcheng, and 3 fighter planes took off from the aircraft carrier. The fighter planes are very likely to carry live ammunition, and once they are dropped into Fengcheng, Defense Chief Zhao's face suddenly changed. Activate the emergency plan, and put them. Gu Tinglin frowned and suddenly issued an order. Shoot them down. Defense Chief Xiao was shocked and ordered in a sonorous tone. Shoot them down for me. And be careful not to hurt civilians. No one expected that the Eagle sauce would come all the way to provoke, and chose the first day of the new year. In an emergency, The military encrypted channel was opened, and the senior military officials evacuated in an orderly manner to avoid being wiped out. There is no air raid shelter in Fengcheng. Jiang Ning is afraid that the Eagle Sauce will find out his home. What if a missile blows it up? She quickly stuffed Gu Tinglin and Xu Xueqing into the bulletproof armored vehicle parked in her yard. Dowdy got in the car, and Hui Yishan fastened his seat belt. Gu Tinglin looked stern. Go to the port. The coastal defense responded urgently, and the warships that had been silent for several years in the deep-sea port responded one after another, and the electromagnetic gun muzzles slowly raised. Tracking, aiming, locking. The guidance system was activated. 10 times the hypersonic speed. No ammunition required. As soon as the warship launched, the fighter plane in the air was directly penetrated. Then black smoke rose, and the fighter plane spiraled rapidly in the air and crashed heavily into the sea. The electromagnetic gun then locked onto the second one, determined that the fighter's flight range could not hurt civilians, and fired again without hesitation. The incident happened suddenly, and the third fighter turned around to escape. It had escaped dozens of kilometers in a short while, and the Eagle pilot was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But who knew that the wing of the fighter was suddenly pierced? At the same time, the muzzle of the second warship also rose, facing the Eagle aircraft carrier 200 nautical miles away. Emergency maneuvers. Fighters carrying missiles took off one after another. Several nuclear submarines followed and went out to sea, confronting the Eagle 200 nautical miles away. No matter who strikes first, no matter how many times they can kill the other party also has the ability to fight back. The result is the same if you die once or die countless times. They locked onto each other, and the battle was about to break out. Gu Tinglin and Defense Chi Xiao arrived at the dock at the fastest speed and hurriedly boarded the deep-sea aircraft carrier. Hui Yishan and Jiang Ning escorted them all the way. They looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. They were a little confused about the Eagle Sauce's tricks. They may still have a lot of strength, but they can't overturn Fengcheng in one move. Why do they want to show off? If the situation is really going to be overturned, and there is still the watching base, it is not a good thing for the Eagle Sauce to be attacked from both sides. A sudden attack will either reveal the truth about the death of the Arctic fake Eagle Sauce, or it will be a revenge for the special salvage team burning the oil field and taking away the firebox. But no matter which one, it will not allow the Eagle Sauce to launch a surprise attack. Fengcheng is not a soft persimmon, and this will only hurt both sides. The emergency military encrypted communication channel was opened, and other division commanders quickly joined in and held a meeting to discuss the Eagle Sauce's intention of suddenly breaking into Fengcheng's airspace. The military had long known that the special salvage team had burned the open-air oil field of the Eagle Sauce. Besides, the oil field was first discovered by the Chinese survivors, based on the principle of first come first served. It was the Eagle Sauce that robbed it. Taking a step back, the longitude and latitude coordinates where the Eagle Sauce is now located have been the territory of China since ancient times, which is all proven by history or archaeology. Listening to the impassioned words of Defense Minister Xiao, Jiang Ning almost couldn't help but put on a serious face. Always pay attention to the front line. Discuss combat plans, etc. 2 hours passed quickly. The fighter plane brought back the latest news. The Eagle Sauce asked for peace talks. 3 fighter planes were shot down, and the Eagle Sauce military vomited blood. Damn rabbits. They actually came for real. It is true that they made a big fuss and sailed thousands of miles away, but it was just to get back what belongs to them and seek justice for the dead Eagle Sauces. The reason for such a big battle is just to deter the other party in momentum and hold the initiative in the negotiations in their hands. Who knew that they actually fired? Damn rabbits. Chinese people who don't have martial ethics. They didn't dare to do it before. How dare they do it now? How dare they do it? The fighter plane was blown up, and they were also targeted by electromagnetic guns, surrounded by missiles, and locked by anti-missile systems. The Eagle Sauce was going crazy. They had never been humiliated like this before. They didn't even dare to do it at the Huacheng base. So why did Fengcheng do it? Chapter 622. One of the high-ranking officials who led the team had a heart attack on the spot, clutching his chest in pain. F asterisk asterisk K. Fengcheng. Those bastards. They just wanted to demonstrate. The fighter planes didn't have missiles. No missiles. Damn rabbits. They didn't play by the rules at all. It was obviously intentional. Ah, General. What should we do now? They have surrounded us so tightly that we can't retreat at all. What should we do? What else can we do? Talk. But they don't answer our calls. It must be intentional. If they don't answer, call them until they do. Fight? The kind that uses missiles? The admiral was extremely irritable. Call them until they answer. Has he gone all the way to start a war with Fengcheng? This demonstration brought more than half of the warships and submarines in the port. They had surveyed it more than a year ago, but did not find any working radar at that time, and thought it had been torn to pieces by the natural disaster. Unexpectedly, not only is it not broken, but it also has anti-submarine radar, air defense radar, and anti-ship radar. But it is not usually used. It was not used before. It must be because of the shortage of resources and the kinetic energy required for the radar to operate. Now it can be turned on as soon as it is said. It is indeed a cunning oil thief. But the Eagle Sauce really has no way. With the help of radar, Fengcheng can hit it accurately. Once they are destroyed in long-range combat, it will undoubtedly cut off the left and right arms of the base camp. If they are attacked by watching who is eyeing them, don't look at them as gentle and elegant at ordinary times. They are just good at acting. They have been fooled before. So, the angry Eagle Sauce was scared. But who can just give up like that? They don't want to save face. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Bastard. Why can't I get through? The high-ranking officers of the Fengcheng military, who learned the truth, all looked stern, as if they were controlling something tightly. In the end, Defense Chief Shao couldn't help but burst out laughing. He snorted coldly. Fight if you want to. It's been more than 10 years since the natural disaster. Who will tolerate them? If you dare to come, you will be beaten to death. Put yourself in their shoes. If 3 Fengcheng planes flew over the Eagle Sauce's airspace today, and they were flying low to deter, would the Eagle Sauce shoot it down? Now you say you didn't hang missiles. But what did you do earlier? If the fighter planes were not shot down, would the Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier rush in without paying attention? If the people of Fengcheng were powerless, they might all be slaughtered. As I said before, the truth is only within the range of cannons. The question now is whether to accept the peace talks proposed by the Eagle Sauce. From the personal feelings of Defense Minister Shao, he would like to blow them up. But if the war is launched at all costs, once the Eagle Sauce successfully retaliates, the people of Fengcheng are very likely to be injured. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, humans have become an endangered species. If they don't fight to the death, they will eventually become extinct. The senior military officials discussed the issue. Some advocated fighting, and some advocated peace talks. Gu Tinglin was calm, listening to the opinions of all parties quietly, and did not express his opinion. Defense Chief Shao suddenly said, I wonder what Major Jiang thinks. Jiang Ning, who was named, thought for a while. The Eagle Sauce and the Mao Bear are on the same continent. If the Eagle Sauce does not go back, Mao will most likely take the opportunity to swallow them up. Countless historical evidence shows that a triangular relationship is the most stable. The Eagle Sauce also personally proved that is it better to fight and kill everywhere to make a country stronger? Or is it better to make a fortune and build infrastructure quietly to enrich the country and strengthen the army? Gu Tinglin said. Why not listen to what they want to talk about first, and then make a decision? We have to figure out the purpose of their trip. So, the secret channel was opened, and the two sides agreed on the time and place for the talks. The Eagle Sauce on the other end was still arrogant, and he started to accuse without knowing the truth, jumping up and down on the other end of the phone. The communicator here didn't bother to deal with this kind of psychopath. Hello? Hello? What did you say? Hello? I have a bad signal here. He was about to hang up the phone. No. 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 The Eagle Sauce calmed down instantly, and said with all his confidence, No. The signal is bad. Both sides need to sit down and talk peacefully and calmly. Well, continue. How does it feel to be surrounded by enemies? The Eagle Sauce actively proposed that the talks be held 300 nautical miles away tomorrow, and both sides should not bring heavy lethal weapons. Fengcheng agreed. The next question was who to send. Gu Tinglin was the head of Fengcheng base, and for safety reasons, he could not go to the negotiations. Defense Chief Shao was the chief of the military, so it was most reasonable for him to go. But he had high blood pressure and was easily irritable. He was not a professional diplomat, and the Eagle Sauce was always cunning. so he was afraid that he would overturn the table if he disagreed with him. Gu Tinglin thought for a while and asked Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan to accompany him, as well as several backbones of the military defense chief, and sent soldiers with rich combat experience to accompany him. There are 30 people in total. The meeting is 300 nautical miles away, so we need to arrive in advance. According to the requirements of both parties, the warships and submarines that are facing each other at sea will be transferred to escort and meet at the agreed coordinates. The Eagle Sauce representative, who confirmed the peace talks, has already headed to the destination sea area, and the Fengcheng team set off on a destroyer. When boarding the ship, Jiang Ning found that the backbone of the military defense department had arrived, including Ding Qi. In a serious scene, the two greeted each other with their eyes, and did not communicate too much. No one expected that more than 10 years after the natural disaster, this level of military negotiations could still be staged. The destroyer set off, and the military defense department convened an internal meeting. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan took the opportunity to visit the destroyer. Magnificent and magnificent, like an eagle spreading its wings, facing the rough sea. After walking around the destroyer, the two returned to the room to rest. Jiang Ning was not a professional, so he didn't think too much. He would just deal with the moves when the time came. The worst result would be a fight. If it cannot be avoided, wailing is useless. They set off in the evening, and when they woke up, it was dawn, and they were not far from the destination sea area. Defense Minister Xiao handpicked people for the peace talks, including Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan. First, the Eagle Sauce's raid may be related to the Special Salvage Team's operations in the New World. Second, as the daughter and son-in-law of the chief, they were actually named to come, so there was no reason not to take care of them. Ding Qi's military rank was not low, and he was also in the peace talks team. There were 12 people present, 3 of whom were laymen and needed emergency training. Military peace talks are different from diplomatic negotiations, and they are held behind closed doors. No outsiders are allowed to be present, let alone the media. External reports must be approved. Despite this, speaking still requires skills. After all, it represents the interests of Fengcheng. You can't speak without thinking or fall into the trap of the other party. In short, the people below must not speak, and they must not speak nonsense. Jiang Ning said that he was just joining the crowd to watch the fun, and he could sew his mouth shut. Fengcheng's aircraft carrier and nuclear submarine arrived in advance and have been conducting security inspections in the peace talks area. The peace talks will be held at 12 noon, and the destroyer will arrive at around 10 a.m. First, hold an internal meeting to prepare for the worst-case scenario of failure of the peace talks, and prepare for armed struggle. At around 11 o'clock, the Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier arrived late. Before it started, the gunpowder smell was already full when they greeted each other. Eagle Sauce's mouth was very hard, and his expression was arrogant and arrogant. "Oh, you came so early. Can't you sleep at night?" Chapter 623. Those who actively seek peace talks must have a peace talk attitude. The Eagle Sauce is a typical example of a person who only remembers to eat but not to be beaten. It has been wrapped up, but it is still so stubborn. It is the end of the world. Who will still indulge it? The captain of the aircraft carrier responded. "Hey, our aircraft carrier has good performance and sufficient endurance. You came so late. Is it because of a malfunction during the journey? This is really not a joke." The aircraft carrier sent by the Southern military was launched and put into service 6 months before the natural disaster. The aircraft carrier sent by the Eagle Sauce was launched 10 years before the natural disaster. Strictly speaking, it is already old. They are all experts. The Eagle Sauce was so angry that his face turned green. Humph! Arrogant rabbit. Not cute at all. The peace talks were scheduled to be held on the Fengcheng destroyer, and the aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines of both sides retreated 30 nautical miles. The Eagle Sauce representatives came in a speedboat. The wind was strong on the sea, blowing their hair up and making it messy like a chicken coop. It took some effort to tidy it up. After making sure that neither side was carrying weapons, both sides entered the meeting room with serious expressions. The Eagle Sauce took the initiative and protested seriously. "You bombarded 3 of our fighter planes." The military secretary had a good reason. "Your 3 bomb-carrying fighters entered our territory and attempted to carry out air strikes on our territory. To protect our people, the military has the right to shoot them down." I didn't. You did. You did. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. Isn't this a serious military negotiation? Are you sure it's not possessed by something improper? The Eagle Sauce protested seriously. Which eye did you see us carrying live ammunition? They wanted to do it too. Wasn't the warship carrying ammunition sunk by the ocean storm? Sorry. I saw it with both eyes. Where's the bullet? Where is it? We all saw it. If you want to prove that you are not dead, you can find a way to salvage it from the seabed. The Eagle Sauce was angry. Salvage it if you want. The Ministry of Defense kindly reminded. Please follow the territorial rights. Other countries or sovereign institutions may not enter for any reason. Otherwise we will regard it as a hostile invasion. This issue alone led to an hour of extreme arguments, which was more nonsensical than the bickering of elementary school students. It felt like they both wanted to kill each other, but they had to keep smiling and using civilized language. Jiang Ning's ears were buzzing, and he wanted to slap him. The question had no answer, so he traced back to why the Eagle Sauce launched an air strike for no reason. When it came to this, the Eagle Sauce slammed the table and pointed at Jiang Ning. You shameless bandits destroyed our joint base in the Arctic, burned our oil fields in the New World, and killed our soldiers. Bullshit territorial waters and air rights. It's the damn Chinese who don't follow the rules. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was confused. What? The Eagle Sauce is angrily accused again, and she must pay the price and return what belongs to them intact. Jiang Ning was so angry that he laughed. Do you know what you are talking about? Thinking that the weapons and supplies taken away by the traitors all fell into Fengqing's hands. The Eagle Sauces were furious. We found the North Pole. The bears have all confessed. And the camels have also admitted it. So don't quibble. It's her. It's her. It's her. Jiang Ning was not impatient. We Chinese have an old saying. Catch the adulterer and catch the couple. Catch the thief and catch the thief. Don't just talk nonsense. It's easy to get evidence. We just need to go in and search. How dare you? Defense Chief Zhao's face darkened. It was you who proposed the peace talks. If you want to talk, show your sincerity. If you keep making trouble, we'd better not talk. Jiang threw out a bunch of photos, including the burned oil field, the bullet shells left at the scene, the ruins of the tinderbox that was dug up, 2 armored vehicles driving in the desert, and the faces of Jiang Ning and others. The armored vehicles, the markings on the bullet shells, the military uniforms, etc. all have special markings. And it just so happens that the ship where the military equipment and supplies are located belongs to the defecting troops. If it were just the weapons, it would be fine. What made the Eagle Sauce even more angry was that the hibernation capsule was also missing. This is what they want most. Only by getting the hibernation capsule back can the animals come back to life. Only when the food chain is normal can the problem of survival be solved. Afraid that Fengcheng would deny it, the Eagle Sauces threw out a stack of photos. This time they took pictures of Jiang Ning Farm, which was full of beautiful poultry jumping around. The evidence is irrefutable. Let's see how she can quibble. Jiang Ning picked a few photos and shook the so-called frontal photo. Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this me? It is. But it uses Oriental magic. This is a typical American soldier. And he is a far cry from Jiang Ning himself. You have disguised yourself. Shut up. I said you were disguised by a book monster. Jiang Ning then showed the second photo. Let me give you some scientific knowledge. This chicken is called Sanhuang chicken. It has been a native breed of China since ancient times, and has been bred for thousands of years. The name was given by the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. When did it become your chicken? The American executives don't know the specific breed of chicken, but the hibernation chamber technology is unique to them. As long as it is a living animal, it must be theirs. The duck is a Dayu duck, and the goose is a black-bristled goose. They are both common poultry in southern China and have nothing to do with Eagle Sauce. If you want to blackmail people, there is no way. As for the oil field, it is simply nonsense. Jiang Ning and others have never been there. It is not a good way to frame them. In short, she farms at home every day, and everyone in Fengcheng can testify. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen anyone more shameless than myself. The Mad Eagle Sauce almost vomited blood on the spot. From 12 noon to 6 p.m., there was no progress. When leaving, Defense Minister Xiao gave a look of king's contempt. If you want to talk, talk well. If you want to fight, I'd be there anytime. Military negotiations are not diplomatic meetings. How can one decide who is better? 3 to 5 days is fast. 3 to 5 months is common. It is not uncommon to talk for 3 to 5 years. Take your time and see who can afford it. The first military meeting ended unhappily. We will continue tomorrow. In fact, it is not that there is no result, but that there is a lot of gain. The fact that the Eagle Sauce can argue for so long shows that it is not sure. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, they thought they were still the Eagle Sauce of the past. And Feng Chung was still the China of the past. So they were subconsciously arrogant. But it didn't matter. Those who have strength are the real winners. Eagle Sauce is now being surrounded by dumplings. Let alone fighting. Just trapping it for 3 to 5 months. With such a big battle. The base camp has been empty for so long. Will the bear take advantage of it? If the old nest is taken away by the bear, can they go back? Therefore, Feng Chung, which has the advantage of time, place and people, is not in a hurry. After dinner, the team members sat down to review today's negotiations and strive to make persistent efforts tomorrow. There is no gain without early rise. Eagle Sauce knows that Feng Chung is not weak, but still comes here with great fanfare. There must be something behind it. Chapter 624. Forget about weapons. If a fight really breaks out, Feng Chung will never lose. And Eagle Sauce will never get away unscathed. Jiang Ning actually knew what they wanted. They should be coming for the dormant chamber. They insist that we took it and want to take it back. Defense Chief Xiao howled. We can't admit that it's not true. In short, they didn't have any evidence. The next day was another extra long 6 hours, with repeated arguments, and everyone's throats were smoking. Jiang Ning sat in the corner and almost fell asleep. On the third day, the same scene was played out again. Both sides became more skilled, and their responses became more civilized. Probably because of the unfamiliar climate. The Eagle Sauce began to wilt. No matter what, you must compensate us for the hibernation chamber. Defense Chief Xiao and others looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. As if it was written on their foreheads, you are thinking about shit. The Eagle Sauce was so angry that he wanted to think. But he also knew that it was useless to pull it off. Okay, you don't have to compensate for the hibernation chamber. But you have to compensate for the same amount of poultry, medicinal materials, and crop seeds. Look, this is their real purpose. It's been a long time since we've been arguing for a few days. Defense Chief Xiao pretended to be embarrassed and said after a little consideration, poultry, medicinal materials, and crops can be given, but you have to exchange them for something. As soon as the Eagle Sauce sticks out its butt, they know what shit is going to happen. Defense Chief Xiao had already guessed their purpose and had already called Chief Gu. As it concerns human inheritance and civilization, Feng Chung is willing to turn hostility into an olive branch. As long as conditions permit, it is better not to fight. But the momentum must not be weak. Exchange? The irritable eagle almost killed them with AK. Damn Chinese. They have retreated again and again, no longer caring about them stealing a large number of military supplies and hibernation chambers, and not pursuing the destruction of oil fields. As a result, they actually asked for a huge price. It was indeed filled with black sesame. The two sides started arguing again, and Defense Chief Xiao stood up and left the table. There is no forced deal. Since you are not sincere, let's not talk about business. The responsibility for this conflict is all on your side, based on the principle of nuclear peace and friendship. Considering that you are a first-time offender and our people have no casualties, this conflict will not be pursued. If you commit it again next time, you will be punished even if you are far away. In addition, you must leave immediately within 3 hours. Otherwise we will expel you. After speaking, he left with his head held high. Other personnel followed him and left. Eagle Sauce was immediately anxious. Stop! Stop? Who do you think you look like? Defense Chief Xiao ignored Eagle Sauce and walked away. Eagle Sauce hurriedly chased out. Talk slowly. There is something to discuss. Defense Chief Xiao did not stay. Major General Hua. Lieutenant Colonel Jiang. You lead the team. Eagle Sauce's face turned green. He thought it would be smooth sailing. But Feng Chung was not willing to take any soft or hard words. It's not easy to come here, so we must bring back supplies. The two sides sat down to talk again, and the Eagle Sauce listed the list of what they wanted. 100 poultry each, with a ratio of 4 males to 1 female, and also herbs and crops. Whatever they have, the more the better. Western medicine was destroyed and could not be produced in a short time. So they wanted to learn Chinese medicine, including herbal planting, acupuncture and so on. If possible, they hoped to go ashore for a visit. Going ashore is impossible. As for the rest, they can give it, but in batches. The eagles were upset, but they had the things in their hands. Okay, let's take the poultry first. Jiangning calculated that they were only willing to give 10 pairs of poultry, 8 females and 2 chicks, and the rest could be fertilized eggs, and they could hatch them themselves. This is a rare species. How can they be given away just like that? The exchange condition is to exchange for fuel oil, chickens, ducks, geese, quails, in exchange for 20,000 cubic meters of fuel oil. 20,000 cubic meters? The eagles almost exploded. You are simply robbers. Jiangning thought. It was indeed a bit like that. In a word, do you want it or not? Jiangning smiled. This is already a friendly price. If you think it is not suitable, you can exchange it for 40,000 cubic meters. He was ready to draw his sword. Eagle Sauce put on a bandit attitude. We don't have fuel oil. Then wait until you have enough, and then come to exchange. Jiangning was not stupid. It was true that the oil field was burned, but it would still seep out from the ground. As long as they found a way, 20,000 cubic meters would be raised sooner or later. As for herbs or medical skills, let's talk about it after the first batch of transactions is completed. Anyway, she is not in a hurry. At least it will take 10 or 8 years to exchange. Ng Jiang wanted to bargain, but Jiangning opened his mouth and doubled the price. The other party was also a smart person. Seeing that her mouth shape had changed, he quickly covered the mouth of the superior. Okay, 20,000 is 20,000. But we have to go back to discuss and find a way to bring it over. They have tried their best. It is dangerous to delay too long in the sea area. They have to rush back as soon as possible. As for whether to agree or not, it will be decided by the superiors. Therefore, after a friendly and cordial exchange and a full exchange of opinions, the two sides finally reached an agreement. The Eagle Sauce set sail and left, and the nuclear submarines of Fengcheng saw them off in a friendly manner until they left the waters of Fengcheng. Jiangning and others took a destroyer to go home. A good spring festival was ruined by the Eagle Sauce. If they really come next time, they will have to cut them hard. The military negotiations went better than expected, and Defense Minister Xiao was in a good mood and praised Jiangning and Huishan. Apart from anything else, the two of them had the Eagle Sauce under their thumb. The Eagle Sauce's surprise attack was unpleasant, but being able to ensure the safety of Fengcheng residents through negotiations made people breathe a sigh of relief. In the final analysis, it is necessary to be strong in order for foreign enemies to be in awe. In this military negotiation, Ding Qi was remarkable. Facing the aggressive Eagle Sauce, he responded calmly, and the three of them cooperated very well. Defense Minister Xiao was moved. The young are formidable. Not only the three people, but also many young people in Fengcheng are rising. It should be a good choice to let them build the base. The destroyer returned to Fengcheng the next day, and the base had returned to peace. No, the dock was quite lively. Next to the dock was the food factory, and workers who heard the news came to greet them, including those from the military, government departments, residents who came voluntarily, and all members of the special salvage team. Not only was Rong Sanshao there, he also specially organized a welcoming ceremony. He specially picked a few bunches of wild chrysanthemums and gave them to Defense Chief Xiao. Huishan, Jiangning, Ding Qi and others, Lu Yu, Zhang Chao and others also came, and they hugged each other warmly when they met. I don't know who spread the word, but it was even happier than winning the 14-year war of resistance. And everyone looked extremely excited. That was the Eagle Sauce. And it just went back in disgrace with its tail between its legs. The news of exchanging poultry for fuel oil also spread, and many people were not happy at first. Not to mention exchanging poultry or anything. They shouldn't even give them a hair. But think about it calmly. The Eagle Sauce can even take pictures of the breeding farm. And it's only a matter of time before the poultry flows out. As long as there are no more natural disasters. When the breeding scale is expanded, it will not be as rare as before. So it's better to exchange resources early. The military defended the safety of Fengcheng with strength, which is worth celebrating by the whole city. Major General Rong Sen handed the flowers to Jiang Ning. Sister, you are now a hero of Fengcheng. No. Defense Minister Xiao was standing next to her. How did she become a hero of Fengcheng? Chapter 625. You can brag, but don't overdo it, or you make others lose face. Who knows that young Master Rong said confidently. Don't worry. Sister, I'm not that stupid. I know who deserves the credit for Fengcheng's success today. The 6 generals are about to expand their territory. And they all know who the resources they are going to take away belong to. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. And they are definitely smarter and more aware of the overall situation than Commander Xiao. Not to mention that they dare not offend Jiang Ning. They will have to rely on her in the future. So it's good enough that they don't compete for the group's favor. I guess Commander Xiao must be regretting it now. Although it was just a military negotiation. It depends on who you are talking to. This made the Eagle Sauce return home in disgrace. Which undoubtedly established Fengcheng's status. Which base or group has evil intentions. They must first weigh their own weight. The military was very satisfied and held a celebration banquet. The head of the secretarial group, Rong Sanxiao, took pictures next to him, trying to make the sister look prettier. Who knows if it will be printed in textbooks or hung in museums in the future. His only sister must be beautiful. The kind with no blind spots and 360 degrees. At the banquet table, Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan were communicating with their uncles with ease. Defense Minister Xiao poached Yu Changzheng in public and wanted him to let him go. Old Yu. You and I have been partners for more than 10 years. How can you take all the good things? How about giving me one? Old Xiao. You are not poaching. You are clearly digging my foundation. Our department is working hard in the front. You are all the beneficiaries. Someone started, and other bigwigs followed suit. And the two of them became popular. Jiang Ning didn't take it seriously. It was just flattery. But this change is completely different from the beginning. They not only recognized the identities of Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan, but also accepted and changed in their hearts. Commander Xiao swallowed his anger and was particularly considerate in face-saving work. Niece, you have made great contributions to Fengcheng's success. Uncle Xiao, you are too kind. Jiang Ning did not give him a chance, and said modestly, a tall building rises from the ground. And there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the mountains. The reason why Fengcheng is what it is today is inseparable from the efforts and sweat of everyone. Especially the dedication of all uncles and uncles. All the people in Fengcheng have seen it and remembered it in their hearts. You are the guiding light. As the younger generation, we still need to study hard. I hope that uncles and aunts can help us more in the future. Come! I respect all uncles and aunts. It is true that young people are flamboyant. But they should be respectful in their hearts. The veterans felt comfortable listening to it, and smiled one after another. You are the hope of Fengcheng, and the relay of the inheritance of Chinese civilization. As long as you have this heart, we will be relieved. After the banquet, Jiang Ning rested at home. She prepared 2 supplies, and asked Rong Sanxiao to give them to Tianing and Ling Ju. Common medicines for middle-aged and elderly people. Daily necessities, etc. Both of them are willing to give but rarely ask for anything. It is difficult for them to ask for anything. Jiang Ning hopes that they can live more comfortably, so that they can better serve Fengcheng. I am often away. If they have any difficulties in life or work, please help as much as you can. Don't worry. Sister, I will take care of it. It's strange that Jiang Ning believes his catchphrase. It's not that she wants to blame him, but she is really too busy. Secretary seems to have an easy job. But in fact, she has to be too busy, especially in military and political institutions. Not everyone can do it, and she has to serve her at any time. Jiang Ning glanced at Rong Sanxiao twice. He looked more and more like Fan, and could no longer find the unruly second-generation appearance. Zhang Chao, Liu Yu and others were put into new jobs, new positions and new relationships, and they were parachuted in. The difficulties they encountered can be imagined. But the 4 of them are no longer rookies. They have experienced more than 10 years of natural disasters, all kinds of evil people, and even led a team of thousands of people. No matter how many difficulties there are, as long as they are not related to life and death, it is not a big problem. If this road is not feasible, then try another one. Everything is under control. With loved ones and friends around, we can discuss things and have a healthy mentality. We talked about what we should talk about, but never asked what we shouldn't ask. Our friendship is the same as before, but I feel that it is still a little different. There is more gratitude and favor, as well as politeness of different status. And I guess that she is special. Half of life has passed, whose feelings can remain unchanged. Not to mention that they have experienced too much. Jiang Ning did not dwell on it, but accepted the current situation calmly. It is precious to still have friendship after going through thousands of disasters. Just live a good life with each other. The special salvage team assembled again, and set out on a journey against the wind and waves. The night before departure, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and the other 4 came over and said, "Aining, Brother Shen, the voyage went smoothly, and you returned safely. I was too busy with work during the day to say goodbye, so I had to come over in advance." After almost a month of care, the 4 people were in much better condition, and their shriveled bodies began to grow flesh. With her parents by her side, and a job that allows her to relax, Yu Yin's spirits are also improving. Everything is slowly getting better, and it feels wonderful. When the special team left, the relevant departments of Fengcheng government were organizing people to measure the wasteland hillside in the distance and plan to install a solar power generation system. As long as the electricity is transported, it will not only improve the lives of residents, but also solve many industrial and agricultural problems. Another group of people are also selecting a site to build a fertilizer plant. A firebox cannot hold a large piece of equipment, but there are design drawings of various equipment in the box. These are all valuable information. When the industrial conditions are mature one day, Fengcheng can quickly build more industrial machinery. Take it slow. This generation may not be able to reproduce the prosperity before the natural disaster, but as long as civilization does not perish, the next generation will definitely be able to. They are very confident. 2688 kept going away, looking at Fengcheng surrounded by greenery through the periscope, and pride arose spontaneously. It changes every day, and when they come back, Fengcheng will have a new look. The team members are in a good mood. "Sister Ning, are you short of one?" They want to eat dumplings. How can they lose without leaving any trace? Acting skills are online. Pay attention to cooperation, and don't let the help go. Jiang Ning was completely unaware. Right away, Hui Shen wanted to tell the truth. Forget it. As long as she's happy. Halfway through the voyage, when this special salvaged the 3rd firebox and rushed to the next coordinate, the 2688 submarine was suddenly attacked. Sonar detected a giant creature moving at lightning speed. It's normal for large creatures to exist in the ocean, but it's unprecedented to swim so fast. At first, Jiang Ning thought it was a giant squid, but Wang Mao shook his head and said, "No, it's more like an oarfish, but it's several times longer than an oarfish." Zhang Li shouted, "Oh no, it's coming at us." As soon as the voice fell, 2688 was hit violently, and several people were thrown out in an instant. Chapter 626. The force was as fierce as an ocean storm. Realizing that something was wrong, Jiang Ning put the submarine into the space with him. Everyone was knocked unconscious and their lungs were in pain. But when they recovered, they suddenly found that everything was calm. It was as if time had stopped. Jiang Ning was glad that he was driving a 2688, which was much stronger and more collision-resistant than a nuclear submarine. Otherwise it would have been scrapped today. What the hell was this thing? Even Su Kai-ai, who had been traveling in the ocean for many years, and was very familiar with the creatures on the seabed, didn't know the answer. In his understanding, there is none at all. But it is night now, and the visibility is unclear on the seabed, so we can only judge by the feedback of sonar. Jiang Ning frowned, vaguely guessing the answer. Mutated species. It is not the mutation caused by ancient viruses, but nuclear radiation. Wang Mao was stunned. Sister Ning, have you watched too many movies? After saying that, even he was silent. There is a precedent in Japan. It is just a nuclear leak, and the mutated wolf fish can reach several meters in length. This matter cannot be thought about too much. Thinking too much will give you goosebumps. It should be okay. Right? Zhang Li was horrified. It's been many years since the land sank. If this really happened, we should have mutated long ago. Hui Shen comforted everyone. The nuclear power is heavily protected. It's not easy to leak. Even if there is a leak, it's an isolated phenomenon. It will have almost no impact if it spreads to the world. Wang Mao said repeatedly. Yes, it must be like this. Zhang Li started to associate. The thing just now should have mutated due to the influence of nuclear radiation. If there were really nuclear radiation mutations everywhere, they would have encountered it in the past year or so. It must be the mutation caused by the leak of the book monster. Even if they die, they can't rest in peace. While they were discussing, Jiang Ning had already closed the observation window. Even though it was night in the space, it was better to be safe. Afraid of falling again, everyone quickly fastened their seat belts. Seeing that the protection was complete, Jiang Ning left the space with the submarine. 2688 started shaking again, but the amplitude was not large. Su Kai-tai stared at the sonar equipment, and the monster just now had disappeared. It seemed that it just ran away just now, and it had a bad temper and would attack anyone it didn't like. The team members didn't dare to stay for long, and immediately left at full speed. When they arrived at the place where the fire box was left, Huishan accompanied Jiang Ning to the sea to salvage it after the team members had explored it. The seabed is deep, but as long as the equipment is advanced, it is still within the body's tolerance. Vaguely seeing the firebox, Jiang Ning happily swam over. Huishan suddenly pulled her and pointed to the distance with a very anxious look. Jiang Ning subconsciously looked over. Wow! Shit! The huge black shadow came like lightning. The light on the seabed was insufficient, and its shape could not be seen at all. It only felt huge, and its body seemed to be dozens of meters long. Her heart skipped a beat. Oops. It seems to be the nuclear radiation mutant monster we encountered before. I don't know if it's the original one or its kind. Even 2688 can be thrown out. If a person is swept by it, it will be turned into meat paste instantly. In an instant, Jiang Ning wanted to hide in the space. But then she thought, if she and Huishan hid, what about Su Kai-tai and the others? 12 lives. Each of them is the top talent in Fengcheng. They were carefully selected by Gu Tinglin for her. The monster has a violent temper and is extremely powerful in combat, not to mention its speed and impact force. The spear gun equipped by the submarine cannot kill it. Once the submarine is entangled, dragged to the deep sea by the snake-like monster, or directly engaged in violent battle, do they have a chance to survive? At this moment, Jiang Ning hesitated. She was afraid that she would regret not doing her best to save him. At least she needed to take a gamble. She gave Huishan a look, and the two of them cut the ropes on their bodies without hesitation and swam quickly towards the firebox. At the same time, the monster found the shadows of the two people and attacked with the lightning ship. The people and the monster, separated by the firebox. The brave sea monster slammed into it. At the moment it hit the firebox, Jiang Ning took it in with the box. At the moment she entered the space, she quickly trapped the monster with her consciousness and stuffed it into the empty firebox of the black soil garden. The stuffing was successful. Jiang Ning had a splitting headache and almost burst a blood vessel. The sea monster was too big, and stuffing it exhausted all his mental energy. Huishan had just picked up Jiang Ning when he heard a loud noise from the black soil garden. My goodness! The firebox fell down under the tossing of the sea monster, and there was a shocking crash inside. Fortunately, the empty fire was far away from other important materials. Otherwise it would have been damaged by it. The sea monster was huge. Even if it was coiled up, it would occupy more than half of the volume of the firebox. There was a lack of oxygen inside, and its body could not unfold. It was a pity that the medicine field was crushed by the firebox. Jiang Ning was sweating coldly, drinking the energy liquid that could quickly replenish, and letting the sea monster trapped in the firebox do whatever it wanted. Huishan thought of something and found a radiation-proof suit for her to wear. He took the monitoring equipment and approached the shaking firebox, and indeed detected radiation. But the level is relatively light. As long as there is no long-term contact, it will not affect the body. It is estimated that the sea monster has been exposed to the radiation source, which has caused mutations, but it has been almost the same over the years. Jiang Ning rested for half an hour and recovered about 50% of his physical strength. The firebox was completely silent. I don't know if the sea monster is dead, so the two did not open the box rashly, worried that the team members would be anxious. Jiang Ning wanted to leave. Huishan stopped him and said, "Can you keep up with the physical strength? Take a rest." "No problem. Thanks to this year's wandering, either collecting fire boxes or diving deep in the sea, my mental strength has become much stronger. Otherwise, I really couldn't deal with the sea monster today." As soon as the two left, The firebox containing the mutant sea monster was rubbed out by the space. Jiang Ning really reported this Laolu space. There is no human touch at all. As expected of someone who grew up in nuclear radiation. He didn't die even after being cut off from oxygen for half an hour. Jiang Ning had no choice but to put the real firebox into the space first. Just as he was about to drag the sea monster back in, he found Huang Mao and others coming down. Seeing that the two people were not coming up, they had to pull the rope, but found that the rope was cut. Oops. Something happened. They did not hesitate and immediately dived down to rescue. When they found the shadows of the two, they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gestured. What happened? Huishan replied with gestures. There is a problem. It will take half an hour to return. And let them leave quickly. Wang Mao and the others' diving equipment was inferior, so they couldn't stay underwater for too long. After the exchange, they returned to the surface. Jiang Ning put the improper firebox into the space and laid down on the bed to rest for half an hour. When he came out again, the sea monster was finally dead and was not kicked out by the space again. Huishan pulled Jiang Ning upstream and finally surfaced. Jiang Ning took out the transport boat. When the team members saw the two people coming up, their hearts finally relaxed and they quickly pulled them up. Sukaitai asked, Captain Hua, what happened on the seabed? Chapter 627. Jiang Ning was exhausted and didn't even have the strength to speak. Huishan helped her go in to change clothes and drink a bowl of hot sugar water to rest. After coming out of the room, he told the members about the experience on the seabed. Fortunately, there was only one sea monster. Otherwise it would be really overwhelming. Thinking of the collision a few days ago, everyone's face changed instantly. Captain, you and Sister Ning are not injured. It was discovered in time, and there is no danger to life. Everyone felt guilty. It was true that they became rich with the captain and Sister Ning, but the danger was borne by the two of them, and they could not help at the critical moment. If something really happens, I won't be able to explain to the chief and Feng Chung. Salvage is far less risky than outsiders think. If you are not careful, you may even lose your life. Jiang Ning took a short nap and felt much better. Everyone climbed onto the transport ship, put on radiation protection suits, and walked to the firebox containing the sea monster. Huishan took out the sensor, entered the password and opened it. What a big piece of meat. The fierce collision caused the sea monster's head to bleed, and as the firebox opened, blood continued to flow out. The previous guess was correct. It was indeed a mutated oarfish. The size increased several times, and the length reached dozens of meters. The head was deformed and mutated. Even though they were used to the ugliness of mutant creatures, it was a virus infection after all, and the one in front of them was nuclear radiation. With tumors all over the body and sharp teeth, they almost vomited. The oarfish was radioactive, and they didn't plan to take it back. They took out various tools to drag it out of the firebox. After taking pictures, they threw it into the sea with great effort. The firebox and the deck were cleaned repeatedly. Everyone was still in shock and had no appetite for 2 or 3 days. Fortunately, they did not encounter mutant oarfish again in the following trip. The salvage mission was successfully completed. On the way back, they had to pass by the coordinates of the former Binzi country. Considering safety issues, everyone decided to avoid this unlucky place. Except for the oarfish that almost killed them. Everything else went smoothly. The whole journey took about 3 months, and they returned successfully again. The sunset gradually fell, and the mountains in the distance were layered with green. The factory on the seaside slowly emitted white smoke, and the solar panels on the hillside were shining in the sunset. Feng Chung is getting better and better. It is familiar and strange, and makes people want to get close to it endlessly. The dog is still waiting at the dock, watching it standing at the dock, watching the speedboat approaching, and then running around excitedly. Woo woo woo. Woof. I don't know if the dog comes every day, rain or shine. Anyway, he is very familiar with the sentry soldiers. Jiang Ning vision suddenly blurred. Rushed to the shore, hugged it tightly. Then, his shoes were peed on by it, and he didn't feel guilty at all. Jiang Ning stroked its dog head. Cola, I'm back. After the joy, the family of 3 went home happily. This time when I came back, Feng Chung had been hot for a while. During the period, it rained a few times. With trees and green plants, the soil was able to retain water, and there was a desalination system to supply water. So the crops were barely saved. It was indeed very hot, But for humans who had experienced temperatures close to 60 degrees, it was no problem to adapt to 40 degrees. The climate was fickle, and crops were also adapting. And they were constantly changing because of the environment, and gradually became adapted. 3 months after the separation, I didn't expect that Fengcheng has already opened private stalls in the central square at night. The movie screen played movies from more than 20 years ago, attracting many residents to watch. There were stalls around, selling vegetables, medicinal herbs, poultry, and simple snacks. The short and thin man kept soliciting customers on the roadside. Would you like a portion of multigrain cake? The craftsmanship passed down from generation to generation. Green, healthy and pollution-free. The fragrance is guaranteed to make you want another portion after eating it. The vision was not very clear at night, and Jiang Ning and his group were suddenly stopped. Brother, your wife is so beautiful. Would you like to give her a portion of multigrain cake? Jiang Ning stared at his face. Her pupils suddenly widened. Kailei rushed over from behind. Woof! The short and thin man was also shocked to see the dog. He looked up and stared at Jiang Ning's face. After a while, he said with his lips moving, Sister? He suddenly raised his voice. Sister? Jiang Ning's head was buzzing. Why are you here? She never dreamed that the sharp-nosed monkey would suddenly appear here. The sharp-nosed monkey was also excited. Sister, you are finally back. It was dark, and the vision was not clear. If Kailei hadn't appeared suddenly, he would not have recognized him at all. Sister, come and try my wife's cooking. Sharp-nosed monkey was proud of it, and quickly invited Jiang Ning and Huishan to come over and sit down. A simple stall. Mix the steamed sweet potatoes and potatoes. Knead them into thin pancakes. Apply some oil, and fry them on both sides. Homemade benches, tables and chairs, shallow wooden basins, and a multigrain pancake were quickly served. It was a little burnt, and slightly emitting heat. Under the dim light, I saw that the sharp-nosed monkey's face had wrinkles when he smiled, and there were a few white hairs in his yellow and dry hair. Wang Meili was busy in front of the stove, making pancakes for the customers, and she couldn't leave. Business seemed to be okay, and the little monkey was helping. After not seeing each other for a few years, the little kid had grown taller, no longer shy as before, and his mouth became sweeter, calling the customers brother and sister. He was malnourished in the early years, and the 13 or 14-year-old child looked only about 10 years old, small and thin and pitiful. This was the youngest child in the base, so naturally he attracted a lot of attention. Wang Meili smiled and greeted the two while busy. Jiang Ning was a little dazed, and he still remembered the amazement when he first saw Wang Meili. It was already midnight, and she was wearing a red dress, with a charming body and beautiful face, and her flaming red lips attracted people's attention. Now she is dressed simply, with short hair like a man, the hands that had never touched the spring water, now covered with fireworks, skillfully flipping the multigrain cakes. The only thing that has not changed is that the sharp-mouthed monkey still looks at her with enthusiasm and pride. He is not good-looking. No, he can even be said to be ugly. But he has a wife and children, and he has finally become the object of envy of countless men. Jiang Ning smiled back. She picked up the omnivore cake and tasted it. The cooking was pretty good. Sister, how is it? The sharp-mouthed monkey was full of expectation. My wife made it herself. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. Not bad. Again? Why did he come? The sharp-mouthed monkey said happily. The senior officials of Huaqing came to visit Fengcheng. They brought back poultry, medicinal herbs and crops. The news spread quickly in the base. Because of Qin Mu, he and the boss were the first to know. Fengcheng base is not as big as Huaqing, but it is well developed in an all-round and balanced way. And Jiang Ning and Huishan are both there. The boss had said long ago that Jiang Ning's identity was definitely not simple. He didn't expect that she was actually the daughter of the head of the southern military base. Chapter 628. Qin Yuan is back, but his soul is lost in Fengcheng. Qin Chuan spent almost all his savings and racked his brains to introduce a high-ranking official's daughter to his son for a blind date. She is 5 years older than him, but she is already the youngest girl in Huaqing. Moreover, the other party's family background is there. As long as they get married, they can have children. Many military soldiers are eyeing her, but he ruthlessly refuses. Sorry, I already have someone I like. The eldest brother almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. He spent all his family wealth and exhausted his ability to raise a child. But I would have given birth to a piece of barbecued pork if I had known earlier. But what can be done? Children always have ways to torture their parents. The sharp-mouthed monkey was panicked, and the eldest brother actually cried in front of him. He is the eldest brother. He didn't cry when his wife died, and he didn't cry when there was a natural disaster for more than 10 years. Just when the eldest brother was desperate, Huacheng issued the latest policy. Fengcheng is also a Huaxia base, and Huacheng residents have the right to choose whether to live in Fengcheng. This policy also applies to soldiers. Qin Mu said that he wanted to go to Fengcheng. The eldest brother couldn't help it, and slapped him angrily. Is your brain filled with paste? How could the higher-ups agree to release you? Maybe they are deliberately setting a bait. If you really want to retire and leave, how can the Huacheng military department tolerate you? Even if they are really willing to release you, what are you going to do? It's a long way from you. So if you want to jump into the sea, just swim over. Qin Chuan has been in the business world all his life, and he has eaten more salt than his son has eaten rice. He has seen all kinds of human hearts and tricks. The Huacheng military department is a mixed bag, with soldiers from different military regions and arms mixed together. And conflicts arise after getting along for a long time. Children with mothers have milk to drink, but orphans can only rely on themselves, and it is common for them to go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. In recent years, most of those who came out of the southern military region, especially those with low ranks, are actually not very satisfied. But what can they do? 10 fingers are different in length, and those who have mountains can't eat meat, let alone orphans who are caught in the rain. Many of them are eager to move, but they are afraid that their efforts will be in vain. Who knows that the higher-ups will suddenly take real action and can leave freely? With the first one standing up, there will be a second one soon. Most of them were soldiers, all from the southern military region. It's not that Huacheng is bad, but they want to find a hometown that is more suitable for them to live in. In addition to the soldiers, some ordinary survivors were also tempted after asking about the situation of Fengcheng base. In the end, the number of applicants reached thousands. Qin Chuan couldn't persuade his son, and he was also tempted. After discussion, the two families decided to move to Fengcheng. In recent years, many spark planners have been recruited to Huacheng base. They can come here by submarine, without Huacheng sending them by boat. More than 20 submarines came in a mighty team. A month ago, they arrived safely in Fengcheng after crossing the ocean. Jiang Ning was surprised. He did not expect Huacheng to be so open-minded. Fengcheng not only accepted all the staff, but also arranged as many jobs as possible. Sister, thank you. The sharp-nosed monkey suddenly burst into tears and kept wiping his eyes with his hands. Jiang Ning was puzzled. What's wrong? The third young master arranged a job for Mei Li, working in a breeding farm. The third young master, on behalf of his sister, welcomed him and the eldest brother. Not only was the food rich, but there was also enough meat and eggs. He and the eldest brother still do their old business, and Daodu has given them a lot of convenience, allowing them to wholesale poultry or medicinal materials through the back door. 1 month in Fengcheng is more fruitful than half a year in Huacheng. This decision that goes against the ancestors is not wrong. There is too much information for Jiang Ning to digest. You and Mei Li have jobs, but you still come out to set up a stall? The sharp-mouthed monkey is full of energy. Sister, we have to raise our son and want a better life, so we must work hard. The main reason is that his wife insisted on coming, and it was useless for him to stop her. In the end of the natural disaster, not everyone has a wife. He must accompany her all the time, and can't let Mei Li be bullied. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. Monkey was still the monkey who loved his wife before. It was late. She got up and said goodbye. I'm going home first. I treat you and Qin Chuan to dinner another day. The sharp-mouthed monkey was very happy, and sent his sister and dog to the roadside. Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. She didn't expect Qin Mu to be so impulsive for love. Come to think of it, Daodu is still easy to raise. 3 months later, the new Sambao forgot about Grandma Jiang again and bared his teeth at her, which resulted in a good scolding from his father. And he was all knocked over. The father bit their necks and dragged them over, letting the shit shoveler beat them. Jiang Ningzhen slapped the puppy on the butt, and Kailei became nervous again and quickly stretched out his paw to stop him. Well, the dog-style acting skills are getting better and better. The gate to the next door was not closed. If there was a big noise here, People over there would know who was back. Shu Shueching hurried to the kitchen and cooked egg noodles for the two of them, while the two of them were filling their stomachs. She quietly found the intercom in the room. Lao Gu. Aining is back. Come back quickly. Don't let her find out that you are working overtime again. Gu Tinglin was almost done with his work, so he didn't dare to delay. He quietly entered the yard, but the dog ran out to greet him excitedly. Woof. He was caught by his daughter. What could Jiang Ning do? Of course, forgive him. The father and daughter sat down to eat supper. Jiang Ning only reported good news and not bad news, and did not mention the encounter with the nuclear radiation oarfish. Before going ashore, all the fire boxes had been opened. They were all packed mobile hard drives, which included various aerospace technology design and parameter data, satellites, rockets, etc., advanced military designs and concepts. In short, all technology images and teaching materials from various industries. There are high-precision lathes, CNC machining centers, milling machines, grinders, etc. There are also advanced exploration equipment, which is used to find oil fields, metals, ores, etc. Many of them may not be used now, but they are the result of more than 100 years of highly developed industrial civilization, and are extremely useful for future construction. With them, Fengcheng will soar into the sky like a phoenix. Gu Tinglin was very happy, but he didn't want to discuss these. Aining, did your Aunt Shu tell you that a woman of marriageable age successfully became pregnant after treatment? Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. This is a good thing. Human civilization needs to develop in succession. The issue of fertility is also an important issue that Fengcheng's top leaders need to consider. After more than half a year of treatment and balanced nutrition, the woman successfully became pregnant for more than a month. This incident caused a sensation in Fengcheng, giving doctors and other women who want to have children hope. Now the pregnant woman has been supported and has a special ward and doctor's care in the hospital. I hope she can give birth to a child smoothly. New life means hope. Make the efforts of the two lives now more worthwhile. Aining, you and Ishan are not young anymore. In the past, natural disasters were frequent and the timing was not ripe. But now the environment has gradually stabilized and medical conditions have gradually improved. If the fetus is in an abnormal position or has a difficult birth, doctors have solutions. With your current conditions and abilities, raising a child is no longer a problem. If you want to have a child, you have to hurry up. Chapter 629. Fearing that Jiang Ning might have other concerns, Gu Tinglin added, after the next mission is completed, the salvage plan for Fengcheng will come to an end. Even if there are new discoveries, there is no need to rush. The things salvaged in the early stage need time to digest and build. Watching still needs to explore and collect. And the list will not come so early. It is not too late to consider it after you give birth. Dad hopes you will give birth. Having a child will bring a lot of happiness, and will be more meaningful to the family or career. But if you don't want to give birth, it doesn't matter. Just think it over carefully. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. I think about it. You've lost weight, and are tired from being exposed to the wind and rain outside. Just have a good rest when you come back. Gu Tinglin patted her shoulder, and said the same thing. Don't be stubborn when you go out. Safety is the most important thing. After returning home, Jiang Ning did not mention the previous topic to Huishan. There was a noise outside, and the wolf-hearted dog Lung jumped out. There seemed to be a slight voice, and soon the door opened. Dowda came in and saw his brother and sister-in-law coming back, and his tired look was swept away. If Jiang Ning guessed correctly, it should be Qing Mu who sent her back. She didn't ask, nor did she want to intervene. Dowda had grown up. She had the ability to think independently, and if she was really confused, she would speak up. She didn't ask, but Dowda spoke up herself. Brother, sister-in-law. Many people from Huacheng voluntarily moved to Fengcheng. 60% of those who came were soldiers, all from the southern military base. The rest of the survivors were almost all from Guangdong province, and their families. And there were only a few dozen survivors in Fengcheng. Uncle Qin, Brother Xiaomu, and Aunt Meili and her family are here too. Wang Meili works at the breeding farm. Little sharp-nosed monkey is young, so he helps her work, but he doesn't get paid and only provides meals. Dowda believes in the abilities of Qin Chuan and sharp-nosed monkey. They can do well in a new place even if they start from scratch. It just takes time. The two uncles have a good relationship with her family. so she naturally helps them. As long as the breeding farm and farm has something, they can be the middleman. Without them, there will be others. Giving convenience to anyone is not giving it. Not to mention that they are helpful to his brother and sister-in-law. What can Jiangning say? Of course, he gave her a thumbs up. As for Qin Mu, he didn't even mention it. After washing up, the two of them lay quietly on the bed. Hui Yishan suddenly said, "Do you think Qin Mu is suitable for Daodu?" The door was closed, and Jiangning told the truth. Among the younger generation, Qin Mu is good in both appearance and ability. But he is protected too well by Qin Chuan, and his character is not mature enough now. At least, I am not worthy of Daodu now. As for the future, let's see how he grows. Don't rush to deny it. Hearing what the sharp-mouthed monkey said, Jiangning was actually a little disappointed, as if he saw his past self. But he was young and stupid before. When the tree is tall, the phoenix will come. And when the flower is fragrant, the butterfly will come. As Daodu's parent, Jiangning hopes that he can strengthen himself in addition to love. But how to say it? Unless it is too outrageous. Let the young man solve it himself. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Jiangning had just finished breakfast when Zheng Weili and Ding Qi came over. After 3 months of not seeing each other, the two had changed a lot. Their thin features began to grow flesh, and their complexion gradually improved. Although they were still thin, they could vaguely find their former shadows. The two happened to not have to go to work, and they came over as soon as they knew Jiangning was back. The purpose was very simple. One was to reminisce about the past, and the other was to seek medical treatment. The two were older than Jiangning, especially Ding Qi. The living environment had improved, and under the influence of Fengqing's propaganda that all children should be raised, the two could not help but feel longing. I want to try and see if I have a chance to get pregnant. I had a hard time in the past few years, and my menstruation has stopped a long time ago. But Fengqing is relatively stable, and there is a policy, so I actively signed up. The food is taken care of, and the hospital will also prescribe medicine for conditioning. Once the heart is moved, the desire becomes stronger. The two hope to seize the opportunity and have a chance to get on the train of childbirth. Of course, they are more willing to believe in Jiangning medical skills. In fact, the hospital's plan is already very mature. Nutrition, acupuncture, and medicine. But since they came to me, Jiangning was quite happy. The two brought all the unfinished Chinese medicine. Each person had a specific prescription, and the 2 doses of medicine were slightly different. But the general direction was correct. It was not that the medical skills were not good, but the hospital did not have a complete range of medicines. Jiangning added a few more flavors. I go to the farm to look for it. There should be some, but the quantity is not large, and it may not be available. The two were very grateful. Zheng Weili asked, "Aining, have you considered having children?" Jiangning said tactfully, "Children are about faith. Let nature take its course. Don't just let nature take its course. If you want to have a baby, have it sooner. Don't be like us who don't have the chance to have one. When you have enough food and clothing, you will have sexual desires. Before, when you couldn't even survive, how could you dare to think about having a baby? Now you have the chance, but you missed the best age. You can only say that natural disasters are detrimental to you." Jiangning changed the subject. "How is your work?" After several months of conditioning, both physically and mentally, Zheng Weili is in a much better mood. "Not bad. I was quite busy at the beginning. Later, the 6-city expansion mission was launched. Many soldiers and civilians moved out of Fengqing, and the work of the police station became much easier. Ding Qi is even more so. Fengqing's strength has soared, especially after the military negotiations with the Eagle Sauce. The national base is busy developing. Who dares to provoke it?" Zhang Chao was arranged to the city hall, and was named by He Tianming to be a secretary and trained by his side. He Tianming's age is there. This age is a good time to show his talents in the political arena before the natural disaster. But after more than 10 years of the end of the world, even an iron body can't stand it. Even if there is conditioning, the materials are not abundant, and the heavy work makes him age very quickly. He wanted to bring a group of young people out, but the natural disasters lacked human resources, and he had never found a satisfactory one, until the special salvage team came back with thousands of people, and the group of people who came from Huacheng not long ago. The talent reserve team was finally expanded. Each department has its own allocation, and whether it can be trained to be a future successor depends on personal qualifications. Jiang Ning is optimistic about Zhang Chao. Although he was not very good at choosing a girlfriend before, he is still good in other aspects. If he becomes a salesperson, his vision and flexibility will not be too bad. After more than 10 years in the apocalypse, he served as a soldier and organized a camp. His will and faith not only did not fade, but became more firm. As for Lu Yu, it was true that he was weak before, but that was in the past. A person who can survive a natural disaster, become a fire planner, and even one of the leaders of thousands of survivors. In terms of IQ and combat power, how bad do you think he can be? I don't think he is outstanding. But he is just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The special growth environment has honed his unique character. He can bend and stretch, and his heart is strong. He is both sober and realistic. On the contrary, he is the most arbitrary among the three. Jiang Ning believes that he can do well wherever he goes. In fact, Lu Yu is really doing well. Chapter 630. The salvage team had previously salvaged a batch of communications and computer network equipment. Lu Yu studied network programming and design. After Rong Sanchao's matchmaking, he took over the project and began to build Fengqing's local area network. It took 3 months. Not only the military successfully built a network, but also the government network, which increased the work efficiency of the military and political teams by many times. Fengqing's communications department was born, and Lu Yu was the person in charge. Jiang Ning felt happy for him, and at the same time thought about taking out the 10 intelligent soldier robots stored in the space and letting him transform them so that he would become her loyal one day. If we can replicate infinitely in the future, mining, fighting, and all kinds of dangerous work, will we be afraid that no one will do it? After chatting for a long time, Zheng Weili and Ding Qi got up and left. Aining, I trouble you with the medicine, and we will earn points when the time comes. Jiang Ning is not short of points the least. It's just medicinal materials. You can keep the points for yourself. And when you give birth to a child in the future, let the child recognize me as the godmother. If they really want to have a child, who wouldn't want to recognize Jiang Ning as their godmother? That's not just clinging to someone's thighs. It's really clinging to someone's feet. Jiang Ning has everything. Ding Qi said, Aining, we have come this far. We have nothing to repay you. If you need anything in the future, just ask. No matter what, we will always stand by you. They are all smart people. How could they not understand what she meant? They are all on the same boat. Jiang Ning smiled implicitly. We are all friends. It should be so. The weather is hot, so we turn on the air conditioner to cool down. Xian Sanbao, who owns the Arctic Wolf base, squeezed over and looked comfortable under the air conditioner. Jiang Ning was addicted to eating skewers, and came out of the Arctic snow, which was a big bathtub in the space. Xian Sanbao was so happy that he rolled in the snow. Ah! Woo! The temperature gradually dropped. Jiang Ning went out for a stroll with a wolf heart and a dog lung, who knew that he happened to meet the sharp-nosed monkey walking around the streets to sell goods. Miss, do you have live chickens and eggs? You are so young. You will definitely give birth to a child if you take more supplements. After successfully pre-selling 2 chickens and 10 eggs, he turned around and saw Jiang Ning not far away, and hurriedly ran after her. Sister, I couldn't see clearly last night, and he looked even thinner and older during the day, as if he was running with a skull on his head. Knowing that she was out for a walk, the sharp-nosed monkey invited her warmly. Sister, my home is not far away. Do you want to come over and sit? Jiang Ning agreed because she had nothing to do. After walking through 2 streets, I saw a row of houses built entirely of containers, with worn-out clothes hanging on the iron wire at the door. The monkey opened one of the rooms. Sister, this is mine. The room next door belongs to the boss. The boss went out to discuss business. He will probably be back later. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. You guys can get containers right after you arrived. That's pretty good. There are more and more red brick houses. Fewer and fewer people living in wooden sheds or broken cars. Containers are not as scarce as before, but they are still very popular. The monkey was grateful. It's all thanks to you, sister, that the 3rd young master took special care of us. Jiang Ning was stunned, thinking that the 2nd generation of slippers was getting better and better. The container was extremely hot and stuffy after being scorched by the sun all day. It felt like people would get greasy if they stayed inside for too long. There were a lot of things in the room, but it was neatly arranged. It was obviously Wang Meili's masterpiece. The sharp-nosed monkey opened the door to ventilate and invited Jiang Ning over after a while. He took out the melon soaked in cold water and said, "Sister, I'm sorry for this place. I don't have anything good to treat you. This is picked from your farm." The sharp-nosed monkey of Shinya suddenly became restrained, secretly annoyed that he shouldn't have invited her so hastily. How could the place of the poor at the bottom of the society be a place for her? Jiang Ning was open-minded. "That's great. You have achieved this in such a short time." Getting her praise, the sharp-mouthed monkey was happy. "Sister, I'm not bragging. Fengcheng has more materials than Huacheng, and there are more things to trade. If you give me a year or two, I will definitely be able to build a red brick house to live in." Jiang Ning believed that Fengcheng was developing very fast after all. When mentioning Fengcheng, she asked casually, "How is Huacheng developing? Why are there so many people coming here all of a sudden?" When mentioning this, the sharp-mouthed monkey was moved. Huacheng is actually quite good, and there are already children born there. The headquarters is still on an island in the sea, with more than 20 square kilometers of land reclamation. Ordinary people still live in subdivided flats. And later on, houses that are close to the ground are gradually being built. But the resources of artificial islands are limited, and development is relatively slow. There is a lot of land, and Huacheng has plans to gradually relocate. But the afforestation and crops on land are far inferior to Fengcheng. The middleman knows everything. That's the national base. And there are many survivors who have arrived one after another. By the time we left, there were already 80,000 or 90,000 people. When there are too many people, resources become tight. The more survivors there are, the more complicated the relationship becomes. Not only the lower classes, but the military is even more so. The higher-ups didn't deliberately target them, but they had their own children. So how could they love orphans without parents more? All parents are like this, even if they are just frying a plate of braised pork. Who doesn't want their children to eat more? In the long run, it would be strange if they didn't have any thoughts in their hearts. Suddenly I heard that my biological parents are still there, just thousands of miles away. Now that the conditions are ripe, who doesn't want to return to their parents' arms? So they risked crossing the ocean. But everyone wants something different, and many people chose to stay. Sister, Lu Cheng and his friends are here too. They chatted, and naturally they talked about people they knew. My boss and I happened to be on their submarine, and they mentioned you when we were crossing the ocean. Jiang Ning smiled. Are they okay? Not bad. They have a job when they come here, but I don't know where they will be assigned to. When the sharp-mouthed monkey talked about the people in Fengcheng, he suddenly thought of someone. Sister, do you know Zhong Ping? Jiang Ning was stunned. Does he do research? Yes. The monkey nodded. I sold things to him before, and I found out he was from Fengcheng when we talked. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think of Jinrong community. How are they doing? It must be difficult for a man to take care of his daughter alone. But fortunately, he has a good job. Alone? Jiang Ning felt sad. It seems that Grandma Zhong and others are gone. We are all from the same hometown, and we got to know each other after a while. He had to work and take care of the children at the same time. So he asked my daughter Meili to take care of the children and gave her a fixed number of points every month. The child is smart, but a little weak, and gets sick every other day. He is also lucky, and he can survive every time. Moreover, Huacheng Base attaches great importance to children, and they will find ways to actively treat them when they are sick. The child is growing up slowly. Sharp-mouthed monkey admires Jiang Ning even more. Sister, I heard from Zhong Ping that his son was born by you. Jiang Ning smiled. Zhong Ping can bring up the past calmly, so he must have come out of the grief of losing Xiaomin. When we decided to leave, we invited him, but unfortunately he refused. Chapter 631. Sharp-mouthed monkey understands Zhong Ping very well. He is a scientific researcher, with a stable job and special care, and his son is growing up slowly, so he doesn't want to go across the ocean and torment himself. To be honest, if Qin Mu hadn't insisted on coming, the boss might not agree. After more than 10 years of turmoil in the end of the world due to natural disasters, who doesn't want a stable life? And going across the ocean is risky, and no one knows whether they will arrive safely. But this time the choice is right. They have found the feeling of home in Fengcheng, and hoped to really settle down and stop wandering. The middleman had many friends and always had endless topics to talk about. Sister, do you still remember Yang Jia? Jiang Ning remembered that he was Yang Weiman's son. Did they reunite? The sharp-nosed monkey nodded. It's a miracle. Yang Jia's father drifted to the North Pole and actually encountered the Huacheng evacuation warship. It's incredible. At that time, they were very curious and asked about it. But regarding the specific matters of the evacuation, not only did the military not mention a word, but even the survivors were unwilling to say more. What's even more outrageous is that young Master Rong is missing. The boss has a channel and found out that the warship encountered a storm on the way back and finally drifted to Fengcheng base. Young Master Rong chose to stay. Young Master Rong is such a smart and calculating person. There must be something big going on. It wasn't until they arrived in Fengcheng that they learned the truth about the evacuation from young Master Rong. His only sister is really amazing. She has become a hero. The sharp-mouthed monkey felt extremely proud and had to hug her thigh tightly. While they were chatting, the wolf-hearted and dog-lung suddenly jumped out. Cole, why are you here? A man-hoarse voice sounded. Sharp-nosed monkey stood up and said, Sister, the boss is back. He hurried out to greet him and said happily, Boss, look who's here. After not seeing him for many years, Jiang Ning really couldn't recognize him. Qin Chuan was not tall, and his appearance was average. He was obviously in his 40s, but he looked like he was almost 60, and half of his hair was white. She had seen the youth of Qin Mu, and thought Qin Chuan was living a good life. With his slippery strength, as long as he could survive, he would not live a bad life. If he hadn't had half a stub of tobacco in his mouth, Jiang Ning would have been hallucinating. Many survivors lived in poverty, looking as old as 50 or 60 in their 30s and 40s, losing a lot of hair and teeth. But she never thought Qin Chuan would live like this. Seeing Jiang Ning, Qin Chuan was also surprised, and the tobacco in his mouth fell out. Sister-in-law? Hot! 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 People are really incomparable. Her appearance has not changed much, but her temperament has become much more restrained, Jiang Ning said. Brother Qin. The sharp-mouthed monkey quickly welcomed the boss into the house and said attentively, Boss, have you settled the business? Qin Chuan nodded. Threw the key to him with some disdain. Bring me the tea in my room. Sharp-nosed monkey hurried over. Qin Chuan smiled. Sister-in-law, we haven't seen each other for many years. You are still as beautiful as a fairy. Brother Hua is so lucky. It's just luck that I stumbled. Jiang Ning modestly concerned. What's wrong with your throat? I got sick on the evacuation ship. Bacterial infection and fever. And burned my vocal cords. Qin Chuan said it easily. But just thinking about it, you can know how difficult it is. Countless survivors are crowded in the airtight cabin, not full and warm, and have to beware of bad guys. People die every day. He himself is sick and has to protect his son. He didn't want to talk about the past. His tone was relaxed and flattering. Sister-in-law, I heard about you and Brother Hua in Huacheng. It's really hard to make a living, so I crossed the ocean to join you, hoping to give you a meal. Disasters can really bend a person's back. Qin Chuan is a man who bends his back for money, but he has his own stand and persistence. Saying this, it is alienating. Brother Qin, I am very happy that you can come, regardless of whether you join us or not. You can survive anywhere with your ability. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Fengcheng welcomes you. With your joining, I believe that Fengcheng's business will rise soon. When you become the largest party A, you can't oppress and exploit us. The party B? The atmosphere gradually relaxed as the business praised each other. The monkey brought tea leaves, peanuts, etc. and said enthusiastically, Sister, these are all brought by the boss from Huacheng. Jiang Ning didn't lack them, but the friendship between the two was appreciated. While eating and chatting, Qin Mu was mentioned. Qin Mu was assigned to the army department as the squad leader of the patrol team. Speaking of his son, Qin Chuan felt complicated. He was proud of his son, but also very worried. He didn't say anything specific, but he could feel that it was not easy for his old father. After reminiscing for more than half an hour, Jiang Ning asked to have hot pot together another day. Qin Chuan stood up and sent her out. Feeling that he had something to say, Jiang Ning did not refuse. When they reached the intersection, Qin Chuan hesitated and said, Sister-in-law, Xiaomu is too arrogant. He is a rotten toad wanting to eat swan meat. As early as when he was in the new city villa area, he liked Dowdu very much. As an old father, his heart was full of bitterness. After so many years of separation, I thought time could dilute everything. But who knew that this kid was stubborn and had a deep love for Dowdu? I wonder, what do you and Hoishan think? Jiang Ning did not rush to answer, but asked, Brother Qin, what do you think? He said tactfully, Sister-in-law, Dowdu is the moon in the sky, and Xiaomu is just a monkey trying to catch the moon in the water. There is a huge difference between the two. Qin Chuan was young and impulsive for love. He could understand his son's persistence. But as a father, he didn't want him to stumble and get hurt. The two young people were not only different in strength, but also in status. He liked Dowdu very much. Who wouldn't want such a daughter-in-law? But in order to survive, Qin Chuan had been servile in the business world. He didn't want his son to lose himself because of a love that was not suitable for him. The son is grown up and no longer controlled by his father, so he can't persuade him at all. Therefore, Qin Chuan hopes that Jiang Ning can stop it. He can copy homework by hugging his thigh. But he doesn't want his son to be inferior to others. Unequal love is doomed to be unhappy. They have been friends for a long time. So how can Jiang Ning not hear it? Dowdu has grown up, and she will have her own ideas about who she likes or dislikes. I believe she can make the right decision. There was no clear statement, but Qin Chuan still heard something and felt much more relaxed. After talking about personal matters, Qin Chuan talked about business. Sister-in-law, are you interested in doing business together? He thought too fast, and Jiang Ning said he didn't understand. Fengcheng is developing faster and faster. The 6-city plan has been launched. I believe there will be 12 cities and 24 cities in the future. Your farm and breeding should not be limited to Fengcheng. But you and brother will have more important things to do. Some projects should not be developed too quickly or in person at this stage. But I am different. I am a business person. I can set up a commercial company, act as a matchmaker, and give each city enough benefits. Their defense against you will be reduced. In a few years, business will spread all over this continent, and grain and oil will be all over the world. I wonder if you are interested. Chapter 632. What can Jiang Ning say? Qin Chuan really brings out the nature of a businessman to the extreme. It's all cakes, and his painting skills are first class. She is ambitious about business, but now she has the will but not the strength. So she can only take one step at a time. She wants to train the two girls, especially Rongtingting, but it will take a lot of time. Qin Chuan is a good choice. The matter is of great importance. Jiang Ning did not express her opinion immediately. I will consider it. It was almost dark when they left. Just passing by the dog training base, she took Longxing Gofei to see Sibao. Sibao had just returned from a mission and saw Jiang Ning running over. Grandma. Jiang Ning lowered her head to count. Why was one of her babies missing? The black back was filling in the numbers. The trainer explained. Xiaomei is pregnant and did not perform the mission. Bai Shui gave birth to 3 boys and 1 girl. It's hard to say whether time has passed quickly. But Longxing Gofei will soon become a grandparent. The trainer was so happy that he would soon have another baby. He praised the black back. What a good dog. Kaylai still didn't like his son-in-law and didn't treat him well. After playing in the dog training center for a while, dusk had fallen, and the screen in the central square lit up and began to play music. Jiang Ning was about to take the wolf heart and dog lung home, but found a familiar shadow. Oh my god! Rong Sanxiao's pink diamond girlfriend, who had been missing for more than 10 years, is back. They were holding hands. Hey! The pink diamond girlfriend seems familiar. Isn't this Yuan? TSK. She really doesn't even need to lean on the wall, but admires this second generation of slippers, born to pick up bargains. He was very quick and accurate, and never dragged his feet. Didn't Yuan say she was depressed? But her smile was as bright as a flower. But I have to say, they look quite good together. Jiang Ning moved to a corner and watched Rong Sanxiao flirting with girls. He walked in a crowd and was about to bump into someone. He put his arm around Yu Yin's waist and said, "Be careful." He didn't let go of his hand on her waist. Yu Yin blushed and her heart beat fast. Then, he bought her all the delicious food. There were also hairpins and sandals woven with cotton thread. He squatted down and took the shoes for her to try on. His attitude was sincere. His smile was sincere and warm. Oh no! Mr. Hu has never been so good before. It's true that comparing goods will lead to throwing them away. And comparing people will lead to death. Knowing the nature of the second generation, I don't rule out the element of his showmanship. But how to say it? It seems to be harmless to no one. Jiang Ning took the two home, wondering if he should let Huishan kneel on the durian at night. He didn't even learn half of Rong Sanxiao's skills. As a result, Huishan didn't come back. But Yu Changjung came. He hesitated and couldn't say anything. Gu Tinglin was open-minded. Old Yu, what's your secret? Yes. Yu Changjung accidentally saw it. He knew his daughter's character. And he knew that young Master Rong was as slippery as a loach. Isn't he worried that his daughter would be deceived? As a father, he really wanted his daughter to be happy. She suffered a lot. And there was a time when she was very afraid of men. The couple was also worried that their daughter would never get out of the shadow in her life. What if she was left with only her daughter after she died? Mrs. Yu had tried to test it, but was strongly opposed by her daughter. It's only been less than 2 months. And she's already in trouble with the slippery guy. She couldn't choose anyone else. But she had to pick this loach. There was really no other way. So she had to go to Gu Tinglin. Gu Tinglin thought, Xiao Rong has experienced ups and downs. Her personality is flexible. Her mind is flexible. She is a man with ambition and means. I believe her future is limitless. He understood Yu Changjing's concerns, fearing that the third young Master Rong would use the power of the Yu family to get to the top, and then kick Yu Yin out when he succeeded. He was sure to get to the top. But even without the Yu family, it was only a matter of time. Let the young people decide for themselves. There's no need to worry too much, Gu Tinglin said tactfully. In the last days, there are more men than women. Not everyone can get married. Besides, there are so many uncles and aunts here. Aining and Ishan are your daughter and son-in-law. I believe that they dare not treat Xiaoyin badly even if they have the courage. If you can really give birth to a child, it will not be a bad thing for both families. If you really want to die one day, you can rest assured. Right? To put it another way, Xiaoyin looks weak but is actually very tough. She has her own independent ideas and is not easily influenced by others. Moreover, she has now served in the military and is so outstanding that people look at her with admiration. Care can lead to confusion. Young people have their own destiny. I believe Xiaoyin is not a superficial person. After hearing his analysis, Yu Changjing suddenly understood. In the end of the natural disaster, love is both precious and cheap. It is better to start from reality. With his son gone, Yu Changjing has no other wishes. Just hope that his daughter is safe. Find someone who is well matched. The other party may be more ambitious. For example, several godsons of Xiao, the commander, have pursued Yu Yin openly and secretly. Yu Changjing knows very well that even if Xiao is still ambitious, he is no match for Lao Gu or Jiang Ning and his wife. If he really wanted to marry, he would be forced to be involved in power. It would be better to take a step back. Rong Sanxiao's status is not obvious now, but everyone knows that he is Jiang Ning man, and his future is beyond doubt. From another perspective, it seems that he really has many advantages. Rong Sanxiao has been home for a long time, and Rong Tingting, who worked overtime, has just returned. She brought back a few cucumbers, which she smashed neatly and mixed with cold salad. Rong Sanxiao had a good appetite and hummed a song while eating. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Rong Tingting asked curiously, Uncle San, don't you like Daodu? Why are you with Sister Xiaoyin? Rong Sanxiao paused and ate slowly. Like cannot be eaten. And Daodu doesn't like me. I don't think Qin Mu is worthy of Daodu. Why don't you insist? Uncle San? Uncle San's future is getting brighter and brighter, and he will impress Daodu one day. Ask yourself. Tingting really likes Daodu. Uncle San can make people happy with his mouth. And if he really wants to be good to people, he will be perfect. If he can be her aunt, it will be a match made in heaven. Qin Mu is young, but he is still far behind Daodu. Tingting, it doesn't matter whether Daodu likes me or not. The always smiling Rong Sanxiao became serious. The point is, my sister and brother-in-law won't agree. If Daodu likes him, he can still take a gamble. Rong Tingting insisted. But you didn't ask. How do you know that Sister Aining won't agree? Rong Sanxiao asked back. If you were her, would you agree? Chapter 633. Rong Tingting choked at what the third young Master Rong said. Indeed, Daodu is young and beautiful, has a good family background, and is very capable. And there are countless men who like her. If she wants to get married one day, Excellent men will flock to her. Rong Tingting felt a little complicated. But, do you really like Sister Xiaoyin? Why not? Seeing her confused, the third young master Rong was very clear-headed. She looks good, has a good family background, and is an only child. With Master Yu as her father-in-law. Isn't it the best choice? Xiaoyin has been imprisoned in a concentration camp and has been abused. Can she have children? It would be best if she can. But if she can't, Mr. Rong looked at his niece. Don't we still have you? You also have the blood of the Rong family. So the child you give birth to can have the surname Rong. Seeing that she was talking a lot today, Mr. Rong said, Tingting, don't forget your responsibilities. Some things are hard to be confused about. And some things need to be very clear. Rong Tingting nodded. Uncle San. I know. On the other side, Jiang Ning was very worried about the love affair of the second generation of slippers, and couldn't help asking when Dowda came back. Dowda thought for a moment. Hero saves beauty. It seems that when Xiaoyin was leaving get off work, she was quietly followed by a man. And it happened that Rong Sanshao came to pick up Tingting after get off work. Jiang Ning almost choked. Such an old routine? Xiaoyin looked quite smart. How could she be deceived? The key is that Rong Sanshao had been in a sea of flowers. And his tricks to pursue women were countless. How could it be so simple? There was no technical content at all. No one was confused. And it was easy to be exposed. Dowdu was not very clear about the details. Being a hero and saving beauty was only the first step. But there would definitely be a lot of tricks later. But she knew that the more men than women led to fierce competition. Especially for women of marriageable age, who could make men's eyes shine wherever they went. It is said that there was something even more outrageous, where several men discussed marrying a wife together, but were later severely punished by the police. This can also reflect that human life is getting better and better. In addition to food and clothing, new needs are constantly emerging. When asked, Jiang Ning learned that Yu Yin had entered the military department to work. Although she was only a civilian, her performance was remarkable. She couldn't help but ponder for a while. A weak and sick woman wanted to live for more than 10 years in the end times. She must have her extraordinary qualities. It is impossible to be a simple and ignorant little white rabbit. Jiang Ning vaguely felt that maybe one was willing to fight, and the other was willing to be beaten. This love was perfect, and would not harm anyone. Based on her understanding of young Master Rong, Jiang Ning was happy to see it happen. Of course, this was not the point. What she wanted to think about was Qin Chuan's business plan. The family did not shy away from it. Jiang Ning told the brother and sister directly, and then asked Dowdu, "What do you think?" Dowdu carefully considered. "Sister-in-law, we have been separated from Uncle Qin for many years, and he has just come to Fengcheng without any foundation. Even if we are interested in cooperation, we don't have to rush. It's not too late to wait for a year or two to see how far Uncle Qin can achieve from scratch before making a decision." Her words comforted Jiang Ning. As an old acquaintance, Dowda helped as much as she could, but she knew the limits very well, and did not use any backdoors because of Qin Mu's relationship. She knew the limits very well. Making money is a must, but choosing a partner should be more cautious. The advantage is her, so there is no rush. At night, the couple lay on the bed and talked pillow talk. Hui was very pleased with Dowda's growth. "Aining, thank you." Compared with his increasingly outstanding sister, he couldn't help but think of her fate in her previous life. Life starts over again, with a different fate. But if she hadn't met Jiang Ning, and he had taken Dowdu to survive, she would never have been as outstanding as she is today. Not only Huishan, but Jiang Ning also felt the same way. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't have been able to completely reconcile with her past self. Jiang Ning took the initiative to hug him. "Huishan, it's great to meet you." Huishan's heart was full of joy. "Aining, you are my luck." The two were very satisfied with the current situation. And even if the future was uncertain, they agreed to go hand in hand. This time, Jiang Ning was quite busy, and didn't even have time to take care of Rong Sanshao. The red brick house of the special salvage team has been built. The housewarming party will be held every day for 12 days. Not to mention that she has to prepare 12 gifts. In addition to Jiang Ning, there are only 2 female members in the team. The other uncles don't even know what to prepare for the new house. They come here stupidly to learn from others. Why learn from Sister Ning's house? After visiting the site, I almost emo. Table lamp, refrigerator, range hood, induction cooker, air conditioner. So what if the points are amazing? You can't buy the appliances you want, seeing that they are really short of daily necessities. Jiang Ning is too lazy to look for them, so he simply gives each of them a set as a gift. Bowls, chopsticks, plates, military lunch boxes, kettles, coffee machines, coffee cups. All of them are bought in the Arctic. Anyway, they can't be used up at home, so it's better to share happiness with others. Xiaomei doesn't have to go on missions when she is pregnant, so she comes here to eat and supplement the nutrition for the baby in her belly. Jiang Ning really doesn't know what to say. It's okay to raise a son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, but now even a grandson has to be raised? Alas, I really don't know what sin I have committed. I'm going to be a grandmother soon, and I have nothing wrong except being soft-hearted. Jiang Ning took out the steaming leg and secretly fed it to Xiaomei. Eat it quickly. Don't let your father see it. After the family feast, Jiang Ning took out the dried herbs from the space and sent them to Zheng Weili and Ding Qi. After solving the problem of food and clothing, the two were full of anticipation for pregnancy and actively exercised to regulate their bodies. Not only were they active, but even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu went to check their bodies. Compared with the reunion, their eyes had more expectations. If you can have children, have them. If you can't, don't force yourself. When we get old, we can take care of each other. After more than a decade of natural disasters, many things have become more open-minded, and their mentality has gradually become calmer. Zhang Chao and Li Yu warmly entertained Jiang Ning after get-off work. Compared to when she first came, the family's food has improved a lot. There are 2 women of childbearing age in the family. If they want to buy poultry, they can not only get discounts, but also do not need to register in advance. If you have children, the government will provide special care for you in both work and life. In short, giving birth is glorious. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this was reality. They killed a live chicken, stir-fried half with green peppers, the other half with black fungus, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. They knew Jiang Ning didn't need any, but this was their sincerity in entertaining him. They ate and talked, and Lu Yu had a lot to say. Ning, thank goodness you salvaged the communication equipment. I finally have the opportunity to use my expertise. Although he is a gigolo, software programming is really his specialty. Lu Yu is particularly talented in this field. Even if he has been abandoned for more than 10 years, he picked it up again soon. As the head of the communications department, he is now full of energy. As long as his wife has no special needs, he is either holding a technical book to study or trapped in the world of programming. Zheng Weili was speechless. Ning, do you know how outrageous he is now? He shouts codes in his dreams at night. Chapter 634. Lily, you should congratulate me. Facing Zheng Weili's dissatisfaction, Lu Yu said glibly, in addition to loving you, I finally found my own value. It's a pity that he was not born a few years earlier. Otherwise he would be a legend in the IT industry. Flirting in public at such an old age. Only this couple can do it. It was still early after dinner, so Jiang Ning went for a walk on the farm. Just met the technicians from the fertilizer factory. They brought 2 bags of freshly baked fertilizers, and wanted the farm to test the product effect. The technician is a latecomer, relying entirely on the technical data and videos saved with the machine to learn by himself. He produced while exploring, and then set up a test field on the farm for comparison, hoping that feedback can be given in time. Fertilizer is related to the harvest of crops, and Dowdu is responsible for following up. She observes every day, and is communicating with the technicians. She is so young and beautiful, like a dazzling gem. Listening to her gentle and sweet words, the technicians' ears are red. They are still crossing the river by feeling the stones, and the fertilizers they make need to be improved, but they are confident that they can make qualified products. Jiang Ning did not disturb them, but climbed to the top of the mountain. The mulberry forest is very large, and silkworms have been successfully raised there. When they come back next time, mulberries can be picked. Around dusk, Lang Xi and Go Lung happily ran up the mountain to pick up the shit shoveler. Coming back from another road, he saw that the breeding farm also enclosed a large area of land, and was working on the orchard chicken project. Rong Tingting is serious about her career. Although she is shy when dating people, she is vigorous and resolute at work. Her work ability is far better than Rong Deshao. She expanded the breeding farm several times in a short period of time, and also negotiated the down project with the textile factory. Jiang Ning wanted to test her. Tingting, what are your plans for the future? After the ordeal, Rong Tingting became more and more confident. Sister Anning, the 6 cities plan has been launched. They are not self-sufficient now, and the materials have to be allocated from Fengcheng. But long-distance transportation consumes too many resources. Agriculture is the easiest to copy. Why don't we follow their expansion and always keep the agricultural products firmly in our own hands? After being with Uncle San for a long time, although he didn't say it explicitly, it was not difficult for Rong Tingting to guess Jiang Ning business ambitions. Having experienced the end of the world, she knew very well that controlling the food bag meant controlling the right to survive. Jiang Ning liked her intelligence and ambition. Do you have confidence? As long as Sister Anning gives me a chance. I have confidence. It's easy to say, but it's difficult to execute. But you can make plans in advance. Rong Tingting didn't expect that she would actually give her such a big plan. She suppressed her excitement and said, I will work with Daodu. Jiang Ning nodded. Division of labor and cooperation. Before leaving, she didn't forget to make a promise. Come on. I'm optimistic about your potential and future. Rong Tingting was like a chicken with blood, not even caring about the fish in the pond. If she had the chance to return to a wealthy family, why would she spend energy raising fish? Why marry into a wealthy family? She wanted to be a wealthy family and strive to squeeze into the ranks of aristocratic families. When she came back from the farm, she found Rong Sanshao lying at the door with a complaint. Sister, you don't love me anymore. You want to die. Frightened, Jiang Ning immediately looked around, afraid that someone would hear and see her and think that she had a problem with her sexual behavior. Rong Sanshao complained even more. You've been back for so long, and you haven't thought about me. Jiang Ning got goosebumps all over her body and glared at him fiercely. Speak properly. Mr. Rong felt wronged, thinking that she was partial to one and unconditionally favored the sharp-nosed monkey. Jiang Ning opened the door and said meaningfully, You are so dating that you even forget to eat for free. Is this true love? Mr. Rong was surprised. Sister, you found out? Well, how does it feel to change shoes for your girlfriend? Mr. Rong was not shy. Changing shoes for your girlfriend. What's there to be embarrassed about? Jiang Ning didn't want to ask. But considering the relationship between the Gu family and the Yu family, he still said, Are you playing around or serious? He has too many criminal records, and it's hard to believe that he is sincere. Young Master Rong chewed on a cucumber. Sister, your words hurt my heart. I have a sincere heart for Yin, and we are dating for the purpose of getting married. Why did Jiang Ning not believe it? It's good. Otherwise, Master Yu will cut you into pieces, and even my father will not be able to protect you. Sister, you don't believe me? Feeling her contempt, young Master Rong felt unhappy. I have always valued feelings. Once I make up my mind, it will last a lifetime. Yes, he values feelings. I don't know who the nightingale sang for at the beginning. He ordered at least a dozen young models. He dated a pink diamond girlfriend worth 80 million. He said that he had settled down, but he didn't even look for his girlfriend when she was blown away by a typhoon. It was just a complaint in his mind. Jiang Ninka didn't say it out loud. After all, the second generation is now the head of the military secretariat. He doesn't care about his face. Besides, it's all old accounts before the natural disaster. Even if he wants to be unfaithful now, he has no resources. But Rong Sanshao was not happy. Why did his sister care about the sharp-mouthed monkey in various ways? But he was sarcastic and mocked constantly. We are all younger brothers, so don't be too obvious about your double standards. Sister, if I marry Yin, it won't harm anyone. Jiang Ning knew. Of course, if you like her, treat her well, and I give you a big gift when the time comes. Rong Sanshao's eyes lit up at that moment. What gift? Keep it a secret. You know when the time comes. No way. No way. Is this what he has always wanted? If so, this marriage must be concluded. Sister, it's not easy to woo Commander Yu's daughter. You have to lend a hand. Jiang Ning was stunned. No. Chasing girls is very easy for a playboy like him, who has been around so many girls. Young Master Rong smiled at his only sister, and his smile was particularly mean. Jiang Ning realized later that he was asking her for something. No. It's fine if she raised a ruthless man in his offspring. But why does she have to raise him now? Young Master Rong was shameless. Sister, Yu-in is not an ordinary person. She grew up in the military zone and has seen all kinds of big scenes. I have to use my big moves to chase her. Jiang-ning, who was fleeced, Sister, you and your husband should not be ignorant of the hunger of the hungry. I am already this old. And I don't even have a wife who understands my feelings. Yes, he has no wife. But who made him work so hard in the first half of his life, and overdrawn the blessings of this life before the natural disaster. Rong San-shao doesn't care, and he is ready to stay if she doesn't pay the bride price. He deserves to be single and has no wife. They are all troublesome people. Jiang-ning is really speechless. It seems that if he doesn't fleece them, these idiots will really not leave. Wait! I want to kill him! Chapter 635. Jiang-ning entered the house, thinking about what dowry to give. She picked 2 dresses. A pure and conservative little white dress suitable for first love, and a black sexy suspender, which can be closed and amused. Girls should be nicer to themselves, and underwear should be given. Rong San-shao has been through many flowers, and Yu-in has to use some tricks to win his heart. Jiang-ning suddenly remembered that she had worn the uniform she found from the live broadcast company to seduce, and Huishan's reaction was very strong at that time. She searched for a long time, and found something suitable for Ding-yin. Then, there were hairpins, bracelets, necklaces and so on. It was indeed a bit too much. But who made me take his 3 top-level armored vehicles and pink diamonds? And now he is fighting for me. Oh! What a sin. She filled a box and put it in front of him. I give you everything at the bottom of the box. Rong San-shao was really rude. He searched in front of Jiang-ning, and he was not embarrassed at all when he found a sexy uniform. Sister, why is there nothing for me? Jiang-ning was speechless. He really dared to speak. No. She was really unhappy. I find your brother-in-law later. Rong San-shao left with the box and happened to meet Huishan halfway. Brother-in-law, my underwear is torn and my slippers are broken. The crying child gets the milk. The second generation is used to asking for help from Mr. Rong. He doesn't feel ashamed at all in front of his brother-in-law. I'm planning to get married with Shaolin. I don't even have a groom suit. My sister asked me to find you. I think it's okay to wear a suit and leather shoes. There's no need to have a brand name. What do you think? Brother-in-law? Huishan was confused. What could he say? He could only say politely that he would go back and look for it. Thank you, brother-in-law. Whether I can get married depends on you and sister. Really? Jiang-ning admired Mr. Rong very much. He highly suspected that his high blood pressure and heart disease were caused by this dandy temperament. What a wasteful thing. He scolded her. But he still gave it to her in the end. A few days later, Mrs. Yu came to visit with her daughter. Yu-in had a bow hairpin in her hair. Her complexion improved, and the corners of her mouth were filled with smiles. I don't know if she was trapped in the sweetness of love, or walked out of the haze of surviving a disaster, and had infinite vision for the future. But no matter which one it was, Jiang-ning was amazed at how capable young Master Rong was. 2 days before the voyage, another emergency broke out. The Russian bear is coming. They came in an old, shabby submarine, wanting to exchange for crops and poultry. Davari. They are indeed a fighting nation, but their technology is relatively backward, and their hardcore weapons are almost gone in natural disasters. There is really nothing to show for it, so they can only talk about Davari and keep playing the emotional card. We are all red flames. Shoulder-to-shoulder revolutionary friendship. Good neighbors for decades. All with their strategic partners. He kept saying compliments, but in fact, he was even more innocent, and only brought a nuclear warhead. That shabby submarine. It felt like parts could fall off at any time, which made Defense Minister Shao feel sad. It was really not easy for the Davari family. It's hard to say whether it will be used or not, but Big Brother's kindness is appreciated. Billions of people in the world were wiped out by natural disasters and the end of the world. Which of the survivors is not great and worthy of respect? It is related to the revival of human civilization. And the Russian bear also shoulders the responsibility. Gu Tinglin considered it again, and finally decided to exchange. As I said, a triangular relationship is the most stable. They and Eagle Sauce are on the same continent, and it is best to be evenly matched. If one side grows stronger, the other side loses, which is disadvantageous to Fengcheng or Huacheng. They exchanged, but not much was given. Poultry only gave 3 yellow chickens. considering that Mao Xiong is an expert in growing potatoes and corn. These two are indispensable. There are also some common herbs, but there are really not many. As for the rest, everything will be seen in the future. It is not too late to give more. How can you give all your wealth to others at once? The corners of Mao Xiong's mouth twitched violently. But when he learned that the eagle sauce would need 20,000 cubic meters of oil to exchange for it, he felt much more balanced. It's better to be stingy than to have nothing. After thinking it over, Mao Xiong left happily. Half a month after the special salvage team left, the dog owner came. I don't know who spread it. Anyway, everyone knows that there is a treasure in Fengcheng. How to say it? The dog owner is the illegitimate child of God and Bai Yueguang. And he is the apple of everyone's eye. This time he was not born in a pile of oil, but sitting on a mountain of gold. Gold ore, the kind with high purity, can almost be used as gold. 2 large ships were pulled over, saying they wanted to exchange. Gold ore is indispensable for industrial development. Gu Tinglin, upholding the humanitarian spirit, exchanged it again. In the second month, kangaroos and maple leaf came over in groups. They were actually not far from Fengcheng, less than 1,000 nautical miles away. They came with nothing, but they asked for a lot. Gu Tinglin didn't even need to say anything. Ding Qi from the military defense department ordered to expel them every time they saw them, and didn't give them a chance to dock at all. If they refuse to leave, we will just fire. For the last mission, the special salvage team was extra careful and wanted to complete the salvage plan perfectly. As they wished, they encountered some minor difficulties in salvaging the firebox, but they were successfully solved due to their rich experience. After salvaging the last one on the task list, the team replaced 2688 and turned back to Fengcheng. When they were free, they called Sister Ning because they were short of one person. As long as all the members had good acting skills, they could get a delicious meal. The team members chatted about which unit they would be assigned to after landing and how to start a new life. The special salvage team will not disband. They will return to the sea to continue the story, just temporarily resting. After the day shift, Jiang Ning and Huishan went back to the room to rest, to start a new life. Everyone is in a good mood. Huishan came out of the bathroom with his hair wiped, hugged Jiang Ning waist from behind, lowered his head, and kissed her neck. Do you want it? This voyage has not been asked for before. After his teasing, Jiang Ning was interested. Yeah. The submarine room was cramped and not very soundproof, and the two kissed reluctantly and entered the space. Huishan grabbed her hand and brought it to his body. The experienced drivers knew how to please each other and soon fell on the bed. With a burning breath, Huishan propped himself up to pull the bedside table. Jiang Ning held his hand and looked deeply into his eyes. Mr. Hua, let's have a baby. Huishan was stunned for a long time before he understood what he meant. He was silent for a while before saying, Is it risky to have a baby? Having a baby is definitely risky. But miscarriage, malposition of the fetus, or dystocia are no longer a problem with Fengcheng's current medical resources. Huishan was still worried. Aining? How sure are you? He couldn't help but think of Xiaomin who died in childbirth. If he had to use her life to exchange, he would rather not have a child. Silly. Colds also have mortality rates. And people who don't pay attention when eating can also choke to death. But the proportion is so small that it can be ignored. I am a doctor myself, and there are medical equipment in the space, so there won't be a big risk. Jiang Ning stroked his hand. We are not young anymore. If we don't want it now, we may not have a chance in a few years. Do you want a child that belongs to us? Huishan didn't hesitate. Yes. Jiang Ning turned over and sat on him. Then start tonight. Chapter 636. In fact, Jiang Ning had already thought it through before sailing, and had taken folic acid for 3 months to prepare for pregnancy. After calculating, it was just the ovulation period. Perhaps because he had a goal. Huishan was full of energy. The two stayed in the space for several hours. I don't know if it was because he didn't hold an umbrella and felt too deep, or he wanted to ensure that he completed the task. Jiang Ning was like a small boat sailing in the huge waves. The waves were running and surging. It could capsize at any time. I want to drown on him. Huishan changed his sultry nature and whispered a lot of words into her ear, which was totally unlike him. Jiang Ning was ashamed and angry because of the flirt. And men really have bad natures. She slept until the afternoon of the next day before she recovered. What Jiang Ning didn't know was that she bit Huishan several times when she was excited. The bite was on the neck, and it couldn't be covered, causing single dogs to wail all over the place. It was too bullying, and dog abuse was not like this. Hua, the old driver, was very steady and said calmly, "You will know when you get married in the future." Feeling tired and weak, Jiang Ning went into the space to take a hot bath, drank a glass of freshly squeezed juice to refresh himself, and ate something to fill his stomach. Sitting on the sofa, he fell asleep again. When he came out, Huishan had already finished get off work, browsing his phone, reading, chatting, turning off the phone to sleep. Huishan hand reached out to him. "Aining, it's your ovulation period now. Do you want to consolidate it?" He was so active. Just like when they first got together. Jiang Ning couldn't resist. "I'm too tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Heh. Man. Treat it as a task. Isn't it proactive? Huishan hugged her in his arms. "Well, go to sleep. I won't bother you anymore." He said this, but he was looking forward to the future child in his heart. If there is fate, he hopes it will be a daughter. Thinking about it, he couldn't help kissing again. What can Jiang Ning do? Just lie down and let it go. There are still a few days before arrival, and the team members are very happy, sitting in the observation window to make dumplings. Seeing that they seemed to be discussing something, Jiang Ning walked over curiously. "What's wrong, Sister Ning?" "We are discussing that there seem to be fewer and fewer mutated marine organisms. After drifting in the ocean for almost 2 years, Jiang Ning also noticed that it was indeed the case. It is estimated that the ancient virus is constantly mutating, resulting in lower and lower toxicity, and finally it can no longer be transmitted." Zhongli said mysteriously. "I know the reason." Everyone became curious. Zhongli knew a food factory employee. The mutated fish organs are severely deformed, and eventually they cannot reproduce. Either the big fish eat the small fish, or they die of old age. "Isn't this why there are fewer and fewer mutations?" Huang Mao asked curiously. "How do they know that mutant fish cannot reproduce? Are you stupid? They kill fish every day. How can they not know whether there are eggs in the fish's stomach?" The team members thought it made sense and looked forward to it. Will marine fish be edible normally in a few years? Jiang Ning listened quietly, hoping that everything would come true. The transport ship arrived at the port smoothly. Yu Changzhen personally greeted them in a speedboat. "Welcome back. You have worked hard in the past 2 years. Fengcheng has undergone earth-shaking changes because of your efforts. 2 years is enough to change a lot." Under the setting sun, a flock of birds flew home. Jiang Ning took out a telescope and saw the dog wagging its tail desperately on the shore. The transport ship was very large, and it couldn't find Jiang Ning, but it knew she was back when it saw the ship. Jiang Ning didn't bother to unpack and took a speedboat to the shore. The dog rushed over and she hugged him. "Kola, I will never leave you in the future." Rong Sanshao drove the beautiful woman to the beach for a ride. When he saw the transport ship approaching, he immediately drove over to pick her up. "Sister, I brought Xiaoyin here to pick you and your brother-in-law." Jiang Ning would never believe him. He was obviously addicted to speeding and wanted to show off in front of Yuyin, like a male peacock spreading its tail to seek a mate. I don't know what method he used, but he actually got rid of Huishan's sunglasses. Look! Under the sunset, the combat class off-road vehicle, the suit, the sunglasses, and especially his hairstyle. It feels like they were fixed with glue. Only Yuyin fell for his tricks. If it were her, she would have been ridden by 2 big pussies long ago. Jiang Ning sat in the back seat with the dog. Rong Sanshao drove with one hand, and held Yuyin's fingers with the other hand, saying happily, "Sister, Xiaoyin and I are getting married. Congratulations. Love in the last days. If it works, it comes. If it doesn't, it breaks up. There is no need for so many tug-of-war. The combination of the two is not bad for anyone." But Jiang Ning still sighed a little. She had seen the erotic scenes of Rong Sanshao spending a lot of money and having sex with beautiful women, and she had sighed in her heart. She didn't know which woman had the ability to subdue this playboy. I really didn't expect that it was Yuyin, who was not good-looking, wearing a pure little white dress. If it was before the natural disaster, the two of them would never have hit it off in their 8 lifetimes. In fact, she and Huishan were the same. Perhaps this is the wonder of fate. This time when I came back, the scorching heat had disappeared, and it was a clear and crisp autumn day. whether it was people or crops. They had long adapted to the unpredictable climate, and life gradually became brighter, with more smiles on their faces. Every household was given land, and most people had already started to cultivate and grow crops on their own. Rong Sanshao sent Jiang Ning to the door of his house, and Ding Yin turned sideways and said to him gently, "You go back first. I have something to ask Sister Aining." Rong Sanshao leaned over and kissed her. "Well, I wait for you at home." Jiang Ning, blinded by the dog food, Ding Yin blushed shyly and pushed open the car door and got out. Guzi opened the door, and the new Sanbao came out excitedly to greet him. "Ah, Wu." After entering the house, Jiang Ning asked her to sit down. "Xiaoyin, what's the matter?" Ding Yin hesitated a little, holding the hem of her skirt tightly. "Sister Aining, Sanshao and I are going to get married soon. I want to know, do I still have a chance to have a baby?" Jiang Ning frowned slightly. "Have you been to the hospital for a checkup?" Ding Yin looked solemn. "I checked it out, and the doctor said, I. She couldn't stop crying. Perhaps Jiang Ning saved her life, and the two families had close ties. Yu Ying couldn't hold back her long-suppressed emotions, and tears fell. "Don't worry. Talk slowly. I was abroad at that time. Everything was in chaos. There was looting and burning everywhere. It was hard to survive. I was..." Chapter 637. Ding Yin was arrested several times, and her fate is imaginable. She had miscarriages, and more than once. Although she took advantage of the opportunity to kill several people, there was no medical care in the end times, and it was a miracle that she survived. The doctor said that my condition is not good, and the chance of pregnancy is not high. Ding Yin's eyes were red, and she choked with sobs. When the natural disaster came, Jiang Ning was only 19 years old, and Ding Yin was 2 years younger than her. She had been sick since childhood and was in a foreign country. She could hold on until now, which shows her inner strength. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Jiang Ning handed over a handkerchief and comforted her. The doctor just said that the chance of pregnancy is small, but it doesn't mean there is no chance at all. Besides, most people's bodies collapsed in the end times, and even after conditioning, not all women can get pregnant. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Rong Sanshao can pull you out of the mud pit, and you must believe that he is not such a superficial person. Ding Yin bit her lip tightly. Her expression was depressed and sad. Jiang Ning held her cold hand. "Does he know your situation?" Ding Yin nodded. "I know." "Then why worry? You are getting married soon. You are in a good mood. Let everything go. You may get pregnant someday." Ding Yin hesitated. "Sister Aining, I have taken medicine for several months, but my period still hasn't come. Take your time. You will get better." Jiang Ning counseled her. "When you are free, bring the medicine to me. I will help you find a way to adjust your body faster." Ding Yin believed her. "Thank you. Sister Aining, what are you thanking me for? Our two families are close. You and I are sisters without any blood relationship." After sending him to Ding Yin, Jiang Ning petted the dog to her heart's content. Sanbao is already very big. It is estimated that he will be sent to the dog training center soon. After taking a bath and sleeping for a while, Jiang Ning was too lazy to cook and directly took out the food he had stored from the space. The two were so ruthless that they could not speak. One went to pick up Grandpa, and the other went to pick up Grandma. "Woof woof woof. Ah, woof. Hurry up. Hurry up. There is meat to eat when you go back." Someone tipped off Gu Tinglin, so he dared not leave work late. Seeing him coming to work on time, Defense Chief Xiao joked. "Chief, is my daughter back?" Gu Tinglin laughed. "Yes, she is back." Huishan and Daodu also came back at dinner time, and the family had dinner happily. Gu Tinglin was particularly happy that his daughter and son-in-law would not have to go out to sea for a long time. "You have worked hard in the past 2 years, and you should have a good rest next time." After dinner, Jiang Ning examined Gu Tinglin, and Xu Xueqing cleaned up the housework and brought food to the ungrateful people. The father-in-law and son-in-law were in the study room counting the specific materials salvaged in the past 2 years, and the sister-in-law sat on the sofa and ate a fruit plate. Jiang Ning asked with concern, "Daodu, every household in Fengcheng now has a private plot. How is the farm business?" "It's still tight." Daodu told her about the current situation. Residents grow vegetables, potatoes and sweet potatoes in their private plots. If the climate is stable, it can barely solve the problem of hunger. But the government has no grain reserves. Grandpa, he asked me to adjust the planting structure. Plant less vegetables. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, jade beans, wheat, beans and other varieties. And expand the scale of medicinal materials, cotton, and mulberry trees. In addition to feng chung, a lot of materials must be supported in the 6 cities. Even if the 6 cities have planting plans, they will not be saturated within 5 years. Dowda thought for a moment. Sister-in-law. Several groups of people have started buying land recently. They want to engage in agriculture or breeding. And the Agricultural Bureau has approved it. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Who are they? They are all related to the military or the government. The scale of the land they buy is not large. Only a few dozen acres per family. Unlike his family, which has reached 10,000 acres. The government hates monopoly the most, which is not good for future development. Jiang Ning said generously. A monopoly family is a hero in troubled times and a hindrance in prosperous times. The development of multiple companies is healthy. If you eat meat, you have to let others drink the soup. Otherwise the pot will be smashed sooner or later. It is not difficult to imagine who is standing behind them. Jiang Ning has the grace to tolerate others, as long as they don't ride on her neck and bully her. Feeling a little tired, Jiang Ning turned off the lights and went to bed early. It was unknown what the father-in-law and son-in-law talked about. And Huishan didn't come back until late at night. Jiang Ning was woken up in the morning, and he opened his eyes in a daze, only to find that it was already bright outside. Zheng Weili came over early. Aining? Brother Shen? Jiang Ning got up and washed up, and came out to find that the ruthless man was already entertaining guests. One opened the refrigerator, and the other bit into a cucumber, signaling Zheng Weili to eat quickly. Zheng Weili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You two have become spirits? Jiang Ning thought she had something urgent to do, but she said happily, Aining, the government opened the Civil Affairs Bureau a month ago, and we waited for you to come back and planned to go together to get the certificate. Civil Affairs Bureau? Jiang Ning was a little surprised. Men are similar. They have 2 idle food in their hands. Today they find this one. Tomorrow they tease that one. They all have no certificate. And their relationship is very chaotic. There are often fights with each other and bloody, which makes our police station exhausted. There are more men than women, and no responsibility for not having a certificate, because fights caused by the behavior of men and women are frequent. If this continues, it will affect harmonious development. The government once again put the Civil Affairs Bureau on the stage, hoping to completely solve and restrict the problem of men and women. After so many years of natural disasters, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu have not obtained a certificate. Now that there is a chance, they will wait for Jiang Ning to come back and get a certificate together. Look! He came early. Jiang Ning had no objection, and Huishan was even more happy to see it happen. They agreed to meet at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Jiang Ning went into the house to dress up. Not only did she pick nice clothes, she also put on makeup, and instantly looked several years younger. She also picked a set for Huishan. There was no favoritism, and clothes were also prepared for Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others were already waiting. When they saw Jiang Ning and Huishan, their mouths almost fell open. In the end of the natural disaster, how could people be so different? Jiang Ning handed them the bag with clothes. Hurry up and get ready. Take nice photos. Registration is very simple. Take an electronic photo and save it, and then enter the fingerprints of both parties. For the time being, you can't get the red book, and you can get it when the conditions are suitable in the future. But there is a video of swearing to become husband and wife. After sleeping together for more than 10 years, they no longer blush when reciting vows. But it is better to have a sense of ritual. Zhang Chao was happy that he finally married his sister. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Yu basked in the sun and said happily, Aining, we 3 are really lucky to be together today. We grew up together in an orphanage, got the marriage certificate together today, and will grow old together in the future. Zheng Weili corrected him. This is not luck. If Aining hadn't been able to save us several times in a row, we would not even have bones left. How can we stand here today to register for marriage? Jiang Ning smiled. The natural disaster is over, and our new life has begun. After returning home, She took a nap, while Huishan went to the dock to hand over the fire box. When she woke up at noon, Dowdu was at the farm, and the ruthless man took his cub and ran away. After oversleeping, Jiang Ning was a little dazed, and couldn't tell whether he was floating on the sea or at home. After being idle for a while, he had nothing to do, and always felt that he should do something. The climate is still unpredictable, but the limit value is constantly decreasing. The natural disaster should be over, and now it is in the recovery period. While eating fruit, Jiang Ning wandered into the space and roughly counted the existing supplies. His eyes accidentally fell on the hibernation chamber, and he felt that it was time to do an experiment. Chapter 638. Not knowing biotechnology, Jiang Ning did not open the warehouse rashly, but repeatedly looked at the function button. This is not a joke. If the program is wrong or the wrong button is pressed, the sleeping animal may never wake up again. I remember that when I collected the dormant warehouse, there seemed to be a box of information. Jiang Ning searched for a long time and finally found it in an inconspicuous corner. There were video materials and books inside. He took it out of the space and read it carefully. Xu Xueqing got off work on time and was busy in the kitchen. Upon learning that the two had registered their marriage, although it was just a formality, Gu Tinglin was still very happy. You have been busy for Fengcheng in the past 2 years. You should take a good rest during this period and take a long vacation. You don't have to rush to report to your new position. At the dinner table, Xu Xueqing happily chatted. Old Gu, Fengcheng has a newborn today. Gu Tinglin was surprised. Did the pregnant woman give birth? She was born half a month prematurely. The fetus was in an unfavorable position and was afraid of dystocia. The doctor decisively performed a cesarean section. Both mother and daughter are safe. The baby is about 5 pounds. Except for the newborn jaundice. Everything else is quite healthy. Although it's just a child, it has given hope to many people and made the hospital more confident. After dinner, Gu Tinglin called Jiang Ning into the study. Do you want to join the military or the hospital? Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Hospital. Gu Tinglin nodded. The 6 cities plan has taken away most of the medical staff, and there is still a shortage of manpower. It will be busy if you go in now. Do you plan to rest or go to work? Jiang Ning thought for a while. I am preparing for pregnancy, so I am not suitable for super high-level work for the time being. But I can be a medical talent training. She is not bragging. In addition to learning from Mr. Li and Ma Guangyan, she has never given up in the past 10 years. In terms of medical skills, she is no worse than the doctors in clinic. Hearing that she was preparing for pregnancy, Gu Tinglin said happily, well, you can take the teaching assistant work first. There is no need to tire yourself out. It will not be too late to be busy after this stage. Jiang Ning did not want to put too much pressure on herself. Let nature take its course. It is best to get pregnant. If you can't get pregnant, don't force it. Gu Tinglin agreed. The current medical conditions are not as good as before the natural disaster. Everything depends on fate. The next day, Yu Changzheng came to visit. The wedding date of Rong Sanshao and Yu Yin was set for 5 days later. The conditions were difficult, and there was no way to send an invitation. So Yu Changzheng came to invite them. There was no wedding candy, but there were fried peanuts, and each family was given a handful to share the joy. In terms of seniority, Jiang Ning said that Rong Sanshao and Yu Yin came to visit. Rong Sanshao kept saying sister, and his eyes were shining green. He almost wrote the gift he wanted on his forehead, sister. Look at me! Jiang Ning pretended not to see it. Young Master Rong, who was madly wanting a gift, said, brother-in-law. Huishan pretended not to see it. Guzi came over and stared at young Master Rong warily. Are you trying to steal his puffy legs? In the end, young Master Rong left with resentment. After closing the courtyard door, Jiang Ning burst out laughing. Huishan said, do you want to give it back to him? Jiang Ning rubbed his forehead. Give one back. He didn't say it explicitly, but young Master Rong was cunning and nothing could be hidden from him. It was true that he was clinging to someone, but he had really worked hard in the past 2 years. He was a flexible thigh, which saved her a lot of worry. The predator has already been driven, and it is too eye-catching. Jiang Ning thought about it and decided to return the Kaibei war shield to him. 39 senior Mao Xiong technical engineers spent 3,000 hours to hand-build the brand made by Mao Xiong. It is a bulletproof SUV when it leaves the factory, which is enough for him to drive wildly. At night, living in a newly built red brick house, and sleeping on a solid wooden bed. Rong Sanshao couldn't fall asleep for a long time. My sister doesn't love him anymore. So sad. In the morning, when I was drowsy, a shocked voice came from outside. Third uncle. Come quickly. After a bad night's sleep, Rong Sanshao went out with big eyelids, wearing shorts and slippers, calling for the soul. Rong Tingting pointed outside the courtyard gate. Uncle San. What do you see there? Kai Bai battle shield? It's brand new. Rong Sanshao almost burst into tears. His car. His car. The car door was not locked. The key was in the car. And there were a lot of things in the back seat. Tens of thousands of dollars worth of sunglasses. Shiny hair oil. Slippers that felt like stepping on shit. Red underwear. Floral shirt. And cropped pants. All of them were new. Even the tags were not removed. Young Master Rong sat in the car like a wandering soul. And suddenly burst into laughter. Laughing until tears came out. And then he pounded the steering wheel with both hands. Rong Tingting was frightened by his madness. Stepped back and asked young Master Rong in a low voice. Uncle, is third uncle crazy? Young Master Rong was already used to it. Your third uncle loves cars like his life. He is just too excited. Nothing happened. Rong Tingting was curious. Where did the car come from? You don't care where it comes from. It's your third uncle anyway. Rong Tingting had never seen third uncle so out of control, and went out to work suspiciously. Glancing back as she walked, the gas tank was full, and young Master Rong drove 2 laps outside the city before he calmed down. Sitting on the roof, looking at the magnificent sea, it took a long time for his surging mood to calm down. A natural disaster caused the Rong family to go from prosperity to decline, and only 3 of the dozens of people survived. Life and death. Stepping on potholes, scattered like mud. Looking at the ebb and flow of the sea, young Master Rong took a few puffs of tobacco, and then slowly exhaled the white mist. He promised the old man that the Rong family would make a comeback. Keep your promise. Bored during the vacation, Jiang Ning took the dog out for a walk in the square after dinner. The sharp-nosed monkey was still helping his wife to attract customers. When he saw her, he greeted her openly. Sister, you're back. Jiang Ning sat down to rest. How are you doing recently? Very good. The sharp-nosed monkey was full of energy. With your and Daodu's care, our business is pretty good. The boss is already building a red brick house. Mei Li and I will be able to live in a new house if we work hard for another half a year or so. The sharp-nosed monkey made her a pot of honeysuckle tea. Sister, Qin Mu has been transferred to another city. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. When did it happen? The sharp-nosed monkey is very shrewd. When he asked this question, wouldn't he think that she was behind it? Daodu didn't say it, so Jiang Ning really didn't know. The sharp-nosed monkey sat down next to him. The mission he took was very dangerous, but it was easier to get promoted. The boss was worried to death. Just such a precious child, making people nervous every day. What can Jiang Ning say? Xiaomu is an adult. He has to be responsible for his own choices. She has never given birth to a child, but she has raised a child, which is indeed not easy. Jiang Ning understands Qin Chuan's concerns as an old father, but she also believes in Daodu, and doesn't want to interfere in the affairs of young people. How long have you been gone? More than 2 months. Daodu didn't mention it, so it's hard to tell that he's busy with the 10,000-acre farm every day. Jiang Ning said directly. Daodu has clearly expressed to me and his brother that he has no plans to fall in love or get married for the time being. Yes, young people should be brave and fight. When Xiaomu gets a higher rank, he can better protect his family. Sharp-nosed monkey tried to smooth things over. When my son grows up, I let him join the army, but he won't be as useless as his father. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, drank tea and ate cakes, and then went home after a break. It was still early to come back, so she dragged Huishan to watch a video about the hibernation chamber. But the lullaby was too powerful, and she fell asleep in a short while. Huishan carried her back to the room to rest, and stayed to continue studying. After watching it repeatedly for 2 days, and making sure they had mastered the technology, the two began to enter the space to operate. Chapter 639. I didn't dare to open the rare ones, but chose to start with the rabbit. Huishan pressed the button of the hibernation chamber, and started the program operation. After a few minutes, the cover of the hibernation chamber was opened. The two people wore protective clothing and fished out two rabbits, one male and one female, and put them aside without any movement. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel disappointed. Did Eagle Sauce's hibernation technology fail? Huishan thought for a while. Put it in the black soil garden to try? So, the rabbit was thrown into the black soil garden. After waiting for a long time, there was still no response. It was probably an immature technology and failed. The wait was a bit unbearable. The two were busy with farm work and picking fruits nearby. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ning, who was squatting and cutting herbs, suddenly felt something at his feet and subconsciously lifted his foot to move it away. Looking sideways, he saw the fat rabbits being knocked over. Jiang Ning was stunned, and then exclaimed, "Alive! They are alive!" Well, Xiao Jiangjiang's technology is still worthy of recognition. Huishan's ability to understand is also very good. Unlike her who wants to sleep when she sees technology and is completely confused. Then the question is, the rabbit is alive. It is one thing. How to make it appear reasonably is another. Jiang Ning thought that the existence of the special salvage team was already unreasonable, and the appearance of rabbits should be reasonable. So, the two rabbits were taken out of the space and starved for a few days, making them wilted. Jiang Ning put the wilted rabbits in the bag, took a wolf-hearted and dog-hearted walk, went to the distant woods, and then let them bring them back with pride. Oh my god! Is that a rabbit? Wow! It's really a rabbit! How can there be a rabbit? Jiang Ning explained all the way back. They were caught in the woods. Lieutenant Colonel Jiang. Can wild rabbits reproduce? I don't know. I try my best. In a short time, everyone in Fengcheng knew that there were wild rabbits in the woods, and they were caught by the chief's dog. For a long time, residents were keen to go to the woods, and many even set traps, hoping to catch rabbits. But there was not even a rabbit hare. The rabbits were kept at home, and soon they went from 2 to 8, and then to more than 10. Those who don't know may think that rabbits lay eggs quickly, but in fact, they are all taken out of the sleeping chamber, so there is no need to worry about inbreeding. When the number is almost enough, they will be handed over to Rongtingting to be raised in the breeding farm. I believe that they will grow wildly in a short time. Of course, this is all later. The wedding date of Rong Sanshao and Ding Yin arrived as scheduled, and 20 tables were set up. Most of the guests are from the military, and there is no shortage of middle and high-level people. After all, Rong Sanchao's status is not low, not to mention the face of the division commander, and he wants to take this opportunity to get closer to the chief's home. Jiang Ning put makeup on Ding Yin. There was no wedding dress, but Mrs. Ding found fabric to make a red cheongsam. This was the first wedding in Fengcheng, and it was a big one. The man wore a suit and the woman wore a Chinese wedding dress. They followed the Chinese wedding process, bowing once, twice, and 3 times. It must be admitted that young Master Rong had a wide range of social contacts, not to mention the military. Even He Tianming and Ling Ju were present, and Qin Chuan and Jianzui Ho were also present. The bride and groom were surrounded by people, and everyone gave their blessings. Jiang Ning is not the bride, but she is also the center of attention, and it is difficult for her to get away. Under the multi-channel operation of Rong Sanshao, she has been lifted up to the altar. Many guests attend the wedding banquet, but they want to find an opportunity to get on Jiang Ning both. People with clear eyes are not blind. Who will be the real successor in the future? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu are smart and squeezed in to find a reason to let her get away, and sat in the corner to chat. It's called chatting, but it's actually a thank you. After conditioning, Zheng Weili and Ding Qi both had their periods. It's hard to say whether they can get pregnant, but at least it gives people some hope. He was anxious, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. Not long after, Qin Chuan came over. Sister-in-law, compared to the last time, his condition was much better. Probably because of the advice of the sharp-mouthed monkey. He has become more indifferent to his son's mission. Fengcheng is well known. Even if he encounters danger when going out, the group or camp will have some consideration or give face. Besides, Qin Mu's skills are not bad. Children will always fly when they grow up, and parents must learn to let go even if they are reluctant. Qin Chuan gradually came to his senses and started to work on his career again. He was grateful to Daodu. After his son met her, he overcame many psychological barriers and gradually grew up healthily. Everyone has fallen down when they were young, so let him learn by himself. Qin Chuan kept talking about his business. Sister-in-law, what do you think about the matter I mentioned last time? Okay. Let Ting Ting talk to you in detail another day. It is true that Jiang Ning has been drifting overseas for many years. But he is still well informed. Lu Cheng has already started planting crops. Everything is difficult at the beginning. So it is a good time to intervene. There is no shortage of pawns. Jiang Ning can just be the capital boss behind the scenes. Coincidentally, both Qin Chuan and Rong Tingting are ambitious people. Halfway through the wedding banquet, the Military Defense Department received an urgent message that the Eagle Sauce is coming again. Defense Chief Xiao did not dare to delay and quickly reported to Gu Tinglin. They said they were here to exchange supplies and brought enough 20,000 cubic meters of fuel. There are transport ships and submarines. Being too familiar with the Eagle Sauce's nature, the Military Defense Department did not dare to take it lightly. The senior military officials left the table first and called Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan away, followed by Ding Qi. The radar at the deep-sea dock was running, but no suspicious submarine or aircraft carrier was detected. The hawks who came this time were not of high rank, but they were still arrogant. The fuel has been brought, but we have to go ashore to pick the poultry ourselves. Ding Qi attended the exchange as a representative of Fengcheng. According to the agreement, we exchanged the oil and the goods at the same time. We have never agreed to your request to go ashore. Another tearing, saying that they were afraid that Fengcheng would cheat, so they deliberately picked the bad ones. The boss was not there, and there was no recording. Ding Qi, who was authorized, was not in a good mood. If you don't want to change, you can pull the fuel back. Don't talk about conspiracy theories here. You can take it or not. Yin Jiang was so angry that he vomited blood. But there was nothing he could do. Change. Wait. One day, according to the agreement, Yin Jiang's transport ship entered the port to unload. But except for the driving team, no military personnel were allowed to enter. At the same time, a batch of chickens, ducks, geese and fertilized eggs were delivered. Yin Jiang was afraid that Fengcheng would do something bad. So he brought a livestock expert over and whispered, "Can you find evidence that this batch of poultry came from the hibernation warehouse?" The livestock expert knew a lot and believed in God. He shook his head decisively. Different species. No evidence. The Eagle Sauce gnashed his teeth. But there was nothing he could do. After the exchange was completed, Ding Qi sent the Eagle Sauces away, waving with a smile. Welcome back. Not many people left the wedding banquet. But is it easy to get married in the end of the world? You only get married once in your life. Whether it is to give face to the Yu family or the Gu family, important figures from the military or the government came. It was an important opportunity for young Master Rong to expand his network. The result? Damn Eagle Sauce. Anyway, the wedding was over. Although the house was quite large, young Master Rong and Ting Ting were very sensible and went out for a walk early after dinner. Young Master Rong was walking and suddenly started crying. Rong Ting was puzzled. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. The third child finally got married. If your grandparents know about it, they should rest in peace." It has been so long that Rong Ting's memory of her grandparents has become vague. But she knows what she wants, whether for herself or for the family. "Uncle, do you want to get married?" She raised her head slightly and asked. "Our family is now up, and not everyone can step on it. There are several women on the farm who are interested in you. They don't have much status. If you want to find another one, my third uncle, and I will support you." Young Master Rong shook his head. Ting, I'm already old. Even if I marry those women again, I can't have children. It's good enough to have you and the third child to carry on the family line. They came to me for a stable life. There's no real love. There's no need to bother. After more than 10 years of natural disasters, young Master Rong had seen the evil of human nature and had long since let it go. He knew the responsibilities of the third child and Ting, and he didn't want to cause trouble for them because of his limited ability. Rong Ting didn't persuade him anymore. What her uncle had seen, she had also seen with her own eyes. The marriage of the third uncle and the third aunt made her understand more deeply that there is not so much love in the end times, but only the interests of the well-matched people. If the third uncle had not borrowed the help of Sister Aining, would the Yu family be so satisfied with him? Seeing the essence, she is now focused on her career. When she becomes a wealthy family, even if there is no fish pond, the fish will rush forward and swim over. It was a false alarm. and Jiang Ning went home early. The two of them had a long vacation and lived a very leisurely life. Huishan went into the kitchen to cook dinner. During the meal, knowing that Jiang Ning loved to eat fish heads, he deliberately put some in her bowl. Jiang Ning suddenly felt a little nauseous. "Eat it yourself." At night, Huishan came out of the shower and found that Jiang Ning had fallen asleep. The time was good, and he was in a good mood. He dimmed the bedside lamp and put his hand into her clothes. Jiang Ning was awakened and slapped his hand away in a daze. "I don't want to." Huishan hugged her in his arms. "Did you have your period?" Jiang Ning thought for a while. "It seems to be due 2 days ago. Can it be tested?" Huishan was a little skeptical. "You seem to be in a bad mood recently. Always feeling sleepy and wanting to sleep." These words made Jiang Ning suddenly energetic. "It's impossible to get pregnant in one try. Right?" She thought it would take at least half a year. After all, she was over 30 years old. And it was not easy to get pregnant. She was a little confused these days, and didn't pay much attention to her period. Jiang Ning didn't stock up on pregnancy test sticks. But she bought too many for free in the early years. So she didn't know if she had any. The two searched for a long time, and unexpectedly found a few boxes. After waiting for several minutes, 2 red lines really appeared. Huishan was excited. "Are you pregnant?" "In theory, yes. But pregnancy test kits are not necessarily accurate. And it's night now. So the chance is 50%. This situation is normal." Jiang Ning didn't dare to be happy too early. "Try it again tomorrow morning. You're definitely pregnant." Huishan was extremely confident. "We've done it many times. The chance is very high." Jiang Ning didn't know what to say. After turning off the lights, Jiang Ning fell asleep quickly with a calm mind. But Huishan, who had a strong psychological quality, suffered from insomnia. The next day, he was woken up early and tested again. And there were still 2 red lines. For a moment, Huishan was confused. He didn't expect that the result would be completely different after he met Jiang Ning again. Not only did he find someone to be with, but he also had his own child. Others want children, and they go through thousands of difficulties and dangers to find them, but don't know. Huishan hugged Jiang Ning tightly. "Ning, thank you." He is looking forward to having a child with her. Chapter 640. Extra Coke. Jiang Ning was half asleep and was awakened by the barking outside the door. He was whining anxiously and kept scratching the door, as if there was something urgent. The hot summer was unbearable. Although her 3-month-old belly was not yet visible, it was easy to make people sleepy. The old saying that one pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years is still true. Moreover, Jiang Ning was already pregnant with her 3rd child. She felt that she was either giving birth or on the way to giving birth. She had just dreamed and could not tell whether it was her past life or this life. She only remembered that Coke's eyes were wet, and he stared at her reluctantly. When she woke up, she felt a tightness in her chest, and was completely listless. She got up and opened the door, thinking it was Kaylay who called her to get up. But it turned out to be the chubby Mantu. Mantu is Kaylay's late son, and the father and son are simply cut from the same cloth. Since he was born, Mantu has been favored by Kaylay, and he often brings his baby to Jiang Ning to make him feel present. When the baby grows up, he personally takes him to his side for rigorous training. Today he catches chicks. Tomorrow he catches hares. And Kaylay even takes him to fight with his sons and grandsons. The old father was extremely partial, and Mantu was indeed very competitive, never losing a fight. It was probably because legs ate too much. So it slowly grew into the appearance of its father when he was young. Tall, mighty, handsome, and invincible in Feng Chung. It was a well-deserved vicious dog, and pedestrians had to stay away from it. Jiang Ning had a vague bad premonition. What you fear will come true. Coke, who had mutated in a natural disaster, was many years younger, but aged very quickly. It seemed that the life accelerator had been activated. As it aged, its once smooth fur turned gray. Its eyes turned yellow and cloudy, and its movements became increasingly slow. Sometimes, Jiang Ning couldn't even respond when she called it. Its legs, which were steaming, also ate very slowly. It was slow to move and didn't like to go out, often waiting for her to come back home. Jiang Ning had a premonition, but was reluctant to accept it, until it began to disappear. It went out and never came back. Feng Chung is so big, it's not easy to find a dog. But it just wouldn't listen. Jiang Ning, panicking, looked around the yard. And sure enough, there was no trace of Kayley again. This is the third time. She hurried to the next door to find 3 naughty kids circling around Gu Tinglin. Xu Xueqing chased the 3 siblings and fed them steamed eggs. Grandma made it. It's delicious. Have another bite. 2 children in 3 years. The eldest Gu Qinjue, the second Hu Qinqian, and the third Jiang Yanyan. The second and third children are twins, which makes Gu Tinglin very happy. And even Feng Cheng is shocked. The couple originally decided not to have children, but unexpectedly got pregnant with the 4th child, who is now just 3 months old. Jiang Ning looked for him. Dad, have you seen Coke? Gu Tinglin frowned. No. Kayley is gone again? Xu Xueqing quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks. Aining. Kayley probably went out for a walk. Don't worry. Go back to the house and rest. I take Mantu out to look for him. The 3 naughty kids came over excitedly to grab his tail when they saw Mantu. Jiang Ning got angry immediately, staring at him fiercely and said, Don't grab him. I've told you so many times. Be careful of him biting you. Mantu won't bite children. But he's not Kayley. And he doesn't have human nature like his father. So he will still resist when he's anxious. Unlike Kayley, who cares about the 3 children as much as his own. He has been a dog nanny for 3 years. Cradles them, covers them with quilts, and uses them as pillows. The 3 dogs are usually spoiled by their mother. But they didn't expect to be hurt suddenly, and they pouted and wanted to cry. Jiang Ning was upset. Don't cry. Don't scare them. Gu Tinglin comforted the children and said to Jiang Ning, Don't worry. Look for it slowly. You will find it. Although Gu Tinglin has been cold all his life, the love between generations is also reflected in him. Perhaps he owed his daughter. So he made up for his feelings with his 3 children. He was kind and gentle. And he didn't even care about work. He would hold his children in his hands whenever he had time. Pregnant women have big mood swings. After scolding the children, she regretted it, and slowly squatted down to coax them. They all had to go to work. The family hired 2 nannies to take care of the children. Gu Tinglin asked them to go out and help find them. Jiang Ning went back to the room. But he couldn't calm down. His eyelids kept twitching. Not only did Coke disappear, but Bai Shui also disappeared. Manta kept humming. Jiang Ning was upset by his twitching eyelids and couldn't calm himself down at all. Finally, he went out to look for it himself. Manta led the way in front, and Jiang Ning followed slowly behind. They went to the distant forest one after another. Not long after walking, they happened to meet the Kaibai war shield coming towards them. Rong Sanshao stopped the car. Sister, where are you going? Looking for Coke. The weather was hot, and it was easy to get heat stroke if you were not careful. Rong Sanshao, who had just become a daughter slave, said considerately, Get in. I take you to look for it. Jiang Ning got into his car without hesitation. Although Rong Sanshao was a smooth talker, he was still quite reliable and drove very slowly. Manta continued to lead the way. After many twists and turns, they finally stopped at a hilltop after more than 10 kilometers. Jiang Ning heard a wolf howl. It was Bai Shui, whose voice was full of sorrow. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. It was found in a den. When he saw Jiang Ning, Kulu was extremely calm, lying quietly in the earth pit. Bai Shui squatted beside him and watched. Jiang Ning rarely cried, but tears still fell. She sat down and held Kulu in her arms. I really want to go back to the year we first met. Kayley raised his paw with great effort and gently scratched her, shoveling the shit. Jiang Ning took out the steaming leg and choked. Eat it. Kayley ate half of it and stopped eating. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ning felt stiff. It was very peaceful, even with a smile on its lips. Rong Sanshao patted her shoulder. Sister, think about it. According to the age of dogs, Kayley is already 100 years old. It's a happy funeral. It is luckier than all the dogs in the world to meet you. And we have to separate no matter how reluctant we are. Kayley left happily, so you should be happy too. Jiang Ning held Kayley in his arms and stroked his head. Jiang Ning took out a box and put Kayley in it, along with flowers and legs. When the earth was buried, Bai Shui wailed 3 times in a row, and Manta followed suit. When the car left, Manta followed. Bai Shui stood quietly in front of the grave. It was still young, with snow-white fur, just like when they met in the Arctic. Knowing that Kayle was gone, Huishan hugged Jiang Ning in his arms. Don't be sad. It trained Mantu to be like itself, and will always be with you, and has never left. Bai Shui came back on the third day, extremely thin, with dirt on her fur. During these 3 days, Jiang Ning could faintly hear the howling of wolves, and could not tell whether it was reality or a dream. For a long time after Kayle left, she was in a trance and often mistook steamed buns for Kayle. Bai Shui often disappeared, not coming back for several days, and then leaving again soon after coming back. When Jiang Ning calmed down, Huishan drove her up the mountain, and Bai Shui was indeed guarding the grave. After a few rains, weeds had grown in front of the grave. Jiang Ning took out a small shovel and planted some flowers and plants around it. Just as they were about to leave, wolves howled from the dark green hills in the distance. Jiang Ning was surprised, and then Bai Shui howled. They seemed to be communicating something. She took out her telescope and searched for a long time, and found that there were wolves on the hills in the distance. 3 wolves, or wild wolves. Hui stared at them for a while. It's Sanbao. Jiang Ning noticed something and looked down at Bai Shui. Go. You don't belong here? Take them to where you want to go. Because of Coke, Bai Shui accidentally entered the human world and accompanied them for several years. Now that Kayle is gone, it can make a new choice. Kayle should know Bai Shui's choice. Otherwise she wouldn't have left the steamed bread for her. Bai Shui wandered around, walked back and forth, and finally disappeared into the forest. Jiang Ning stared at the other side of the mountain and saw it reunite with Sanbao, howling towards this side, and then turned around and left. After returning, she asked the dog training center to start the wilding plan. After Jiang Ning gave birth to her first child, the special salvage team set sail again and accidentally found a ghost ship, on which they picked up dozens of hibernation chambers. There are dozens of sleeping animals in the dormant chamber, including cattle, sheep, horses, dogs, rabbits, chickens, ducks, geese, etc. Wolves, foxes, zebras, etc. are also among them. Fengcheng was shocked again, and it felt that the natural disaster was really over, and they could drink milk and eat beef and mutton hot pot in the future. Through the cracking of technicians, the dormant chamber was successfully opened, and the deeply sleeping animals were taken out for breeding one after another. Rabbits reproduce the fastest. Not only can they provide fresh meat, but their fur can also be made into clothes. Jiang Ning gave birth to a daughter for the 3rd time. The guilty Huishan stayed with her from beginning to end. And then, he went for sterilization surgery himself. Although they were happy, this was an accident, and they really couldn't have another child. They were afraid that her body couldn't handle it, and needed to rest. Zhang Chao came to visit. Zheng Weili had just given birth to a son, who was half a year old. And Ding Qi was 7 months pregnant, and would give birth in 2 months. The luck of catching the last train made everyone feel relieved and felt that life had more motivation. Half a year later, the release plan was officially implemented, and a group of animals were released into the mountains. Rabbits, snakes, mice, wolves, etc. Jiang Ning often went up the mountain, sometimes by himself, sometimes with steamed buns. After a heavy rain, the sky was cloudless. Jiang Ning found fresh footprints around the cemetery. They were wolf footprints, and there was more than one wolf. Mantu had a good nose and ran out. Not long after, there was a wolf howl from the opposite hill. Jiang Ning looked through the telescope and saw a white wolf flashing across the opposite side, as well as an animal that looked like a wolf but not a dog. Bai Shui came with Sanbao. Mantu rushed over, pestered Bai Shui, and acted like a spoiled child, whining. I don't know if he was expressing his longing or complaining about his mother's abandonment. Snow White has never been tamed in the future. It only stays for love, but its heart still yearns for the wild. It and Coke have many children, and there are also many grandchildren. The footprints of their descendants are all over many cities. Snow White has many reasons to stay, but still chooses to leave. However, it will come back every once in a while to see its children and grandchildren. However, the number of times is getting less and less. It seems that it is not bad to leave humans, and its eyes gradually return to the coldness when they first met. Snow White also found Jiang Ning and walked over slowly with Sanbao. When they parted, the 3 treasures were already adults. They still remembered Jiang Ning and even wagged their tails, but they were very clumsy and did not choose to approach. Manta ran back and forth between the two, whining anxiously. Jiang Ning touched its head and said with a very nasal voice, "If you want to leave, just leave with Bai Shui. Kula has been with me all my life, which is enough." Bai Shui stopped and stared at Jiang Ning for a long time, whined a few times, and left after wandering for several times. Manta was so anxious that he kept spinning, and seemed to be struggling between leaving and staying, and then ran out, walked back and forth, walked back and forth. Jiang Ning waved at it, and turned away. She missed Coke. It was really sad. That dog that pestered her to eat her steaming legs. It would never come back. She lay on the steering wheel, unable to let go for a long time. After calming down, Jiang Ning drove away. Halfway through the drive, she saw from the rearview mirror that there was a shadow running wildly behind her. The running shadow was too familiar. She had seen it countless times in her life. Jiang Ning subconsciously stepped on the brakes. It was Coke. However, it was steamed bread. I don't know if it was of its own will or because of its father's teaching, but it came back. This time, it didn't hesitate and ran towards the wind. The two met in two lives, and the feelings of life and death have long been engraved into the blood of the family. It is not easy to forget. Even though a year has passed, Jiang Ning really can't forget it. The car door opened, and the shadow pounced heavily. Jiang Ning hugged it tightly. This is the gift left by Kaylai for her. Mantu is back. Like Kaylai, it loves to stick to Jiang Ning, even if he later found a wife and had his own cubs. But wherever Jiang Ning went, Mantu would always be with him. Jiang Ning also doted on him, and secretly gave him a leg that was steaming. The four children grew up gradually. When they were young, they were naughty and ignorant. They always liked to pull Mantu's ears or tail. The fourth child even liked to lie on him. Mantu was not angry at all, but also played with the little masters very patiently. One day 2 years later, when Jiang Ning went up the mountain, he found fresh wolf footprints by the grave again. Bai Shui came back with a wolf pack on the other side of the mountain. Looking at Jiang Ning from a distance across the mountain, the wolf pack had grown to more than a dozen, and their momentum was particularly terrifying. But they never approached. Since then, Jiang Ning never saw Bai Shui again, until many years later. She found a rotting body next to the grave. The body had been rotting for several months, and it was no longer recognizable. But from the white hair, it was not difficult to guess that it was Bai Shui. It came back. Jiang Ning added a grave next to it, and was no longer alone. Chapter 641. Extra Daodu. It was light in the sky, and the sound of a cock crowing could be heard in the distance. Ah! Daodu sat up suddenly from the bed, and the thin silk quilt slipped off, revealing her white shoulders covered with red marks. She was panting. Her face was wet, and it was hard to tell whether it was sweat or tears. Shin Mu, who was beside her, was awakened and gently hugged her into his arms. Daodu, did you have a nightmare again? The two got married last night, and received many people's blessings. He had liked Daodu for more than 10 years, and she finally became his wife. He was so gentle, but she had a nightmare. Shin Mu felt that he had not done well enough. I'm fine. Daodu rubbed her forehead with a palpitation. She dreamed of her uncle's family again. She couldn't see their faces clearly, but she felt that they were hideous and wielding sharp knives to chop at her. They kept chopping and it hurt. No matter how she cried and begged, her uncle and his family didn't stop. Ever since she was hit on the head by hail, she would have this nightmare from time to time. It clearly didn't happen. Her brother and sister-in-law took good care of her and gave her endless warmth and tolerance. Every time she finished her dream, she felt extremely uncomfortable physically and mentally, and the real pain made her breathless. Many times, she suspected that she had psychological problems. She read a lot of psychology books, but still couldn't solve the problem. Shin Mu wiped her sweat. Daodu, did I make you uncomfortable? Daodu was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Since childhood, she has seen too many bad and dark human natures. The love between her brother and sister-in-law is a special case. In the end of the natural disaster, she is not willing to believe in love. Even when she saw her brother and sister-in-law showing affection, she sometimes felt lonely and sometimes envious. But she was still willing to believe what she saw. She didn't have her brother ability, nor was she as powerful as her sister-in-law, so she could only live soberly. So even though Shin Mu moved from Huacheng to Fengcheng, she was moved in her heart, but she still clearly refused. These years, she was busy like a spinning top, constantly enriching herself, and becoming more and more confident. Her brother was already the second in command of the military, and her sister-in-law was the director of Fengcheng Hospital. They were busy with work during the day and went home to take care of the children at night. Uncle Gu is still working diligently, but he is more interested in enjoying his grandchildren. And many things are left to his brother. Industry has developed rapidly in recent years. More mines have been explored, and even oil has been found. The firebox has saved many industrial design drawings or videos. With enough foundation, it will develop faster. Not to mention that Fengcheng and Huacheng have talent exchanges and integration. My sister-in-law has given many people opportunities, and they have also given back. The two have not only been lifted to the shrine, but after these years of deep cultivation, they have become an unshakable family. In terms of business alone, it includes agricultural and sideline products, mining, food, clothing, industry, pharmaceuticals, machinery, etc. These are all managed by Dowdu, who is the general manager of the entire business sector. Without the help of Tingting and others, it would be difficult to carry it. In fact, she and Qin Mu have not met frequently in recent years. After she rejected him, Qin Mu did not pester her too much, but accepted more tasks and constantly improved his abilities. At the beginning, Dowdu felt a little guilty and worried that he would be in danger when he went on a mission. He came back every few months, sometimes even half a year. Every time he came back, Qin Mu would come to see her. The two of them got along like friends, chatting and eating, and even watched a movie together. He had no disrespect, and even stopped holding hands. The nephews and nieces kept growing up, and Fengcheng became better and better. Food and clothing were no longer a problem, and the darkness of human nature that had been experienced in the end of the world was fading away. More and more smiles were blooming. Fengcheng had children being born continuously, but there were more elderly people. In recent years, it has been attracting foreign blood, including foreigners, especially older women, and the naturalization requirements would be relatively relaxed. Sanatoriums and nursing homes have been built. Those who have made great contributions to the city will be arranged by the government to live in sanatoriums, and ordinary people can live in groups or in nursing homes. The silkworm will not stop spitting silk until it dies, and the candle will not stop shedding tears until it burns out. Grandpa, he has trained many talents, but his body can no longer hold up. Even though he lived in a sanatorium for the past 2 years, his spirits are getting worse and worse. My sister-in-law often visits him to ensure that he can get the best care and medical treatment. Uncle Ling was okay in the past few years, but he is not in good health this year. There are many students who have been brought up, and people like my brother and Zhang Chao would visit them every now and then. After more than a decade of ups and downs, although they have no children, they have become a family. Darkness fades, and light always exists. The children of the brothers and sisters come here to play around, which slowly melts Dowdu's defense, especially when my brother talked to her. Dowdu, you are 28 years old this year. Don't just focus on work. If there is someone you like, and the other person is reliable, you can consider it. It's not that she doesn't have her own opinions, but she was brought up by her brother and sister-in-law, and their opinions are never wrong. Although she doesn't think her current life is bad, her brothers and sisters' lives are also pretty good. She began to ask herself, should she end her unchanging life? People's choices change with age. Tingting, the head of the new family, also got married. She changed her previous attitude of working hard. Dowdu, life with a man is not bad. If you are happy, you can be together. If you are not happy, you can kick him out. Tingting dated many men, and they broke up when they got tired of each other. But they finally got married. If I meet someone I want to marry, I marry him. If I want to divorce one day, I divorce him. Tingting smoked a cigarette. Anyway, I'm from a wealthy family now, so I'm not afraid of not getting a divorce. Being happy is the most important thing. She leaned over and told Dowdu that sometimes men can really bring happiness. Dowdu's ears turned red when she heard it. She hasn't tried it, but she's seen it online on TV, and her brother and sister-in-law also did it in her memory. Sometimes I really envy Tingting. She dares to think and do. She's quick when she's fighting, and she's very unrestrained when she's unrestrained. With so many people chasing you, why don't you like one? Tingting's flaming red lips revealed her charming charm. Why don't you try your brother Xiaomu? Qin Mu was still a little behind Dowdu. But he was definitely a leader for getting the rank of colonel at the age of 30 with his own ability. Dowdu didn't know that Qin Mu never mentioned it again. But he treated her very well every time they met. There were also many women who took the initiative to chase him. But he rejected them very straightforwardly every time. Maybe he was still waiting for her. From then on, it was out of control. It wasn't Dowdu who took the initiative, but Qin Mu was rekindled. The two of them started like this, progressing very quickly, but it seemed that they had been talking for a long time. The kind of thing that came naturally. If there is no answer, time will give it. After so many years, Jiang Ning and Huishan have seen that Qin Mu has indeed matured and stabilized. Dowdu took a deep breath, opened the window and took a deep breath, and gradually regained consciousness. Brother Xiaomu, I'm fine. It's just a dream. Chapter 642. Extra, Gu Tinglin. The Song family went bankrupt. And you were not here. I was pregnant. And you were not here. I had a miscarriage. And you were still not here. Gu Tinglin opened his eyes in confusion, staring at the woman in front of him in astonishment, as he heard the woman crying and complaining. When he saw the woman's appearance clearly, his pupils suddenly widened in shock. The woman was young and beautiful, wearing the latest season of Chanel, with delicate makeup. And even tears did not ruin her makeup. She was really young, only in her early 20s. Gu Tinglin had a splitting headache, and his whole body was spinning. Why was he here? The 4 children had grown up, and each of them was outstanding and good-looking. But in the blink of an eye, he went back to decades ago? Song Yiling grabbed Gu Tinglin's arm, her eyes full of resentment and sadness. Now I'm getting married. I hope you're still not here. The same words, the same scene, played out decades ago. The sun shone on his body, and the shadow on the ground was tall and slender. He raised his hand, which was calloused, but young and wrinkle-free. Gu Tinglin thought, is this a fantasy before dying? Or is there regret in his heart to return to his youth? Daughter and son-in-law are both excellent. Grandchildren are also well educated. He should have no regrets. No, he still has regrets. I owe Jiang Ning. I have reflected countless times that if I had been more careful, Jiang Ning would not have grown up in an orphanage and experienced so much suffering. Seeing that he didn't speak, Song Yiling panicked, afraid that he would pester her and let the Chen family discover the truth she concealed. Then not only would the marriage be cancelled, she would also become a laughing stock in the circle, and the Song family's business would go bankrupt. She gritted her teeth secretly and gently stroked her flat belly. I'm pregnant. The child is not yours. Her words were like thunder, which broke the defense of Gu Tinglin, who was full of confidence at that time. The mission was urgent and confidential, and it lasted for a year. He even rushed to see her as soon as he returned without recovering from his injuries. The special work did wrong her, but long before they confirmed their relationship, he mentioned it to her again and again, and she said it didn't matter, and she could wait for him to come back. He came back and bought an engagement ring, but the answer he got was not what he wanted. Blame himself. Reflect on himself. Let her give him a chance. But that was in the last life. And now Gu Tinglin has long been calm. When he learned the truth, he blamed and regretted, but he felt more guilty and blamed himself. Gu Tinglin grabbed Song Yiling's hand and moved it away from his arm inch by inch, calmly without any emotion. Okay. Song Yiling's tears were still rolling, and his decisive answer made her stunned on the spot. Tinglin, She fell in love with him at first sight, as passionate as a moth to a flame, thinking that as long as they loved each other, they could overcome everything. So she was brave enough to ignore the consequences. But the reality hit her hard. It turned out that she was so naive. Gu Tinglin could not solve the difficulties of the Song family. His love for her could not change anything. Song Yiling was very sad. Even if she said the words of breaking up, she still loved him. She could deceive others, but she could not deceive herself. She thought he would be in great pain and would keep her regardless of the consequences. She asked her what happened. He would help her solve all the difficulties. The two would never separate, even if he hugged her tightly and did not let go. Unexpectedly, he was so decisive, so rational that it's scary. Did he really love her? Song Yiling was unwilling and even a little angry, and blurted out the accusation. My family encountered difficulties, and when I needed you the most, I couldn't find you at all. The past was gone. Gu Tinglin didn't want to listen anymore, and didn't want to explain. Sorry. He just wanted to leave early, and find his daughter, who was cruelly thrown into the orphanage by her. He didn't want to delay even a minute. This time, he would not miss his daughter's growth again. I will protect her well, and she will not suffer the cruelty of the previous life. However, his words angered Song Yaling. Gu Tinglin, have you really loved me? If she had a choice, she would not take the path of marriage. He could not empathize with her pain at all. Why did she have to bear all the bitter fruits? And he was so calm even when breaking up. As if he was facing a stranger. Without any feelings. She was his girlfriend. And she gave birth to a daughter for him after 10 months of pregnancy. How could he let her down? It's ridiculous. She only saw everything clearly today. He never loved her. Not at all. Faced with her questioning, Gu Tinglin remained calm. You are pregnant with someone else's child, and are about to get married. Does it matter whether I loved you or not? It matters. It matters. Because she still loves him. But Song Yaling couldn't say it. She suddenly hated him, and felt that her past self was stupid and not worth it at all. How could he play with her feelings? Song Yaling raised her hand, and slapped Gu Tinglin hard. Gu Tinglin didn't dodge and took the slap. She owed it to her, thanking her for giving birth to the most lovely and heartwarming daughter. You bastard. Song Yaling burst into tears and turned away, thinking of her fate in her previous life. Gu Tinglin stopped her. You take care of yourself. Song Yaling became even more angry, and got into the red sports car and drove away. Gu Tinglin took out the engagement ring from his pocket, and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road without hesitation. Take a taxi, and go straight to the orphanage where her daughter is. When she arrived at the orphanage, Gu Tinglin was extremely anxious. I'm here to find my daughter. Jiangning. Jiangning? The staff was surprised. There is no child named Jiangning here. How could there be no child? The information could not be wrong. And Jiangning also said in person that she grew up in this orphanage. What went wrong? Gu Tinglin quickly calmed down and thought that he was misled by Song Yaling and was careless for a while. Song Yaling deliberately said that she was pregnant in order to break up. At this time, Jiangning should have been sent here for only a few months. And it is possible that she had not yet been named. He calculated the time. A baby girl about 3 months old, with a jade pendant on her body when she was sent here. Gu Tinglin described the appearance of the jade pendant, and the staff quickly got an impression, and opened their mouths to scold him. What's wrong with you as parents? You just throw away your own child. She is not a cat or dog. You really have no sense of responsibility. He apologized repeatedly, and spent a lot of time explaining. Children who enter the orphanage cannot be taken away just like that. To say that the child is your own, you need evidence. The child is really mine. If you don't believe me, you can do a paternity test. Gu Tinglin was taken to the director's office and told the whole story again. He asked with great expectation, Director, can I see the child? The director considered it again and refused. We will arrange it after the paternity test is correct. Gu Tinglin was anxious, but it was useless. The orphanage had its own concerns. He had to draw blood and wait for the results. Is the child okay? The child is very healthy. You don't have to worry. Seeing the test report, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The process was completed quickly, and Gu Tinglin saw Jiangning, who was sleeping soundly in the crib. He gently picked up the little girl and smiled sincerely, aiming. Daddy is here. Gu Tinglin kissed her on the cheek. The baby girl was awakened, staring at Gu Tinglin with her black eyes, and then giggled. Gu Tinglin's heart was warmed, and this time it was his turn to protect her. With 19 more years of preparation time, he believed that humans could better survive natural disasters. Chapter 643. Extra, Su Mengyao. Promise him. Promise him. Mengyao. Promise him. Su Mengyao suddenly woke up and found a young handsome man kneeling on one knee in front of her, holding a pair of rings. There were more than a dozen people in the room, both men and women, all with young faces. What happened? She was clearly at home with a mask on and watching short videos. How could? Wait Song. Su Mengyao looked around blankly, and after a while, her pupils suddenly tightened. Oh my god! Is she in a book? Or is she in a natural disaster novel that I read when I was bored 2 days ago? The heroine seems to be called Jiangning. And the hero? No. It seems to be a non-CP novel. She has a secret crush named Yang Wei-sung. A veritable gigolo. He enjoys the heroine's pursuit and gifts, but secretly pursues the school beauty. Not only did Yang Wei-sung bring his friends to eat up the heroine's food reserves during the typhoon, he even kept PUAing the heroine, and finally made the heroine sell herself for stuttering. The heroine accidentally activated the space, and decisively killed him after seeing his true face, and then made friends along the way and kept upgrading. The original owner was not bad, just a little vain. But because of the natural disaster, she was forced to stand with Yang Wei-sung, and finally did not end well. Because of the same name, Su Mingyao couldn't help sighing when she saw the original owner's end. In fact, she was not even a villain, but just a cannon fodder in the female protagonist's control group. In the end of the natural disaster, as long as there is no golden finger, the school beauty lives worse than a dog, just to make instant noodles. She complained about the shitty author, but she didn't expect to be in the book. It's one thing to complain about a novel, but it's another thing to happen to yourself. Su Mingyao panicked instantly. Natural disasters are no joke. Even the heroine with the golden finger has to survive hard and brush shoulders with death countless times. She must not end up like the original owner. Su Mingyao family is not rich. Her parents' assets are only tens of millions, which is barely considered middle class. There is a nanny at home. She has never touched water since she was a child. It is simply wishful thinking to want to survive in the tragic end of the world. Eating tree bark and guaning soil is a small matter. Many people are either eaten or transformed into demons. It's not like the heroine who eats ice cream in extreme heat and hot pot in extreme cold. She can't die. She must save herself. Su Mingyao subconsciously wanted to cling to the heroine Jiang Ning, but was rejected in an instant. The heroine grew up in an orphanage and has a selfish and cold personality. She loves Yang Wei-sung now, so she will do anything for him. Once she wakes up, Yang Wei-sung is nothing, and as a love rival, she is even less likely to be looked up to by her, since clinging to the heroine is unrealistic. Then there is only, yes, snatch the heroine's golden finger. With the golden finger, you can live. Su Mingyao desperately recalled the plot. Jiang Ning's golden finger seemed to be a jade pendant. She got the space to kill Yang Wei-sung, and later subdued the unruly Rong Sanshao. Yes, Rong Sanshao, the son of the richest man in Fengcheng. The Rong family was once listed as the richest in the country. Rong Sanshao is tall and handsome, with a domineering and arrogant personality. But he spends money lavishly on women, and is teased as the national husband. Later, he became Jiang Ning Mobile Material Warehouse, and one of the protagonists in her team. If she gets the golden finger and holds on to Rong Sanshao's thigh, she will definitely be able to survive the natural disaster safely. But she doesn't know Jiang Ning yet, and if she wants to get the jade pendant, she must borrow Yang Wei-sung's hand. Now Jiang Ning is still Yang Wei-sung's dog. If he asks for it, she will definitely give it to him happily. Mingyao, I have liked you for a long time. Yang Wei-sung knelt stubbornly, holding up the cheap wedding ring in his hand. I designed this for you. I hope you can accept it. Su Mingyao endured the nausea. Her expression was full of shyness. Senior, I like you too. Cheers and applause rang out all around. Yang Wei-sung was ecstatic, put the wedding ring on the goddess, and gave her a deep hug. Everyone cheered beside him. Kiss. Kiss. Yang Wei-sung took the opportunity to kiss her. Su Mingyao has dated many rich second generations, but this is the first time she has dated a poor sea king who pretends to be cool. But she can only suppress her disgust in order to survive. When she gets the space, she will find a chance to deal with him. Seeing Yang Wei-sung's eager eyes, Su Mingyao couldn't help but ask, Senior, is AJ here today? Yang Wei-sung has wanted AJ for a long time, but he also knows Jiang Ning's character. If he bumps into Su Mingyao and knows that he has a girlfriend, he may not continue to give him gifts in the future. Seeing him hesitate, Su Mingyao said coquettishly, Isn't she your friend? She happens to live in the same building. Why don't you ask her to come down and play together? Yang Wei-sung's bones softened when he heard the charming voice. He was very confident that he could do something happy with her tonight. She was the school belle, and he hadn't tried it yet. Jiang Ning was willing to spend money on him, but conquering the school belle was more fulfilling. It wouldn't be too late to get rid of her when he got tired of playing with her, and then coax Jiang Ning back. Afraid that Su Mingyao would misunderstand, his voice was deliberately a little cold. Not sure if it was an illusion. He seemed to hear Jiang Ning sneer. Okay. You wait. It was just a fleeting thought. Although Jiang Ning was usually shrewd and selfish, it was all caused by the environment she grew up in. What this kind of person lacks most is love. As long as you give her a little hope, she will be like a moth to a flame. Hee hee. The typhoon of destruction was about to come, and Su Mengyao was a little anxious. Is the schoolgirl coming? Yang Wei-sung was full of confidence. I'd be there soon. Su Mengyao thought. I have to find a reason to ask him to bring Jiang Ning jade pendant. Who knows? Half an hour has passed, and Jiang Ning still hasn't come. She was so anxious. But others didn't care at all. Everyone started to make a fuss to cut the cake. Su Mengyao acted coquettishly and asked Yang Wei-sung to contact her again. But Jiang Ning not only didn't answer the phone, but also didn't reply to the text message. It's okay. She will definitely come. Yang Wei-sung was full of confidence. She loves money very much. I guess she's selling dog food again. After calling several times, Su Mengyao couldn't urge him anymore. After eating the cake, the sky was getting darker and darker, and it felt like a typhoon would come at any time. Su Mengyao was anxious. She wanted to go out and stock up. But how much could she stock up without space? The original owner's home was in another province, and it was too late to go home. The rented house was in another community, and it was a low-rise building. It would be flooded quickly when the heavy rain came. And how could she survive in the cannibalistic apocalypse alone? Just this pretty face would be targeted by violent men at the first time, and there would be no way to survive. The safest option is to stay with Yang Wei-sung and others. Wait until she gets Jiang Ning jade pendant to activate the space, and then go to Rong Sanxiao to cooperate. If she goes to him now, she will probably be kicked out before she even sees him. After the arrogant Rong Sanxiao suffers in a natural disaster, she will appear as the savior. She knows exactly what kind of women the rich second generation likes. As long as she can tie his heart to her own use, the natural disaster will be settled. She has space. Rong Sanxiao has power. And the combination of the two will surely be prosperous. Su Mengyao planned everything and just waited for the jade pendant. 1 hour. 2 hours. After eating the cake, Jiang Ning still didn't come. Su Mengyao didn't dare to leave without permission, fearing that Jiang Ning would come after she left and miss the best opportunity to get the jade pendant. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the typhoon came. Those who lived nearby began to disperse. Some people who played well with Yang Wei-sung chose to stay and play games, waiting for the evening party and karaoke. They didn't care about the so-called super typhoon. When was it not thunder and rain? It's finally time for a holiday. So let's have fun. Su Mengyao was on pins and needles. Senior, the typhoon is coming. Should we stock up on some food? Several people started to make a noise. Mengyao, you haven't gotten used to the typhoons in Guangdong province, have you? It's okay. If something really happens, Wei-sung won't let you go hungry or cold. Yang Wei-sung was extremely confident. It's really okay. We can order takeout in a few minutes. Of course, he couldn't let her go. Otherwise, how could he play games in the evening? But the typhoon was getting stronger and stronger, making the windows whistle. Forget it. I can't leave even if I want to. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth anxiously. She didn't know what went wrong. Jiang Ning didn't come. According to the plot, she not only came, but also gave Yang Wei-sung a pair of limited edition AJs worth more than 8,000. There's really no time. Since Jiang Ning didn't come, it would be right for her to go to her house. Senior, the typhoon is coming and I can't leave. I don't even have a place to stay at night. Can I stay at the place of junior sister Aning? Yang Wei-sung said cryptically. Mengyao, you can just sleep in my room. Su Mengyao pretended to be shy. No. How can I sleep in your room? And it's not good to spread it out. If it's convenient, I squeeze in with my junior sister Aning for a night. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Yang Wei-sung didn't want to destroy his image in her heart, so he could only agree. Su Mengyao was eager to make a move. How about we go find the junior sister now? With friends around, there was no chance to be alone. Yang Wei-sung wanted it. Okay. I take you there. The two took the elevator to the 18th floor and knocked on the door of 1802 for a long time. But there was no response. No reply to WeChat. No answer to phone calls. Yang Wei-sung was annoyed. But Su Mengyao was very considerate. Maybe Aning went out. Let's wait a little longer. They waited until after 5 o'clock. The wind outside was howling like ghosts and wolves, and the iron sheets were rolled up to the sky. The elevator door slowly opened, and a wet girl with disheveled hair and a big express bag hurried out. Su Mingya was shocked. Is this the heroine Jiang Ning? Why did you come back just now? Seeing the person coming, Yang Weitsong said impatiently. We have been waiting for you for a long time. The girl looked indifferent. Is there something? She was talking to Yang Weitsong, but her sharp eyes were fixed on Su Mingya. Su Mingya was surprised. Did she see something?